Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1500 to Chapter 1551. Water dragon emerges from the water. The water column rising from the dragon pool had a diameter of over 6 meters, which was white and shiny. It rose tens of meters high, but didn't fall back into the water. Instead, it continued rising into the sky and drilled into the dark clouds thousands of meters high in the night sky. The underworld blood demonic dragon followed closely behind the water column and emerged from the dragon pond. Its gigantic body was hidden within the water column. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed into the dark clouds. There was a saying that the clouds followed the dragon and the wind followed the tiger. This was indeed true. There was also a saying that the dragon could only see its head but not its tail. It didn't mean that dragons didn't exist, but that dragons would either dive deep into the water or hide in the clouds. Even if they were to ascend to the heavens, they would have to hide in the water column. Ordinary people couldn't see the truth with their naked eyes. As the huge water column soared into the sky, the water level near the dragon pond dropped by 5 or 6 meters in a flash, which caused the water of the Poyang Lake to flow backward violently. A huge whirlpool with a diameter of dozens of meters was formed in the dragon pond. The scene was really amazing. "Oh my god, it's a water dragon!" Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the shocking sight. "No, it's a dragon emerging from the water." Xianxia immediately corrected him. She expanded her divine sense to the maximum and locked on to the scarlet water dragon in the water column. She also locked on to Lingyun, who was standing proudly on the dragon's head. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched the scarlet water dragon carry Lingyun into the dark clouds. She never expected that Lingyun would not be injured after being blasted into the dragon pond by Long Tianfeng. Instead, he would be able to tame the water dragon in the dragon pond in just 20 minutes and even ride it out. Damn, riding a dragon. That kid is too cool. He's really out of this world. Xianxia was already dumbfounded by what he saw. That's normal. I'm already numb to it. I wouldn't be surprised even if that guy came out on a real dragon to greet me, let alone a water dragon. Xianxia's expression was calm as usual. However, there was a deep sense of helplessness in his words. How is this possible? On the other side, Long Tianfeng had already seen this scene. He was even more dumbfounded than the 3 members of the Yi family. Long Tianfeng had activated the reverse scale dragon fury secret art, which increased his strength by 8 times. How was it possible that his punch didn't injure Lingyun at all? Moreover, not only did he not get injured, but he actually managed to provoke that Jiao dragon after entering the dragon lake. In just a short 20 minutes, he managed to subdue that Jiao dragon? The Long family had existed for more than 2,000 years. Others might not know, but Long Tianfeng knew it very well. He knew that a red flood dragon was hiding in the dragon pond. It had been cultivating here for more than 1,000 years and could transform into a dragon at any time. He had long regarded the red dragon as his prey. However, his indestructible true dragon body had just reached the greater success stage. Before he reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 9, there was no way he could subdue it. That was why he had been waiting. That was why Long Tianfeng had racked his brains to send Lingyun into the dragon pond. He wanted to use Lingyun as a pathfinder so that he could provoke the red flood dragon. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, he would be the fisherman to reap the benefits. However, who would have thought that not only would Lingyun emerge unscathed in a short 20 minutes, but he would also completely subdue the red flood dragon? How did he do all this? Long Tianfeng couldn't understand what had happened. The more he thought about it, the more remorseful he felt. He had suffered a double loss. Previously, his uncle, Long Haoqian, had made a bet with Lingyun. In the end, he had been defeated by Lingyun in one move and lost the black water dragon. Now, he had schemed to send Lingyun into the dragon pond, but he had lost the red water dragon that was even more important to him. In one night, the Long family had lost 2 flood dragons. Apart from that, they had also lost the severely injured Long Haoqian. What a huge loss. Long Tianfeng's intestines were green with regret. He stomped his feet repeatedly, unable to understand what had happened. At this time, Lingyun had already arrived in the middle of the black clouds. He was at least 3,600 meters above the surface of Panyang Lake. He realized that this cloud layer was extremely thick. It was at least 500 meters thick, and it covered a large area. It covered the entire sky above Panyang Lake and covered the moon. It was the perfect place for the underworld blood demonic dragon to hide. Hee, the clouds give birth to a dragon. This way, I won't be discovered. Ling Yan stood proudly on the dragon's head as he followed the underworld blood demonic dragon through the black clouds. He realized that the black clouds weren't stationary. Instead, they followed the underworld blood demonic dragon's movements and piled up layer by layer. They were extremely fast and covered the underworld blood demonic dragon's huge body. This was truly riding on the clouds. Of course, the phenomenon of the waterspout hadn't disappeared yet. That was because the underworld blood demonic dragon didn't need to use the huge water pillar to hide itself after arriving in the black clouds. The underworld blood demonic dragon's head faced the surface of Panyang Lake. It opened its huge mouth and sucked directly. The huge water pillar that connected the black clouds to the surface of Panyang Lake was no longer stationary. It began to move rapidly on the surface of the water. The water pillar grew larger and larger, reaching a diameter of tens of meters. From the bottom to the top, it became thinner and thinner until it reached a radius of 1 meter. After drilling into the black clouds, it began to disappear. At the same time, Ling Yan noticed that the black clouds were filled with mist. The black clouds were gradually turning into water clouds. The underworld blood demonic dragon seemed to have moved the water of Panyang Lake into the sky. It shuttled through the water in the sky at high speed, having fun and extremely excited. This was another mystical ability of the flood dragon apart from its ability to overturn rivers and seas. Overturn rivers and seas, raise winds and waves, ride on the clouds, and summon the rain. The 4 basic abilities of a dragon were exactly the same as those of dragons in folklore. Big Red, do you see that kid glowing with a golden light? That guy specializes in catching dragons. He seems to be in a daze now. Let's water him to wake him up. Ling Yan casually gave the underworld blood demonic dragon a name. Just like how the black flood dragon was called Little Black and the golden striped crow was called Big Gold, the underworld blood demonic dragon was entirely red. The underworld blood demonic dragon saw Ling Yan as its master. It naturally obeyed Ling Yan's orders without hesitation. At this moment, it was almost done absorbing the water. After hearing the order, it opened its mouth and spat a huge stream of water at Long Tianfeng. The speed was too fast. The huge stream of water fell from the sky and completely enveloped Long Tianfeng. With a loud splash, Long Tianfeng was completely drenched. Little brat from the Long family, didn't you want to fight to the death with me? Now that I'm out, why don't you hurry up and fight me for 300 rounds? Ling Yan chuckled. He had nothing to fear now, so he directly challenged Long Tianfeng to a fight. It had to be said that the current Ling Yan was too eye-catching. He stepped on the huge head of the underworld blood demonic dragon, his body glowing with white light. The pure yang celestial sword appeared in his hand again. His spine was dazzling with golden light, and a golden dragon spear spun rapidly around his body. That kind of majesty surpassed that of a real god. Ling Yan, die. Long Tianfeng woke up from his endless frustration after being doused by the water. He suddenly remembered that his reverse scale dragon fury had less than 15 minutes left. If he couldn't kill Ling Yan within these 15 minutes, he would enter a period of weakness. At that time, his strength wouldn't even be as strong as before he broke through to the next level. He would only be left to be killed by Ling Yan. After Long Tianfeng shouted, his tall figure disappeared from the spot. It was almost as if he had teleported into the black clouds. Kill. Long Tianfeng's murderous aura rushed to the heavens. He wasn't afraid of the underworld blood demonic dragon. He didn't hold back when he saw Ling Yan. Hee, kid from the Long family, I intentionally let you have 2 moves just now. You really don't have any idea at all. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. He didn't dodge anymore. His celestial core force erupted from his body as he used the divine yang cultivation technique and waved the pure yang celestial sword. Boom. The blazing sword light from the pure yang celestial sword collided with Long Tianfeng's golden fist. Crack! The golden fist was smashed by Ling Yan's pure yang celestial sword. Its momentum was astonishing. It broke through Long Tianfeng's defense and almost hit his fist, Ling Yun didn't use the essence condensation technique to condense that drop of celestial core force for nothing. It was useful for both defense and offense. Long Tianfeng's eightfold defense wasn't enough to activate the pure yang celestial sword with his celestial core force. Long Tianfeng was shocked. Even with an eightfold defense, it was still broken by Ling Yun? For a moment, Long Tianfeng didn't know whether he should advance or retreat. Big Red, hit him. Long Tianfeng didn't need to make a choice. Ling Yun ordered the underworld blood demonic dragon to attack. Riding a dragon wasn't for free. The underworld blood demonic dragon wasn't Little Black. It was an existence that had just devoured the will of the red water dragon and possessed its body. Smack. The underworld blood demonic dragon swung its long body and swung its tail. Its huge tail landed squarely on Long Tianfeng's body. It wasn't that Long Tianfeng didn't want to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his movements weren't as agile as before. His eightfold speed disappeared mysteriously. This was no different from being unable to move in front of Ling Yun and the underworld blood demonic dragon. He didn't know the reason, but Ling Yun did. When Ling Yun was in the dragon lake, he almost couldn't move when he saw the red water dragon charging at him. Bam! Long Tianfeng was sent flying into the black clouds by the dragon's tail. He was completely within the range of Big Red's dragon power. Chi! Ling Yun wasn't going to let him off easily. He used his divine will and celestial core power to activate the golden dragon spear and chase after Long Tianfeng. The speed of the golden dragon spear was too fast. It arrived in front of Long Tianfeng in the blink of an eye. Long Tianfeng was shocked. He knew that he couldn't dodge this time, so he pushed his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he reached out with both palms in an attempt to slap the golden dragon spear away. That golden dragon spear was only slightly deflected. It sank slightly and directly pierced through Long Tianfeng's thigh. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Long Tianfeng's blood stained the sky. Whoosh! Ling Yun arrived in an instant. He rode the dragon and stood proudly on the dragon's head. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he waved the pure yang celestial sword. Haha, Long family brat, let's see where you can run this time. I'll update earlier today. I'll try to finish writing this big climax. Old Boo, or directly search for my pen name Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Bookmark for easier reading. The enormous pure yang immortal sword suddenly tore through the layer of black clouds and slashed down towards Long Tianfeng with a shocking imposing aura. In the eyes of the people outside the layer of clouds, it was like a blazing bolt of lightning had flashed through the layer of black clouds. Ling Yun was too impressive. He was riding a dragon and attacking Long Tianfeng with the pure yang celestial sword and the golden dragon spear. Long Tianfeng was horrified, but he couldn't do anything about it. His movement technique was restricted by the underworld blood demonic dragon, and he couldn't escape from the black clouds. He could only be hunted down by Ling Yun. Boom 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 boom, kacha kacha kacha. As Ling Yun waved the pure yang celestial sword, the golden light around Long Tianfeng's body was sliced apart again and again. Pa! Suddenly, the underworld blood demonic dragon whipped its tail and sent Long Tianfeng flying again. However, the underworld blood demonic dragon was already infinitely close to the dragonization stage, and its intelligence far exceeded that of a normal person. Thus, it had a good grasp of its strength and angle of attack. It would only send Long Tianfeng a few hundred meters away, but it would always keep him within the range of the black clouds. That way, Long Tianfeng would never be able to escape from its dragon soul imprisonment. It was true that the Long family had the dragon taming technique, and Long Tianfeng had the undying true dragon body and the dragon taming technique. However, it depended on who the target was. It was impossible for Long Tianfeng to subdue the underworld blood demonic dragon before he reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 9. Qi. Ling Yun's golden dragon spear arrived just as Long Tianfeng was sent flying by the underworld blood demonic dragon. It pierced through Long Tianfeng's left arm, staining him with blood again. He was panicking and didn't dare to fight Ling Yun to the death. All he wanted was to escape. Dragon escape technique. Fortunately, Long Tianfeng was drawn to a place where the water clouds gathered. He didn't hesitate to use the dragon escape technique to hide in the water and teleport toward the bottom of the black clouds. It was impossible to rush out of the black clouds horizontally because the range was too large. It enveloped the entire sky above Poyang Lake. Long Tianfeng could only choose to go up or down. Whoosh! Ling Yan appeared on the huge dragon's head and swung the pure yang celestial sword at Long Tianfeng's legs. Ah! Long Tianfeng turned pale with fright. He could only teleport again and was forced back to his original position. Ling Yun, this is not fair. Long Tianfeng knew that there was only one reason why he could be discovered by Ling Yun when he used the hidden dragon escape technique. That was the crimson dragon that he was riding. The other party's dragon might was too strong. It could completely crush Long Tianfeng. If the fight continued, Long Tianfeng could only wait for death. Bullshit! Ling Yan roared and waved his sword again. Why didn't you say it was unfair when you used your secret technique to blast me into the dragon pool? You crushed me by several realms and wanted to break through in the middle of the battle. Why didn't you say it was unfair when you sent me flying with a single punch? Why didn't you say it was unfair when you lured me to this Poyang Lake and used the power of the water to fight me? With every sentence Ling Yan spoke, he swung his sword. Each strike was faster than the last, and each strike sent Long Tianfeng flying a mile away. Chi, a golden light flashed. Ling Yan took out his golden dragon spear and pierced through Long Tianfeng's calf again. Did I say the word unfair to you at that time? Ling Yun shouted. In a battle, it had always been a battle of comprehensive strength. It didn't matter whether it was realms, strength, defense, movement techniques, or even conspiracies and poisons. In the end, it was all about life and death. There was no such thing as fairness or unfairness. Ling Yan understood this more than anyone else. That was why he always fought if he could win and escaped if he couldn't. He would never discuss fairness with his opponent. There was no right or wrong on the path of cultivation. The winner was king, and the loser was a thief. When the heavenly tribulation descended, how could you talk about fairness? In fact, Long Tianfeng naturally understood this. He said those words just to numb Ling Yun. As long as Ling Yun found a chance to escape, it would be enough. He didn't really want to talk about fairness with Ling Yun. At this time, Long Tianfeng had more than 10 injuries on his body. He was bathed in blood, and his blood stained the sky. The golden blood didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Ling Yan stored it into the Taishi ring. This was the blood of the undying true dragon. It was very useful to Ling Yun. That was why he chased after Long Tianfeng. Long Tianfeng didn't want to rush out of the clouds. Instead, he hid and ran all the way to the north of Poyang Lake. Soon, he was 30 kilometers away. Ling Yan smiled. He didn't say it, but he knew that Long Tianfeng couldn't just passively take a beating. He just wanted to see what new tricks his opponent had up his sleeves. Another 10 minutes passed. Ling Yan chased Long Tianfeng to a narrow stretch of water in Poyang Lake. Poyang Lake was shaped like a huge gourd, and this stretch of water was extremely narrow. It was the location of the fortress at the mouth of the gourd. This was the only channel through which the water from Poyang Lake flowed into the Yangtze River. F***ck, Master's Temple. Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng rushed north for 60 kilometers. The 3 members of the Yi family naturally followed. When Yi Tianshui saw the location clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This was because Yi Tianshui grew up in the Yi family. He knew many secrets of Huaxia. He knew that the waters of Master's Temple were even more dangerous than the dragon pond of Poyang Lake. For more than half a century, the number of ships that capsized in the waters of Laohui Temple in Poyang Lake was more than 100, including many large ships that weighed more than 1,000 tons. The scariest thing was that after these ships capsized, almost all of them disappeared from the water, leaving only a little more than 18 meters deep. After the divers went down, they couldn't even find them. Later, the scientific researchers conducted multiple investigations. Some said that it was caused by strong winds, some said that it was caused by a sandbar at the bottom of the water, and some said that it was caused by a water monster. Their statements were conclusive, but there were many different opinions, and no conclusion could be drawn. However, there was a conclusion that was recognized by everyone. The waters of Poyang Lake Laohui Temple happened to be on the mysterious 30 degrees north latitude of the Earth. It was on the same latitude as the world-famous pyramids of Egypt, Mount Everest, Xianxia River, Mount Amei, Mount Lu, Mount Huang, Bermuda, and so on. That was why all kinds of strange phenomena occurred. Precisely because of this, the waters of Master's Temple were called the Devil's Triangle of Poyang Lake. It was very mysterious, similar to the Bermuda Triangle. Long Tianfeng escaped to the air above the waters of Master's Temple. His eyes shone with a golden light. Suddenly, his eyes turned fierce. Dozens of dragon blood pills in his energy center exploded at the same time. He burned his dragon essence violently, and a golden light erupted from his body, instantly overshadowing the dragon's soul imprisonment of the underworld blood dragon. Boom! Long Tianfeng wasn't in a hurry to escape. He teleported and threw an earth-shattering punch at Ling Yun. He was only attacking. Chi. Ling Yun activated his golden dragon spear and used the Arch-Berserk Dragon 9 killing slash. The golden dragon spear pierced through Long Tianfeng's chest in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Ling Yun waved his pure yang celestial sword and collided with his opponent's fist. Boom! This was an earth-shattering blow. 500 meters of thick black clouds were blasted apart. Ling Yun and Long Tianfeng were sent flying at the same time. Long Tianfeng's fist was hit by the immortal sword of pure yang, causing blood to spurt out. Ignoring the serious injury, he seized the opportunity to cast the hidden dragon escape technique and teleported 3 times in a row, rushing out of the clouds and disappearing into the Poyang Lake below. Pfft! Ling Yun was sent flying 500 meters away by Long Tianfeng's punch. He felt the blood in his body churning. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could only watch as his opponent disappeared into Poyang Lake. Damn, I can't blame the Long family for being strong. Long Tianfeng is really difficult to deal with. Ling Yun raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the spot where Long Tianfeng had entered the water and smiled. Judging by his momentum, the reverse scale dragon fury should have less than 3 minutes left. This brat's timing is really accurate. Although Ling Yun spat out blood in the last exchange, he didn't suffer any losses. Long Tianfeng's chest was pierced by the golden dragon spear, and his fist was also cut by the pure yang celestial sword. This brat wouldn't be able to recover within half a year. Moreover, Ling Yun had chased Long Tianfeng for dozens of kilometers and injured him in more than 20 places. More than half a kilogram of golden blood flowed out. Ling Yun collected all of it to feed his 2 dragons. Of course, Ling Yun actually had countless opportunities to kill Long Tianfeng along the way. However, he didn't. One reason was because of the Long family. The other reason was that he didn't have any enmity with Long Tianfeng. The most important reason was that he cherished Long Tianfeng's talent. It was really hard to find a worthy opponent, so he didn't kill him. Big Red, that brat has entered the water. Let's enter the water and take a look. We'll try to chase him for another 50 kilometers. Ling Yun ordered the underworld blood demonic dragon as he looked at the place where Long Tianfeng had entered the water. Unexpectedly, the underworld blood demonic dragon's head shook violently. Master, you can't enter this place. Ling Yun was stunned. He immediately asked, why? The underworld blood demonic dragon immediately sent another message. I learned from the memory of that red dragon that there's an extremely terrifying existence here. It has been residing in the dragon pond of Poyang Lake for more than 1,000 years, but it has never dared to come to this area. Ling Yun's body shook. F***ck. There's such a thing? So that brat Long Tianfeng chose to enter the water from here not only because his secret technique's time was up, but also because he had carefully chosen the place to enter the water. Ling Yun couldn't help but look at Long Tianfeng in a different light. At the same time, he activated his Yin-Yang Divine Eye and began to size up the entire Poyang Lake, hoping to find some clues. Was it a mystic realm or an array formation? However, Ling Yun quickly realized that his divine sense couldn't penetrate the water below. It was even more impossible for his eyes to find any clues. Under such circumstances, according to Ling Yun's temper, he wouldn't hesitate to personally enter the water to explore. However, this time, Ling Yun gave up. Because of the continuous battles throughout the night, Ling Yun's body was already exhausted. He had been burning his divine energy to fight. After all, he wasn't a god, and he wasn't made of iron. He was already at the end of his rope. It was extremely unwise to explore the water now. I'll listen to you. When I have time, I'll come back after I've conserved my energy. Ling Yan's eyes gradually turned solemn as he observed the terrain and water flow of the entire Poyang Lake. He nodded cautiously and gave up on chasing after Long Tianfeng. Long Tianfeng, since you've chosen to enter the water here, whether you live or die will depend on your fate. Ling Yan thought to himself. Big Red, retract these black clouds. The sky is already bright. Enter the water first and return to the dragon pond. Go to the red dragon's cave and see if there are any treasures. I'll look for you later. After hearing this, the underworld blood demonic dragon immediately let out a dragon roar. Then, it hurriedly shuttled through the black clouds towards the dragon pond. Ling Yan took out the green shadow flying sword and stepped on it. He flew toward the Yi clan's trio. The demon's triangle of Poyang Lake is finally here. It's true. If you're interested, you can search it on Baidu. It's quite fun. I'll temporarily stop writing for 2 chapters today. If I'm free at night, I'll continue writing. Elder Buor, you can directly search for my pen name Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower and discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Seeing Ling Yan fly over, the 3 members of the Yi family naturally came forward to greet him. Yi Tianxue, in particular, took the lead and left Yi Qingxin and Yi Tianxue behind because he was the most familiar with Ling Yan. Hey, Ling Yan, that brat Long Tianfeng has fallen into the water. Why don't you follow him down and kill him in one go? Yi Tianxue shouted at Ling Yan impatiently from afar. His eyes flashed, and his words were full of bewitching intent. Don't chase a cornered enemy. It's not like I have to kill Long Tianfeng. Ling Yan smiled faintly and explained casually. He didn't comment on it. F*CK, that brat Long Tianfeng only has 3 minutes left of his reverse scale dragon fury. That last attack he used on you was basically a deathbed struggle. After that, he will enter a long period of weakness. It would be such a waste not to kill him. Yi Tianxue's heart was full of evil thoughts, but he pretended to be indignant and regretful. He felt sorry for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was very fast. He had already arrived in front of Yi Tianxue. He glanced at him and smiled. Oh? Is that so? Does Long Tianfeng have a grudge against you? Yi Tianxue immediately rolled his eyes. F*CK, I haven't seen him even once in a few years. What grudge could I have against him? I'm doing this for your own good. You've seen that guy's strength. If you don't kill him this time, he will definitely seek revenge on you in the future. You won't be able to eat or sleep well. Oh, Ling Yan nodded and deliberately dragged out his words. You're doing this for my own good? Long Tianfeng's secret technique has long expired. Moreover, he has been seriously injured by me. He is definitely no match for you. Why don't you go down now and kill him for me? With that, Ling Yan looked at Yi Tianxue with a smile. He wanted to see how Yi Tianxue would continue. Yi Tianxue's chubby face immediately turned awkward. His eyes darted around as he said awkwardly, that won't do. There's no enmity between our Yi family and the Long family. How can I kill him? Moreover, a gentleman like me would never take advantage of someone when they're down. Yi Tianxue's expression was solemn and even a little impassioned. Who knew that a sudden clap of thunder would ring out? Get down here. Ling Yan hated Yi Tianxue for playing tricks on him. He unleashed the mystical dragon hell and attacked with a loud roar. He teleported and appeared behind Yi Tianxue. Then, he grabbed Yi Tianxue's fat neck with one hand and flew down. In the blink of an eye, he was 20 meters above the water surface. Then, he threw Yi Tianxue's fat body into the water. Bang! Yi Tianxue was scared out of his wits. He struggled but to no avail. He was thrown into the water by Ling Yan and sank 7 to 8 meters into the water. Hee, I'll let you be naughty and scare you to death. After throwing Yi Tianxue into the water, Ling Yan didn't care about him anymore. He returned to the other 2 quickly. Yi Qingxin and Yi Tiandu watched helplessly as Ling Yan bullied Yi Tianxue, but they couldn't be bothered because they knew that the 2 of them were just fooling around. Yi Tiandu, in particular, was grinning from ear to ear. He was just short of clapping and cheering. Although the waters around Old Master Temple were mysterious and dangerous, it wasn't like that all the time. Of course, it was impossible for people to disappear every time they fell into the water. Otherwise, boats would have been banned and this place would have been classified as a forbidden area. Sister Fairy. Ling Yan came to Yi Qingxin and immediately greeted her. Yi Qingxin glared at him. Call me aunt. Hee, I forgot, Auntie. Ling Yan knew when to stop. He changed his address immediately and said seriously, Auntie, thank you for saving me from danger just now. These were words from the bottom of Ling Yan's heart. At the Devil Subduing Conference, Yi Qingxin had rushed over at the crucial moment to help Ling Yan block the two immortal masters of Kunlun. But just now, at the Dragon Pool, the two Yi family members had helped Ling Yan block Long Haoqian and Long Tianxing. The meaning behind it was too obvious. That was because it concerned the three major families. In the Devil Subduing Conference, the Long family had only added fuel to the fire in the dark. If the Long family didn't admit it, it had nothing to do with the Long family. However, the dragon-seizing battle at the Dragon Lake just now concerned the true interests of the Long family. It was a battle of life and death between Ling Yan and the most important figures of the Long family. The Yi family had helped Ling Yan block the Long family, which was equivalent to them joining forces with the Ling family. The Long family could use this opportunity to declare war on the Yi family. It wasn't important to Ling Yan whether he had helped or not. What was important was that the Yi family had made their stand clear. Yi Qingxin only smiled at Ling Yan's words. A divine light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Of course, she hadn't helped. Or rather, she and Yi Tiandu had only helped Ling Yan a little. That was because Ling Yan had displayed his strength at the end. Not only could he subdue the dragon in the Dragon Lake, but he could also beat up Long Tianfeng, who had used a secret technique. There was no need for her to help at all. However, the next moment, when she saw what Ling Yan had taken out, Yi Qingxin could no longer maintain her composure. Her breathing quickened. It was a platinum spatial ring. Auntie, this is a spatial ring that I have refined. There is a small space inside. I think you might find it useful, so I'll give it to you. With a thought, the spatial ring left his palm and floated in front of Yi Qingxin. It had to be said that the temptation of a spatial treasure was too great for a cultivator, especially a sword cultivator. Yi Qingxin's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared fixedly at the space ring. She really could not bear to shift her gaze away. However, Yi Qingxin shook her head firmly. Ling Yan, the pair of elixirs you just gave me is already very valuable. I can reluctantly accept it. However, this spatial treasure is too valuable. I can't accept it. Ling Yan's face was full of indifference. He smiled and said, Auntie, you're exaggerating. This item is precious, but it's not rare. From now on, we are family. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. Just accept it. Yi Qingxin blushed slightly when she heard Ling Yan say that they were family. She was still hesitating. However, Yi Tiandu's eyes widened when he saw the spatial ring. At this moment, he couldn't help but reach out and grab the spatial ring. He looked at it from left to right and couldn't bear to part with it. Aunt, why are you still hesitating with such a good treasure? Anyway, we are already at odds with the Long family. There will definitely be a fight between the two families in the future. Why don't you accept this ring and wear it back to stimulate my father? Moreover, Ling Yan said that he refined it himself, so he definitely won't lack it. At this point, Yi Tiandu suddenly raised his head and grinned cheekily at Ling Yan. Oh right, Ling Yan, I think this ring is very suitable for me. Why don't you give this to me and give another one to my aunt? Yi Tiandu, you're talking nonsense. That ring is mine. At this moment, Yi Tianxue finally emerged from Poyang Lake like a drowned rat. No one knew what secret technique he used, but his speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Tiandu and raised his hand to snatch it. Yi Tiandu was even faster. He grabbed the ring and fled. The two of them dashed thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Ling Yan and Yi Qingxin couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Since Ling Yan had taken out the spatial ring, he definitely wouldn't take it back. In fact, it didn't matter who he gave it to. He only used this spatial ring to express his attitude. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to chase after Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu when he saw them fighting over the spatial ring. Yi Qingxin wasn't annoyed that her two nephews had snatched away the spatial ring that Ling Yun had given her. Instead, she looked at them lovingly and suddenly said, "Don't worry, Ling Yun. Ling Yun, these two nephews of mine aren't bad by nature. After watching your fight tonight, they all admire you very much. Tianshui and Tiandu are the pillars of the Yi family. Auntie hopes that you won't be enemies with them in the future." Ling Yun smiled. "I understand, Auntie. What are you talking about? I've already said that we're a family from now on. Why would I be enemies with them?" Ling Yun's words had a hidden meaning. Up until now, he had emphasized that he wouldn't be enemies with Yi Tianshui and Yi Tiandu. Ling Yun couldn't really treat the Yi family as an ally until the truth of the case from 18 years ago was found. This child, Yi Qingxin glanced at Ling Yun meaningfully. She pondered for a moment before saying decisively, "It seems like you still have a grudge against the Yi family because of what happened to your parents. If that's the case, Auntie will be frank with you." Ling Yun immediately pricked up his ears. "Actually, there's no enmity between the Yi family and the Ling family. As for the case of your parents 18 years ago, our Yi family wasn't the instigator nor did we add fuel to the fire. Yi Qingfeng, Yi Tiandu's father, the only thing he did wrong was to watch the Ling family's destruction in order for the Yi family to rise. He didn't lend a helping hand. And that's what I hate about him." He had long known that the righteous people of the martial arts world were going to attack the Ling family through the family's secret report. However, he didn't warn your family and didn't care. He let those righteous people of the martial arts world enter the capital and attack the Ling family. That's why that tragedy happened. At that time I was cultivating in seclusion in Shushan. It was too late when I found out about everything. So, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't help your family." Speaking of this, Yi Qingxin was obviously a little resentful. Her eyes were red. Obviously, she still held a grudge against Yi Qingfeng's actions back then. Ling Yun suddenly understood. He nodded and thought to himself, "So that's how it is." After the Ling family was slaughtered, the other 6 families divided the resources that you controlled. Naturally, the Yi family was among them. "I really don't know what to say. That's a family matter. You can deal with it however you want in the future." Ling Yun could accept this calmly. The weak were prey to the strong since ancient times. When a force fell, everything would naturally be divided up by others. Even if the Yi family didn't snatch it, the Lu family and the Han family would still come to snatch it. It was inevitable. Now that the Ling family was strong, they could snatch it back. He nodded. "Auntie, I understand what you mean. Since there's no deep hatred between the Yi family and the Ling family, I won't be enemies with the Yi family in the future." Ling Yan quickly threw out a new question. "Auntie, since the Yi family is like this, what about the Long family?" Yi Qingxin glanced at Ling Yun and said angrily, "You sly fox." She said frankly, during the whole process, the Long family did add fuel to the fire in the dark. But believe me, the Long family definitely didn't send anyone to take action personally. Yi Qingxin was a little helpless. There was no other way. At that time, the Long family, the Ling family, and the Qin family were the top 3 families. There must have been conflicts between them. Whether it was the Long family or the Qin family, as long as the Long family had the opportunity, they would definitely suppress them. Ling Yan thought to himself. It seemed like the Long family really didn't send anyone to take action. Sparing Long Tianfeng's life tonight was the right decision. In that case, the Yi family didn't participate in the massacre of the Ling family 18 years ago. They just let it happen. The Long family also used it as a pretext to make a fuss. Their goal was to weaken the Ling family's power at that time. Ling Yan had a rough idea. According to the rules of the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world, this was really not an irreconcilable hatred. "Auntie, can you tell me who was the mastermind behind everything that happened that year? Why did they insist on killing the Ling family?" This was, of course, the most important question. Because Ling Yan now realized that the massacre 18 years ago was not simply because of the conflict between good and evil. The massacre of the Ling family must have been led by a super powerful force. He had even vaguely guessed which force it was. He asked Yi Qingxin just to confirm it. Kunlun. Yi Qingxin gave him the answer. Because he was leaving Japan the day after tomorrow, he would be busy today and tomorrow. There would be fewer updates, but Old Bu promised that he would update at least 3 times a day. Old Bu, or you can search for my pen name Bu Jing directly. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. It really is Kunlun. Ling Yun nodded, knowing that he was right. At the same time, he felt that he was one step closer to unraveling the shocking secret of Xianxia 40 years ago. Auntie, can you tell me the reason? Of course, if you don't think it's convenient, you don't have to say it. I'll investigate it myself. The reason why Ling Yun said that was because in the past 3 months, everyone that Ling Yun met, including Qin Chongqing from the Qin family, Ling Lai from the Ling family, and Zhou Winnie from the Heavenly Team, were all tight-lipped and unwilling to talk about anything related to the secrets of Xianxia 40 years ago. Frankly speaking, it was the first time Ling Yun and Yi Qingxin met. She was able to mention the Ling family's biggest enemy, Kunlun. This was already out of Ling Yun's expectations. However, with such a good opportunity, Ling Yun was only one step away from the truth. It was impossible for him not to ask. If you want to talk about the reason, it should be related to the secret of Xianxia 40 years ago. Yi Qingxin was indeed in a difficult position. However, from her tone, it seemed that she was also speculating. She pondered and said, back then, the Ling family went to Kunlun. After that, there was no news of them. Until now, no one can confirm whether they went in or not, including us from Shushan. But according to the development of the situation later, they should have sent someone in. Because 10 years later, the leaders of the Xianxia cultivation world all received a message. This message could be said to be in order. It was to not allow any cultivation sect to recruit people from the Ling family as disciples. After that news came out, another 6 years passed. Immediately after that, new news came out. It actually requested all the major cultivation sects to kill any cultivator from the Ling clan on sight. Then, Kunlun would reward them handsomely. 10 years, another 6 years, Ling Yun listened carefully, his eyes shining. He silently calculated the time in his heart and nodded. He knew that after the 20 or so people of the Ling family entered Kunlun 40 years ago, they must have done shocking things as time went on and shocked Kunlun. This caused Kunlun to tighten their pressure on the Ling family. The opening of the family inheritance, the awakening of the bloodline of the Ling family, there couldn't be any other reason. The Ling family's cultivation technique was the Black-Yellow Sutra. Now, Ling Yun had already confirmed that this was actually a powerful cultivation technique. However, the Black-Yellow Sutra was closely related to the Divine Ghost Willow of the Ling family. If the Divine Ghost Willow wasn't revived, the Black-Yellow Sutra could only be cultivated as an ancient martial arts technique. No matter how high the realms of the Ling family members were, they couldn't be considered true cultivators. After the inheritance was opened, in 10 years' time, with the aptitude and comprehension of that group of outstanding seniors of the Ling clan, there would definitely be people who would reach the Golden Elixir realm. What about after another 6 years? Original infant stage, as Ling Yun thought about this, he couldn't help but smile. If it was really as he expected, the Ling clan's 20-plus nascent soul stage cultivators would definitely shake the entire Kunlun sect. More than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators. Such a force would be considered terrifying even in the cultivation world. Of course, Ling Yun knew that these thoughts were not realistic. If the Ling clan was strong enough in the Kunlun sect, they would definitely not allow the Ling clan in the Xianxia secular world to be exterminated. Therefore, the group of people from the Ling clan 40 years ago either lost a lot of people in the process of entering the Kunlun sect or after entering the Kunlun sect, or they encountered a terrifying attack that caused them to suffer heavy losses. Thinking about this, Ling Yun's expression couldn't help but become serious. What are you thinking about? Yi Qingxin noticed that Ling Yun's eyes were flickering. One moment he was smiling, the next moment he was serious. She couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's nothing. Auntie, I was just thinking that our Ling clan is just a family that cultivates ancient martial arts. Why would Kunlun sect value us so much and suppress us so much? Ling Yan pretended to be indignant and said with hatred. Yi Qingxin's beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yan and leisurely asked, ancient martial arts family? Is it still the same? Ling Yan's face was full of embarrassment. The feeling of having his lies exposed was really not good. He embarrassedly scratched his head and laughed. Auntie, don't say it out loud. Pfft. Yi Qingxin was amused by Ling Yan's expression and couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and said helplessly, yes, because of this, 4 years later, to be exact, it should be another 5 years later. Now that I think about it, it's about 18 years ago. Because of your parents' incident, Kunlun sect seized the opportunity and gave the order. Then, under the leadership of the Kunlun sword sect, the Huaxia martial arts world and the righteous sects joined forces to attack the Ling clan. This led to the case from 18 years ago. Hearing this, Ling Yan already had a thorough understanding of the Ling clan's case from 18 years ago. He even had a preliminary understanding of the secret of Huaxia 40 years ago. He pondered and said, so, the real cause of this entire incident was 40 years ago when the Ling clan entered Kunlun sect. Then, in the 20 years after that, Kunlun sect consecutively gave 3 orders to target our Ling clan. It wasn't until the last order that they almost destroyed our Ling clan that they stopped. 40 years ago, the Ling clan entering Kunlun was the cause. 18 years ago, the Ling clan being destroyed was the result. Everything that happened to the Ling clan was because of Kunlun. That's right. Yi Qingxin nodded with a smile. She continued, so, for the past few decades, the one who really suppressed your Ling clan was Kunlun. It was Kunlun that didn't allow your Ling clan to rise. As for the incident 18 years ago, it was just a coincidence. Because Kunlun couldn't personally send people to intervene in human affairs. Otherwise, it wouldn't have waited until 18 years ago. As early as 30 years ago, your Ling clan would have been destroyed. 18 years ago, the case of your family was led by Kunlun. With the Kunlun sword sect stepping in, the righteous sects of the martial arts world all responded. Shushan didn't allow the Yi clan to intervene. The Yi clan also wanted to take the opportunity to rise. The Long clan secretly added fuel to the fire, causing your Ling clan to be almost destroyed. Yi Qingxin concluded. This was the entire story of the Ling family's case from 18 years ago. Auntie, since the Long clan secretly added fuel to the fire, why did they save our Ling clan in the end? Regarding this matter, Ling Yan actually had a vague answer. He just wanted to confirm a result. You should know how powerful your Ling family was in Huaxia back then, and how many resources you controlled. If you were to be wiped out all of a sudden, the impact would be too great, and it might even lead to chaos in Huaxia. This is definitely not the outcome the Long family wants. Speaking up to this point, Yi Qingxin looked up at Ling Yan and asked, for example, you are strong enough now. In half a year, you will definitely be stronger. Maybe you can crush the Long clan by yourself. When that time comes, will you destroy the entire Long clan? Ling Yan shook his head decisively. Definitely not. There's no need for that. Yi Qingxin nodded happily. Yes, that's what I meant. There's indeed no need. Secondly, the Long clan appeared to save the Ling clan. In the process of dividing the Ling clan's resources, the Long clan would definitely be the first to benefit. Moreover, the Ling clan would definitely be grateful to the Long clan. The Long clan wouldn't even need to ask for it. Your clan would give the Long clan the most resources. And thirdly, that year, not only did the Ling clan get into trouble, but also the Qin clan. The time difference was less than half a month. If both of your clans were destroyed, then the Long clan would definitely be the strongest. Naturally, they would become the target of public criticism. No matter how strong the Long clan is, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Then Huaxia would really be in chaos, and the Long clan wouldn't be able to handle it. This is the reason why the Ling and Qin families were able to escape the calamity of the 2 cases in Huaxia back then. Ling Yan was shocked. He asked blankly, Auntie, did you analyze all of this? Yi Qingxin shook her head. Not me. It was Yi Qingfeng. Ling Yan suddenly had a new understanding of the current head of the Yi clan. What about Shu Mountain? According to the rumors, Mount Shu is known as the leader of the cultivation sects in Huaxia. why is it that they don't care about it? After asking about Kunlun and the Long clan, Ling Yan asked about Shu Mountain. In order to get an answer, he unknowingly flattered Shu Mountain. After all, Yi Qingxin was a swordsman from Shu Mountain. Brat, don't flatter me. To tell you the truth, although Shu Mountain has been guarding Huaxia since ancient times, it has always been their responsibility to vanquish evil. If there is no disaster in the world, the people of Shu Mountain will not appear in the world. Yi Qingxin retorted in one sentence and didn't continue the conversation. Oh, in that case, the two immortal masters from Kunlun tonight should be here specifically for me. They're here to check on my cultivation level and cultivation method. Moreover, they also want to understand my strength. If I'm not a match for them, Yi Qingxin said decisively, you must die tonight. Between Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun, I can only help you block one of them. If you can't beat one of them, they will definitely kill you on the spot regardless of my obstruction. Ling Yan smiled slightly. Now he finally confirmed that the biggest enemy of the Ling clan, who was also the real enemy, was none other than Kunlun. Now, he only had one question left. Auntie, where is Kunlun? Unexpectedly, Yi Qingxin glared at him. Don't even think about this question now. I don't know much about Kunlun. Even if I do know, I won't let you die in vain. Ling Yan was speechless. He thought about it and immediately asked, then, what is Kunlun? Cultivation sex? Grotto heaven? Small world? Huge secret realm? Yi Qingxin was very helpless under Ling Yan's questions. She became embarrassed and hesitated. The only thing I can tell you now is that it is a cultivation place that all cultivators yearn for. As for the rest, when you reach the late stage of qi cultivation, I can explain it to you in detail. Anyway, your cultivation is very fast. At most, it will only take a few months. Alright. Ling Yan could only give up. He stared at Yi Qingxin and said sincerely, Auntie, thank you for telling me these secrets. You are very kind. Yi Qingxin smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. She just raised her hand and gently patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Tomorrow when I return to China, I will be very busy and late updating. But this chapter is very important to the whole book. Old Buor directly search for my pen name Bujing. Please add me and discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun could feel that although Yi Qingxin didn't say it, she really liked him. It was a kind of elder's love. So although it was the first time they met, she answered all his questions without holding anything back. Even though Yi Qingxin had deliberately concealed many things, Ling Yun could guess the things that she didn't say. Otherwise, Yi Qingxin was worried that Ling Yun wasn't strong enough. She was afraid that he would take the risk, so she didn't say anything. Of course, it was Ling Yun's first meeting with Yi Qingxin, but it was Yi Qingxin's second meeting with Ling Yun. You've grown very fast. It's only been 20 days, but you've already improved to such an extent. It's very shocking. Yi Qingxin suddenly smiled and changed the topic. Ling Yan's body suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that 20 days ago was the night of his life-and-death battle with Sun Chen Alliance in the valley of Yunming Mountain in Beijing. Ling Yan tried to ask, Auntie, on the night of August 31st, when I had a life-and-death battle with Sun Chen Alliance, were you the one watching from the sky? Yi Qingxin smiled happily. Not only me, but also the head of the Long family, Long Haoren. Ling Yan was speechless. Yi Qingxin continued, that battle was indeed very exciting. Long Haoren and I came from the beginning of your battle. We watched the battle from more than 3,000 meters in the night sky until you finally killed the Yamada no Orochi that had swallowed the Japanese ninja's flesh and blood and condensed its true body. Then we left. Auntie, what realm is Long Haoren in? Ling Yan immediately asked this important question. On the surface, he seems to be at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 6, but that's because he's deliberately suppressing his realm. It's been many years, but it's just a thin layer of paper that can be easily broken. His real realm is at least at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 7. And his real strength is far above Long Haoqian. Long Haoren is very scheming, and his talent is far above Long Haoqian's. It's just that as the head of the family, he's deliberately not willing to compete with his elder brother. There are a total of 3 branches in the Long family, and his is the strongest. Moreover, the Long family is very united and doesn't lose to the Ling family. Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile and mumble, "Isn't it the same for your Yi clan?" In response, Yi Qingxin just laughed it off. She smiled and said, "All the big families that can be ranked in Huaxia are actually very united. Even if there are occasional battles, most of them are head-on competitions. Otherwise, how can they compete with outsiders if the family's strength is exhausted just by fighting within their own family?" Ling Yun nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. He was deeply moved. The Ling family had betrayed the entire family just because Ling Zhen wanted to become the head of the family. That was how the disaster had started. Their enemies had seized the opportunity to attack the Ling family, almost causing the entire family to be annihilated. However, no matter how powerful Long Hauran is, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves, he is still no match for the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The Ling family did not perish, and now you have led the Ling family to rise again. Moreover, I can see that the cultivation technique you cultivate just so happens to be able to restrain the Long family. Now that you have repeatedly stolen the Long family's luck, this can be considered the Long family's retribution." Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. He laughed dryly and said, "Hee hee, so even Auntie could tell." Yi Qingxin glared at Ling Yun. "Why can't I tell? You can easily absorb the powerful dragon energy released by Long Tianfeng. Moreover, you have repeatedly injured Long Tianfeng and deliberately did not kill him. You have been secretly collecting his blood. Do you think I can't see that?" Yi Qingxin's expression turned serious. "Therefore, in the near future, there will definitely be a life and death battle between you and the Long family. This concerns the luck of both your clans. I guess Yi Qingfeng will still choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Therefore, you have to plan early." Ling Yun smiled and said in high spirits, "Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I understand." Yi Qingxin took a deep look at Ling Yun. "I hope you really understand. You should know that the Long family does not only have Long Hauran, Long Haoqian, Long Tianqing, and Long Tianfeng. The older generation of the Long family are all cultivating in seclusion. Among those people, there are extremely terrifying people. You have to be careful." Ling Yun nodded his head solemnly. He had already thought of this. Out of the 3 top families in Huaxia, only the Long family had sent a group of experts to Punlai 40 years ago. After so many years, there had been no losses. After a long period of accumulation, no one knew how terrifying their foundation would be. Therefore, Ling Yun would definitely not underestimate the Long family. "Let's not talk about this. Ling Yun, come with me." As she spoke, Yi Qingxin's figure floated down to the surface of the water below. Ling Yun naturally followed immediately. It was about 4:15 in the morning. Although the dark clouds above Poyang Lake had all dispersed, the moon had already set and the stars had not yet risen. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Yi Qingxin brought Ling Yun to the surface of Poyang Lake. They stopped at the water area of Laohui Temple. This position happened to be the place where Long Tianfeng entered the water. Yi Qingxin's beautiful eyes flickered. She stared at the water for a long time and suddenly asked, "Why didn't you enter the water to kill Long Tianfeng just now?" Yi Qingxin was not Yi Tianshui. Ling Yun immediately answered honestly, "The red dragon I was riding told me that this water area was extremely dangerous. Even it didn't dare to enter. Therefore, I gave up." "You did the right thing." Yi Qingxin nodded approvingly. Then, she said with a solemn expression, "This water area is indeed extremely dangerous. It's fine if nothing happens. However, if something happens, with your current strength, it's very likely that you won't be able to return." "That powerful?" Ling Yun was shocked when he heard that. He immediately asked, "Then, wouldn't Long Tianfeng have a slim chance of survival?" Yi Qingxin shook her head. "Not necessarily. Rumor has it that the soul of a real dragon is sealed in between Long Tianfeng's eyebrows. If he really reaches a critical juncture, the soul of the dragon will definitely come out to protect him." Ling Yun unintentionally obtained another secret of Long Tianfeng's. At the same time, he laughed in his heart. In that case, there would definitely be no problem for him to go down. He had so many things that could come out to protect his master. Just now, that Tianshui kid tried to trick you into entering the water, but you threw him into the water instead. It seems like you already knew that there was a problem with this water area. This water area is called the Old Master Temple water area by the people around Poyang Lake because there, Yi Qingxin suddenly pointed at the eastern shore of Poyang Lake. There stood an ancient temple. The architectural style was very strange. It actually had a standard triangular shape. The three right angles of the triangular temple were equal to the plain cone. No matter which direction one looked from, it seemed like they were facing the front of the temple. I'm sure you've already noticed that the strange ancient temple is the Old Master Temple. It has a history of more than 1,000 years. This water area is called the Bermuda of Huaxia. It is also called the Devil's Triangle by the people around Poyang Lake. In the past half a century, more than 100 ships have gone missing here. Among them was a Japanese transport ship that was as tall as 40 meters. It once disappeared without a trace nearby. More than 200 people on the ship were all killed. You have to know that the water around here is less than 20 meters deep. However, it can actually swallow a 40-meter tall ship. What does this mean? Moreover, the strangest thing is that the days when the ships went missing, without exception, were all days when the weather was good. The sky was clear, the sun was bright, and the lake was calm. At night, the moon was bright. And the stars dotted the sky. Then, those ships mysteriously sank when they reached this water area. On the contrary, on days when the weather was bad, such as rainy or windy days, there were no shipwrecks. Also, after the shipwrecks, no matter how people searched, they never found the wreckage. Because the sky is about to brighten, I won't elaborate on the other strange things. I'll only tell you two things. First, the mountain where the Old Master Temple is located is called the Falling Star Mountain. Across from it is the Star Mountain. According to historical records, they were both formed by a huge meteorite that fell here more than 2,000 years ago. Second, 40 years ago, someone was in the western region of Poyang Lake. He witnessed a disc-shaped luminous object swimming in the sky for more than 10 minutes. The strange ancient temple, the bizarre shipwreck, the 40-meter tall ship swallowing up by 20 meters of water, and the disappearance of the ship after it sank. The meteorite from 2,000 years ago, and the disc-shaped luminous object from 40 years ago. Ling Yan memorized all these things that Yi Qingxin told him. He felt that when he reached a certain level in the future, he had to come here personally to find out the truth. Otherwise, he would definitely be unable to eat or sleep in peace. According to the records of Mount Shu, Poyang Lake was known as the Great Pond of Punli in ancient times, a place equally famous as the Great Pond of Cloud Dream at the southern end of the Qilu continent. The Great Pond of Punli in ancient times has now disappeared. It is said that its main area was the waters of the Old Master Temple. Yi Qingxin suddenly reminded him again after a moment of silence. Then, she smiled at Ling Yun and said thoughtfully, "Do you know that the Green Hill of Cloud Dream Lake is one of the holy lands of the demon race?" Ling Yun shook his head like a rattle because he really did not know. The nine-tailed celestial fox beside you has only grown 4 tails now, and her bloodline memory has not been fully unlocked. Once she grows 6 tails, Green Hill will be a place she must go. Yi Qingxin looked at Ling Yun deeply again and said faintly, "Auntie is telling you this because I don't want you to underestimate Huaxia. Huaxia has 5,000 years of history, but its inheritance was inexplicably cut short by 2,000 years. The missing 2,000 years, or even longer, is from the beginning of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors until the Xia and Shang dynasties." Ling Yan's heart trembled, because he knew that the missing 2,000 years Yi Qingxin was talking about was the legendary Xia dynasty. Huaxia's 5,000 years of civilization could be tested on the Shang dynasty, but not the Xia dynasty. However, there was no doubt that it was a glorious era according to the ancient legends. It was an era when deities flew everywhere, witches walked everywhere, and demons ran amok. In other words, it was before the end of days, but Ling Yun could, because the emperor brush was between his brows and the Earth Emperor's book was in his energy center. They were both used by the 3 sovereigns. Ling Yun's heart was pounding. "Auntie, what are you trying to say by telling me so much?" He was not stupid. Yi Qingxin suddenly mentioned the Cloud Dream Lake, Green Hill, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the Xia and Shang dynasties. Yi Qingxin's eyes were deep as she looked at Ling Yun. She was obviously struggling internally, but finally sighed faintly. Forget it, I won't ask you. However, Auntie has something to tell you. Your mother's surname is Yin, and that Yin is not just her surname. That's Yin from the Shang dynasty. Ling Yan's heart was shaken again. No wonder Yi Qingxin mentioned the Xia and Shang dynasties out of nowhere. Also, your Ling family also has an extraordinary background, but I'm not very sure. You can only rely on yourself to verify it. Ling Yan hurriedly asked, is it related to Kunlun? Yi Qingxin nodded and then shook her head. I can only say that it is somewhat related, but not much. Ling Yan was completely stunned. He already knew that the ancestors of the Ling family came from a place called the Dragon Emperor Palace. He originally thought that the Dragon Emperor Palace was related to Kunlun, but now he heard that it was not. If the Dragon Emperor Palace was not in Kunlun, then where was it? Yi Qingxin suddenly looked up at the sky and frowned. Maybe it's because I haven't chatted with anyone for a long time. I'm actually so long-winded and chatted with you for so long. The sun is about to rise. Then, she ignored Ling Yan and looked at the distant night sky. She said to her two nephews who were still fighting, I say, are you two done? At this chapter, the curtain of the Dragon Emperor Martial God is finally opened. I promise that the later chapters will be more and more exciting. I finished writing this chapter overnight because I had to travel for the whole day and could only return to the country at night. I was afraid that I would not have time to update, so I wrote it and uploaded it. From tomorrow onwards, I will update it every day at 3 p.m. Old Boor, just search for my pen name Bu Jing. Please add me and follow me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Whoosh! Yi Tiandu flew over on his sword. He shouted at Yi Qingxin, Auntie, please control Yi Tianshui. This guy is crazy. Yi Tiandu couldn't be blamed for being enraged. While Ling Yan and Yi Qingxin were chatting, Yi Tianshui had chased him back and forth for more than 100 kilometers in the air, refusing to let him go. It looked like they were about to fight. Bullsh*T, Yi Tiandu, you're the one complaining first. Why didn't you say anything when you stabbed me with a flying sword just now? Yi Tianshui chased after him immediately. He was so anxious that his eyes were red. He wasn't polite to Yi Tiandu at all. Just like Long Tianfeng and Long Tianqing of the Long family, Yi Tiandu was clearly stronger than Yi Tianshui. Yi Tianshui couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could he catch up to him. Of course, it was a waste of effort. He couldn't compete with Yi Tiandu at all, so he was already flustered. Yi Tiandu rolled his eyes. You were the one who stabbed me with the sword energy first. Yi Tianshui said angrily, who told you to fly so fast? Don't you know that I'm your big brother? Don't you know how to be humble? Alright, are you two done yet? Aren't you ashamed? Yi Qingxin was annoyed by the quarrel between the two of them. She suddenly opened her mouth and slapped both of them. That was in front of Ling Yun. Both Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui wilted at once. However, the two of them were still standing together, their hands moving non-stop. Tiandu, return the spatial ring to Ling Yun. Yi Qingxin ordered. It'll be dawn in half an hour. We can't be discovered by the nearby fishermen. We have to leave this place quickly. With Yi Qingxin's realm, if she didn't want to be discovered by ordinary people, she wouldn't be seen even in broad daylight. She said this because she knew that Ling Yun had many important things to deal with. If they were still here, it would be very inconvenient. Sigh, such a good treasure. Yi Tiandu clutched the spatial ring tightly, unwilling to part with it. He mumbled to himself as he came to Ling Yun and presented the ring to him. It's yours. Ling Yun smiled at Yi Tiandu casually. Of course, he couldn't take it back. However, he also understood that the ring was bought by Tai Xiaohu in Beijing. The design was the same, and they were all for men. Even though it was a spatial treasure, it wasn't suitable for Yi Qingxin. Therefore, she definitely wouldn't want it. Moreover, she was doing it in front of her two precious nephews. Therefore, Ling Yun was very generous. And directly gave the spatial ring to Yi Tiandu. The next time he met Yi Qingxin, he would give her a more suitable one. Ling Yun, I at #yen%, Ling Yun, why didn't you give it to me? Yi Tianshui asked anxiously as he dashed over to Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun sized Yi Tianshui up from head to toe and chuckled. Because you tried to trick me into going into the water, Yi Tianshui was instantly embarrassed. He immediately changed his expression and smiled apologetically. I was just joking with you. I didn't really want to hurt you. Moreover, you were so brave just now. Even if you really went into the waters wouldn't be able to do anything to you. This flattery made Ling Yun feel very comfortable. He asked with a smile, why? Did you find Long Tianfang when I went into the water just now? That was what Ling Yun was really concerned about. Yi Tianshui's expression turned serious as he shook his head. No, there wasn't any movement under the water at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Perhaps he has already escaped using the water. Ling Yun nodded. He felt that Long Tianfang must have escaped immediately after entering the water. Otherwise, the waters of Master's Temple wouldn't be so calm. Ling Yun, good brother. Even if I was joking with you just now, you still threw me into the water. That counts as revenge, right? Once Yi Tianshui was done with his business, he immediately began to plead, you're a magnanimous person. My stomach can move a boat, please give me another space ring. There's no more. Ling Yun shook his head seriously. That's the last one. Yi Tianshui's face fell. Then give me a pair of pills. I came all the way here. You can't bear to let me go back empty-handed, right? Ling Yun laughed in his heart. He stretched out his hands and gestured at Yi Tianshui's fat body. Then he frowned. You're so fat. There's no use eating that stuff. Don't waste it. I at #yen and Yi Tianshui was furious. This was too much of a blow. Ling Yun, what do you mean by that? Ling Yun chuckled. It's literally what it means. Yi Tianshui said hatefully, you clearly know that I'll become like you in 2 months at most. Ling Yun shrugged. Then I won't give it to you. Why? You didn't do anything just now. Yi Tian did. Did you? Yi Tianshui was speechless. Yi Qingxin and Yi Tiandu couldn't help but look at each other and smile when they saw the two of them bickering. Ling Yun, you've been fighting the whole night. There must be a lot of things you need to do. We won't hold you up any longer. Let's go. Yi Qingxin couldn't be bothered with Yi Tianshui. She said directly to Ling Yun. Auntie Yi, take care. I won't send you off. Ling Yun indeed had something to do. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Lake to see if he could obtain any treasures. He was already itching to do so. Yi Qingxin nodded at Ling Yun. Without another word, she gave Yi Tiandu a look and the two of them flew away. Ling Yun, thank you so much. I appreciate your kindness. Just give me a shout if you need any help in the future. Yi Tiandu didn't say anything before he left. However, he didn't forget to send these words to Ling Yun's ears. All right. Of course, Ling Yun agreed immediately and only replied with one word. Yi Tianshui froze on the spot when he saw Yi Qingxin and Yi Tiandu leave just like that. He didn't know if he should stay or leave. Of course, the battle was over. With Yi Tianshui's realm, it didn't matter where he went. Therefore, he decided to stay after a moment of hesitation. After all, the three of them came together. Yi Qingxin obtained a pair of elixirs, Yi Tiandu obtained a spatial ring, and Yi Tianshui had nothing. He couldn't accept it. Ling Yun, you can't treat me like this. After all, I might be your brother-in-law in the future. If your big sister finds out, shut up. Ling Yun couldn't stand this guy anymore. He interrupted him immediately. Don't even dream about it. You and my big sister have no chance at all. That might not be the case. At the mention of Ling Xiu, Yi Tianshui was always full of confidence. Ling Yun, let me tell you, in at most 2 months, my figure will be the same as yours now. When that time comes, I'll go to your house every day and treat your big sister like a goddess. I'll give her everything I have. I don't believe that she won't be moved. Hee, you'll have to enter my house first before we talk. Seeing how serious Yi Tianshui was, Ling Yun really didn't want to hurt him anymore. He didn't want to bicker with him anymore, so he changed the topic and asked, Hey, do you know how to swim? Yi Tianshui raised his neck. F***ck, what are you asking? Why don't you think about my name? When I was young, my nickname was the jade-faced little dragon, whoosh. While Yi Tianshui was chattering away, Ling Yan had already flown away on his sword. He was heading straight for the Dragon Lake. Ling Yan had already confirmed that there wasn't any deep hatred between the Yi and Ling families. After tonight's battle, there were already signs of a friendly relationship between the two families. His view of Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui was completely different from before. He didn't care about the others, but at least Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianshui were worthy of Ling Yan's friendship. No matter who it was, he wouldn't have too many misgivings about them as long as they were acknowledged by Ling Yan. Therefore, Ling Yan didn't rush Yi Tianshui to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" "Wait for me." Yi Tianshui caught up to Ling Yan immediately. He was extremely excited as he flew shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't say anything but increased his speed. The two of them soon arrived above the Dragon Lake. Ling Yan had already put away his golden dragon spear and completely retracted his dragon energy during the 60-kilometer journey from Old Master Temple of Poyang Lake to the Dragon Lake in the south. Therefore, there weren't any dragon anomalies along the way. That was because the scene was too shocking, and he didn't want to attract the attention of ordinary people. Ling Yan flew down immediately after arriving at the Dragon Lake. He asked Yi Tianshui with a smile, "Jade-faced little fat dragon, do you dare to enter the Dragon Lake?" Yi Tianshui was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he asked in shock, "You still want to enter the Dragon Lake?" "Of course." Ling Yan didn't want to waste any more time. He interrupted Yi Tianshui rudely and asked again, "Are you going to enter or not?" Yi Tianshui put on a bitter face and said uneasily, "Well, will that red flood dragon eat me?" Ling Yan was amused. He nodded with a serious expression. "I can't say for sure. After all, this is its old nest." Yi Tianshui's fat jiggled. "How deep is it down there?" Ling Yan laughed. "It should be at least 300 to 400 meters, right?" Yi Tianshui wanted to retreat after hearing that. He said passionately, "Ling Yan, I'll cheer for you." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yan had already disappeared. He dove directly into the Dragon Lake. Ling Yan entered the water and immediately used the water gate technique of the omnipotent water immortal technique. He went straight down and broke the water flow. It was as if he had opened a skylight for the Dragon Lake. In the blink of an eye, he went more than 100 meters deep. The first update will be delivered at 3 tonight. Old Boer, search for Boujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Pond was a huge cave at the bottom of Poyang Lake. If there was no water, it would be no different from a sinkhole at the bottom of the lake. If such a huge cave appeared in the sea, it would be called a blue hole. The Dragon Pond was one of the deepest parts of Poyang Lake. The depth from the surface to the bottom of the lake was close to 30 meters. No one knew how deep the cave was after diving into the water. Ling Yan had already reached a depth of more than 100 meters. If he were to include the depth from the lake bed to the surface, he would be about 140 meters below the water surface. This had already exceeded the limit of unarmed diving. Unarmed diving referred to diving into the deep sea without any equipment, oxygen tanks, and without relying on any external equipment when diving and rising. Relying only on one's physical strength and one's breath, one could dive into the deep sea barehanded. Currently, this limit was about 113 meters. At this depth, the water pressure was extremely high. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. However, for Ling Yan, who had a precious body, this pressure was no different from wearing an extra layer of clothing. Moreover, he had the omnipotent water control technique. The omnipotent water control technique was the main technique of one of the top cultivation sects in the cultivation world. It wasn't just used for combat. Once a cultivator mastered this technique, they could even live in the water all year round. They would be able to move around in the water as if they were walking on flat ground. They would be even more carefree than fish and prawns. Therefore, with Ling Yan's current realm, it was more than enough for him to explore a small dragon lake even though he couldn't even achieve initial success in the omnipotent water control technique. This was also the reason why Ling Yan dared to fight Long Tianfeng in the water after chasing Long Tianfeng to Poyang Lake. At this point, Ling Yan did not rush to continue diving. Instead, he moved horizontally and expanded his vision and divine sense to the maximum. He began to observe the surrounding environment. The diameter is already more than 300 meters. Ling Yun estimated the area of the dragon pond at this depth. It was still roughly circular, with a diameter of more than 300 meters. This was also the place where the red flood dragon appeared after Long Tianfeng blasted Ling Yun into the dragon pond. The dragon pool was different from a well. It was not straight up or down. Instead, it was mostly in the shape of an inverted, irregular funnel. The hole was only 10 meters in diameter, but the deeper it went, the larger the diameter became. Otherwise, it would not be suitable for a flood dragon to live in. Once it went in, it would become a trapped dragon. Since the red flood dragon was no longer stirring up trouble, the water here was extremely quiet. It was completely still, and the surroundings were pitch black. Ling Yun was too lazy to waste any effort. He directly took out 6 night luminescent pearls from the universe ring and activated them with his divine will. He placed them about a dozen meters away from him, illuminating his surroundings. Then, he continued to open the water gate and rushed into the depths of the dragon lake. In less than a minute, Ling Yun had dived down another 200 meters, reaching a depth of 360 meters. He hadn't reached the bottom yet, but the surface area was already very wide, with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. 332 meters. This was the maximum depth that humans could dive to with equipment. Ling Yun knew that he was almost there. This was definitely where the red flood dragon usually lived. Ling Yun was very excited. His eyes flashed as he judged the direction and rushed towards the stone wall in the west. If there was no water, Yi Tianshui would know that Ling Yun was heading towards the eastern cliff of the mountain beside the dragon pool. Dragon Jade Mountain. It's really here. Ling Yun approached the underwater cliff of the Dragon Jade Mountain and quickly found a cave with a diameter of about 2 meters. It was pitch black, and he had no idea how deep it was. Even though he knew that the underworld essence demonic dragon should be in this cave, Ling Yun didn't rush in rashly. He once again took out the golden dragon spear and used the mystical dragon hell. Big Red, I'm coming. The mystical dragon hell was similar to the dragon fish phantom ability in that it was much more effective in the water than on land. It didn't take long for Ling Yun to feel water gushing out of the cave. The impact was shocking. Very quickly, he saw a scarlet light flash, and the underworld essence demonic dragon appeared in the cave. After seeing him, it immediately rushed out of the cave with its head raised and tail wagging. The underworld essence demonic dragon rushed out of the cave and quickly circled around Ling Yun a few times. It was obviously very excited. Master, I'll bring you in. Finally, the underworld essence demonic dragon stopped beside Ling Yun and transmitted a thought to him. Ling Yun knew that the underworld essence demonic dragon must have found a treasure in the cave. That was why it was so excited. He nodded and landed on the dragon's back in a flash. Then, he patted the underworld essence demonic dragon's huge head lightly. The underworld essence demonic dragon swung its huge tail and charged into the dragon cave in the stone wall once more. After making a few turns and swimming for about 2 kilometers, another huge cave appeared in front of it. It seemed to be excited again as it suddenly increased its speed and charged forward. Ling Yun's eyes suddenly opened up. F***CK. The Dragon Palace. This place definitely couldn't be called a dragon cave anymore. It would be too embarrassing to call it a dragon cave anymore. It had to be called the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace wasn't big. It was shaped like an upside-down walk on the ground, but it was slightly narrow. It was about 300 meters long and 100 meters wide. However, the important thing wasn't the size, but the things inside. There were simply too many treasures. The light was dazzling and resplendent. The first thing that entered Ling Yun's eyes was a mountain of gold and silver, because it was simply too eye-catching, it was too dazzling. Countless gold and silver were piled together. The base diameter was at least more than 15 meters, and the height was also 7 to 8 meters. It was mainly made of gold bricks, gold bars, and gold ingots. There were also silver ingots and silver ingots mixed in. There were so many that he couldn't even count them all. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Ling Yun's eyes lit up. He couldn't care less about anything else. He opened the water door and came to the front of the mountain in an instant. He couldn't help but circle it a few times. As he got closer, Ling Yan noticed that other than gold and silver, there were also many sparkling things on the golden mountain. Most of them were pearls, diamonds, agate, and crystals of different sizes. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. F***ck, this red flood dragon is too greedy. How many years did it take to accumulate so much gold and silver? Ling Yan grabbed a pearl the size of a longan in his hand. He looked at it casually and chuckled. Dragons were too powerful. Other than food, their only hobby was to collect shiny things. Gold, silver, diamonds, emeralds, pearls, agate, and so on. As long as it could shine, it liked it. This was the biggest reason why Ling Yan decided to explore the Dragon Palace first. As long as he found it, there would definitely be these worldly treasures. Needless to say, just the pile of gold alone was 20 times more than the gold that Ling Yan obtained from the Assassins' organization in Beijing. But now, all this gold and silver is mine, Ling Yan grinned as he stood beside the huge mountain of gold. With a single thought, he raised his hand, and countless gold bricks and ingots flew into his palm. In less than a minute, Ling Yan had stored all the gold and jewels into his Taishi ring. In this way, there was an additional mountain of gold in the huge space of the Cosmos ring. It no longer looked empty. This mountain was very valuable. It was worth at least 100 billion. However, Ling Yan was only happy. He wasn't too excited. After all, he didn't lack money at all. Dragon perch. Dragons also had dragon nests, which were built with dragon perches, mainly the rare agarwood in the world. However, after being exposed to dragon chi for many years, it would become dragon perches. The wood was harder than fine iron, and it would sink in water. It was an excellent material for refining magic treasures and setting up formations. There were too many of them. They piled up into a dragon nest that was 3 meters wide and dozens of meters long. It faced the original location of the mountain. Ling Yan collected everything with a smile. Not even a piece of wood was left. After sweeping the golden mountain and dragon perch, Ling Yan's figure flashed and arrived in front of a pile of bright red crystals. This pile of red crystals formed a small hill at the tail of the dragon nest. It was 2 meters in diameter and 1.5 meters tall. There were at least 10,000 of them. Fire crystals. The fire crystals were in the shape of a standard triangular tetrahedron. They were a top-grade fire spiritual stone that contained strong fire spiritual energy. To Ling Yan, this was the most useful treasure for his cultivation. So that red flood dragon was actually a fire dragon. Without a doubt, Ling Yan had made a clean sweep and collected every single fire crystal ore into his Taishi ring. Dragon crystals. Finally, Ling Yan came to the stone wall next to the dragon nest. He looked at the stone wall and laughed heartily. Dragon crystals, also known as dragon breath stones, were formed when a flood dragon swallowed a dragon core to cultivate. A strong dragon aura would permeate the stone walls, and over the years, all the stones on the stone walls would turn into dragon breath stones, which were also known as dragon crystals. It's actually a top-grade dragon crystal. Ling Yan still didn't know that the mountain that rushed out of the lake was called Dragon Jade Mountain. It was the most suitable place for fire elemental flood dragons to rest. The dragon energy had seeped into the dragon jade and turned the stone wall into a top-grade dragon crystal. Chi. Ling Yan used his divine will to activate the golden dragon spear. He slashed it around the 3-meter dragon crystal and finally stuck the spear into the stone wall. The dragon crystal was completely separated from the stone wall. Then, he collected the huge dragon crystal that contained the strong dragon energy. This thing was much stronger than dragon saliva. The dragon energy it contained was at least 100 times stronger. After collecting all the big items, Ling Yan cleaned up the dragon palace thoroughly. Not even a single dragon scale was left. It was as clean as a doornail. I have to thank Long Tianfeng the next time I see him. Ling Yan was very satisfied after sweeping the dragon palace. He looked into the Taishi ring and saw the piles of treasures. He actually thought of Long Tianfeng's good work. Mountains of gold and silver, dragon perch, fire crystals, and top-grade dragon crystals. Ling Yan raised his head and looked at the dome of the dragon palace. There was a pearl there. It was slightly bigger than a ping-pong ball. It shone brightly and brightly, illuminating the entire dragon palace. This was a treasure. Water-repellent pearl. Ling Yan opened the door and rushed into the sky. He reached out and grabbed the water-repellent pearl. Once the water-repellent pearl was in his hand, the water surrounding Ling Yan immediately dispersed. It formed a huge space with a radius of tens of meters in the deep water. Old Boer search for Boujing directly. Please add me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The biggest use of the water-repellent pearl was to repel water, but that wasn't the only use it had. First of all, after the water-repellent pearl opened up a space in the water, it didn't create a vacuum. After the water dispersed, the air that was originally stored in the water would remain in this space. Moreover, the air in the surrounding water would be continuously injected into this space, allowing the person inside to breathe continuously. Otherwise, the water-repellent pearl wouldn't be considered a treasure if the person inside suffocated to death even though it avoided the water. Secondly, the owner of the water-repellent pearl could change the shape of the water-repellent space at will according to their realm. They could also move the space freely in the water, allowing the person to fly in the water. As for the water resistance, there was no need to consider it. Lastly, the fish and other animals that lived in the water would be afraid of the water-repellent pearl's power. They wouldn't dare to get close to the owner of the water-repellent pearl, let alone enter the water-repellent space. Otherwise, they would die from lack of oxygen. These were the most basic uses of the water-repellent pearl. Naturally, there were other uses, such as changing the direction of the water flow with ease. However, that depended on the cultivation realm of the owner of the water-repellent pearl. Ordinary people definitely couldn't do that. Heh, this is really a big profit. Ling Yan was extremely excited as he held the water-repellent pearl in his hand. With this pearl, he wouldn't even dare to enter the whirlpool in the ocean, let alone a river or a lake. He didn't need the water-repellent talisman at all. With this pearl in hand, he had the ocean. Ling Yan was extremely pleased. On the other hand, the underworld blood demonic dragon was completely listless as it watched Ling Yan sweep the entire dragon palace clean. If it were in human form, it would definitely be on the verge of tears. That was because Ling Yan had basically destroyed its nest. Hehe, I say, Big Red, you don't have to be sad. You won't be staying here anymore. Ling Yan naturally knew why the underworld blood demonic dragon was so dejected. In a flash, he appeared in front of the underworld blood demonic dragon. The water-repellent space covered most of the underworld blood demonic dragon's body. Why, Master? The underworld blood demonic dragon sent a message into Ling Yan's mind. Because the Long family, the family that likes to catch dragons, already knows that I have entered the dragon lake. Within a day, their family will come to search this dragon palace. If they find you still here, they will definitely capture you. Therefore, considering your and Little Black's safety, you two must not hide in this Poyang lake in the future. I will find another place for you. The underworld blood demonic dragon immediately understood what Ling Yun meant. It nodded its huge head twice. I understand, Master. Very good, then let's go. With that, Ling Yan stood on the dragon's back once more. The underworld blood demonic dragon carried him out of the dragon palace and back to the dragon lake. In just a few moments, the man and the dragon had rushed out of the dragon pool and arrived at the bottom of the Poyang lake. However, this time, because Ling Yan had already informed the underworld blood demonic dragon, the bottom of the lake was very calm. Ling Yan had already put away the water-repellent pearl and the golden dragon spear. He sent a telepathic message to the underworld blood demonic dragon. Go find Little Black, that black water dragon. Then, bring it along and find a way to bypass that mysterious body of water. Wait for me at the junction between Poyang Lake and the Yangtze River. Is that all right? Don't worry, Master. I will find a way to bypass that mysterious body of water. Ling Yan smiled in satisfaction. It was a dragon after all. It couldn't possibly not have a way to avoid danger in the water. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. He patted the dragon's head lightly. Then go first. I will be there shortly. With that, Ling Yun teleported out of the water. At this time, the sky was already bright. Yi Tianshui was afraid of being discovered by ordinary people, so he naturally didn't dare to continue floating on the water. At this moment, he was hiding under the Twin Dragon Pagoda on Long Yushan, using the Twin Dragon Pagoda as a cover. Other than Yi Tianxue, there was another person here. It was Yi Xingchen. After settling the matter that Ling Yun had entrusted to her, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Therefore, she came back. When Ling Yun was in the water, he had already discovered their hiding place with his divine sense. Therefore, after rushing out of the water, he landed beside them in a flash. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, you don't have to worry about that Ling Yun kid at all. The dragon in the Dragon Lake has already been subdued by him. He is going down to search for treasures, so there won't be any danger. When he comes out, you must help me ask him what treasures he found in the Dragon Lake. As the saying goes, don't split it in half when you meet him. I can't possibly stand guard for him for nothing. At this moment, Yi Tianxue was chattering endlessly with Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was so annoyed that she almost used the Sky Demon double slash to cut him. However, at this moment, their vision blurred, and Ling Yun appeared. Split it in half when we meet? Of course, that's not a problem. Damn, there's nothing down there except a huge pile of dragon feces at the bottom of the Dragon Lake. It's at least a few thousand kilograms. Do you want it? Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't tell Yi Tianxue what he had found. Dragon feces? Yi Tianxue was dumbfounded. He scratched his head. Dragons poop too? Of course. If they only eat and don't poop, then they're not dragons but pixiu. Ling Yun shot him a disdainful look before smiling at Yi Xingchen. He said gently, Xingchen, why are you back again? Yeah, I came to take a look. Yi Xingchen naturally wouldn't say much in front of Yi Tianxue. Alright, let's go then. With that, Ling Yun didn't waste any more time. He grabbed Yi Xingchen's hand and was about to dive into the water again. Wait. Yi Tianxue was instantly anxious. He hurriedly stopped Ling Yun and asked with widened eyes, You're leaving just like that? Ling Yun sighed helplessly. Now that the devil subduing conference is over and the Long family has been chased away by me, what else can we do? Stand here and enjoy the scenery? Yi Tianxue was stunned. Then, where's that red dragon? Ling Yun said casually, I don't know. I can't find it. Then you really didn't find any treasures in the Dragon Lake? Yi Tianxue's face was full of suspicion. He didn't believe Ling Yun at all. Unwilling to give up, he kept glancing at the spatial ring on Ling Yun's left hand. Didn't I tell you already? Apart from a huge pile of dragon poop, I didn't find anything. If you don't believe me, you can go into the water and check for yourself. There's no flood dragon in there anyway. This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to bluff Yi Tianxue. Yi Tianxue naturally wouldn't fall for it. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Then, Ling Yun, you have to give me something in return. You can't just dismiss me like this. Towards the end, Yi Tianxue was practically begging. He had no choice. He had been dawdling with Ling Yun for so long. If he were to return empty-handed, Yi Tianxue would laugh at him to death. Ling Yun laughed inwardly. He deliberately frowned and said, Then tell me, what do you want? Spatial ring. No. Beauty pill and beauty pill. Nope. Yi Tianxue rolled his eyes. F***ck, so you're telling me that you have it. Don't worry, I won't eat it. It's a gift for your big sister. Ling Yun almost burst out laughing. My big sister? How can you even think of that? Do you think my big sister lacks beauty pills and beauty pills? Yi Tianxue was instantly dumbfounded. Even though that was what he said, looking at Yi Tianxue's attitude, he really wouldn't be able to get rid of this dog skin plaster if he didn't give him something. Ling Yun thought about it and said seriously, How about this, how many merit points do you have? Or money, you can transfer it to me. If it's enough, I can refine another spatial ring for you. I can guarantee that the space in that ring will be bigger than the one I gave to Yi Tiandu. Yi Tianxue was furious. Ling Yun, this is extortion. Ling Yun nodded his head decisively, indicating that Yi Tianxue was right. He raised his hand and patted Yi Tianxue's shoulder. Jade-faced little fatty dragon, you can think about it carefully. My spatial ring is clearly priced in the heavenly group. It's worth 3 million merit points. I'll sell it to you for 1/3 of the price. 1 million merit points will do. Frankly speaking, Ling Yin would give Yi Tianshui a spatial ring sooner or later as long as he did things properly. He was just taking the opportunity to extort some money from Yi Tianshui. The Yi family had plenty of money anyway. A 3-meter square spatial ring was worth 3 million merit points in the heavenly group. Ling Yin only wanted 1 million from Yi Tianshui. When the time came, he could sell it and earn 2 million for free. That was worth 60 billion. This was a good deal. Yi Tianshui wanted to cry but no tears came out. That was because he couldn't sell it at all. Why did he have to pay 1 million merit points for Yi Tiandu to get a spatial ring for free? At this moment, Yi Tianshui's heart was filled with hatred. He even had the thought of eating Ling Yin alive. So, are you going to do this deal or not? If not, I'm leaving. Yes. Seeing that Ling Yin was really going to leave, Yi Tianshui had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. He glared at Ling Yin fiercely. When are you giving it to me? Ling Yin pretended to think for a moment. When I return to Beijing. It'll be 3 weeks at most. How about that? All right. For the sake of the spatial ring, Yi Tianshui could only accept it even though he knew that Ling Yin was extorting him. Then hurry up and transfer the money. Ling Yin smiled and comforted Yi Tianshui. I say, don't grit your teeth like that. You're earning 60 billion, not losing money. Moreover, the space of my newly forged spatial ring is at least double that of Yi Tiandu's. You're really not losing out. Hearing Ling Yin's words, Yi Tianshui felt much better. He hurriedly transferred more than half of his accumulated wealth to Ling Yin. It was all money. 30 billion. Good. Ling Yin took the money and said with a smile, I like doing business with a straightforward person like you. Let's go. Ling Yin instantly opened the mixed elements united energy shield and enveloped Yi Xianxia within it. Holding her hand, he flew into the water and disappeared. Humph. Ling Yin, I can't afford to offend you now, but after I marry your big sister, I won't be surnamed Ji if I don't beat you up 8 times a day. After Ling Yin completely disappeared from the range of his divine sense, Yi Tianshui stomped his feet and cursed with a pained expression. Whoosh! After venting his anger, Yi Tianshui soared 4,000 meters into the sky and flew away. Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. This is amazing. I didn't know the legendary water repellent pearl was so powerful. At the bottom of Panyang Lake, Yi Xianxia looked like a goddess under the reflection of the blue light emitted by the water-repelling pearl. Her beautiful eyes flashed with infinite surprise as she spoke in shock. Initially, Yi Xianxia did not understand why Ling Yin would drag her into Poyang Lake. Even though the sky was already bright, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. There was no one within a 3-kilometer radius of the Dragon Lake. Even if they flew away, they would still be able to make it in time. However, if Ling Yin were to pull her hand and jump into the water, Yi Xianxia would definitely jump without asking a single question. Indeed, after entering the water, Ling Yin was afraid that Yi Tianshui would find out. He even used the mixed elements unity law shield to cover Yi Xianxia. Then, he used the water gate technique to rush out of the range of Yi Tianshui's divine sense. However, Ling Yin took out the water-repellent pearl after they were a distance away. Using his divine sense, he shrunk the water-repellent pearl's space to 2 meters, just enough to accommodate both him and Yi Xianxia. Then, he flew in the air at the bottom of Poyang Lake. Yi Xianxia couldn't be blamed for being shocked. It was really too magical. The two of them were clearly at the bottom of Poyang Lake, but Yi Xianxia felt as if he was flying in the sky. There was no difference at all. If there was really a difference, it would be that there were no astral winds blowing on his face. It didn't affect breathing or talking. The water-repellent pearl was unusually quiet. Even Yi Xianxia felt like she was stepping on solid ground. They were advancing rapidly. Both of them had divine senses, so they could enjoy the scenery at the bottom of the lake to their heart's content. They could completely see huge fish fleeing from time to time in the distance, avoiding the water-repellent pearl. However, wherever the two of them passed, the water behind them would immediately close up. Countless schools of fish were gathering at the bottom of the lake, chasing after Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. This was because the dragon energy released from Ling Yun's body was too strong. Even though he had deliberately suppressed it, the dragon energy in his body was still too strong. The fishes in the lake sensed it and chased after it with all their might. Hee hee, it's fun, right? Ling Yun smiled proudly. They headed north toward the Yangtze River. It was more than 100 kilometers. At their current speed, it would take at least half an hour. I brought you to the sky, I brought you to the lake, and in the future, I'll bring you to the ocean, the polar regions, and the stars. That's what I call a good husband. Ling Yun looked at the dreamy and beautiful stars in the night sky and said with a smile. Yi Xingchen naturally remembered the first time Ling Yun took her on a flight. At that time, neither of them knew how to fly, and they stood on Chester's back. Then, they arrived at a valley in the celestial ridge and had a negotiation. Everything was still vivid in her mind. At that time, he took her to the sky, now, he took her to the lake. As for the ocean, the polar regions, and even the stars, Yi Xingchen firmly believed that Ling Yun wasn't bluffing. She knew that he would definitely be able to do it. Yi Xingchen turned her head, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration and adoration. She felt her heartbeat quicken as she said excitedly, Ling Yun, do you know how happy Master would be if you told her everything you did last night? Right now, if Ling Yun was being worshipped by an ordinary person, he wouldn't care at all. However, the other party was Yi Xingchen, so there was no need to even mention that feeling of satisfaction. Ling Yun nodded, but he secretly gritted his teeth. He had thought that Yi Xingchen would be shocked and touched at such a romantic moment. He thought that he would at least get a kiss as a reward. Who knew that the outcome would be so different from what he had imagined? However, since Yi Xingchen had brought up his mother, Xianxia, Ling Yun naturally didn't have any other thoughts. He thought that revenge for the devil subduing conference was nothing. If he told Yi Xingchen his mother's surname and origin, who knew how shocked she would be? Xianxia, the previous holy virgin of the devil sect, was actually a descendant of Shang. How shocking would it be if news of this got out? The entire world knew that the investiture of the gods told the story of Phoenix Cry on Qi Mountain and King Wu's conquest of Zhou. At the same time, it involved the conflict between the Chan sect and the Jia sect. To ordinary people, it was an ancient myth and legend, but to Ling Yun, he firmly believed that it was a true war in the immortal world. It had only involved the human world, and in the end, it became the last war in the immortal world before the start of the Age of Chaos. After that, the Shang dynasty was destroyed, and the Zhou dynasty was established. Then, after the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the Western Qin dynasty emerged. Qin Shi Huang unified the world and proclaimed himself as the first emperor. He unified weights and measures, the same language, and the same carriage. Then, after more than 2,000 years of feudal dynasties, until the present day, Ling Yun already knew that the Long family had more than 2,000 years of history. They were the tombkeepers of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, and so was the Qin family. Then what about the Ling family? Where did they come from? And where did the Ling family's inheritance, the divine ghost willow, come from? Ling Yun couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Any one of these secrets could shock the world, so Ling Yun really yearned for them. Hey, Ling Yun, what are you thinking about? Yi Xingchen was instantly displeased to see that Ling Yun was actually daydreaming. He directly interrupted Ling Yun's thoughts. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that if you could reward me with a kiss, that would be really perfect. Ling Yun grinned and said flirtatiously. Yi Xingchen's pretty face blushed. Illuminated by the blue light of the water-repelling pearl, she was simply too beautiful. She lightly spat, Tui, you wish. Haha, I was just joking. Ling Yun laughed awkwardly, then his expression turned serious. He said to Yi Xingchen, Xingchen, after tonight's battle, the Long family is indeed very powerful. Their foundation is really too deep. Before you reach the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, if you encounter the powerful figures of the Long family alone, you still have to be extra careful. Don't worry. No matter how powerful the Long family is, they won't dare to touch me easily. Our devil sect isn't to be trifled with either. Yi Xingchen subconsciously brought up the devil sect. Ling Yun was very helpless. Wife, you should say that I'm not to be trifled with. Pfft. Yi Xingqian burst into laughter at Ling Yan's teasing. She hurriedly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. You're also very powerful. The Long family can't be trifled with. Quick, tell me, after I left, how did you deal with the 3 from the Long family? How did you enter the dragon pool and subdue that flood dragon? Also, this water-repelling pearl, Yi Xingqian was really very curious. She had been holding it in for a long time, but at this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked all these questions in one go. Thus, Ling Yan told Yi Xingqian about the bet he made with Long Haoqian after Yi Xingqian left, then using the qi condensation technique and activating the Dragon King sword to injure him severely, up to Long Tianfeng activating the reverse scale Dragon's Fury secret technique, and finally, Ling Yan entering the dragon pool twice and finally ransacking the dragon palace. Wow! Ling Yan was very eloquent, and he deliberately showed off, so the entire story was full of ups and downs. It was thrilling, and Yi Xingqian was so shocked that she couldn't stop crying out in surprise. Of course, Ling Yan didn't exaggerate at all from beginning to end, because there was no need. Those facts were enough. Actually, Long Tianfeng isn't the only one with a secret technique. I have one too, called the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. It can increase my combat strength tenfold for a short period of time, but I just don't want to use it. Ling Yan smiled at Yi Xingqian in the end. Other than the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, the Dragon Elephant Divine Force was practically the last trump card he hadn't used tonight. Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. At this moment, she finally understood why Ling Yan dared to participate in the Devil Suppression Conference. The Yin-Yang Harmony Balance, the Divine Yang Cultivation Technique, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Qi Condensation Technique to activate the Dragon King Sword, and Ling Yan wasn't afraid of lightning and could absorb dragon energy. He was simply a monster. At the same time, she also understood that if it weren't for Ling Yan tonight, she would have been in trouble if she had come alone. Xingqian, I'll impart another technique to you. It's called the Infinite Universe Holy Technique. After learning this technique, you'll be able to use it to evolve most of the combat techniques in the world and use them against your enemies. Since the 2 of them were traveling at high speed underwater and had nothing to do, Ling Yan decided to impart the Infinite Universe Holy Technique to Yi Xingqian. This technique couldn't be learned if one wasn't talented enough. Or rather, even if one learned it, it would be useless because it couldn't be used in battle. Instead, it would be like drawing legs on a snake. Only talented people like Ling Yan, Yi Xingqian, and Ning Lingyu, as well as those with mystical energy centers and seas of consciousness, could cultivate it and use it to evolve the enemy's combat techniques. Now, Ling Yan didn't even need to open his mouth. He could use his divine will to impart the technique. After a few minutes, he imparted the Infinite Universe Holy Technique to Yi Xingqian and allowed her to comprehend it on her own. This technique can only be used against an enemy whose strength is similar to your own. Otherwise, you'll be wasting twice the effort for half the result, and you'll be digging your own grave. After imparting the technique to Yi Xingqian, Ling Yan didn't forget to point out the flaws of the Infinite Universe Holy Technique. Of course, evolving it on your own won't be able to compare to the profundity of the opponent's years of painstaking cultivation. If you don't grasp the essence of it, you'll be harmed instead. Yi Xingqian's talent was truly astonishing. She understood immediately without Ling Yan's reminder. The mysterious waters of Old Master Temple are right ahead. At this time, the 2 of them had already traveled more than 50 kilometers underwater and were gradually approaching the waters of Old Master Temple. Ling Yan didn't dare to be careless. He quietly came to the shallow waters of the western shore of Poyang Lake and advanced at his fastest speed. After traveling for more than 20 kilometers and leaving the waters of Old Master Temple, he slowed down again. Of course, during this process, Ling Yan didn't forget to tell Yi Xingqian about the mysterious dangers of the waters of Old Master Temple. He practically copied everything that Yi Xingqian told him without missing a word. What a mysterious place. I'll come with you to explore it in the future. Yi Xingqian immediately said to Ling Yan after listening. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you along. Ling Yan gripped Yi Xingqian's hand tightly, feeling that beautiful, smooth, and warm feeling as he said this solemnly. After passing through the waters of Old Master Temple, the 2 of them were only 20 kilometers away from the Yangtze River in the north. They chatted for another 3 to 4 minutes before finally arriving at the border between Poyang Lake and the Yangtze River. Zhejiang territory. This trip to the bottom of the lake was definitely something that Xianxia would never forget for the rest of her life. With the help of the water-repellent pearl, they traveled more than 100 kilometers under Poyang Lake, a distance of more than 100,000 meters, third time, and there's another one tonight. Old Boer directly search for Bu Jing and add me to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Zhejiang was located in the northernmost part of Jiangxi province. It was the junction of Jiangxi, Hubei, Anhui, and Hunan provinces. It was also known as the mouth of the three rivers, the thoroughfare of the world. Zhejiang was the place where rivers and lakes converged. It was the throat of the corridor between the Yangtze River and Poyang Lake. When the Yangtze River flowed through here, the water would become extremely abundant. The river was vast, and the waves were rolling. Ling Yun and Xianxia didn't enter the Yangtze River directly. Instead, they soared into the sky from the lake and landed in a dense forest beside the lake. Because of the water-repellent pearl, the two of them traveled more than 10,000 meters underwater. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also didn't get wet at all. It was an amazing feeling. Why didn't you enter the Yangtze River? Xianxia asked Ling Yun with a smile after landing. Ling Yun pointed and said, "Those two dragons are in the river in front of us. I can feel their dragon energy. The underworld blood dragon, Big Red, and the black water dragon, Little Black, seemed to have sensed Ling Yun's arrival a long time ago. They cooperated with Ling Yun's words and created huge waves in the river to tell Ling Yun where they were. The two of you stay in the water obediently. Don't cause any trouble." Ling Yun frowned slightly. The black water dragons really couldn't resist causing trouble in the Yangtze River. However, the Yangtze River was a large body of water. The water flow was very calm, and there was only a slight breeze on the surface. There shouldn't be any waves at all. The reason why Ling Yun rushed here was because he was worried that Long Tianfeng had also rushed here from the waters of Old Master Temple and was waiting to catch the two dragons somewhere downstream of the Yangtze River. With Long Tianfeng's current strength, it would be suicide to capture the underworld blood dragon. However, it would be troublesome if he attacked Little Black with lightning speed. Our next stop is Xianxia City. Ling Yun immediately told Xianxia his destination after calming the two dragons down. Xianxia City wasn't originally part of his itinerary, but he didn't expect to save Zhuang Meifeng at the demon subduing conference and face the Long family head-on. This made Ling Yun feel that his green dragon out at sea was no longer safe, so he changed his itinerary and decided to make a trip back to Xianxia City first. At the very least, he would store the green dragon out at sea in his spatial ring. That was because Xianxia City was directly east of Zhejiang City. The straight-line distance was less than 400 kilometers. With Ling Yun's current flying speed, it would only take him 2 hours at most. But before we go to Xianxia City, we have to solve the problem of where these two dragons live. They definitely couldn't stay in Poyang Lake anymore, and the Yangtze River wasn't safe either. Hence, Ling Yun had a headache at the moment. He suddenly had two dragons as pets, but he didn't have a place for them to stay. This was a blissful problem. However, Ling Yun was decisive in his actions. He quickly came up with an idea. Ling Yun took out his communicator and contacted Wang Chongxiao directly. After the call went through, he said to him, "Wang Chongxiao, bring Pierce and Els, the two members of the Blood Clan. Use the fastest speed and come to me immediately." After giving the order, Ling Yun immediately sent Wang Chongxiao an accurate location. Then, he started cultivating with Xianxia. It was now 5:30 in the morning. They were, of course, cultivating the stellar condensation technique. After all, Yingtan City was 200 kilometers away from Zhejiang City. Even if Wang Chongxiao and the other two flew over, it would take at least an hour. Moreover, they had to consider how to avoid detection, so they had to sneak around in some places. Hence, Ling Yun and Xianxia naturally wouldn't miss such a good time to cultivate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At around 7 in the morning, Wang Chongxiao brought the two Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan, Pierce and Els. They quickly arrived in front of Ling Yun. Wang Chongxiao pays his respects to young master and young mistress. Your loyal servant, Pierce and Els, pays his respects to boss and lady boss. After the three of them appeared, they very respectfully greeted Ling Yun and Xianxia. As for why these two people had rushed over from the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu to the Yangtze River, Wang Chongxiao and the rest didn't ask. Yi Xingchen was tickled by the way the three of them addressed her. At the same time, she was extremely happy. She swept a glance at the three of them and nodded at them. Ling Yan made a random gesture, then said directly, "Now, I'll give the three of you an important mission." Wang Chongxiao seemed to have been injected with adrenaline when he heard about the mission. His spirits lifted. "Yes, young master." Ling Yan couldn't help but frown. "I say, old Wang, can you stop saying such useless things in the future? Don't you think it's funny?" This. "Yes, young master." Wang Chongxiao's expression was awkward as he hurriedly agreed. Here it comes again. Ling Yan was so angry that he was speechless. He thought to himself that what he said just now was purely unnecessary. He might as well not have said it. He went straight to the point. He raised his hand and pointed at the Yangtze River. "Right now, there are 2 Jiaolong in the Yangtze River. They're in that body of water." Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded. He was flabbergasted. "What? Dragon, 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 dragon? What dragon?" He had lived on the island of the East Sea for decades and had never seen a Jiaolong. He didn't expect to hear Ling Yan talk about dragons after just a few days on the mainland. Moreover, there were 2 of them at once. Pierce and Els were the same. They looked at each other, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. They mumbled, "Dragon? Is it the legendary Huasha dragon god?" Ling Yan smiled casually. He couldn't be bothered to explain. He only nodded and continued. "I called the 3 of you over to protect those 2 dragons. Follow the Yangtze River downstream to the estuary and escort them into the East Sea. After reaching the East Sea, you have to stay away from the coast. Then, bring them south until you reach the coast of Qingshui City. There's a bay called Qingshui Bay there. Contact me when you reach there. On the way, if you encounter any powerful enemies, fight if you can defeat them. If you can't defeat them, run. But no matter what, if you discover any enemies, inform me immediately. I will rush over as soon as possible." After assigning his tasks, Ling Yan smiled and asked, "Are there any problems?" "Young master and boss, please rest assured. The 3 of us will definitely escort these 2 dragons safely into the East Sea." Wang Chongxiao and the 2 Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan were bursting with confidence. They immediately gave Ling Yan a military order. N1 at the peak of Qi Cultivation level 6 and 2 at the peak of the Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan. "There shouldn't be any problems," Ling Yan said with a smile. In fact, he was thinking that the 3 of them were not protecting the dragon, but leading the way. After all, the underworld blood demonic dragon was far more powerful than the 3 of them. To put it bluntly, he didn't have to worry about the 4 of them protecting Little Black. "Young master, escorting the dragons into the sea is definitely not a problem. However, the 2 dragons you mentioned, where are they? You have to let us have a look." Wang Chongxiao turned to face the river and used his divine sense to the extreme. He couldn't find the shadows of the 2 dragons, so he couldn't help but turn around to ask. "Of course I have to let you see the 2 dragons. Follow me." Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yan's figure flashed and appeared by the river. This place was extremely steep, and the torrential river was right in front of him. When the other 4 came over, he grabbed the water-repellent pearl and said, "I'll count to 3, then the 5 of us will enter the river together." The next moment, the 5 of them jumped into the river at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, Ling Yan controlled the water-repellent pearl to avoid the water to a radius of 5 meters, just enough to accommodate the 5 of them. No matter how much the river surged, the 5 of them were able to stay in the river without moving. This is the water-repellent pearl." Wang Chongxiao was so shocked that he stuttered. He never imagined that Ling Yan could obtain such a heaven-defying treasure in one night. At least you have good eyesight." "That's right, this is the water-repellent pearl." Ling Yan smiled proudly again. After the other 3 had calmed down, he activated the water-repellent pearl and rushed into the middle of the river. It was no different from when he was in Poyang Lake. Boom! Ling Yan went straight to the bottom of the river and activated his divine will. In the blink of an eye, the water-repellent pearl's water-repellent range expanded to a radius of tens of meters. Of course, its thickness didn't change, only about 4 meters. After all, it was broad daylight. Ling Yun didn't want a waterless space with a diameter of tens of meters to appear on the surface of the river. That would be too shocking. Big Red, Little Black, show yourselves. Come over for a moment. 2 dragons, one red and one black, one big and one small, appeared from afar and swam over rapidly. They entered the water-repellent space and stared at Ling Yun's group of 5. Of course, Ling Yun didn't feel anything. However, Yi Xingchen, Wang Chongxiao, and the 2 Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan were shocked to the extreme. In their eyes, the 2 dragons that suddenly appeared were no different from the dragons they knew. In fact, they were even more shocking. Yi Xingchen had seen Little Black before, but she had never seen the Underworld Essence Dragon. She was also shocked speechless when she saw the Scarlet Dragon that shone with scarlet light. The dragon's aura was blazing, and the dragon's might was astonishing. Big Red, Little Black, I'll get the 3 of them to escort you into the East Sea. You can get to know each other first. Alright, you can go out now. I'll escort you for a while longer. Ling Yun believed that if Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng still hadn't given up and wanted to catch these 2 dragons, they would definitely choose to intercept them from the mouth of Poyang Lake to the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. That was why he was the most worried. That was why he planned to personally escort them for this distance. After hearing this, the Underworld Essence Dragon and Little Black immediately exited the water-repellent space and swam happily down the river. Their speed was absolutely shocking. However, Ling Yun was even faster. He had the water-repellent pearl, which was even faster than flying. Moreover, they were going down the river at an even faster speed. Just like that, the 5 of them followed the current for more than 150 kilometers. They went from Zhejiang City to Anqing City in Anhui Province. They only stopped when they reached an extremely wide stretch of river. Wang Chongxiao, there's a fork in the Yangtze River in front of us. After that, the Long family definitely won't be able to pinpoint your location. You just have to continue following the river. Ling Yun brought the 4 of them back to the riverside. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, they quickly rushed out of the river and into the dense forest by the riverside. From now on, you guys will be in the dense forest by the riverside. Just escort them along the way. Remember to hide your tracks. You mustn't alert ordinary people. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Before they parted, Ling Yun naturally reminded them in detail. Finally, he said, I'll be waiting for you guys in Qingshui City. Ling Yun had naturally told Wang Chongxiao everything he needed to say during this 150 kilometers journey. Therefore, he didn't need to remind him too much. Thus, around 9 in the morning, Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao parted ways. They watched as the 3 of them escorted the 2 dragons away. The 4th chapter was delivered. These 2 chapters were the guarantee for the 2nd and 4th chapters. They would continue with the 4th chapter tomorrow. Elder Buor directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Phew. I can finally rest for a while. Ling Yun watched as Wang Chongxiao and the other 2 escorted the 2 dragons away. When they completely disappeared from the range of his divine sense, the tension on his face gradually eased, and so did his tense emotions. He wasn't made of iron. How could he not be tired? Last night, ever since Ling Yun appeared and fought with Shaolin Temple's master Jining, Ling Yun had been fighting across realms. He had been burning his divine yuan the entire time. It could be said that he had used all his trump cards. The main reason why Ling Yun was able to hold on until now was because of his phenomenal body and the stellar condensation technique. It was precisely because of his strong physical body and heaven-defying body refinement technique that his stamina, endurance, and strength far surpassed other experts of the same realm. He was even able to hold his own against the freak of the Long family, Long Tianfeng's indestructible true dragon physique. Of course, Ling Yun had the upper hand. The reason why he was at a disadvantage was because of the difference in realms. Even before Long Tianfeng's breakthrough, Ling Yun was 2 whole realms lower than his opponent. If his opponent wasn't Long Tianfeng, even Shaolin Temple's master Jining's Vajra body would lose to Ling Yan's phenomenal body. One had to know that Master Jining was 3 realms higher than Ling Yan, and there was even the middle stage of qi cultivation between them. The battle between Ling Yan and Long Tianfeng could be said to be a demon against a freak. But Ling Yan still won in the end, albeit with great difficulty. Now that the battle was over, and the underworld blood demonic dragon, Big Red, and the black water dragon, Little Black, had been safely sent away by Ling Yan, it meant that everything was settled. As Ling Yan relaxed, he immediately felt a surge of fatigue. This fatigue came from both his body and his energy center, but most importantly, it came from his sea of consciousness. He burned his divine energy again and again, burning 360 drops each time. If his sea of consciousness wasn't strong enough, it would have exploded a long time ago. That was because every time he burned his divine energy, it was equivalent to an underwater volcano eruption or a solar flare. It was a rapid release of divine energy, which was the source of a cultivator's magical power and energy in battle. Without a sufficiently strong sea of consciousness, no one would be able to withstand such a terrifying release of energy. Therefore, there was a limit to how much divine energy he could burn. It didn't mean that he could burn all 60,000 drops of divine energy in a sea of consciousness in one go. If that happened, the only one who would die would be Ling Yan himself. There was only one way to change this situation, and that was to increase his realm. Ling Yan remembered very clearly that ever since he started burning his divine energy to the limit against the 4 perfected masters of the Xianxia Palace, he had burned his divine energy to the limit for a total of 30 times. He had used up 10,800 drops of divine energy, in addition to the god essence he had consumed since the beginning of the devil subduing meat. He had consumed almost 2,000 drops of god essence. In this battle, the total amount of god essence he had consumed was a quarter of the total amount of god essence in a sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Ling Yan could now condense 3 drops of divine energy in a minute. In a day, that would be 4,320 drops. He would need at least 3 days to replenish this amount of divine energy. Moreover, that was on the premise that he couldn't use any more divine energy within these 3 days. However, despite the exhaustion, the gains from last night were too huge. Ling Yan crushed half of the ancient martial arts world in Xianxia. Not only did he succeed in his revenge, but he also crushed the Long family. He also had a rough understanding of the strength of the top family in Xianxia, the Long family. Moreover, through Yi Qingxin, Ling Yan had a preliminary understanding of Kunlun and knew who his real enemy was. From now on, he no longer had to look at the flowers and the fog. His future goal was very clear. Find Kunlun, step on Kunlun, and trample over Kunlun. As for the visible and tangible spoils of war, there were countless of them. However, with Ling Yan's current realm, other than the treasures he obtained from the Dragon Palace, the rest of the ancient martial arts sects could no longer excite him. To put it bluntly, those were merely cultivation resources to strengthen the Ling family in the future and rapidly increase the overall strength of the Ling family. Ling Yan's only worry now was naturally the green dragon out at sea in the crater far away in Xianxia City. He desperately wanted to know if the green dragon out at sea that he could sense and absorb dragon saliva was still in the crater. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the time that Ling Yan asked Yi Xingchen to make the arrangements was around 4 o'clock in the morning. With the speed that Edward and the other 2 were flying at, 5 hours was more than enough to reach Xianxia City from Yingtan City. Xingchen, take out your communication device and see if Edward and the others have arrived in Xianxia City. Aya! Yi Xingchen cried out in surprise. She glared at Ling Yan and said, "It's all your fault. You got that water-repellent pearl in the Dragon Palace and insisted on traveling under the lake and river. You made me forget all about the important matter." Ling Yan said. Also the spatial ring. I can't help but put everything in it. It's a waste of time. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. Since this water-repellent pearl and cosmic ring are such a waste of time, let's just throw them away and save ourselves some trouble in the future. Don't you dare." Yi Xingchen raised her eyebrows and glared at Ling Yan. Then, she couldn't help but giggle as she took out her communication device. Aya, so many messages. Yi Xingchen's communication device started beeping non-stop as soon as she took it out. Soon, she received many messages from Xiaomimi. they're here. They arrived at 7:15 in the morning. Xianxia read the messages one by one and said, yes, they arrived at the crater at 7:30 in the morning. At 7:15, Lingyun and the others had already entered the Yangtze River. Lingyun and Xianxia's communication devices were in their spatial rings, so they naturally couldn't receive any messages. The people who entered the crater to investigate were Edward and Chester. Xianxia was still reading the messages. All right. Lingyun only needed to confirm whether Edward and the others had arrived at the crater. Now that he had confirmed it, there was naturally no need to go through the trouble of reading the messages. He took out his communication device and called Tai Xiaohu. This was the highest-level communication device used by the Great Elder of the Heavenly Team. It was impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on the conversation between Lingyun and Tai Xiaohu. Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu picked up immediately. Tai Xiaohu had been waiting for Lingyun's call for a long time. Ever since he arrived in Xianxia City, his communication device hadn't left his hand. Xiaohu, tell me what's going on over there. Lingyun's tone was very calm, but his heart was already in his throat. That was because the green dragon out at sea was too important to him. However, he had no choice. Since Lingyun had seen the 3 core members of the Long family at Mount Longhu, it meant that one of them had definitely gone to Xianxia City. Whether the green dragon out at sea was still there or not, it was all up to fate. Lingyun only wanted to confirm one thing. If it really wasn't there, he wouldn't mind returning to the Long family immediately and snatching the green dragon out at sea, as well as Long Kuan and Long Wu. Big Brother Yun, don't worry, it should still be there. Tai Xiaohu replied immediately, but his tone was very ambiguous. This made Lingyun even more anxious. Lingyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. What do you mean by it should still be there? Hee, it was rare for Tai Xiaohu to see Lingyun so anxious. He chuckled and said immediately, Big Brother Yun, Edward, and Chester have already gone into the crater. They didn't find the green dragon out at sea, but there's a huge area at the bottom of the crater that they can't enter at all. They can only wander around the periphery, that means it's still there. Lingyun's heart returned to his stomach when he heard that. He smiled and said, that's a spell formation. Edward and Chester definitely won't be able to enter. You guys stay in the forest outside the crater and guard it carefully. Wait for me to return. From now on, I'll be wearing my communication device on my body and not in my spatial ring. Contact me immediately if you encounter any emergency. After giving his instructions, Lingyun immediately hung up the communication device and put it in his pocket. Ever since he obtained the spatial ring, Lingyun didn't carry anything other than the clothes he wore on his body and the spatial ring on his left hand. He wasn't used to carrying a communication device on him, but he had no other choice. Lingyun naturally didn't have to worry about the green dragon out at sea with the 3 Blood Clan slaves and Tai Xiaohu guarding it at all times. The most important thing now was to rush back to Xianxia City as soon as possible. Whoosh! The Devil's Blade appeared in Lingyun's hand with a thought. Now that the Underworld Essence Dragon's soul had completely broken free from the seal of the Devil's Blade, the lifelike black dragon on the Devil's Blade had also completely disappeared. The chilling murderous aura that had enveloped the Devil's Blade had naturally disappeared along with the Underworld Essence Dragon's soul. However, this Devil's Blade released an even more terrifying murderous aura at this moment. The original blackish-red blade had turned blood-red, and the entire blade seemed to be condensed from fresh blood. Blood chi surged on the blade, as though fresh blood was burning and emitting a blood-red glow. That blazing murderous aura combined with the surging blood chi made the Devil's Blade more than 10 times more ferocious than before. Lingyun was shocked. He felt that the power of the Devil's Blade was far greater than before. Its aura didn't lose to his golden dragon spear at all. Even the Dragon King sword? Xianxia, take out a godly weapon and imbue your Xiantian true chi into it. Xianxia stared blankly at the Devil's Blade, her cherry mouth agape. She was obviously more shocked than Lingyun. After hearing Lingyun's words, she immediately took out a supreme-grade godly weapon. It was a treasured sword that she had picked up in the Wind Thunder Valley. Xianxia, who was at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, imbued her Xiantian true Qi into the sword. Ling Yan casually waved the blade and slashed it down. Whoosh! Without a sound, the treasured sword that was forged from thousand-year iron essence was actually cut in half. How is this possible? Ling Yan frowned slightly. He was very puzzled. The seal has been broken. The legend is true. At this moment, Xianxia mumbled, the legend is true. The blood-dissipating blade has been born. Big Brother Yan's devil's blade definitely had a secret. It was set up by Old Bu from the beginning, so everyone didn't have to worry. Old Buor directly search for Bu Jing and add him to discuss the plot. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Blood-dissipating blade? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this name before, and he had researched the origins of this blade. In July, during the life and death battle at Mansion No. 1, Ling Yan had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm. He hadn't been idle during the 2 weeks he had spent recuperating. During that time, Ling Yan had systematically studied the ancient myths and legends of Xianxia, starting from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all the way to the modern era. He had even read about the supernatural legends that were still circulating among the people. He read 10 lines at a glance, and he had a photographic memory. Naturally, he saw things very quickly, especially when he encountered something that he was interested in. He had to investigate it to the end. The blood-dissipating divine saber was too famous. If the devil's blade in his hand was really the blood-dissipating blade, then Ling Yan would have hit the jackpot. This was a treasure that wasn't inferior to the Emperor Brush or the Earth Emperor's book. Needless to say, the blood-dissipating blade could destroy the physical body and slay the primordial spirit. If one's defense wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to escape with their primordial spirit. This was the immortal slaying blade. Those who possess the devil's blade are automatically recognized as the current devil lord. Damn, this isn't a lie at all. Ling Yan thought about the origin of the blood-dissipating blade and the legendary first owner of the blood-dissipating blade. Suddenly, he felt that it wasn't wrong for him to be hunted down by the righteous martial artists. The devil's blade is the #1 holy relic of the devil sect. Those who possess the devil's blade are automatically recognized as the current devil lord. So that's why Ling Yan held the heavy chemical blade in his hand and sighed. He was so happy that he couldn't even feel the exhaustion in his body anymore. This was what it meant to be in high spirits. You're wrong. Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook her head decisively. Her expression was very serious as she said to Ling Yan, if I'm not wrong, this is definitely the blood-dissipating blade. Even though it's indeed the #1 holy relic of the devil sect, it has an owner. Oh? Who's the owner? Ling Yan was very curious. This was because he had obtained the devil's underworld essence blade from a tomb above the Yin formation eye in the crater. At that time, he had opened the lid of the huge bronze coffin and obtained the devil's underworld essence blade, the dragon vein sword, and the 99 night luminescent pearls. However, Ling Yan didn't continue to open the coffin. He didn't even touch the coffin. He suddenly wanted to know the identity of the person in the coffin. I don't know the specific name. Xianxia's eyes were bright and sparkling. She stared at Ling Yan, but the words that came out of her mouth caused Ling Yan's heart to churn violently. My master once told me that the man's surname was Yin and that he was my master's ancestor. Therefore, the blood-dissipating divine saber belongs to my master's ancestor. This sentence caused Ling Yan to freeze on the spot. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was flabbergasted. Without a doubt, when Xianxia talked about the master of the blood-dissipating divine saber, he actually brought up the Shang dynasty. How could Ling Yan not be excited? In ancient myths and legends, the second owner of the blood-dissipating divine saber didn't have the surname Yin, but Yu. However, he was indeed a character from the Shang dynasty. What's the matter? Are you surprised? Xianxia couldn't help but giggle when she saw Ling Yan's stunned expression. She was truly excited and happy for Ling Yan, and for herself. Ling Yan was naturally pleasantly surprised. That means this blood-dissipating divine saber originally belonged to my family? Yes. Xianxia was very solemn. She nodded at Ling Yan to express her confirmation before saying excitedly, this is really the will of the heavens. I didn't think that this blood-dissipating divine saber would actually be obtained by you after 1,000 years of disappearance. Moreover, you even accidentally unsealed it and turned it into a true divine artifact. The will of the heavens? An ancestor spirit, not to mention Xianxia, even Ling Yan felt that this was extremely mystical. Because others might not know, but he himself knew where he came from. Through the Emperor Star path, Ling Yan knew how far the cultivation world was from Earth. Where did the will of the heavens come from? Where did the ancestors come from? Then why did this blood-dissipating divine saber, which had disappeared for 1,000 years, end up in his hands now? And he even unsealed it. This was something that belonged to the Yin family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the family inheritance of Yin Qingxian. Just like the Ling family's inheritance, the ghost divine willow, it had only been revived after meeting Ling Yun and unsealed its inheritance once again. Thinking of this, Ling Yun was a little confused. However, he knew that the truth was definitely shocking. This secret was far beyond Kunlun. Ah! Xianxia suddenly exclaimed again, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The blood-dissipating divine saber has appeared. I must tell Master the news as soon as possible. Then, she glanced at the blood-dissipating divine saber in Ling Yun's hand again and cautiously said to Ling Yun, "You're not allowed to peek or eavesdrop." Ling Yun was very helpless. He squinted at Xianxia and said with a frown, "Hey, do you want me to remind you that the person you're going to report to is my biological mother? Master has already said that if your realm isn't high enough, you're definitely not allowed to contact her." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, then smiled charmingly and said proudly. Ling Yun's heart warmed when he heard this. Now that Xianxia was with him, how much did Yin Qingxian dote on Ling Yun to resist the thought of not talking to Ling Yun and resolutely not contacting him? All of this was in consideration of the devil sect's strength. Yin Qingxian was afraid that Ling Yun would forcefully attack the devil sect. She was thinking about Ling Yun's safety. Ling Yun smiled faintly and waved his hand at Xianxia. "Go. I won't peek or eavesdrop." Xianxia smiled sweetly and instantly disappeared without a trace. She used her communication device to contact the Green Phoenix. Ling Yan really didn't eavesdrop because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. He lowered his head and carefully observed the blood-dissipating divine saber for a long time. Then, with a thought, he put it into his spatial ring. "Little fellow, that little girl was right. The saber in your hand just now is the legendary ancient devil saber, the blood-dissipating divine saber." A voice suddenly sounded in Ling Yun's mind. It was the artifact spirit of Emperor Brush. He spoke, and just from his tone, one could tell that the artifact spirit was very serious. Ling Yun froze once again. Sigh, the seal on the blood-dissipating divine saber has been opened. The great calamity is coming. It is indeed the cycle of the heavenly Tao. The Emperor Brush sighed and said, "But no matter what, you have obtained this blade, so it is considered as returning it to its rightful owner. That old fellow and I can't say anything about it. In any case, it's up to you in the future." Ling Yan was speechless. Emperor Brush was too secretive. It was too torturous. What did it mean by "do as I see fit in the future"? However, he also understood that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book had definitely come across the blood-dissipating divine saber. This blood-dissipating divine saber wasn't a divine item from the Shang dynasty. It was even earlier, dating back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At this moment, Ling Yun understood that everything naturally fell on the first owner of this saber. "Senior, have you seen this saber before?" Ling Yun feigned ignorance. He wanted to find out more about this saber to confirm his suspicions. "Hee, little fellow, you don't have to play mind games with me. To tell you the truth, I've not only seen it before. What do you think injured me and that old fellow to this extent?" Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Emperor Brush might have only said one sentence, but there was too much information in it. It was too terrifying. The blood-dissipating divine saber could injure the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book. At the same time, Ling Yun didn't need to ask who the first owner of the blood-dissipating divine saber was. Ling Yun scratched his head. "If the 2 seniors don't like it, I can throw this saber away." Scram. "You rascal, hurry back to Qingshui and keep that true dragon's corpse." The Emperor Brush couldn't stand Ling Yun's shameless behavior anymore. It scolded him before going silent. True dragon's corpse? Ling Yun was stunned once again. Of course, he knew what the Emperor Brush was talking about. It had to be the true dragon out of water, so it really was the true dragon's corpse. At the thought of this, Ling Yan couldn't care less anymore. He waved his hand and kept the two halves of the sword into his Taishu ring. Then, he took out his communication device and started to contact Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao picked up immediately. Mo Wudao, I'm in Anqing City now. Stop asking useless questions. I'm going back to Xianxia City in an hour at most. Tell your sister-in-law to think of a way today. Everyone, bring the 21 people from the Tranquil sect back to Xianxia City. We'll meet there. Ling Yan was in a hurry to return to Xianxia City. He definitely wouldn't be able to meet up with Bai Xianer, Shuang Meifeng, and the rest. The moment Mo Wudao picked up the call, he heard Ling Yan's arrangements. He almost choked to death. Alright, you don't have to worry about it anymore. We'll go to Nanchang City now and take a plane back to Xianxia City. Mo Wudao finally managed to say something. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yan had already hung up the communicator. Ling Yan put the communication device back into his pocket and forced himself to calm down. He went through all the information that he had obtained from last night. After he had sorted everything out, a smile appeared on his face. Kunlun. Shushan. Long family. Qin family. Panyang Lake's Devil Triangle. Nine-tailed celestial fox Qingqiu Mountain. Dragon Palace. True Dragon's Corpse, Blood-Dissipating Blade, Shenong Cauldron, Emperor Brush, and Earth Emperor's Book. Thinking about his mother and the origin of Yin Qingxuan's surname, Ling Yan felt that he was getting closer and closer to unraveling a huge ancient mystery. He was just one step away. Interesting. Ling Yan had a mysterious smile on his face. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he finally put away his smile. His eyes were burning with passion. With his current realm, he couldn't afford to play around if he didn't break through. 3 days later, I'll adjust myself to the peak and break through to the middle stage of qi cultivation. On the bank of the Yangtze River, Ling Yan looked at the surging river and secretly made up his mind. At this moment, his confidence was firmer than ever. The second episode was delivered. There were 2 more episodes tonight. Old Boer search for Bujing directly. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Hey, are you dumbfounded? What are you thinking about while looking at the river? Unknowingly, Yi Xingchen had returned and appeared beside Ling Yan. She was obviously very happy, waving her hand in front of Ling Yan's eyes to pull him back to reality. Ling Yan glared at Yi Xingchen and said unhappily, "You didn't let me eavesdrop. Can't I think about something when I'm bored?" Yi Xingchen giggled and grabbed Ling Yan's arm. Alright, it's Master who's worried about your safety. Don't worry, when your realm improves a little more, I'll bring you back to the Devil Sect's headquarters. Let's pay our respects to Master together, okay? Then tell me, what realm do I need to increase my realm? Yi Xingchen thought about it and finally said, at least when your strength surpasses Master. Qi Cultivation Stage 6? Qi Cultivation Stage 6. Ling Yan thought that it would take at most 3 months. He could wait, so he nodded to show his approval. Let's go back to Xianxia City. Ling Yan didn't waste any more time and directly suggested returning to Xianxia City. How do we go back? Yi Xingchen asked immediately. Ling Yan smiled. The straight-line distance from here to Xianxia City is less than 300 kilometers. Let's find a place with no one around and fly back. Without burning his divine energy, Ling Yan's sword kinesis flight could travel at a speed of about 150 meters per second. If he accelerated, he could maintain it at 200 meters per second. Of course, this was a long-distance flight, not a battle in the air. If they were to fight in the air, Ling Yan would have to fly as fast as the enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to touch the enemy's side. With Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen's speed, it would take them at most an hour to reach Xianxia City, even if they had to take a detour to cover the distance of 300 kilometers. Xingchen, this is for you. After finding a place with no one around, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen flew up 5,000 meters into the sky. When they were in the air, Ling Yan took out the huge spirit cultivation cosmos stone he got from the Yi family's auction. Then, he used the blood transformation sword to cut a pineapple-sized piece and gave it to Yi Xingchen. Spirit cleansing stone? Why are you giving me this? Yi Xingchen asked in bewilderment. Its real name should be the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. The cosmos rings on our hands are made from it. Ling Yan explained with a smile. Then, looking at Yi Xingchen's shocked expression, he giggled and said, 3 billion for such a big piece. It's like picking it up for free. As he spoke, he put away the blood transformation sword and the huge Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. Then, he took out the piece that Lin Jinggang gave him and held it in his hand. Refine essence into qi, refine qi into spirit into void, refine void into Tao. We're currently in the qi refining realm. The spirit refining cosmos stone is very useful for our divine sense cultivation. Hold it in your hand when you cultivate, and your cultivation speed will surpass others. Furthermore, you won't be affected by the demons in your heart. Yi Xingchen nodded, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in Ling Yan's hand. Her expression was clearly off. Cough, cough, Ling Yan was embarrassed. Wasn't he looking for trouble for no reason? This piece in my hand was a gift from the Lin family when the Ordinary People's Clinic opened. Don't think too much about it, he explained hurriedly. Pfft. Yi Xingchen laughed and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. I knew it. I didn't even ask, so why are you explaining? You're the one with ulterior motives, but you're saying that others are overthinking it. Ling Yan was speechless. He could tell from the look in her eyes whether she was overthinking it or not. However, he would never say such things even if he was beaten to death. Hence, he could only laugh dryly and not bring it up again. That Lin Menghan. Yi Xingchen was persistent. However, Yi Xingchen was relentless. Her breasts are pretty big. Did you miss her? F***ck. Ling Yan almost fell from the sky when he heard that. He stumbled and regained his footing with great difficulty. Big sis, I was wrong. Can we not talk about this? Frankly speaking, Yi Xingchen couldn't be blamed for being jealous. After Lin Menghan went to Canada to cultivate, Ling Yan really missed her and was worried about her. It was just that he had too many things to do, one after another. He could only hide his thoughts in his heart. Did she say anything about finding trouble with me? Yi Xingchen continued to ask with a smile. Back in Xianxia City, Yi Xingchen had captured Lin Menghan and Yao Rou and imprisoned them for a few days. There was an old grudge between the three of them. Now that the two of them were going to Xianxia, Yi Xingchen naturally asked about it. Ling Yan was having a headache now, so he simply raised his hands and surrendered. Beauty, you can settle the matters between you women yourselves. I won't get involved, okay? Big brother Yin wanted to cry but no tears came out. He silently put away the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his hand and began to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance to nourish his yin-yang fire. 12 days had passed since Ling Yan swallowed the 5-colored flame. In 3 days at most, the 5-elemental flame would completely transform into the yin-yang fire. By then, it would be extremely useful. Ling Yan wanted to successfully nourish the yin-yang fire before he broke through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Hence, he had to focus on nourishing it now. Yi Xingchen had long since come to a conclusion about the women around Ling Yan. She was jealous, but she definitely wouldn't force Ling Yan to do anything. Pressing Ling Yan now was purely using this as an excuse to make a fuss. Thus, when she saw Ling Yan beg for mercy, she stopped and didn't ask any further. Just like that, the two of them chatted in the sky as they sped towards Xianxia City in the east. Immortal Ridge, Sky Spear Peak. Half an hour later, Yi Xingchen suddenly exclaimed. She saw the Sky Spear Peak below. It was the place where Ling Yan fought Chen Jianhao from the Chen family. Yes, it's indeed the Sky Spear Peak. Ling Yan nodded. He was overwhelmed with emotions as he recalled many things. Xianxia City was already in sight when they arrived at the Sky Spear Peak. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Ling Yan, do you still remember the place where we negotiated? Yi Xingchen naturally recalled the bits and pieces of their past. She couldn't help but ask Ling Yan about it. Fragrant handkerchiefs to ask for love, brewing tea for negotiation, high fives, Ling Yan naturally remembered these things. He couldn't help but laugh. Of course I remember. Before we leave Xianxia City, we can go there for tea again. Che. Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. She didn't believe him at all. she said, only a ghost would believe you. Once you return to Xianxia City, you'll be harassed by those foxes. You won't even be able to escape. How would you have time to accompany me? This time, Ling Yan had something to say. He chuckled. Don't worry, I'll only stay for 4 days at most when I return to Xianxia City. This was originally not part of the plan, so I can't stay too long. Indeed, Ling Yan wouldn't stay long in Xianxia City because he had to rush to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect to rescue Qin Qiuyue. How could he waste time in Xianxia City? Actually, if it wasn't for the green dragon out at sea, Ling Yan wouldn't have rushed back so quickly. He still had 2 things to do at Mount Longhu. After Ling Yan discovered that Mount Longhu was a rare place to refine pills, his original plan was to find a place to refine pills directly after the demon subduing conference. Of course, refining pills was something Ling Yan did on the spur of the moment. It didn't matter whether he refined pills or not. However, there was another extremely important matter that Ling Yan had to do. He wanted to bring Xianxia to Mount Longhu and ask for an explanation from the Shangqing Palace or the Celestial Master abode. Then, he would go to the place where Little White activated its spiritual sense. Ling Yan knew that it wasn't easy for demons to activate their spiritual sense. It required the right time, the right place, and a coincidence. Furthermore, Xianxia was a 9-tailed celestial fox, therefore, Ling Yan knew that the place where Xianxia activated her spiritual sense was definitely strange. It was very likely to be a place with abundant spiritual energy. Therefore, Ling Yan had to do this. However, these 2 matters were disrupted by the appearance of the 3 people from the Long family. He could only find another time to go to Mount Longhu. 4 days? Why would it take so long? Xianxia was very surprised. She thought that Ling Yan would rush back to Xianxia City for only 2 reasons. One was to collect the green dragon out at sea, and the other was to send Shuang Meifeng home. These 2 matters could be settled in a day, and then they could leave directly. However, Ling Yan said that he needed 4 days. After the battle last night, I can no longer suppress my realm. However, I've expended too much energy after all. Before I break through, I need 3 days to recover, Ling Yan explained seriously. Also, do you remember the opening ticket I bought at the Yi family's auction? Xianxia nodded to show that she remembered. Actually, that 5-colored flame is the legendary 5-elemental fire. I swallowed it into my energy center that night and nurtured it for 12 days. In another 3 days, that 5-elemental fire will become the Yin-Yang 5-elemental fire. It will be very useful to me then. Moreover, no matter what, we have to wait for Wang Chongxiao to escort the 2 dragons to Qingshui Wharf before we leave. Ling Yan listed out 3 reasons in one breath. He wanted to break through, nurture the Yin-Yang 5-elemental fire, and wait for the 2 dragons. Oh, I see. Then we're not in a hurry. Xianxia didn't care much about the Yin-Yang 5-elemental fire and the 2 dragons. However, when she heard that Ling Yan was about to break through, she immediately told Ling Yan that there was no hurry. This was because she knew that Ling Yan had to face the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation in order to break through to the middle stage of Qi cultivation. That was a tribulation. How could he be in a hurry? As they spoke, they had already crossed the immortal ridge and reached the sky above Qingshui City. Ling Yan released his divine sense and quickly found the direction of the crater. Then, he increased his speed again. Nangqi Peak. Nangqi Peak is a dangerous peak. Ordinary people won't notice us if we land there. A minute later, Ling Yan and Xianxia both landed in a dense forest on Nangqi Peak. Then, they passed through the dense forest, went around the peak, and arrived at the north side of Nangqi Peak. This was naturally the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. It was also where the crater was located. Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu's divine sense was powerful now. The moment Ling Yan and Xianxia appeared, Tai Xiaohu came over in a flash. The 3rd update was delivered. Old Bu. Or directly search for Bu Jing. Please add me as a follower to discuss the plot. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Dear boss, lady boss, good morning. Paul came over as well. He hadn't transformed yet, and he was exceptionally handsome. His fair face was flushed, and he was very courteous to Ling Yun. Yes, you're very good too. Ling Yun glanced at him and nodded. He was very satisfied with Paul's current state. He could see that Paul had indeed been completely resurrected because his heart was beating vigorously like a normal person. Where are Edward and Chester? Boss, the two Grand Dukes Edward and Chester turned into bats and went down after arriving at the sinkhole. They didn't come back up after that. They're guarding your treasures in the cave inside the sinkhole. Ling Yun smiled and nodded again. Yes, very good. It had to be said that the Blood Clan slaves that Ling Yun had casually subdued were extremely loyal and responsible. Ling Yun was getting more and more satisfied with them. Xianxia was even more satisfied. Originally, she was still a little repulsed by foreigners, let alone the blood breeds of the West. But after these few days of getting along with the 5 blood breeds, she was really happy to hear them call her Lady Boss. Naturally, she found them more and more pleasing to the eye. One had to know that the other women around Ling Yun didn't have the title of Lady Boss. Xianxia was the only one. It was true that the 5 great blood clans were considered foreign clans, but they weren't stupid. They could completely see how important Xianxia was to Ling Yun. Therefore, they had absolute respect for Xianxia and never disobeyed him. Brother Yun. The people from the Tranquil sect asked me to pass these things to you, Tai Xiaohu said. As he spoke, Tai Xiaohu willed a huge bundle of emerald green herbs to appear in his hands. Both the roots and the stems of the herb were very long. The roots were slender and flesh-colored. They coiled around each other, almost like a tangled mass, very much like the intestines in a person's stomach. The stalk of the herb was like a Boston ivy. It was astonishingly long, and the stalk was covered with green leaves that looked like saw teeth. It looked very sharp and could cut through a human's hand. With the protection of the stellar condensation technique, Tai Xiaohu was already immune to all poisons. Naturally, he wasn't worried about being scratched by these herbs. Ling Yun looked at the pile of herbs that weighed at least a few dozen caddies. He was slightly moved. Intestine-severing grass? Yes. Tai Xiaohu nodded immediately. It seems like the Tranquil sect's disciples have changed their minds after losing their martial arts. They don't need the intestine-severing grass anymore, so they know to leave it to me. Ling Yun smiled as he grabbed the Gelsemium elegans in his hand. With a thought, he put them away. He didn't have the time to study this right now, so he could only put it away first. And this, the Tranquil Heart Pill. Tai Xiaohu's hands were empty. He then took out 3 bottles of pills. They were the Tranquil Pills of Emotion and Tranquil Pills. Each bottle contained 18 pills, a total of 54 pills. Ling Yun smiled when he saw the 3 bottles of pills. He had seen these 3 bottles before. They belonged to Priestess Miju of the Tranquil Nunnery. When Ling Yun killed her with a punch, Priestess Miju didn't forget to protect these 3 bottles of pills even at the brink of death. Ling Yun didn't care about the Tranquil Pill at all. Hence, he couldn't be bothered to ask for it after killing Priestess Miju. He didn't expect the Tranquil sect's disciple to deliver it to him. Priestess Miju said that they won't need these anymore. She asked me to bring them to you and let you do whatever you want with them. Tai Xiaohu was a martial arts fanatic. He was actually very annoyed with these medicinal herbs and pills. Hence, he definitely wouldn't let them stay in his spatial ring for a second longer. He handed them over immediately when he saw Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't reject any of them and accepted them all. He smiled as he accepted all 3 bottles of elixirs and started to talk business. The most important thing now was naturally to get down to the crater as soon as possible and retrieve the green dragon out at sea. Only then could he be completely at ease. Why are there so many people at the crater? Ling Yun pointed in the direction of the crater and asked Tai Xiaohu. Even though it was the 16th of August, just after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it was the best time to visit the Xianxia Lake Scenic Area, it was still 10 a.m. in the morning. Even if the crater was rare, there shouldn't be so many people around. Even if there were tourists who didn't have to work, they should be gathered at the Xianxia Lake Scenic Area. At most, there would be people climbing the Tiger Cliff of the Dragon Mountain to admire the scenery. Big Brother Yun, most of the people there are on our side. Tai Xiaohu gave Ling Yun a look, then chuckled and said, "This is to pass off fish eyes as pearls, deliberately creating the effect of having too many eyes. Even if the Long family comes, they won't be able to force their way into the crater during the day. Ling Yan was shocked. He stared at Tai Xiaohu with his eyes wide open. F***ck, you're really something. When did you figure it out? How could Ling Yan not be shocked? Using this trick against the powerful Long family couldn't be more effective. Hee, Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment. Big brother Yun, how could this be my idea? It was actually big sister Zhao's idea. She was the one who taught me. I knew it. Ling Yan thought that this was more reliable. With Tai Xiaohu's brain, he wouldn't be so meticulous. If he had the time, he would have been busy cultivating. Well done. At this moment, Ling Yan finally turned his head to look at Xiao Mimi and praised her. Xiao Mimi smiled at him but didn't say anything. Ling Yan was momentarily dazed. He quickly turned his head and thought to himself, Xiao Mimi's casual smile is so captivating and soul-stirring. The amazing thing was that Xianxia didn't seem to notice it at all. Xiaohu, the three of you stay here and guard. Let the green dragon people cause a ruckus. Xianxia and I will go down to the crater now. Ling Yan was the best at fishing in troubled waters. As he spoke, Ling Yan and Xianxia arrived at the edge of the forest. They were less than 30 meters away from the crater. Tai Xiaohu immediately gave the order telepathically. Everyone watched as chaos broke out around the crater. First, many people started to quarrel for no reason. Then, even more people started to fight, and it turned into a group fight. Many people started running in all directions. Of course, even more people ran towards the dense forest where Ling Yan and the others were. They didn't enter the dense forest. Instead, they ran back. Soon, they formed a chaotic crowd between the dense forest and the sinkhole. If the green dragon people wanted to deliberately create a little chaos, they were definitely the best. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Xianxia, into the crater. Taking advantage of this inexplicable chaos, Ling Yan and Xianxia used fulgurating shadows at the same time. They crossed 30 meters in a flash and dove down at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the water below the crater. Hee, this game is really exciting. So fun. Ling Yan, of course, grabbed the water-repellent pearl and dove into the crater. As soon as they entered the water, they used the speed of their dive to reach 20 meters below the water's surface. It was impossible to be discovered. TSK, playing hide-and-seek with those ordinary people at this level, isn't it embarrassing? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Ling Yan and looked down on him. Ling Yan immediately retorted, this is called fun, you don't understand, who do you think doesn't understand? Xianxia raised his hand and pinched Ling Yan's ear, pretending to twist it. Haha, it's just a joke, just a joke. My dear wife, don't get so worked up. Ling Yan immediately begged for mercy, admitting defeat. Of course, Xianxia let go immediately. She looked around with a smile before saying, actually, I've come down to investigate this crater before. It was during the time when you brought Sister Xianxia to Turtle Island for her tribulation. Ling Yan understood. Xianxia had never met him before, but she already knew him so well. It was impossible that she didn't go down to the crater to investigate. It's just that I didn't find anything at the time. Who knew that you actually hid the green dragon out at sea here? Ling Yan, you really know how to hide things. Ling Yan could tell what Xianxia was implying. He could only laugh dryly and say, hee, I'm just taking advantage of the darkness under the lamp. It's already been 2 months since the appearance of the crater and before my college entrance exams. In these 2 months, those martial artists who should have come have already come to investigate. After finding nothing, they definitely won't come again. That's why I left the green dragon out at sea here. I didn't expect it to be discovered by the Long family in the end. As they spoke, the two arrived at the bottom of the crater. Under the effect of the water-repellent pearl, the water flowed in all directions, forming a huge cauldron-shaped space with a diameter of at least 30 meters. To the south. Of course, Ling Yan remembered where he left the green dragon out at sea. An item weighing more than 20 tons couldn't possibly be washed away by the current. Therefore, Ling Yan brought Xianxia there directly. As they walked underwater, the water-repellent pearl naturally moved with them. Ling Yan, what's with these car-sized fish? Xianxia asked curiously when she saw the carcasses of many huge fish at the bottom of the crater. All that was left were their skeletons. This place used to be a yin-yang dragon lock formation. It was a place where strong yang qi and yin qi converged. Over the years, it would have definitely led to the appearance of such monsters. The strong preyed on the weak, and it mutated from generation to generation. Ling Yin explained. He looked at the carcasses of the big fish. Many of them still had skin and flesh attached to them. Obviously, they hadn't been dead for long. Naturally, he knew that they were killed by Long Tianqing. Soon, Ling Yan and Xianxia arrived at the place where the green dragon out at sea was. It was also the place that Edward and Chester said they couldn't enter. Countless huge stones appeared in front of them. Each of them weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. They were densely packed and filled their eyes. There was no end in sight, there was no path at all. Oh, it's the Stone Array Formation and the Bottle Spirit Defense Formation. Looks like it's really Long Tianqing. When Ling Yin arrived, he saw through the formation immediately. His eyes were filled with admiration. He immediately determined that the person sent by the Long family to Xianxia City to investigate him must be Long Tianqing. The Stone Array Formation was to prevent people from getting close to the green dragon out at sea, and the Bottle Spirit Defense Formation was to prevent the divine senses of super experts from probing. The Stone Array Formation was on the outside, and the Bottle Spirit Defense Formation was on the inside. The two formations were interconnected. If one's realm was lower than Long Tianqing's, they wouldn't be able to find the green dragon out at sea, let alone take it away. Amazing! Ling Yin didn't expect Long Tianqing to be able to set up such a powerful formation. He couldn't help but look at him in a different light. He felt that he had underestimated Long Tianqing last night. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. This formation is really powerful. Even I can't see the green dragon out at sea. How do I break it? Xianxia was shocked. The green dragon out at sea was right in front of her, but she couldn't see it. Her divine sense was also blocked. She immediately understood why Ling Yin was in such a hurry to return to Xianxia City. Break it with force. Ling Yin was in high spirits. There was no other way to deal with the stone warfare formation. The only way was to break it with force and find the eye of the formation. Once the eye was destroyed, the formation would be broken. Whoosh! With the blood-dissipating blade in hand, Ling Yin casually swung it at the rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms in front of him. It had to be said that the blood-dissipating blade was too sharp. Cutting these rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms was like cutting tofu. It was effortless. However, cutting the rocks apart could only create a path. The stone warfare array that was formed by the huge rocks seemed to be increasing in number and densely packed. This made Xianxia feel more and more suffocated. It was as if countless rocks were growing in her heart. It was a terrifying feeling. Close your eyes or just look in front of you. Don't look far away. Ling Yin didn't mind. He knew the stone warfare formation too well, so he reminded Xianxia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Yin swung his blade continuously. It was like a hot knife through butter. He cut through 9 huge rocks in a row and quickly found the eye of the stone warfare formation. This was also a huge rock that originally weighed thousands of kilograms. However, it had been cut into the shape of a sea urchin. It had 9 thick and sharp edges. It was strange and ugly. This time, Ling Yin didn't swing his blade. He just raised his hand lightly and grabbed one of the edges of a rock that had 9 strange edges. He lifted it lightly. As soon as Ling Yin lifted it, the huge rock immediately started rolling and moved away from its original position. In the blink of an eye, the countless layers of huge rocks around Ling Yin and Xianxia disappeared into thin air. Xianxia's vision suddenly became clear. At the same time, the suffocating feeling in her heart was instantly swept away. Then, Xianxia was dumbfounded. She looked around and mumbled, so there are only 18 rocks in total? Just now, Ling Yin had split a total of 9 boulders. After removing the formation eye, there were only 8 boulders left in the surroundings. 18 boulders, under the effect of the formation, actually created a terrifying effect of countless boulders. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a forest of boulders. Not only did they feel as if they had fallen into a sea of boulders, but they also felt as if their hearts were blocked. The might of this formation was too shocking. Ling Yan smiled and said, "That's right, 18 of them. The formation that Long Tianqing set up can only be called the small block array formation. This is actually a variation of the 9 palaces 8 trigrams array formation. It only needs 17 stones in total. Including this strange array there are exactly 18 stones." Xianxia was truly impressed by Ling Yan's ability to know almost everything. She stared at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes and asked longingly, "Then, what about the Great Blockage Formation? How many stones do you need?" A medium-sized stone tactic formation needs 49 pieces, which is in line with the number of Dian. Ling Yan said seriously, "If you set up a real Great Blockage Formation, you need a total of 108 stones. When the time comes, the stones don't need to be big. They only need to be the size of a cobblestone. An ordinary person would die from suffocation just by looking at it. This Great Blockage Formation is actually the eye, but it works on the human heart. The more one looks at it, the more annoyed one becomes. In the end, one would want nothing more than to break and move away all the stones in front of them. However, the more they move, the more stones they break, causing them to completely lose their minds and go crazy. If someone who doesn't understand formations enters this Great Blockage Formation and can't destroy the formation they will either die from exhaustion or die from depression. There's no other way. The heart of a dead person will become like this." Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the strangely shaped boulder in the eye of the formation. He then suddenly raised his hand and waved, putting the boulder into his spatial ring. "Really?" Xianxia was shocked and a little tongue-tied. Ling Yan smirked. "Hee, if you don't believe me, I'll set up a medium-sized Great Blockage Formation for you. You can go in and walk around, then come out. You'll understand once you look inside yourself." Xianxia put her hands on her hips and said in a threatening manner, "Do you dare to set one up for me?" Ling Yan chuckled and stuffed the water-repellent pearl into Xianxia's hands. Then, he looked in front of him and pointed with his chin. "That's the green dragon out at sea. I didn't expect it to be the corpse of a true dragon. I've really hit the jackpot this time." The bottle spirit defense formation blocked divine sense, not vision. After Ling Yan broke the Great Blockage Formation, he naturally saw his green dragon out at sea immediately. Ling Yan thought to himself, "What is luck? This is called luck." He casually bought a dragon-like stone, but it turned out to be the corpse of a true dragon. Of course, he was blessed by luck. "Then, how do you plan to break this bottle spirit defense formation?" Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was full of anticipation for Ling Yan. After all, the way Ling Yan broke the formation just now was too cool. She had seen it all in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. Ling Yan turned his head and glanced at her. He chuckled and said, "Since you've already seen it, what's there to break?" Then, Xianxia watched as Ling Yan walked over to the green dragon out at sea. She watched as he bent down and touched the huge stone with his hand. Then, the green dragon out at sea disappeared and was stored in Ling Yan's universe ring. After Ling Yan stored the true dragon's corpse, he stood on the spot and turned his head to Xianxia. He said, "This is just the simplest spirit defense formation. It's far inferior to the little spirit defense formation I set up at the Yi clan's auction. This kind of formation can only block the divine sense of a cultivator, but it won't obstruct any movement of a person. There's no need to break the formation at all." As he spoke, Ling Yan walked out of the bottle spirit defense formation and continued, "Otherwise, why would Long Tianqing need to set up a Great Blockage Formation outside?" "Ling Yan, how do you know so many formations?" Xianxia clearly didn't have much interest in the study of formations. At this moment, her focus had long since shifted. Instead, she was curious about the wonders of Ling Yan himself. Spirit Gathering Formation, 1000 Opportunities 9-Layer Killing Formation, Armillary Maze Formation, Yin Yang Dragon Lock Formation, Dark Lock Dragon Trapping Formation, Little Spirit Defense Formation, Little 8 Trigrams Formation, Dragon Subduing Tiger Formation, For Symbols Absolute Killing Formation, Stone Array Formation, Bottle Spirit Defense Formation. No matter what formation he encountered, Ling Yan could form a formation with a wave of his hand and break it with just a thought. There was nothing he didn't know. This was too astonishing. Even if others specialized in studying formations, even if they studied for a lifetime, they might not necessarily understand so many formations. Moreover, Xianxia had never seen Ling Yun study any formations before. It was as if he was born with it and knew it from birth. She didn't even dare to think deeper. Not only formations? His medical skills, pills, talismans, weapon refinement, in addition to his own terrifying strength. This was too monstrous. This is what it means to be a genius. Do you understand? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to show off. He stood in the blue space of the water-repellent pearl with his hands on his hips. Looking at his expression, Xianxia wanted nothing more than to smack him with a durian. I'm a formation grandmaster. Ling Yun didn't hide anything. He quickly became serious and told Xianxia the truth. Then, he said, I'm also a genius in alchemy. My research in talismans has also reached the pinnacle. I'm also a master in weapon refinement. Finally, he said cockily, now do you know how amazing your man is? Don't you admire him? Don't you feel excited? Splash. The next moment, Ling Yun was directly surrounded by water. His whole body instantly submerged. This time, Ling Yun couldn't say anything else. You're the death of me. Xianxia was furious. She suddenly shrank the water-repellent pearl and threw Ling Yun into the deep waters. Ling Yun cursed in his heart. He'd gone too far this time. He quickly stepped into the water-repellent pearl and raised his hand to wipe the water off his face. He said honestly, wifey, of course I learned these skills through hard work. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely explain them to you. There were some things that Ling Yun didn't need to hide, because he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. However, even though Ling Yun knew that Xianxia had long since stopped believing him, he had no choice but to lie about this matter. Xianxia looked deeply at Ling Yun for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. I'll be waiting for that day. But at this moment, Xianxia couldn't even dream of how long she would have to wait for that day. Ling Yun dried his clothes in the blink of an eye. Then, he immediately changed the topic. He said to Xianxia, let's go explore the sinkhole again. Now, Ling Yun wanted to take Xianxia along the same path he'd taken when he first entered the sinkhole. He wanted to find the giant bronze coffin in the Eye of the Yin formation, as well as the Vidra-glazed body of the enlightened monk in the Eye of the Yang formation. Ling Yun couldn't just leave after collecting the true dragon's corpse. The space in his spatial ring was too small at that time. He'd only collected the Bodhi bead, the green lamp, the prayer beads, and the mysterious gourd. He hadn't had time to collect the rest of the items. One had to know that the enlightened monk's Vidra-glazed body was the true ultimate treasure. Now that Ling Yun had obtained the universe ring, he didn't want to miss it again. However, because of the appearance of the Earth Emperor's book, Ling Yun had activated the Great Qian Kuan Shift formation. As a result, the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock formation in the sinkhole was completely destroyed. Whether or not he could find it now was still uncertain. That was why Ling Yun said he wanted to take Xianxia to explore again. Explore the sinkhole? Hearing that Ling Yun wanted to explore the sinkhole again, Xianxia's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. She tossed all other thoughts to the back of her mind and dragged Ling Yun away. Sigh, cats and women are indeed the most curious animals in the world, Ling Yun snickered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, he took Xianxia along the east-west direction of the sinkhole, sticking close to Nanqui Peak. The first thing Ling Yun wanted to find was naturally the Eye of the Yin formation, which was the site of Nanqui Peak. That was where he'd obtained the blood transformation blade and dragon vein sword. Now, he knew that if there was a corpse in the coffin, it was very likely to be the ancestor of his mother, Yin Qingxian. This was too important to Ling Yun. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun didn't intend to leave the crater during the day. Therefore, he had plenty of time and wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, his most important target, the true dragon's corpse, had already been kept in the Taishu ring. All his worries were gone, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry. Ling Yan's current target was very clear. It was the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell's eye and the Yang-Yang formation's eye. He naturally knew that the huge cave where the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell's eye was located had been moved to Xianxia by the Qian Kuan Shift spell. Even though the spell was destroyed, Dragon Mountain and Nanqui Peak were still there. Therefore, the two eye of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell were definitely still there. After all, the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell was set up by the Ancient Almighty with the help of the terrain. As long as there was no earth-shattering event that caused a huge change in the terrain, the positions of the two spell cores would not change too much. When the Qiankuan teleportation formation was activated, it caused the earth to shake violently, but it was only because the formation's sky-stealing power had moved away the cave at the heart of the formation. It did not change the terrain of Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Ling Yun knew that just by looking at the position of the underground river at the bottom of the great crater, there were no changes. Of course, compared to half a year ago, Ling Yun had a huge advantage in exploring the crater. At that time, he was only at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. Other than the Emperor Brush and some beginner talismans, he had nothing else to rely on. Now, he was at the peak of Qi Cultivation stage 3. He was strong and had countless magical treasures. He could deal with any unexpected situation. Moreover, he had the water-repellent pearl. Back then, Ling Yun had a hard time dealing with a giant python at the bottom of the crater. He didn't even dare to cross the underground river at the bottom of the crater. But now, the crater was filled with water that was more than 100 meters deep, and the underground river was connected to the water. Ling Yun and Xianxia could come and go as they pleased in the water. They could walk and fly as they pleased. The gigantic strange fish and countless football-sized toads in the water all hid far away from them. They couldn't even get close to them. This feeling couldn't be any better. Of course, Ling Yun was still very cautious. After all, this place had been set up by an ancient powerhouse. Back then, even his divine sense, which was at Qi Cultivation stage 9, couldn't detect it. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. Caution is the parent of safety. At this moment, Ling Yun once again brought Xianxia to the southeast corner of the sinkhole. He walked under the lid of the 100-meter-tall cliff and stared at the 9 caves on the cliff that seemed to have been carved by a knife. The last time Ling Yun and Little White entered the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell, they entered from here. They went through the 3rd cave in the south. Ling Yun, what treasure did you get the last time you came to this crater? Xianxia was very curious about Ling Yun's affairs. She seized every opportunity to ask, unwilling to miss a single one. Hearing this question, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. Wife, let me tell you. Your man, I, started my career by exploring this crater. The blood transformation blade, the dragon vein sword, the 99 night luminescent pearls, the Bodhi seed, the Buddha beads, the green lamp, the mysterious gourd, more than 1,000 kilograms of dragon saliva, and even the Earth Emperor's book. Later on, when Ling Yun went to Xianxia, he found the Shinnon cauldron in that medicinal valley that had existed for God knows how many years, as well as a large number of thousands of years old spiritual herbs. There was also Little Black, who had successfully transformed into a dragon, Little White, who had grown 3 tails, and Ling Yun who had successfully cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance here. He had even broken through to the 2nd major realm of the stellar condensation technique. All of this was due to the first time he explored this crater. Back then, when my team first opened, there was only 1 person and 1 spear. Ling Yun couldn't help but sing when he thought about it. Of course, the spear that Ling Yun was singing about wasn't the golden dragon spear, but the Emperor Brush. Seeing Ling Yun's proud expression, Xianxia couldn't help but bite her bright red lips and raise her eyebrows. Are you done yet? Hee, wife, let me tell you, I've obtained too many treasures in this crater. For example, the blood transformation blade, the dragon vein sword, and even the Shinnon cauldron, dragon saliva, that mysterious gourd. It could be said that other than the secrets of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, Ling Yun described the entire process of his exploration of the crater to Xianxia. Following Ling Yun's narration, Xianxia's mouth opened wider and wider. In the end, she was completely dumbfounded and stunned. Oh my God, no wonder so many martial arts experts have entered this crater but came back empty-handed. So all the opportunities in the crater were obtained by you alone. Xianxia didn't mention treasures this time. Instead, she mentioned opportunities. That was because obtaining so many treasures in one go wasn't just good luck, but truly great opportunities. SOSO. Didn't you see those monks from the Shaolin Temple calling me a tribulation taker? If I didn't have any opportunities, why would I be tribulation taker? The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a bright smile as he chuckled. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask him if the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were really obtained by Ling Yan. However, Xianxia suppressed this curiosity and didn't ask further. She was exceptionally intelligent and naturally knew that if Ling Yan was determined to tell her, he would definitely tell her. However, if Ling Yan didn't say and she insisted on asking, Ling Yan might tell her. However, if that happened, the taste would be different, and Xianxia didn't want to experience that feeling. Looking at the 9 dark caves, Xianxia asked with interest, "Then, shall we go in now?" "There's no rush. We have plenty of time this time. Let's explore this underground river first." Who knew that Ling Yan would give a new suggestion? Due to the influence of the strange fish in the underground river, Ling Yan didn't dare to stay in the underground river for too long. He was still brooding over it. Now that he had the water avoidance pearl, it was so convenient. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't miss this opportunity again. "Alright, here you go." Hearing that Ling Yan wanted to explore the underground river, Xianxia immediately got excited. She handed the water avoidance pearl to Ling Yan and asked him to lead the way. "Let's go upstream first and see where this underground river comes from." Ling Yan had seen the lower reaches of the underground river before. He knew that the water from the underground river would flow into an even larger pit more than 100 meters below the crater. He had a vague feeling that this underground river might lead directly to the East Sea. Therefore, Ling Yan decided to head upstream to investigate. Upstream? Don't tell me that the water of this underground river doesn't come from Xianxia Lake? Xianxia asked casually. That's impossible. Do you know how big Xianxia Lake is? Even the deepest part is only 7 to 8 meters deep. If it flowed like this, Xianxia Lake would have dried up a long time ago. The bottom of Xianxia Lake is more than 200 meters above this underground river. They aren't even in the same water system. As Ling Yan spoke, he had already moved to the center of the crater. However, because of the water avoidance pearl, the turbulent water flow around his water avoidance space didn't affect him in the slightest. Xianxia naturally followed closely. The two of them started to fly upstream along the underground river. They traveled more than 100 meters per second. Their speed was simply too fast. This underground river was flowing from east to west near the sinkhole. However, after the two of them flew against the current for 7 to 8 kilometers, they found that the main stream of the underground river had changed its course. It turned to the north and began to flow northwest. After traveling for 7 to 8 kilometers, Ling Yan realized that this underground river was actually a huge water system under Xianxia City. The underground river was the main stream, but there were more than 10 tributaries along the way. They all came from different directions and entered this underground river. That was why such a turbulent current was formed. Hee, it's really dark. We're now more than 100 meters below Xianxia City. They followed the underground river upstream. Even though the water flow was still turbulent, it was much weaker compared to the crater. Moreover, Ling Yan realized that they were getting closer and closer to the surface of Xianxia City. In the blue light of the water avoidance space, Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was simply too shocked. Even in her dreams, she never imagined that she would one day be able to accompany Ling Yan to explore this underground river more than 100 meters below the ground. Even if they didn't discover anything, she was already extremely satisfied. It was just the two of them, and they felt really blessed. Ling Yan continued, "I have a rough idea of where the underground river water comes from. Let's explore a bit more before heading back." Xianxia naturally listened to Ling Yan. She could vaguely feel it too, so she nodded her head. Following that, the two of them continued upstream. In less than 10 minutes, they had traveled another 30 kilometers. The terrain of the underground river rose steadily, and they were already infinitely close to the surface. Ling Yan suddenly stopped and didn't continue forward. He and Xianxia looked at each other, and the two of them smiled knowingly. They said at the same time, "Xianxia River." The main stream of the underground river came from the Xianxia River in the northern suburbs of Xianxia City. It poured in from the bottom of a riverbed somewhere in the northwest of Xianxia City and flowed all the way through the mountainous areas in the western suburbs of Xianxia City. It gathered the underground water veins formed by the mountain waterfalls and springs, as well as the underground water that seeped into the ground from the rain in Xianxia City. That was how this turbulent underground river was formed. Looks like the world-renowned Xianxia River tide is also related to this underground river. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered as she began to analyze. Lingyan nodded excitedly. That's right. Looks like I've really chosen a good place for those two flood dragons to stay at Xianxia Wharf. This was a huge water system cycle. On the surface, the water of the Xianxia River flowed directly into Xianxia Wharf, from where it flowed into the East Sea. Meanwhile, a portion of the water of the Xianxia River flowed into the ground somewhere in the northwest of Xianxia City, forming this underground river. It flowed from the northwest to the southeast, passing through the entire underground of Xianxia City before reaching the crater. Finally, the water flowed into the East Sea, Xianxia Wharf, underground river, crater, and then into the East Sea. The two flood dragons were hiding in this underground river. Even if the Long family exhausted themselves to death, they still wouldn't be able to catch them. Lingyan had already found the perfect place for Big Red and Little Black to stay. This was already a huge reward. Let's go, there's no need to explore anymore. Let's go back to the crater. Lingyan and Xianxia didn't enter Xianxia River. The two of them decisively went back the way they came. Lingyan, you're really amazing. On the way back, Xianxia looked at Lingyan's side profile and said sincerely. Old Bu really racked his brains for such a plot. Nobody expected this, right? Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. 20 minutes later, Lingyan and Xianxia returned to the crater. This time, the two of them entered the cave on Nangqi Peak without hesitation. It was the same cave that Lingyan had entered previously, the third cave to the south. The last time Lingyan and Little White entered this cave, it wasn't filled with water even though it was very damp. However, this time, the water level in the crater had risen by more than 100 meters, so the cave was naturally filled with water. However, Lingyan now had the water-repellent pearl. Using the water-repellent space, he and Xianxia were still unaffected and quickly rushed out of the water. Not bad, the eye of the Yin array is still there. Lingyan immediately felt the thin darking qi when he stepped on the ground of the cave. He was overjoyed. Nangqi Peak was where the eye of the Yin array was. Even though the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell was destroyed, only the eye of the array was moved. Lingyan could feel the darking qi. Even though it was much thinner than before, it at least meant that the eye of the Yin array was still there and hadn't been moved. Lingyan was naturally happy because he was cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. He was going to break through to the middle stage of qi cultivation in 3 days, and what he needed the most was yin qi and yang qi. This was the most suitable place for him to break through. Follow me. Lingyan was far too familiar with this place. After he arrived, he immediately charged forward with Xianxia in tow. Both of them flew, and very soon, they arrived at the fork in the road. Here, there were 2 more caves on the stone walls, exactly the same as before. Which way? Enter the death door, the one on the right. Lingyan decisively entered the death door with Xianxia. The cave started to turn cold, and the darking qi became even thicker. Of course, Lingyan didn't stand on ceremony. He deliberately activated the yin-yang harmony balance and started to absorb the darking qi to replenish himself. This cave was very narrow, but after the two of them walked forward for more than 30 meters, a wide cave appeared in front of them. The darking qi was also thicker, and the temperature here dropped rapidly. Lingyan and Xianxia turned right. Lingyan raised his hand and pointed ahead. He smiled and said to Xianxia, "The bat cave is just ahead. I wonder if those vampire bats are still there." Back then, when Lingyan and Little White came here, they encountered tens of thousands of vampire bats. He fought his way through the stone door and obtained the blood-dissipating blade from there. Vampire bats? Should I call Edward and Chester over? Xianxia immediately suggested the moment he heard about the vampire bats. That's fine too. I'll try shouting at them and see if they can hear me. Lingyan had already discovered Edward and Chester when he entered the crater. The 2 Blood Clan slaves had transformed into bats and were hiding in the cave on the cliff of the crater. It was just that Lingyan was in a hurry to collect the green dragon out at sea, so he didn't call for them. Naturally, he could summon them now. Vampire bats? The vampires were the ancestors of the vampire bats, hence, Lingyan released his divine sense and used the mystical dragon hell. Edward, Chester, the two of you don't have to guard the crater anymore. Hurry and come over. A few minutes later, in the darkness, two giant purple bats appeared in the huge cave. They had completed their transformation from afar and turned into the form of a huge bird in human form. Like two devil gods, they rushed over quickly and arrived at Ling Yan's side. Honorable boss, lady boss, it's an honor to see you again. It was Edward and Chester. They greeted Ling Yan and Xianxia respectfully as soon as they landed. Ling Yan replied casually. Then, he pointed to the front. Edward, Chester, there are countless vampire bats in the huge cave in front. Both of you go over and calm them down. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. When Edward and Chester heard that there was such a good thing, they immediately became excited. They responded and rushed forward. After they got there, they immediately used the dark magic of the Blood Clan. Hee, it's alright. Let's go. Ling Yan released his divine sense and realized that the vampire bats hanging upside down on the walls of the cave were indeed motionless. He was overjoyed. It was simply too good to be true. Back then, he had been flustered by these vampire bats and had almost been injured. Now that he was back, everything was no longer the same as it was in the past. Ling Yan and Xianxia flew up and crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye. They arrived at the bat cave and saw the stone door immediately. Ling Yan's divine sense was strong now. The darkness didn't affect him at all. He quickly flew to the front of the stone door, raised his hand, and slammed the stone button on the side of the stone door. The stone door opened slowly. Ling Yan and Xianxia entered in a flash. Of course, they didn't have to close the door this time. Once they entered, they saw the huge bronze coffin in front of them. Thinking about the possible identity of the person in the bronze coffin, Ling Yan's expression turned solemn. He said to Xianxia, the last time I rushed through this stone door, I opened this bronze coffin and obtained the blood dissipation divine blade and dragon vein sword. Xianxia's expression was also extremely solemn. She didn't fly anymore. Instead, she landed on the rocky ground and asked Ling Yan, what do we do now? Open the coffin. Since they were already here, Ling Yan naturally had to open the coffin. Xianxia knew the secrets of the devil sect. It was very likely that she could confirm the identity of the owner of the coffin by opening the coffin and examining the corpse. Edward, Chester, the two of you come over and open the lid of this coffin. After the two Blood Clan members used a secret technique to control the vampire bats, they didn't need to worry about them anymore. They answered the call and stood beside the coffin. Their 4 huge palms pushed the bronze lid of the huge coffin heavily. Edward and Chester's strength was too great. Previously, Ling Yan had to use all his strength to open a small gap. Now, the two of them pushed the lid of the coffin out directly. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. The coffin lid, which weighed a few thousand kilograms, smashed onto the rocky ground. The entire stone chamber shook and sparks flew everywhere. *CK, the two of you, take it easy. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If the coffin really belonged to his mother's ancestor, wouldn't he be disturbing them? However, even as he thought that, Ling Yan had already taken out the blood transformation blade and the golden dragon spear to prevent any mishaps from happening. In a split second, the stone chamber was illuminated by the blazing golden light of the golden dragon spear and the blood-red light of the blood transformation blade. It was too dazzling. Even the huge cave outside was illuminated. The vampire bats on the walls were all shivering in fear. There was nothing else in the huge bronze coffin other than the 2-meter-long coffin. At the same time, Ling Yan activated his divine sense and yin yang eye to their limits. He wanted to see the situation inside the coffin clearly. However, his divine sense and vision were actually blocked by the small coffin. He couldn't see through it at all. Senior, I was fortunate enough to obtain a treasured sword from you more than 5 months ago. I was already very satisfied at that time and had no intention of disturbing your slumber. But now, I know that this treasured sword is the blood transformation blade. It's an inheritance of my mother's family. Therefore, I have no choice but to come here again in hopes of getting to the bottom of everything. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you in any way. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he muttered something. No matter what the situation inside the coffin was, he had to at least explain the situation properly. Who knew what kind of shocking changes would occur after the coffin was opened? After saying that, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen looked at each other. Their eyes met, and they nodded at the same time. Ling Yun didn't hesitate anymore. He flew into the bronze coffin and reached out to grab the coffin lid. Then, he lifted it lightly. In the next moment, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and even Edward and Chester, who were guarding carefully at the side, were all stunned. To everyone's surprise, there were no corpses in the coffin. However, even though there were no corpses, there were other things. There weren't many things, just 3 bottles of elixirs, a page of a golden book, and a bright yellow silk. Supreme-grade elixirs. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan the 3 bottles of elixirs. He immediately knew that they were undoubtedly supreme-grade elixirs. At the very least, they were supreme-grade elixirs. That was because even though they were stored in the bottles, each and every one of them was radiating a brilliant light. The 3 bottles of elixirs were divided into 3 colors: gold, black, and blood red. The 3 colors were so brilliant that even the supreme-grade elixirs couldn't stop their spiritual energy from seeping out. However, the light from these 3 bottles of elixirs was still overshadowed by the golden light from the page of the golden book. This was because the light from the golden book was so bright that Ling Yun almost couldn't open his eyes and look at it directly. Without hesitation, Ling Yun waved his hand and stored the 3 bottles of elixirs and the page of the golden book into his universe ring. Then, he picked up the bright yellow silk and opened it directly. Coffin opener, receive your decree. The first thing that came into view were 5 large words. The words were bright red, written in blood. Coffin opener, blood dissipation divine saber, white dragon divine sword, and a page of the mysterious golden book. These 3 bottles of elixirs are blood fiend pill, mysticine pill, and golden dragon pill. They are all supreme-grade elixirs. Thou may consume them at your discretion according to your cultivation realm. The shame of Xianxia's annihilation will never be forgotten for 100 generations. Coffin opener, I believe that we are fated. When your cultivation is successful, you shall enter Kunlun and find the 9 cauldrons to avenge Xianxia's annihilation. If you disobey, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. At the bottom was the signature of the person who signed it. There were 3 big words, Yin Jiuyo. After reading it, Ling Yun was dumbfounded. Thump. On the other side, Yi Xingchen had already knelt on the ground after reading the nondescript imperial decree with her divine sense. Yin Jiuyo. Yi Xingchen had naturally heard of this name before. Now, she was certain that the person who wrote the decree was undoubtedly Yin Xingshuan's ancestor. Edward, Chester, the 2 of you leave first. Ling Yun thought for a moment and immediately ordered the 2 Blood Clan slaves to leave the stone room. After the 2 Blood Clan slaves left the stone room, Ling Yun hit the button on the stone door with his palm, and the door closed slowly. After that, Ling Yun closed the coffin and carefully placed the bright yellow silk onto the coffin lid. He exited the huge coffin in a flash and knelt beside Yi Xingchen. With solemn expressions, he kowtowed to the bright yellow silk 3 times. Even if Yin Jiuyo wasn't Yin Qingshuan's ancestor, Ling Yun had to kowtow 3 times for the sake of the blood-dissipating blade, the white dragon divine sword, and the 3 bottles of supreme-grade pills. Yi Xingchen kowtowed very sincerely, not only because Yin Jiuyo was Yin Qingshuan's ancestor, but also because she knew his identity. He was the master of the devil sect during the northern and southern dynasties of Huaxia. As the holy virgin of the devil sect, she naturally had to kowtow sincerely. After kowtowing, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen stood up. They looked at each other, speechless. It was too shocking, the treasures were secondary. The main thing was that the true identity of the owner of the coffin was revealed. It was the master of the devil sect, Yin Jiuyo. Not only was Yin Jiuyo important to the devil sect, but he was also involved with Xianxia. Moreover, he was obviously a member of the Xianxia royal family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken in the tone of an imperial edict. Just this secret alone made Ling Yun think of many things. It was absolutely useful to him, not to mention the words written in Yin Jiuyo's edict. The most important sentence was, of course, when the person who opens the coffin is successful in his cultivation, he shall enter Kunlun and find the 9 cauldrons to avenge the destruction of Xianxia. This sentence once again pushed Kunlun into the eye of the storm. It turned out that Kunlun wasn't only the Ling family's enemy, but it was also closely related to Xianxia. Moreover, this sentence also mentioned the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons were in Kunlun. Of course, Ling Yun didn't know which period the 9 cauldrons Yin Jiuyo mentioned were referring to, but he knew that they were very important. According to ancient legends, after Yellow Emperor Xianyuan succeeded in his cultivation, he once cast a cauldron and used it to become an immortal. Thus, after Xiaoyu succeeded in controlling the flood, he ordered Shuren to forge the 9 cauldrons and inscribe all the beasts, deities, and demons that he had encountered during the flood control. When the 9 cauldrons were forged, they triggered all kinds of worldly phenomena. For 9 days in a row, people saw Venus flicker in the sky, and then the 9 cauldrons were forged. Metals were also separated into male and female. Initially, Xiaoyu requested Shuren to forge 5 yang cauldrons with male gold and 4 yin cauldrons with female gold. The 9 cauldrons represented China's 9 prefectures. Which prefecture was yang, which prefecture was yin? However, after the cauldrons were successfully cast, there were 6 yang cauldrons and 3 yin cauldrons. With the cauldron of Yuzhou as the central cauldron, the 9 cauldrons were eventually gathered at the capital of Xia dynasty, Yang City. This was to signify that King Xia, Yu the Great, had become the ruler of the 9 states and the world was unified from then on. After the Xia dynasty was destroyed by the Shang dynasty, the 9 cauldrons were moved to the capital of the Shang dynasty, Haoyi. When the Shang dynasty was destroyed by the Zhou dynasty, the 9 cauldrons were moved to the capital of the Zhou dynasty, Gaojing. Later, King Qing of the Zhou dynasty built a new capital at Luoyang and moved the 9 cauldrons to the new capital, Luoyang. Until the end of the Warring States period, the Zhou dynasty was conquered by Qin Shi Huang's great-grandfather, King Zhaoxiang of Qin. He took the 9 cauldrons and moved them to Qin. After Qin was destroyed, the 9 cauldrons disappeared from the world and no one ever saw them again. Until now, no one knew where they were and they became a mystery, because of Yu's forging of the 9 cauldrons. Words like a promise of 9 cauldrons, to conquer the Central Plains, and to conquer the world all came from the legends of the 9 cauldrons. There were too many rumors about the 9 cauldrons in the future. Some said that Qin Shi Huang melted the 9 cauldrons and forged the 12 golden men. However, the legend of Qin Shi Huang forging the 12 golden men was mainly based on the weapons that Qin Shi Huang melted. The metal did not come from the 9 cauldrons. There were also rumors that Qin Shi Huang placed the 9 cauldrons in his mausoleum to guard his mausoleum and ensure the eternal existence of the Qin dynasty. However, this was only a rumor. In short, every legend about the disappearance of the 9 cauldrons was inseparable from Qin Shi Huang. However, now, Yin Jiuyo said that he wanted to enter Kunlun to find the 9 cauldrons. Furthermore, his tone was unquestionable. So where were the 9 cauldrons? Was it Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum or Kunlun? 40 years ago, the Ling family went to Kunlun and the Qin family entered Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Was it related to the 9 cauldrons? Ling Yun was guessing. At that moment, his thoughts were in a mess. He couldn't find any clues at all. However, regardless of whether it was Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum or Kunlun, they were places that Ling Yun had to go to. No matter how much he thought about it now, it would be better to see it for himself when the time came. Therefore, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to think more. He walked forward silently and put the bright yellow silk into the taishu ring. Then, he put the coffin cover, the huge bronze coffin, and the coffin inside it into the taishu ring. The entire stone room became empty in an instant. Luckily, I came again. Otherwise, Ling Yun felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't rushed back in time, Long Tianxing and Long Tianfeng from the Long family would have come. Not only would they have taken away his green dragon out at sea, but they would also have explored this crater wantonly. Once they found this place, all the treasures and secrets here would have been obtained by the Long family. However, Yi Xingchen had a strange expression on his face. He muttered, "So Master is actually a descendant of the Yinshang royal family." This is really, when Ling Yun heard this, he immediately knew that his mother hadn't told these secrets to Yi Xingchen. He smiled and asked, "Xingchen, how much do you know about this senior Yin Jiuyo?" Yi Xingchen replied, "According to the ancient records of our devil sect and master's description, Yin Jiuyo was a figure from the northern and southern dynasties of Huaxia. At that time, the devil sect hadn't been called the devil sect by the orthodox sections. We called ourselves the holy sect. Yin Jiuyo was the number 1 person in our holy sect. He was the leader of the holy sect. The weapon he used was the devil's blade in your hand. However, during the northern and southern dynasties of Huaxia, Buddhism had already officially risen in Huaxia. The first people to call our holy sect the Devil sect were also people from the Buddhist section's 480 temples in the southern dynasties. Ling Yun knew that the Buddhist sects were flourishing during the northern and southern dynasties. When a sect flourished, it naturally suppressed the other sections. Naturally, the Buddhist sects and the holy sects were irreconcilable. During the Buddhist sects, the holy sect became the Devil sect. As the leader of the holy sect, Senior Xianxia naturally wanted to find trouble with the Buddhist sections. He crossed the river and entered the southern dynasties. He killed many of the Buddhist sects by himself. Later on, he finally met an almighty figure from the Buddhist sections. The two of them fought for tens of thousands of miles before both of them went missing in Xianxia city. Alright, after listening to Yi Xingchen's narration, coupled with the secrets of the Buddhist sects that Master Jining told him at the Devil Subduing Conference, Ling Yun understood everything in an instant. Wasn't Xianxia city in the southern dynasties? Furthermore, it was the most prosperous place in the southern dynasties at that time. Xianxia, who wielded the blood-dissipating blade and the white dragon divine sword, finally met the almighty figure from the Buddhist sects with the vitra-glazed body in the Eye of the Yang formation. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, they arrived at the yin-yang dragon lock spell and passed away. That almighty figure from the Buddhist sects with the vitra-glazed body definitely passed away. However, Xianxia's corpse wasn't here. Where did he go in the end? At this point, Ling Yun had already solved all the mysteries in this crater. However, a new mystery was revealed, and it was even bigger and more shocking. Kunlun, 9 cauldrons, Yinshang, Xianxia's whereabouts, the identity of the almighty figure with the vitra-glazed body. Initially, Ling Yun thought that the person in the huge bronze coffin wasn't from the same era as the almighty figure with the vitra-glazed body in the Eye of the Yang formation. That was why one of them passed away in the Eye of the Yang formation, while the other was buried 100 meters above the Eye of the Yin formation. However, he knew now that these two were actually opponents. Moreover, only Xianxia's blood-dissipating blade could injure the almighty figure with the vitra-glazed body and cause him to pass away in the end. Obviously, even if Xianxia died, he would have died behind the almighty figure with the vitra-glazed body. Xingchen, let's go. I'll bring you to see Senior Xianxia's opponent. He's in the Eye of the Yang formation below. Since the secret had been solved and everything in this stone chamber had been taken by Ling Yun, there was naturally no point for them to stay here any longer. Ling Yun opened the stone door and walked out with Yi Xingchen. He didn't forget to close the stone door again before calling Edward and Chester to leave this huge cave together. Following the same path, the four of them came to the cave that sloped downwards. After walking for more than half an hour and another 100 meters underground, they finally came to the end of the cave, where the underground river gushed out. There, they saw the huge waterfall that was 100 meters wide. This was the true belly of Nangqi Peak. The underground river formed a huge mountain stream here. The Eye of the Yin formation was naturally in the cave behind the waterfall. After arriving here, the temperature had already dropped to tens of degrees Celsius. It could be said that it was extremely cold. Glacier. As soon as Yi Xingchen arrived, he immediately saw a chain of glaciers that extended from the underground river to the lake below. The glaciers were more than 3 meters thick. Ling Yun was speechless after seeing this scene. If he had known that this place would become so cold, he wouldn't have sent Lin Menghan to Canada to cultivate. Of course, after learning from the previous lesson, Ling Yun naturally didn't dare to say this out loud. He could only curse in his heart. This time, of course, it wasn't as troublesome as the previous time because all four of them could fly. After a short pause, they immediately flew out of the cave, bypassed the glacier, and entered the chilling cave. Wow, it's so cold in here. Yi Xingchen was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 4, and he had even reached the stellar condensation technique in Scathed Realm. Even so, he still felt cold after entering this cave. After losing the Eye of the Yin formation, all the Yin Qi that rushed out from the Eye of the Yin formation has gathered in this cave. That's why this place is so cold, Ling Yun explained with a smile. His heart was practically blooming with joy. This huge amount of pure Yin Qi was definitely enough for him to break through to Qi cultivation stage 4. Without a doubt, if the eye of the Yin formation was like this, the eye of the Yang formation would naturally be the same. The last time he wrote about the giant crater, Olbu had to dig the hole and lay out the layout. This time, he was writing about the giant crater, and Olbu was filling in the hole. In the end, he had to waste countless more brain cells. There were 1,200 chapters between them. It really wasn't easy. This was the hardest part of writing this book. Fortunately, Olbu had enough writing skills now, so he could deal with it easily. Those idiots who said that this book was a brainless white novel could finally take a break. Ask around the world, and which author would put so much effort into telling you a story. Thank you, everyone, for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Boss, it's really cold in here. We can't take it anymore. Chester couldn't help but scream after entering the cold cave. He was a Grand Duke of the Blood clan, but his teeth were chattering from the cold. He hugged his chest and curled into a ball, shivering all over. Edward wasn't any better. His body was frozen stiff, and he had already retracted his huge wings. The Blood clan had always been afraid of heat and cold. The fact that 2 Grand Dukes of the Blood clan were frozen to this state showed how low the temperature in the cave was. Of course, there was another reason. The 2 Blood clan had been truly resurrected. Their hearts were beating, and their blood was full. They had the body temperature of a human. That was why they were afraid of the cold. Ling Yan's 5 slaves of the Blood clan were in an awkward position. They weren't humans or members of the Blood clan. They had become a special kind of creature. They could be called the Blood clan, but their hearts were beating, and they had the body temperature of a human. They were completely resurrected. They could live under the sun like normal foreigners without transforming. They could be called humans, but they retained all the abilities of the Blood clan. They could use the dark magic of the Blood clan. They were extremely strong, fast as lightning, and they could transform into bats. It could be said that this was a rapid evolution. It was the living state that the Blood clan had been dreaming of for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In the end, Ling Yan created it. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Haha, seeing that Edward and Chester were shivering in the cold, Ling Yan knew that they couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't help but laugh before instructing, "You two don't have to go any further. Go back and guard the entrance. Just wait for us there." Based on a rough estimate, the temperature here was already -50 degrees Celsius. If they walked further in and reached the eye of the Yin formation, the temperature there would be even lower. Ling Yan didn't want to freeze these 2 fellows, so he asked them to wait at the entrance of the cave. Edward and Chester felt as if they had been pardoned. They responded and dashed back to the cave entrance like lightning, guarding it obediently. "Xianxia, can you still take it?" At this moment, Ling Yan was madly absorbing the purine qi in this place. He naturally didn't care, so he asked Xianxia out of concern. "Of course I can. It's just that I feel a little cold." Xianxia was very calm. The second major realm of the stellar condensation technique was already impervious to fire and water. Furthermore, both of them had already reached the third major realm, the invulnerable realm. The cold was just a feeling, but it couldn't hurt Xianxia at all. Then let's hurry up and go to the Yin Arasai first. Ling Yan knew that Xianxia would definitely be able to hold on. Right now, he couldn't wait to reach the eye of the Yin formation and see just how dense the Yin qi there was. This place was still very far from the eye of the Yin formation. The density of the Yin qi here had already exceeded that of the icy pond. Therefore, Ling Yan was looking forward to the icy pond. Because such dense Yin qi would definitely attract Yin spirits. Perhaps after a long period of time, Yin spirits could be born here. Now Ling Yan knew why there weren't any Yin spirits when he came to the crater the last time. One reason was that the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell was still in effect. The Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell had a place to go after it emerged from the eye of the spell. The other reason was that the Yin spirits that were born here 1,000 years ago were all captured by Yin Joyo to refine the Profound Yin pill and Blood Fiend pill. What was Profound Yin? Above Supreme Yin was Profound Yin. Only the Profound Yin pill refined from Yin spirits could become a Supreme Grade Spirit pill or Supreme Grade Treasure pill. As for the Blood Fiend pill, it wasn't difficult to refine either. It only required the purest dark Yin qi and the fresh blood of an expert at the Golden Core realm and above. As for the golden dragon pill, Ling Yin didn't need to think to know that it definitely had something to do with the dragon trapped in the Yin Yang dragon lock spell. Ling Yin was an alchemist grandmaster. Once he heard the names that Yin Jiuyo gave to the 3 pills, he could reverse engineer the origins of these 3 pills. The eye of the Yin formation was vertically upward. Ling Yin and Yi Xingchen began to fly faster, heading straight for the place where the dark Yin Qi was the densest. Very soon, the 2 of them rushed out of the cave and arrived at the icy pond. Their eyes suddenly opened up. Ling Yin had once again entered that huge, saucepan-shaped cave. Hiss, it was simply too cold. Once Ling Yin came out, even his phenomenal treasure body couldn't take it. His body trembled violently and he almost fell to the ground. Aya, it's so cold, I can't take it. Yi Xingchen exclaimed the moment she came in. There was no need for her to put on a brave front in front of Ling Yin. She shouted it out directly. Xingchen, follow the tunnel and fly north. You'll warm up after flying a certain distance. That's the eye of the Yang formation. Ling Yin immediately reminded Yi Xingchen to not stay here for too long because it was simply too cold. In the absolute darkness, the entire huge cave was a vast expanse of whiteness. The pure Yin Qi that emerged from the icy pond had nowhere to go, so it actually condensed into a very dense fog here. Moreover, the surrounding walls were obviously covered with a thick layer of frost. Ling Yin scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it wasn't water. It was condensed from pure Yin Qi. He was overjoyed. Boom! Ling Yin immediately circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme and absorbed the pure Yin Qi with all his might. It was as though he was swallowing it like a whale. In a split second, a huge amount of pure Yin Qi entered his body and went straight into Ling Yin's energy center. This caused the Yin Eye of the yin-yang fish in Ling Yin's magical energy center to stop emitting Yin Qi. On the other hand, the speed of Yang Qi emerging from the energy center's Yang Eye suddenly increased. This was the yin-yang harmony balance. It would always maintain the balance of Yin and Yang in Ling Yin's energy center. Ling Yin, be careful. There's something strange in that icy pond. Yi Xingchen flew quickly north but didn't forget to remind Ling Yin to be careful. She had used her divine sense to explore the icy pond and discovered that there were glowing objects there. Don't worry, Xingchen. It's just a dozen or so newly formed Yin spirits. Ling Yin laughed loudly. He had already taken out the blood-dissipating sword and stared at the icy pond. His eyes flashed violently, and he was ready for battle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Indeed, before Ling Yin finished speaking, he saw 18 glowing objects rush out of the icy pond. Each of them was the size of a baby's head and emitted an extremely cold and eerie light. One could vaguely see their faces. They were Yin spirits. They weren't ghosts, just Yin spirits. There was a huge difference between the two. However, this kind of Yin spirit was most easily attracted by the Yang Qi on a living person. It was their instinct to suck the blood essence of a living person. If not handled properly, even Yi Xingchen would have a hard time dealing with them. However, to the current Ling Yin, these Yin spirits were all great nourishment. After the 18 groups of Yin spirits rushed out of the icy pond, they immediately set their sights on Ling Yin. However, they seemed to be able to sense the extraordinariness of the blood-dissipating sword in Ling Yan's hand, so they didn't dare to rush over. Instead, they seemed to be very cautious. Ling Yin found it a little funny. He had no choice but to slightly force a trace of pure Yang Qi out of his body to attract these Yin spirits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yan's method was, of course, immediately effective. When the Yin spirits felt the pure Yang Qi on Ling Yan's body, they immediately pounced at him, fighting to be the first. I'm sorry. Ling Yin yelled and began to wave the blood-dissipating sword. Chi, 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 chi. Blood-red light flashed continuously, and with each slash, he split all the Yin spirits in half. Then, without waiting for their bodies to turn into gas, Ling Yin directly opened his mouth and inhaled. It was impossible to make the Xianyin pill here, so Ling Yin simply swallowed all of them into his stomach and directly used the yin-yang harmony balance to refine them. If these Yin spirits were to be chopped into pieces by the blood-dissipating divine blade, they would be reduced to the purest form of Yin Qi. However, if Ling Yin swallowed them directly into his stomach, it would be equivalent to eating 18 top-grade elixirs at once. Go! After swallowing these 18 spirits, Ling Yun didn't hesitate to burn more than 10 drops of divine energy. In an instant, he instantly increased his speed to the maximum, breaking through the sound barrier. In just 3 seconds, he passed through the cave tunnel and arrived at the Eye of the Yang formation. He had to be this fast. If he was any slower, Ling Yun would almost be frozen. This was because he had swallowed 18 spirits. How could 18 spirits be swallowed so easily? With Ling Yun's realm, it was still possible to eat 1 or 2, but to swallow 18 of them at once, he would be lucky if he didn't turn into a popsicle. Arriving at the Eye of the Yang formation, the extreme cold instantly turned into extreme heat. The temperature here was shockingly more than a few hundred degrees, and Ling Yun was directly surrounded by the blazing pure Yang aura. That gave me a fright. Xianxia had just arrived at the intersection of Yin and Yang when she saw a figure flying over. She scanned it with her divine sense and realized that it was Ling Yun. She immediately pouted and said, "What are you doing?" "Cultivating." Ling Yun replied with a smile as he came over and began to frantically absorb the pure Yang aura to gradually warm up his almost frozen body. Even if he had reached the stellar condensation technique, he wouldn't be able to withstand the high temperature of a few hundred degrees in the Eye of the Yang formation. However, Ling Yun was willing to endure it. It was different from when he was in the Eye of the Yin formation. Because Ling Yun had the divine Yang cultivation technique, his body temperature would reach a terrifying level when he used the divine Yang cultivation technique. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of this little bit of heat. Instead, he enjoyed it. After arriving here, while Ling Yun was frantically absorbing the pure Yang aura, he also used his cultivation technique to force all 18 spirits into his energy center. Then, he began to use the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire to calcine and refine them. Now, Ling Yun's 5 elemental fire had been nourished by the Yin-Yang true qi in his energy center for 12 days. Even though it hadn't completely transformed into the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire, it could already be used to calcine these Yin spirits. Looks like the blood dissipating blade is really an ancient divine artifact that can slay primordial spirits. Using it to kill these formless Yin spirits is as easy as chopping vegetables. Ling Yun frantically absorbed the pure Yang aura while refining the Yin spirits. Then, he sent these 2 types of pure aura into his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. He was deliberately condensing the divine energy. This way, Ling Yun's speed of condensing the divine energy tripled. He could condense 9 droplets in a minute, the 13,000 droplets of divine energy that Ling Yun had expended during the battle last night should have taken him 3 days to replenish. With his current speed, 1 day was enough. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with anything else. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to focus on cultivating. Gradually, he entered a state where he forgot himself and everything else. Xianxia's divine sense spread out and discovered that Ling Yun had actually entered a state of cultivation. She didn't disturb him and sat down as well, silently guarding Ling Yun. Very quickly, a day and a night passed. Almost at the same time on the second day, Ling Yun suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Ling Yun had already refined a total of 12 Yin spirits and absorbed an unknown amount of pure Yang aura. He had condensed a total of more than 14,000 droplets of divine energy, replenishing all the divine energy that he had expended. In 1 day and 1 night, Ling Yun's physical condition had completely reached its peak. The current Ling Yun was only a thin layer of paper away from breaking through to Qi cultivation stage 4. It could be said that he was already 1 foot into the realm of Qi cultivation stage 4. However, should he directly break through here? Ling Yun frowned slightly and began to ponder. Don't worry, everyone. Old Bu knows how to dig holes, but he never holds back. Big brother Yun, of course, wants to break through. On the 13th, he worked overnight to write 4 chapters. The last 2 chapters were updated on the 4th and 6th. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun was still thinking about the heavens tribulation. That was because he would have to face the 4-9 minor tribulation once he broke through to the middle stage of Qi cultivation. Ling Yun's treasure body was now complete and his stellar condensation technique was unscathed. He wasn't afraid of the 4-9 minor tribulation, but he was worried if it would descend directly. If the heavens tribulation descended directly after breaking through to Qi cultivation stage 4, the impact would be too great. Xianxia Lake was a famous scenic area after all. There were too many tourists every day, and the areas around Xianxia Lake were the most prosperous in Xianxia City, such as the Qingxi Villa district. That was what Ling Yun was worried about. If it was anyone else undergoing their heavenly tribulation here, they definitely wouldn't have to worry about this. After all, this was the belly of Dragon Mountain, which was a few hundred meters above the ground. If one were to include the distance to the peak of Dragon Mountain, it would be at least 1,000 meters. After a person broke through, as long as they didn't go out, the heavenly tribulation definitely wouldn't descend. However, Ling Yun knew that he was different from others. His heaven's tribulation had never been predictable. He couldn't predict which realm it would descend, and neither could he predict how powerful it would be. That was what troubled Ling Yun the most. For example, when he broke through to physique tempering stage 7 on Turtle Island, there was a wave of tribulation clouds, and it was the most terrifying 9-colored tribulation cloud. Another example was when he broke through to Qi cultivation stage at Mansion No. 1. He was bombarded by the heavens tribulation, and that was how the celestial illumination of Qingshui happened. Ling Yun didn't want such an unpredictable situation to happen a third time. At the thought of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but raise his head and look at the cave above him. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a divine glow. His gaze seemed to penetrate the entire Dragon Mountain and see the sky outside the peak. A confident and domineering smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Why don't I take a gamble with God?" After saying that, Ling Yun blinked his eyes and suddenly floated up. At this time, Ling Yun finally had the time to carefully examine the Xianxia Eye. He turned his head left and right, looking at the small stone temple in the cave. His eyes flashed. The Buddhist staff, the alms bowl, and even the praying mat carved on the stone were still there. However, the vitro-glazed body that had once sat upright on the stone praying mat and formed a hand seal was gone. Ling Yun had already noticed this when he rushed into the eye of the Yang formation. However, he had just swallowed 18 yin spirits and was in a hurry to refine them. Hence, he didn't have time to pay attention to them. Anyway, they were already gone. Of course, it was also because of the absence of the diamond-glazed body that the surging Buddhist energy in the eye of the Yang array had almost completely disappeared. All that was left was pure and dense pure Yang Qi. That was why Ling Yun had been able to absorb it without restraint and cultivate crazily for a day and a night. At the same time, Ling Yun also understood why the yin spirits could appear in the eye of the yin array. It was naturally related to the disappearance of the diamond-glazed body. Without the suppression of the surging Buddhist power, the yin spirits could be born again in the icy pond. "Xingchen, come here." Ling Yun stared at the empty stone praying mat for a long while. He opened his mouth and called out to Xianxia, who had been silently standing guard in the cave passage all this while, to come over. The pure yang energy in the eye of the yang formation had decreased significantly after a day and night of frenzied absorption. The temperature had dropped by at least 200 degrees, which Xianxia could take. Whoosh! Xianxia flew over. She only needed one look at Ling Yun to know that he had completely recovered to his peak. Moreover, his cultivation had improved. She immediately asked excitedly, "Ling Yun, I can break through to Qi cultivation stage 4 at any time," Ling Yun said directly. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the stone praying mat. Look, the diamond-glazed body of that almighty Buddhist cultivator was sitting on this praying mat. But now, it's actually gone. Xianxia was stunned. Someone took it? Impossible. Ling Yun shook his head decisively. He then pointed at the monk staff and alms bowl in the temple. His eyes were solemn as he said to Xianxia, "I remember very clearly that the monk staff and alms bowl are in their original positions. They haven't even been moved. Therefore, there's no way that the diamond-glazed body could have been taken away." Xianxia was shocked. That means it disappeared into thin air? That should be the case. Ling Yun nodded, his expression stern. When a Buddhist almighty cultivator cultivates to the vitro-glazed body realm, even if he passes away in meditation, his corpse still possesses unfathomable power. It's not difficult for him to disappear into thin air. Xianxia asked, "Then what do you plan to do now?" Ling Yun smiled confidently. "I'll collect these Buddhist treasures first and then break through." As he said that, Ling Yun used fulgurating shadows and divided himself into 3. In the blink of an eye, he stored the monk staff, alms bowl, and the stone praying mat into his Tai Shi ring. Then, he summoned the green shadow flying sword and used his divine will to cut off the entire temple from the rocky ground. Ling Yan swept through the Yang formation in an instant. Xianxia, wait for me here. I'll go inform the two blood clan members of something and return immediately. With that, Ling Yan immediately used sword kinesis flight to return the way he came. Soon, he arrived at the underground river. Boss. Edward and Chester had been guarding here obediently. Seeing Ling Yan come out, they immediately came to greet him. Both of you, go out now and tell Tai Xiaohu and the rest about the situation here. Then, tell them that I'm going to break through in the crater and will meet up with them in a day or two at most. Tell them not to worry. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen went down to the crater yesterday with the sole purpose of collecting the true dragon out at sea. Now that a day and a night had passed, Ling Yan didn't know how anxious the people above were. That was why Ling Yan asked the two blood clan members to report that he was safe. After all, Qing Miao, Qing Dongxue, and Shuang Meifeng had already arrived at Qingshui City. Ling Yan had been in the crater for a day and a night, so they must be worried sick. Yes. Boss, Chester replied immediately. Also, after you go out, tell them that I'm going to undergo the heavenly tribulation after breaking through. I'm not sure of the exact location, but no matter what, if anything abnormal happens in Qingshui City, tell them to be prepared and control the situation. Both of you go out now and pass my message to them as soon as possible. After Ling Yan made the necessary arrangements and watched the two blood clan members leave, he took out the water-repellent pearl and stared at the huge waterfall below the cave. After a moment of contemplation, he flew down directly into the huge lake below. After entering the lake, Ling Yan went straight to the bottom and started drifting along the torrent of the underground river. At the same time, he silently observed the direction of the water flow. A few minutes later, Ling Yan traveled 7 to 8 kilometers. Even though there were twists and turns in the direction of the water flow, he realized that it was heading east without much change. Seems like I was right. This underground river really leads to the bottom of the East Sea. Ling Yan smiled. He didn't continue forward but returned to the cave behind the glacier. Then, he flew all the way to the eye of the Yang formation. What took you so long? Ling Yan's return trip took more than an hour. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but blame him anxiously. Ling Yan naturally told her the truth. Finally, he said, I'm about to break through. After that, the 4-9 minor tribulation may come at any time. If it comes directly, then we can only face it. But if it doesn't, we can't leave through the crater. Instead, we have to leave through this underground river. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flickered. You mean to break through here and undergo the tribulation in the East Sea? Smart. Ling Yan nodded with a smile. All right then. Go ahead and break through. I'll protect you. Yi Xingchen knew that Ling Yan's breakthrough was imminent. She was very excited and immediately expressed her attitude. Xingchen, go to the center of the passageway and stand guard for me where the yin and yang energies converge. You don't have to worry about any anomalies as long as there aren't any intruders while I'm breaking through, Ling Yan said sternly. If lightning really strikes after I break through, you don't have to worry about me. Just go to the entrance of the cave and stay out of the range of my tribulation. Yi Xingchen listened very seriously. She memorized it and nodded repeatedly. Then, she left the eye of the Yang formation and returned to the middle of the tunnel that connected Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Ling Yan immediately found a spot beside the eye of the Yang formation and sat down cross-legged. He prepared to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance and break through. At this moment, he still had 16 spirits in his body that hadn't been refined. Therefore, he didn't lack pure yin qi. He only needed to absorb pure yang qi continuously in the eye of the Yang formation. After everything was ready, Ling Yan silently circulated the yin-yang harmony balance. He opened all the pores on his body and began to absorb the pure yang qi in the eye of the Yang formation. At the same time, he accelerated the refinement of the yin spirits in his energy center to maintain the balance of yin and yang in his energy center and meridians. Ling Yan's magical energy center, which was about the size of a soccer ball, began to spin rapidly. Yin-yang true qi spewed out of the eyes of the yin-yang fish at an unprecedented speed. It merged with the pure yang qi he absorbed and refined. It flowed rapidly through his 8 extraordinary meridians and finally attacked the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Under such circumstances, the divine energy in Ling Yan's sea of consciousness accelerated. The speed was too fast, 9 drops of divine energy in a minute. To be able to maintain the condensation of 9 drops of divine energy in a minute was the first requirement to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4. Boom! After feeling that it was about time, Ling Yan began to burn his divine energy to the limit. This time, he burned 360 drops at once. With the help of the burning of his divine energy, the condensation speed in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows doubled again. Ling Yan didn't hesitate to break through. Boom! Qi Cultivation Stage 4 was like a window paper to Ling Yan. He broke through it in an instant. The next moment, the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows suddenly expanded to 9 times its original size. The 60,000 drops of divine origin liquid were no longer a full lake in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows. Instead, they became shallow puddles. At the same time, the strength of the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows, the range of his divine sense, the degree of condensation of his divine sense, and the speed at which the yin-yang true qi condensed divine energy all increased. Boom! After entering Qi Cultivation Stage 4, Ling Yan wasn't satisfied. He burned his divine energy to the limit again. This time, he burned 1,080 drops at once. After breaking through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4, the size and strength of the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows could completely withstand this level of burning. This time, Ling Yan burned his divine energy to the limit in order to speed up the refinement of the yin spirit. At the same time, it was also to speed up the absorption of the yang qi in the eye of the yang spell formation. With the yin spirit in his body, breaking through in the eye of the yang spell formation was facing the eye of the yin spell formation. Ling Yan naturally wasn't satisfied with such a good opportunity. This was because Ling Yan was too familiar with the middle stage of Qi cultivation. To him, there wasn't much difference between Qi Cultivation Stage 4, Qi Cultivation Stage 5, and Qi Cultivation Stage 6. This time, as long as there was enough yin-yang qi in the eye of the yang spell formation and the eye of the yin spell formation, he could rush to wherever he wanted until he absorbed all the yin-yang qi in the eye of the yang spell formation. The first chapter was delivered. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. Middle stage Qi refinement, to early stage Qi refinement and late stage Qi refinement. This entire realm, to put it bluntly, was actually a link between the previous and the following. After a cultivator reached the early stage Qi refinement, they first broke through the hidden latch between their eyebrows. Naturally, they would have divine sense, know how to refine Qi into spirit and condense spirit essence. Then, they would learn how to release spirit essence and transform it into magical energy, which would then be used for cultivation or battle. The early stage Qi refinement marked the advancement of a realm. First of all, it was the speed at which a cultivator condensed spirit essence and the amount of magical energy that was instantly transformed by burning spirit essence. Without a doubt, this completely depended on the cultivator's own aptitude and perception, as well as the techniques they cultivated. However, due to the dual limitations of the size of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and the tyrannical degree of the early stage Qi refinement, along with the advancement of a cultivator's realm, the speed at which they condensed spirit essence and the amount of spirit essence they could burn would sooner or later reach a limit. When these 2 points reached the limit, no matter how short a period of time they entered the early stage Qi refinement, they would have already reached the peak of the early stage Qi refinement. If they wanted to advance further, they would have to break through the realm and enter the mid-stage Qi refinement. Only after entering the mid-stage Qi refinement would the size of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows increase again. At the same time, the barrier of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows would also become more tyrannical. This way, more spirit essence could be stored. At the same time, the speed at which they condensed spirit essence would naturally increase, and the amount of spirit essence they could burn at one time would also naturally increase. However, these were all the most basic effects of breaking through to the mid-stage Qi refinement. It was just faster and more than the early stage Qi refinement. This was the bearing effect of the mid-stage Qi refinement. For a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, the most important thing was the speed at which the spirit essence in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows could be transformed into magical energy, as well as the efficiency at which the spirit essence was transformed into magical energy. This was the key to the mid-stage qi refinement. It could be said that the strength of a cultivator completely depended on these 2 points. At the mid-stage qi refinement and even the late-stage qi refinement, regardless of the aptitude of a cultivator and the speed at which they condensed spirit essence, the spirit essence in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows would definitely be enough to support them for a week or even half a month, or even longer. Therefore, after entering the mid-stage qi refinement, comparing the speed at condensing spirit essence or comparing the amount of spirit essence in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows no longer held much meaning for a cultivator. For example, after Ling Yan reached the peak of qi refinement level 3, there were already more than 60,000 drops of God essence stored in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. He had only used up 1/5 of it after crossing realms and battling for a night. Especially after Ling Yan entered the middle stage of qi cultivation, the size of his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows had increased by 9 times. When he wasn't fighting, he could accumulate hundreds of thousands of drops of divine energy over time. There was no point in comparing this. Then what do the cultivators after the middle stage of qi refining compete in? It was very simple. It was how to efficiently convert and use these hundreds of thousands of drops of God essence in battle. If he was strong enough and ruthless enough, he could burn hundreds of thousands of drops of God essence in one go and convert all of them into mana and release them. Even if the enemy was a Foundation Establishment realm expert, they would still die. Of course, this was the most extreme case. This was equivalent to a cultivator exploding their primordial spirit. Once this was done, the best result would be becoming a cripple. Basically, the end result would be death. Unless it was certain death, no cultivator expert would do this. This was the key that determined whether a cultivator's strength was tyrannical or not after breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining. The simplest principle was to fly. The faster the divine energy was converted into mana, the faster the cultivator's flying speed would be. Similarly, the higher the efficiency of a cultivator's use of mana, the stronger his mana would be. The spells he cast would be ever-changing, and his overall combat power would naturally be stronger. This was the fundamental reason why Ling Yan, who was at the peak of qi refining level 3, was suppressed by Long Tianfeng, who was at the peak of qi refining level 6. Even though Ling Yan had enough divine energy, he could only release 360 drops of divine energy at one go. This was also the maximum amount of mana he could release. Long Tianfeng's true realm was at the peak of the middle stage of qi refining level. A casual move of his was more powerful than Ling Yan's. That was why he could crush Ling Yan in both attack and defense. That was why Ling Yan had been burning his divine energy to the limit to maintain a realm similar to Long Tianfeng's. Then, he used all kinds of tyrannical trump cards to finally crush his opponent. Ling Yan's limit release was inferior to a casual wave of his opponent's hand. If he didn't use all kinds of trump cards, he would have been killed by Long Tianfeng a long time ago. This was the suppression of realms. Therefore, when a cultivator entered the middle stage of qi refining level, it was a competition of the speed at which divine energy could be converted into mana and the efficiency at which it could be used. This, of course, required a cultivator to analyze and cultivate for a long period of time. They even had to go through countless actual battles to continuously hone themselves and improve themselves. However, that was for others. Ling Yan was an expert in the tribulation stage. After he entered the middle stage of qi refining level, why would he need to analyze how to convert divine energy quickly and how to use mana efficiently? There was no need at all. Ling Yan had long reached the pinnacle in terms of the rapid conversion of divine energy and the effective use of magical power. It could be said that every drop of divine energy that he burned could be converted to the most effective use of magical power. He definitely wouldn't waste a single drop, therefore, there was no bottleneck in the middle stage of qi refining level for Ling Yan. All he needed to do now was to break through. Now that Ling Yan burned 1,080 drops of divine energy, the mana in his body surged violently. It was too ferocious. He was refining the 16 spirits at a speed that was 10 times faster than before. At the same time, he was crazily absorbing the pure yang qi in the eye of the yang formation. The tyrannical yin-yang true qi flowed out of his energy center, through his meridians, and into his eyebrows. It circulated rapidly in Ling Yan's body at an unbelievable speed, reaching more than 100 meters per second. He could complete 36 cycles in a second. Now, Ling Yan was not condensing 9 drops of divine energy in a minute, but 36 drops. In an hour, he could condense more than 2,000 drops of divine energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining 16 spirits were being refined at an accelerated speed. Their bodies were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the eye of the Yang formation, with Ling Yan's body as the center, a huge Yang Qi vortex formed. Endless Yang Qi continuously entered Ling Yan's body, forming a whirlwind. 2 hours later, boom, Ling Yan broke through again, reaching the middle stage of Qi refining level 4. Next, the speed at which he condensed divine energy increased. In just an hour, Ling Yan reached the late stage of Qi refining level 4. His speed doubled again, boom, in just half an hour, Ling Yan reached the pinnacle of Qi refining level 4. At the pinnacle of Qi refining level 4, a cultivator's normal speed of condensing divine energy was 18 drops of divine energy per minute. However, Ling Yan's was 36 drops in a minute. At this moment, he was still burning his divine energy to the limit. He could burn 1,800 drops of divine energy at a time, but the speed at which he condensed divine energy was not as fast as the speed at which he used it. However, after reaching the pinnacle of Qi refining level 4, Ling Yan deliberately slowed down his speed. He only increased the speed of condensing divine energy, not rushing to break through. This was because even though there was still enough Yang Qi in the eye of the Yang formation, the 16 spirits in his body had already been completely refined. The tribulation clouds are here, but there's no lightning. After Ling Yan broke through to Qi refining level 4, he had long felt the tribulation clouds gathering above the peak of Dragon Mountain. He felt the pressure of the heavenly Tao, but there was no lightning after such a long time. Looks like I made the right bet. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He knew that as long as he didn't go to the ground, the tribulation wouldn't fall. Therefore, he was completely relieved. He floated up, still maintaining his cross-legged posture. His body flew across the sky and came to where Xianxia was. This was the center of the eye of the Yang formation and the eye of the Yin formation, where Yin and Yang intersected. Xianxia, I'm going to continue breaking through here. Wait for me in the cave outside the Yin formation. Seeing that Ling Yan still wanted to break through after breaking through, Xianxia couldn't help but be worried. She immediately asked, isn't it a little too rushed? It's fine, I know what I'm doing. The Yin Yang Qi here is too important to my cultivation. It would be a pity to give it up. Ling Yan gave her a reassuring look. After Xianxia left, he immediately started to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance with all his might. Boom! Ling Yan suddenly released the yin-yang true qi chain, plunging the yin qi chain into the cold pond in the eye of the yin formation, and the yang qi chain into the eye of the yang formation. Absorb! Ling Yan didn't hold back. He used the yin-yang true qi chain to absorb the yin-yang qi from the two eye of the formation, continuing to condense divine energy. An hour passed, 3 hours passed. After a whole 6 hours, Ling Yan suddenly burned his divine energy to the limit and started to break through to Qi refining level 5. Boom! Ling Yan broke through again and entered the realm of Qi refining level 5. After entering the realm of Qi refining level 5, Ling Yan cultivated for a whole 4 hours and broke through 2 small realms consecutively. Finally, he reached the mid-stage of Qi refining level 5. Only then did he stop cultivating. The Qi refining realm was divided into 9 levels, and each level was further divided into 4 small realms: early, mid-stage, advanced, and peak. This time, with the help of the strong yin and yang qi from the two eyes of the formation, Ling Yan's breakthrough was too smooth. Not only did he enter the middle stage of Qi cultivation, but he also broke through Qi cultivation level 4 and level 5. If one only counted the small realms, Ling Yan broke through 6 realms consecutively. Up until now, Ling Yan still wanted to continue breaking through. However, he had no choice but to stop because the yin-yang qi in the two eye of the formation had been completely absorbed by him. At this moment, there was only an extremely thin yin-yang qi left in the eye of the yin formation and the eye of the yang formation. The temperature of the two caves had also become almost the same, similar to the temperature of the other caves in the crater. With Ling Yan's cultivation speed, the yin-yang qi here would no longer be of any use to him without a year's accumulation. Almost 14 hours. Breaking through 2 big realms and 6 small realms. Not bad. Next, Ling Yun meditated for another half an hour to completely stabilize his realm. At the same time, he looked inside himself and felt extremely satisfied. At the mid-stage of Qi refining level 5, Ling Yan's sea of knowledge between his eyebrows was too strong. Just its volume alone was 18 times its original size. It could contain 1,080,000 drops of God's energy. Now, I can condense 1 drop of God's energy per second. That's more than 80,000 drops a day. Burning my God's energy to the limit can condense 3,600 drops. This is many times stronger than when I was in the same realm in the cultivation world. Ling Yan said to himself. He smiled confidently. If he were to fight Long Tianfeng now, Ling Yan wouldn't even need to use any trump cards. He would only need to use his bare fists to defeat his opponent. Thank you, everyone, for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. It's a pity that the time is too short, and the yin yang qi here isn't enough. Otherwise, even if I don't continue to break through, it would be good to condense tens of thousands of drops of divine energy. Now, there were almost 90,000 drops of divine energy in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows. Before Ling Yan broke through, there were more than 60,000 drops of divine energy between his eyebrows. In the past 10 hours, Ling Yan had been using the rich yin-yang qi in the eye of the yin-yang formation to condense divine energy continuously. He had condensed a total of less than 40,000 drops of divine energy. However, his continuous condensing of divine energy also consumed his divine energy crazily. After all, he had broken through 6 levels consecutively. Every breakthrough required extreme burning of divine energy. Therefore, he had also consumed more than 10,000 drops of divine energy. Therefore, after the breakthrough, there were only 90,000 drops of divine energy left in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's eyebrows. This was a shocking amount because when ordinary cultivators broke through to the next level, the accumulated divine energy in the sea of consciousness between their eyebrows would be almost completely used up. Sometimes, it might not even be enough. Therefore, they needed to consume various elixirs to support it. Precisely because of this, cultivators often had to find an extremely safe place to break through to the next level. After breaking through to the next level, their strength would naturally become stronger, but they would enter a period of weakness. That was because the divine energy that they had accumulated in the past had been used to break through to the next level. After breaking through to the next level, the space between their eyebrows would be almost empty. Once enemies came knocking, cultivators who had just broken through to the next level wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. How could they fight if they had the realm but no divine energy? They couldn't release powerful magical powers. Therefore, cultivators would look for a safe place to break through to the next level. Moreover, they also needed the most trusted person to protect them. However, Ling Yan's divine energy wasn't completely used up after breaking through to the next level. Instead, he had more divine energy with each breakthrough. This was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, this was because the place he had chosen to break through to the next level was too good. With the eye of the yin formation and the eye of the yang formation, it could provide him with an endless supply of yin and yang qi. However, this 90,000 drops of God's energy was pitifully small compared to the 1,080,000 drops of God's energy that could be stored in his sea of consciousness. It was only 1/12 of the total capacity. Based on Ling Yan's current speed of God's energy condensation, he would still need another 12 days to completely fill up his sea of consciousness with 86,400 drops of God's energy a day. If the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows was compared to a spherical container, Ling Yan's 90,000 drops of divine energy were just enough to fill the bottom. Just like in the body refining realm, every breakthrough would strengthen one's sea of qi and dantian. After entering the qi refining realm, every breakthrough would strengthen the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. This was reflected in 2 aspects. One was the size of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, and the other was the toughness of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. With every breakthrough, there would be an obvious improvement in these 2 aspects. However, the enlargement and toughening of the sea of consciousness between the brows wasn't an inexplicable change just because one broke through. Every time one broke through, one needed to use the method of burning divine essence to the limit to forcefully open up the space between the brows in order to further increase the degree of toughness of the sea of consciousness between the brows. Breaking through was always about breaking through. Breaking through was about these 2 points. Everything complemented each other. This was what breaking through was called, other than the enlargement of the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and the toughness of the sea of consciousness. Naturally, the entrance between the eyebrows was also forcefully opened up. This was because the true chi in the body of a cultivator had to pass through the energy center and meridians to enter the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. If this place wasn't expanded and strengthened, there would only be the same amount of true chi entering the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. No matter how fast the flow of true chi was, it wouldn't be of much use. Naturally, it would be difficult to increase the speed of condensing the divine energy. At the same time, correspondingly, with every breakthrough, the energy center, meridians, and all the major acupuncture points of the body would also become stronger along with the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. This was the same principle as opening up the entrance between the eyebrows. It was to allow the true chi in the body of a cultivator to enter the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows faster. Otherwise, the speed of condensing the divine energy wouldn't be able to increase. If the past was compared to a small stream, then it was now a large river. This was because the flow of a small stream would never be able to fill the ocean. At this time, the importance of a cultivator's body refinement at the beginning, as well as the importance of the cultivation technique they practiced, could be seen. If the dantian and meridians were not strong enough, the flow and speed of true chi would be limited. If the cultivation technique they practiced was not good enough, the true chi in the dantian and meridians would be weaker than others. All of these would ultimately affect the speed at which a cultivator could condense their spirit energy and release their magic power. After all, condensing the divine energy was for storage and use. After the divine energy was converted into magical power, it was also for release for the cultivator's use. Cultivation, and going against the heavens, the ultimate goal was to use it. As for the range of the divine sense, it naturally increased with the breakthrough of the realm. Ling Yin roughly estimated that under the situation where he didn't burn his divine energy, the normal range of his divine sense was at least 6,000 meters, maybe even more. Ling Yin had completed his breakthrough, and the yin-yang qi in the yin-yang formation I was almost exhausted. Naturally, there was no longer any meaning for him to stay here. Whoosh! Ling Yin moved. He directly flew through the air. His speed was so fast that he broke through the sound barrier with a single movement. Under such terrifying speed, Ling Yin actually made several turns and changes with incredible agility within the short distance of 2,000 meters. Very soon, he arrived in front of Xianxia. Everyone knew that moving objects had inertia. The greater the speed, the greater the inertia. That was why there was a saying that one couldn't stop moving. However, Ling Yin's current realm was too powerful. His divine energy could be converted into magical power at any time. Under the speed of breaking through the sound barrier, he could fly as he wished and stop as he wished. He could even change direction at will in an instant, just like an ordinary person changing direction when walking. This was definitely not to be underestimated because this was the foundation of a cultivator's battle. It was the most crucial point. This meant that even after breaking through 6 realms, Ling Yin could still perfectly control his new realm and new strength. It could be said to be at the pinnacle of perfection. There was no need for him to adapt at all. This was the fundamental reason why Ling Yin dared to make consecutive breakthroughs after breaking through to the middle stage of qi cultivation. If a cultivator was talented, no matter how fast he advanced and how powerful he was, if he couldn't control it, it would all be for naught. Therefore, every time a cultivator made a breakthrough, they had to stabilize and adapt to it. This required a very long time to complete. However, Ling Yin didn't need any time at all. As long as he reached the realm, he could immediately adapt to it. He could control his magical power with ease and circulate it smoothly. Wow! You can fly! Xianxia had long known that Ling Yin had completed his breakthrough, but she wasn't in a hurry to see him. Instead, she waited patiently here. Now that she saw Ling Yin, she couldn't contain her joy. After exclaiming in surprise, she immediately sensed Ling Yin's current strength. Ling Yin didn't do anything, but his entire body exuded a tyrannical pressure that shocked even Xianxia. She was dumbfounded as she said, "Ling Yin, your aura is so strong right now." "Not bad. I'm in the middle stage of qi cultivation stage 5. Of course I can fly." Ling Yin smiled slightly and immediately said, "Xianxia, thank you for standing guard for me. I've kept you waiting. Including the replenishment of his divine yuan, that day and night of cultivation and the 14 hours he had just used to break through meant that Ling Yun had used up 38 hours just to cultivate and break through. He enjoyed the joy of cultivation and breaking through, but Xianxia had silently stood guard for him in absolute darkness for so long. Ling Yun was naturally touched. You're still talking about this with me? Are you itching for a beating? Xianxia glared at him with dissatisfaction as she rebuked him. Even though the cave was in absolute darkness, it was no different from daytime to Ling Yun. He admired Xianxia's peerless beauty to his heart's content. He chuckled and asked, Xianxia, how long has it been since we entered the crater? Xianxia smiled and answered, a little more than 40 hours. Ling Yun nodded silently. He thought about how he had entered the crater around 10 o'clock in the morning on the 16th of August. He had used up 38 hours just to cultivate. In addition to collecting the green dragon out at sea, exploring the underground river twice, and exploring the crater, he had used up about 2 hours in total. That was a little more than 40 hours. In that case, it should be around 2 o'clock in the morning on the 18th of August according to the lunar calendar. Ling Yun calculated the time in his heart and said straightforwardly after figuring out the time. The exact time is 23 in the morning on the 23rd of September, 2:25. Xianxia smiled sweetly and told Ling Yun the exact time. She was referring to the solar calendar. This time is just right for the tribulation. Let's go. At this point, Ling Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He took out the water-repellent pearl, held Xianxia's hand, and directly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the cave and into the underground river. Oh my god, so fast? Xianxia was very shocked because Ling Yun's current flying speed was simply too fast. It was almost 2 times the speed of sound. This is considered slow. I'm in the middle of Qi cultivation stage 5. If I deliberately accelerate, my flying speed should be close to 3 times the speed of sound. After flying twice, Ling Yun had already calculated his current flying speed. This was at least twice the speed of sound when he was in the cultivation world. Oh my god. In the blue water repellent space, Xianxia was even more shocked. She was dumbfounded as she murmured, 3 times the speed of sound, isn't that 1,000 meters per second? My current fastest speed isn't even half of that. In the torrent of the underground river, Xianxia was completely carried by Ling Yun. She could feel the unbelievable speed and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ling Yun's side profile. She exclaimed, you really are a monster. Haha, this is nothing. I haven't even passed the tribulation yet. After the tribulation, after the tribulation, after the baptism of the 4-9 lesser heavens tribulation, and after receiving the recognition of the heavenly Tao, I can only be considered a real monster. As he spoke, Ling Yun accelerated again. He and Xianxia almost reached 3 times the speed of sound, 1,000 meters per second. In the underground river of Xianxia City, they headed all the way east. There will be another chapter in a while. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. On the ground of Xianxia City. Even though it was already 2 in the morning, most of the people in Xianxia City were in no mood to sleep. They were all shocked by the strange phenomenon in the sky. This was because from noon onwards, countless black clouds had mysteriously appeared in the sky above Xianxia City. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air and were gathering in the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. They were getting denser and denser, and the black clouds were getting lower and lower. They were as black as ink and covered the entire sky. It was as if Xianxia City had turned from noon to night. The entire Xianxia City was brightly lit in broad daylight. The dark clouds covered the city, but it didn't rain. They had covered the sky above Xianxia City for more than 10 hours, covering the sun in the day and the moon in the night. This strange phenomenon reminded many of the people of Xianxia City of the waterspout that appeared above Xianxia Lake half a year ago. But without a doubt, the dark clouds this time were much scarier than the one from half a year ago. Therefore, the people of Xianxia City, regardless of gender or age, couldn't sleep. They would look up at the sky from time to time and discuss among themselves as if it was the end of the world. They couldn't be blamed for their discussions. In the past half a year, there had been too many strange phenomena in Xianxia City. First, there was a rare waterspout at Xianxia Lake. Then, there was a torrential rainstorm that turned the entire city into an ocean. At the same time, the valley collapsed and a sinkhole appeared. A week later, there was a violent earthquake at the sinkhole that shook the entire city. Luckily, there weren't many casualties. After that, Xianxia city quieted down for a period of time. But 3 months later, there was a night of celestial light near Xianxia Lake, waterspout, sinkhole, and a night of celestial light around Xianxia Lake. No matter how calm the people of Xianxia city were and how slow their pace of life was, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. This time, the dark clouds appeared again, and the scene was much scarier than before. How could the people of Xianxia city sleep? This time, the area with the thickest dark clouds is above Xianxia Lake. Is there going to be another waterspout? No, it's not above Xianxia Lake. I think it's above the sinkhole. The dark clouds are already pressing down on the peaks of 2 mountains. It's going to rain again. How heavy is it going to be? Who knows, after this storm, there might be a few more sinkholes in Xianxia city. You know nothing. As far as I know, someone is about to go through a tribulation, just like that night 2 months ago. Shoo, keep quiet. Similar conversations could be heard all over Xianxia city. Everyone was making guesses and discussing. This situation lasted until 2:30 in the morning. Hey, look, the black cloud is moving. It moved. It's really moving. F***ck, it's so fast. It's actually heading east. After all, it was the night of the 18th month of the lunar calendar. Once the dark clouds moved, the bright moonlight would begin to shine on Xianxia. Therefore, even ordinary people could feel the dense dark clouds moving eastward. Chase. Damn, even if I die, I want to see where the black cloud is going. Yeah, we have to figure out what's going on. This is the basis of our bragging rights in the future. Among the millions of people in Xianxia city, there were always some brave ones. When they saw the dark clouds moving in the sky, they drove their cars and chased after them. Just as the black cloud began to move, 5 or 6 figures dashed out from the dense forest around Dragon Mountain. They were also chasing after the black cloud as it headed east. These people were, of course, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, Shuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Qing Niao, Miao Xiaomiao, and the rest. Only they knew the real reason behind the dark clouds. After this underground river left the area of the giant sinkhole, although there were twists and turns in its direction, but after a few turns, it actually went straight east, rushing all the way. Along the way, there were naturally more than 10 underground tributaries that flowed into this underground river, causing its water flow to become larger and larger. The water was torrential, and it wasn't inferior to the Xianxia River on the surface of Xianxia city. Now, we should be under the surface of the East Sea. After flying for 2 minutes, Lingyan stopped at the bend of the underground river. He made his judgment. In 2 minutes, Lingyan flew more than 70 kilometers. Because he had to observe the changes in the water flow and the terrain, he couldn't maintain a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Therefore, he only flew about 70 kilometers. Lingyan had lived in Xianxia city for such a long time that he already knew the situation in Xianxia city like the back of his hand. More than 70 kilometers to the east of the sinkhole was coincidentally deep underground south of Xianxia Wharf. As long as he went east, this underground river would enter the East Sea and flow under the seabed of the East Sea. However, after arriving here, the underground river actually made a turn to the south. It didn't flow directly into the sea, but instead flowed southeast. The terrain is getting lower and lower. This place is at least 300 meters below the surface. Xianxia nodded. Her pretty face was a little solemn. This was because along the way, the water flow of the underground river was getting stronger and stronger. The vertical distance from the surface was also getting higher and higher. It actually kept flowing deeper underground. One had to know that even though the underground river at the sinkhole was 500 meters deep, that was relative to the valley formed by the 2 mountains of Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. That valley was more than 350 meters above sea level. To put it bluntly, the true depth of the underground river at the sinkhole was only about 150 meters below the surface. However, after flying for 70 kilometers, both of them had already reached the coast of the East Sea. During this journey, the underground river actually dropped by more than double its original depth. every stream of water must have an outlet. So, where was the outlet of this underground river? Two dragon veins, it's really twin dragons embracing clear water. However, Ling Yun wasn't worried. At all. He directly changed the topic and was actually exclaiming about the wonders of the Creator. Twin dragons embracing clear water? Hearing Ling Yun's exclamation, Xianxia couldn't help but ask Ling Yun curiously. Ling Yun didn't keep her in suspense. He raised his hand and pointed to the north. He directly explained, from here, about 30 kilometers north, is Xingshui Bay, which is the estuary of Xingshui River. Xingshui River is to the north of Xingshui City, and this underground river is to the south of Xingshui City. Xingshui River and this turbulent underground river are the two super dragon veins of Xingshui City. One is bright and one is dark, one is yang and one is yin, forming a huge yin and yang cycle that just happens to surround Xingshui City. Finally, both are connected to the East Sea. That's why I said that this is called twin dragons embracing clear water. After the sea breeze from the East Sea blows towards Xingshui City, it is blocked by the mountains to the west of Xingshui City. It's perfect for hiding wind and gathering water. It's really no wonder that Xingshui City is a place of great talents. Ling Yan explained the reason. At the same time, he was even more shocked. He thought about the almighty being who set up the yin-yang dragon lock spell between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. He was truly filled with admiration. That was too awesome. That person didn't just make use of the super topography of Dragon Mountain, Nangqi Peak, and Qingshui Lake. He actually saw through the super layout of twin dragons embracing clear water. Then, he used the theory of yin and yang to find the eye of the entire Qingshui City's yin-yang dragon lock spell. Qingshui City's topography was high in the west and low in the east. After passing through the mountains to the west, it was basically flat land. It was hugged by two huge dragon veins, forming a huge Tai Chi yin-yang fish. The two eye of the Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak were the two eye of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish. At this moment, Ling Yan didn't want to guess who the almighty ancient being was. He didn't want to guess the other party's realm either. He only knew that the person was definitely omnipotent. Not only was he proficient in yin-yang and 8 trigrams, but he was also a peerless master of formations and feng shui. In that case, the person who set up the 1,000 Opportunities 9 slaughter spell and even the Qian Kuan shifting spell in the heart of the yin-yang dragon lock spell must be that senior. Ling Yan's handsome eyes flashed. He was extremely excited. He thought to himself that he wasn't alone anymore. He laughed proudly. Hee, the geomantic layout of twin dragons embracing clear water. Now that I've attracted 2 dragons to Qingshui City, if they can both transform into dragons here, it will definitely become a legend in the future. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun quietly. Looking at his face and eyes, he only felt that Ling Yun at this moment really made his heart palpitate. Ling Yun was able to perfectly describe the entire layout of Qingshui City just by exploring the underground river. One could imagine how terrifying Ling Yun's attainments in feng shui and formations were. Xianxia, let's go. We'll continue walking along this underground river. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel shocked. After sighing, he continued to hold Xianxia's hand without hesitation and flew southeast along the underground river. This time, their speed was much faster. This was because after making a turn in the underground river, they didn't change direction anymore. Instead, they headed southeast. Another 3 minutes later, the two of them flew more than 150 kilometers before Ling Yun stopped again. This was because they were already 450 meters below the surface. This was an average of 1 meter per kilometer. One had to know that they were really 450 meters below sea level. Ling Yun, where are we now? Even though Xianxia was in the waterproof space, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy and anxious as she saw that they were getting deeper and deeper underground. The underground river seemed endless. Xianxia, don't be afraid. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He took the opportunity to pull Xianxia into his arms. He had known Xianxia for so long, but this was the first time he saw her so uneasy. This was really too rare. According to my understanding of Jiangnan province, if I'm not wrong, we're definitely under the seabed now. He pointed above his head. And this position, above the sea, should be the Zhoushan archipelago. The world-famous Mount Putuo is somewhere above us. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She opened her small mouth and said in shock, Mount Putua? We're actually under Mount Putua right now? The second chapter was even more exciting, right? Haha, the next chapter is even more exciting. Big climax, and climax. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you, readers, for your generous tips. In fact, Ling Yan wasn't wrong at all. He and Yi Xingchen were currently above the sea, the famous Mount Putua. The black tribulation clouds in the sky were moving at the same speed as Ling Yan. At this moment, the black tribulation clouds covered Mount Putua. The dark clouds covering the moon was too shocking. However, the people chasing from Xianxia City wouldn't be able to see this scene. That was because Ling Yan's speed of 1 kilometer per second was too fast. They wouldn't be able to catch up even if they went in a straight line from Xianxia City to Zhoushan, let alone following the road. It could be said that those who wanted to chase after the black clouds in Xianxia City had just gotten into their cars. Before they could even start the car, the black clouds in the sky had already disappeared. They had missed the shocking scene of the black clouds disappearing in an instant. Ling Yan, who was traversing the underground river, naturally didn't know about this. He had pointed out their approximate location, naturally to dispel the panic in Yi Xingchen's heart. In truth, what he really wanted to say was, what was 500 meters underground? Not to mention 500 meters, he had even explored 50,000 meters underground. That was when he was in the cultivation world, and it was after Ling Yan had reached the nascent soul stage. For a nascent soul stage expert, flying in the sky and burrowing underground was no problem at all, not to mention the fact that he had the water-repellent pearl. He could go back the way he came in a few minutes. Even if he couldn't go back, he could use the blood transformation blade to open a hole above his head and rush out from the ground. Ling Yan pointed ahead. Look, Xingchen, this underground river changes course again from here to the east. East of the Zhoushan archipelago is the East Sea. After leaving the coastline, it's normal to see seawater a few hundred meters deep. Even if this underground river doesn't go up, it will definitely rush out from the seabed at that depth and flow into the East Sea. At this moment, Yi Xingchen was practically in awe of Ling Yan. In the blink of an eye, she had turned from a witch to a shocked little girl. She looked at Ling Yan and asked, "You can even tell that?" Ling Yan smiled proudly. Of course. Water is nothing more than terrain. Water is just a camouflage. On this planet, whether it's rivers, lakes, or oceans, they're all the same. It doesn't matter if it's above ground or underground. As long as you remove the water, what's left is nothing more than a variety of strange terrains. We have the water-repelling pearl, so there's no difference between being in the water and being in the air, so why do you care how high the sky is or how deep it is? With our speed, it will only take a blink of an eye. Ling Yan was indeed a connoisseur. He was able to point out the essence of the matter in an instant. One of the most miraculous things about the Earth was that 70% of its surface area was covered by the ocean. It was this boundless ocean that allowed the Earth to have a perfect water circulation system. At the same time, it was also the ocean that nurtured life. After hundreds of millions of years, the Earth had become colorful instead of barren. He directly told Yi Xingchen to imagine what the Earth would be like without water. Naturally, all that was left were various topographies. For example, if there was no underground river where they were now, wouldn't it just be a long underground cave? You're really reminded by Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen instantly understood. She blurted out, but she didn't know how to describe Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled brightly and thought to himself, hee, I'm just that awesome. Let's go. I estimate another 200 to 300 kilometers at most. It's just nice that it's far from the coast, so I can go through the tribulation calmly. Thus, the two of them set off again. They sped eastward under the seabed of the East Sea at the same speed of 1,000 meters per second. This time, they flew in the underground river for more than 4 minutes. 1,000 meters per second meant more than 240 kilometers in 4 minutes. At this moment, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen were already 300 kilometers away from the coast. Ling Yan's analysis was correct. The depth of the sea here was about 500 meters. After arriving here, Ling Yan suddenly slowed down and stopped. This was because he could already clearly feel the pressure of the heavenly Tao. He knew that the tribulation clouds were right above his head, and he was about to reach the exit of the underground river. The exit of the underground river is right in front. After stopping, Ling Yan's expression began to turn serious. Of course, he knew that as long as he rushed out, he didn't need to reach the surface of the sea. As long as he entered the East Sea, the tribulation lightning would strike him. There was no need for Ling Yan to say anything. When the two of them arrived and released their divine senses, they could already see the scene of the underground river flowing into the East Sea. Ling Yan, as long as you rush out of the sea, will the tribulation lightning strike? Xianxia naturally noticed the serious expression on Ling Yan's face. She asked with concern. No. Ling Yan shook his head. I actually broke through to Qi cultivation stage 4 more than 10 hours ago. It should be around noon yesterday. At that time, the tribulation clouds would have already arrived. However, because I was in the belly of Dragon Mountain at that time, the tribulation lightning couldn't strike me. Even if it did, it would hurt the innocent, so it didn't descend. Now that we're here, the tribulation clouds are right above our heads. It has already been waiting for more than 10 hours and has long been angered by me. Therefore, it won't wait for me to rush out of the sea. As long as I rush out of the underground river and enter the seawater outside, the tribulation lightning will strike. Ling Yan was indeed a person with rich experience in tribulation transcendence. He spoke with fervor and assurance, and at the end of his analysis, he couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? The tribulation will be angered? Xianxia simply couldn't imagine what Ling Yan had said. She was dumbfounded once again. Of course. Ling Yan said seriously, what is the tribulation? Why does every cultivator have to face the 4-9 minor tribulation when they break through to the middle stage of Qi cultivation? He immediately answered his own question, because to put it bluntly, the tribulation is the heavenly Tao's layer upon layer of tests for cultivators. Every time a cultivator reaches a certain realm, they must obtain the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Only after passing the test of the heavenly Tao and receiving acknowledgement can the cultivator continue to cultivate. Otherwise, they will be struck by tribulation lightning until their body and soul are destroyed, their Tao vanishing. The tribulation is a test, but at the same time, it's also a kind of baptism. If a cultivator can't withstand it, naturally, there's nothing to talk about. However, as long as one can survive the tribulation, the benefits are innumerable. Whether it's the sea of consciousness between the brows, the sea of qi, the dantian, or even the physical body, meridians, and the acupoints of the entire body, they will all receive the best tempering during the tribulation, allowing the cultivator's strength to improve greatly. That's why, although the tribulation is terrifying, once a cultivator feels that he's strong enough to survive it, he will definitely take the initiative to complete the baptism, strengthening his body in all aspects and improving his overall combat strength. Whether it's the middle stage of Qi cultivation, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, or the true tribulation stage, since the heavenly Tao can carry out tests for every cultivator, it means that there's someone in charge of managing the tribulation lightning punishment. That person is at least an immortal. As long as all living beings in this world have spiritual intelligence, they will also have emotions. Otherwise, they won't be considered to have spiritual intelligence, even if they're immortals. Say, I'm a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi cultivation, yet I've made him wait for so long just for the 4-9 minor tribulation. Would he be angry? Xianxia was dumbfounded. She was speechless for a long time before she suddenly thought of herself and asked, but I've also broken through to the 4th stage of Qi cultivation. Why didn't the tribulation befall me? Hee, that's just a special case for you. Ling Yan laughed and hugged Xianxia's slender waist. Heaven's net has a long way to go. One day, the tribulation will fall on your head. Actually, Ling Yan had reservations about Emperor Brush's method of helping Xianxia conceal the secrets of heaven. This was because it could only conceal her for a while, not forever. When Xianxia's realm was no longer able to conceal the secrets of heaven, who knew how powerful the tribulation would be when it came? Xianxia hadn't experienced the baptism of the tribulation at the beginning. Would she be able to survive the even more terrifying tribulation directly? Even though that was what he thought, Ling Yan knew that Emperor Brush definitely had its own reasons for doing so. Otherwise, Emperor Brush definitely wouldn't have helped. Xianxia, take this water-repellent pearl. When I get out, I'll naturally rush out of the sea and fly far away to attract the tribulation clouds. When that happens, you can rush out of the sea. Just watch from afar. Don't go below the tribulation clouds. As Ling Yan spoke, he passed the water-repellent pearl to Xianxia. Then, he used a few minutes to explain all the things she needed to pay attention to. Finally, Ling Yan checked himself and tidied himself up. He smiled brightly at Xianxia. Xianxia, it's just the 4-9 minor tribulation. You don't have to worry. I'm going. Whoosh. Ling Yan rose into the air and raised his speed to the limit. In an instant, he rushed out of the water-repellent pearl's spatial range. Then, he used the myriad water immortal arts water gate technique to open up a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide tunnel in the underground river. 2 seconds later, Ling Yan rushed out of the exit of the underground river and into the East Sea. Rumble. As expected, the tribulation descended as soon as Ling Yan entered the East Sea. A bolt of blue lightning as thick as the mouth of a bull drilled out of the inky black clouds, piercing through the heavens and the earth. It drilled into the seawater without any obstruction and blasted Ling Yan directly. In an instant, lightning flashed, and countless electric snakes appeared out of thin air around Ling Yan, completely surrounding him. Ling Yan's entire body went numb. F***ck. Originally, Ling Yan thought that once he rushed into the sea, he would immediately fly up vertically and rush out of the water as fast as possible. But now, that was impossible. Because when that bolt of blue lightning blasted his body, not only did Ling Yan's entire body go numb, but he also felt that the seawater around him had become incomparably heavy. It was as if it had turned into a wall of water that pressed against him from all directions, rendering him almost immobile. F***ck, this is the water tribulation. The tribulation lightning wasn't just lightning. Because the tribulation lightning contained various laws of the heavenly Tao, it could evolve into anything. Now that Ling Yan was at the bottom of the deep sea, the tribulation lightning first struck him. Obviously, it wanted to suppress him at the bottom of the sea before striking him. 5 elements lightning tribulation. After Ling Yan used his physical body to withstand the lightning, he immediately shouted the name of this tribulation. The 4-9 minor tribulation that he was going to undergo this time was actually the 5 elements lightning tribulation. The 3rd chapter of the All-Nighter is here, updated on the 7th. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. 5 elements lightning tribulation. As the name suggested, the tribulation lightning corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 kinds of tribulation lightning would strike down one after another, or 2 kinds of tribulation lightning, 3 kinds of tribulation lightning, or even 5 kinds of tribulation lightning would strike down together. This was the heavens tribulation that cultivators feared the most before they reached the golden core stage. The 5 elements lightning tribulation was too dangerous and terrifying. The reason was simple. The lightning that descended from the 5 elements lightning tribulation was no longer the pure young lightning of heaven and earth. It allowed the lightning to possess the attributes of the 5 elements. Moreover, the 5 elements could be combined at will, which naturally resulted in many changes. It was mysterious and unpredictable. There were too many variables, which made it difficult for the cultivator to deal with it. The difficulty of the heavens tribulation increased by 100 times. One careless mistake could lead to death. What was more terrifying was that most cultivators couldn't have all 5 elements in their bodies. The techniques they practiced were also focused on different things. This meant that they could only withstand 2 or 3 types of lightning. If there was lightning that restrained their own attributes, they could only endure it passively and use their physical bodies to resist the lightning. There was no better way. In short, when faced with the 5 elements lightning tribulation, cultivators were not only fighting against the lightning but also the heavens tribulation cloud above their heads. The heavens tribulation cloud above their heads was the enemy. As long as the cultivator defeated the enemy, he would successfully pass the heavens tribulation. If he lost, he would die. Almost all heavenly tribulations used lightning strikes, but that was only a manifestation. After the lightning strikes, the way the energy of the tribulation lightning acts on the body of the person undergoing the tribulation was the true essence. The 4-9 minor heavens tribulation was a heavens tribulation that every cultivator had to face after entering the middle stage of chi cultivation. Everyone had it, and no one was an exception. This was actually equivalent to a cultivator taking the cultivation school's test. Once the test was passed, the heavenly Tao would consider that the cultivator had the foundation of cultivation and had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. This was also the first heaven's tribulation that Ling Yun had to face. He was actually very calm. When he decided to break through, he had already made all sorts of preparations to deal with the heaven's tribulation. However, he was still a little surprised that his first heaven's tribulation was the 5 elements lightning tribulation. However, there was no fear in Ling Yun's heart, nor would he complain. That was because the tribulation clouds had already arrived, and nothing could be done about it. He could only try his best to face the tribulation. Either he passed the tribulation successfully, or he died. There was no other outcome. Humph, the 5 elements tribulation lightning really thinks highly of me. At this moment, Ling Yun was 500 meters below the surface of the sea. His body was surrounded by countless electric snakes, and he was bearing the pressure of the surrounding seawater. However, he sneered confidently and endured it proudly. Frankly speaking, with Ling Yun's current realm, the pressure of 500 meters deep wouldn't affect him at all. He was clear that the sudden change in the seawater was just a form of attack from the tribulation lightning. After all, when he broke through to the Qi refinement realm, he had already been baptized by all kinds of thunder and lightning. The 5 elements thunder tribulation had just begun, so the thick thunder and lightning could not harm his body at all. After being struck by the thunder and lightning, although Ling Yun's body was numb, it was only for a moment. After that, everything returned to normal. What he needed to deal with now was the energy attack of the tribulation lightning. His response was very simple. He chose to use his body to withstand it. Now that he had achieved great success in his treasure body, he could completely withstand the pressure of the seawater from all directions. At this moment, all the seawater around Ling Yun carried the energy of the tribulation lightning. That was because Ling Yun was surrounded by blue electric snakes, glowing and swimming in the water as if they were alive. They were the ones that pushed the seawater towards Ling Yun. Water tribulation? Bring it on! After realizing that he could withstand the pressure of the water walls, Ling Yun was no longer in a hurry to rush out of the sea. Instead, he completely stretched out his body and spread his arms and legs, forming a shape. He actually began to absorb the blue electric snakes. This was because it was too rare. The water-type tribulation lightning contained the purest water spirit. This was the energy of the heavens tribulation. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't let it go. This scene was very shocking. Under the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao, Ling Yun was struck by the blue tribulation lightning at a depth of 500 meters. Not only was he unscathed, but he also began to absorb the lightning energy of the water-type tribulation lightning. After Ling Yun made his move, the densest electric snakes around him were actually absorbed into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if they were automatically drilling into Ling Yun's body. They were decreasing rapidly, causing the pressure on Ling Yun to become smaller and smaller. His range of movement in the seawater was also increasing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Very soon, Ling Yun could move normally again. His eyes were filled with excitement as he shuttled through the surrounding sea rapidly, absorbing the energy of the tribulation lightning violently to strengthen himself. If he couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning, he would die. If he could, it was a kind of baptism, a gift from the heavenly Tao. Boom, boom, boom. Once the heavens tribulation lightning descended, it wouldn't stop. Blue tribulation lightning rushed down from the black tribulation clouds in the sky, striking into the seawater and blasting Ling Yun's body. His figure stagnated again and again, but Ling Yun quickly absorbed the energy of the tribulation lightning and moved freely again. During this process, Ling Yun moved slowly towards the surface of the sea. He became more and more confident and pleased with himself because he had gained a huge advantage. With Ling Yun's strength alone, he naturally couldn't store so much energy from the tribulation lightning. However, he had the mysterious energy center, and there was a golden dragon-shaped curve that had grown limbs in it. After the countless electric snakes were absorbed by Ling Yun's body, most of them were absorbed by the golden dragon-shaped curve. The other portion was deliberately integrated into his yin-yang 5 elemental flames to strengthen the water-type flames, which were also the blue flames. It was already the 14th day since Ling Yun swallowed the 5 elemental flames to nourish them. The 5 elemental flames in his energy center had completely grown into the yin-yang 5 elemental flames. Originally, this yin-yang 5 elemental flames would take at least half a month to successfully nourish them naturally. However, don't forget that in the past 40 hours, Ling Yin had been cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance in order to break through. For this, he had burned a total of more than 10,000 drops of divine energy. The yin-yang 2 elemental flames in the eye of the yin and yang formation were all absorbed by Ling Yin. They would first enter his energy center before entering the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows through his meridians. Under such intense nourishment, the effect of the 5 elemental flames in a day was equivalent to that of a week in the past. It would be ridiculous if the nourishment still couldn't succeed. The 5 elemental flames were originally the essence of earth fire. After being nourished by Ling Yun into the yin-yang 5 elemental flames, there were simply too many changes. Now that the heavens tribulation's water tribulation lightning was absorbed into Ling Yun's body, the benefits to the yin-yang 5 elemental flames were simply too great. This was equivalent to the yin-yang 5 elemental flames being nourished by Ling Yun and then injected with the energy of the heavens fire. Of course, because Ling Yun was only absorbing the energy of the water tribulation lightning, the yin-yang 5 elemental flames, and Ling Yun's own physical body were naturally strengthened. Of course, because Ling Yun was only absorbing the energy of the water tribulation lightning, the yin-yang 5 elemental flames, and Ling Yun's own physical body, all three sides benefited. Of course, Ling Yun was delighted. Boom 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 boom, as Ling Yun got closer and closer to the surface of the sea, the water tribulation lightning struck faster and faster. The blue lightning pillar also became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became more than half a meter thick, completely enveloping Ling Yun's body and causing him to tremble violently in the water. However, that was all. He absorbed almost everything, trying his best to absorb all the lightning snakes around him into his body. The absorption speed became faster and faster, and the range also became larger and larger. This wasn't a tribulation, it was practically robbery. However, Ling Yun was limited by his own realm. The absorption of energy of one element would eventually reach a limit. Just as he was less than 100 meters away from the surface of the sea, he had absorbed so much that his body couldn't hold any more. It wasn't just Ling Yun himself, even the dragon-shaped curve in his energy center stopped absorbing. The yin-yang 5 elemental flames had also reached their limits. The water-type flames dominated the 7-colored yin-yang 5 elemental flames. Almost all of the 7-colored yin-yang 5 elemental flames had turned blue. However, the first wave of lightning tribulation wasn't over yet. It was still striking Ling Yun crazily. This made Ling Yun a little annoyed because he couldn't absorb the countless lightning snakes around him. At this time, Ling Yun was less than 100 meters away from the surface of the sea. He could rush out in a flash, but he stopped rising. Instead, he stood in the sea and looked at the surrounding water that had turned into blue lightning snakes. It would be a pity to miss out on so much pure water tribulation lightning. Finally, Ling Yun's eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth and actually decided to open a lightning pool. This was an extremely crazy decision. To open a lightning pool without forming a golden core was equivalent to courting death for other cultivators. However, Ling Yun wasn't afraid. He knew that his physique was heaven-defying, and he had the help of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try. Of course, Ling Yun didn't dare to open a lightning pool in his sea of knowledge. However, he could open a lightning pool in his energy center. Ling Yun didn't hesitate anymore. With a loud bang, Ling Yun burned 3,600 drops of divine energy. This was his current limit. 3,600 drops of divine energy turned into a terrifying amount of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Ling Yun used this spiritual energy to directly open a unique space in his energy center. In this space, the yin and yang qi couldn't enter. Spiritual energy couldn't enter either. In the magical energy center that shone with golden light, there seemed to be a black hole, lightning pool. To be honest, this lightning pool was too crude. However, Ling Yun only used it to store lightning. It was barely enough. Absorb. After opening the lightning pool, Ling Yun was overjoyed. He completely let loose and focused on absorbing the tribulation lightning snakes around him. As expected, the countless lightning snakes were sent into Ling Yun's energy center. Then, he didn't have to care about them at all. They were directly attracted by the lightning pool and drilled into the black hole. This was the first type of lightning energy in the lightning pool. You dare to open a lightning pool at this realm? You really have guts, kid. However, this is to my taste. The weapon spirit of the Emperor Brush finally spoke. After praising Ling Yun, he continued, just use your full strength. Don't worry, that old fellow will protect your energy center. Thank you, senior. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for the Earth Emperor's book protecting his energy center, he wouldn't have dared to do this. 3 o'clock tonight. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Literature Network, providing you with exciting reading. Indeed, before the Emperor Brush's weapon spirit could finish its sentence, the Earth Emperor's book and Ling Yun's energy center released a stream of heaven yellow immortal spiritual energy. That stream of heaven yellow immortal spiritual energy wrapped around the rough pool of lightning that Ling Yun had just created, completely isolating it from Ling Yun's energy center. Ling Yun was completely at ease now. He thought to himself, I'll take as much as I want from the 5 elements tribulation lightning, boom 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 boom. A few minutes later, 5 streaks of water element tribulation lightning that were more than a meter thick descended, causing Ling Yun's long hair to be disheveled. Blue electric snakes coiled around his body, completely turning him into an electric man. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was excited. He seized the opportunity to absorb the energy of the tribulation lightning and store it in the pool of lightning. Suddenly, the tribulation lightning stopped descending, and the heavens and earth became silent. Ling Yun knew that the first wave of the 4-9 minor tribulation had ended, and he was unscathed. His benefits were immeasurable. However, before Ling Yun could absorb all the energy of the water element tribulation lightning, there was a sudden clap of thunder from the black tribulation clouds above the sea. Then, a huge green bolt of lightning struck the sea. Boom, Ling Yun was struck directly, and he was blasted into the bottom of the sea by the green lightning. Then, his body froze completely like a wooden statue, motionless. Wood lightning, even though Ling Yun's body couldn't move, it didn't hinder his judgment. He immediately knew that this green lightning was of the wood element. Unlike the water lightning, the wood lightning directly affected the physical body. The attack of the wood element tribulation lightning was far stronger than that of the water element tribulation lightning. First, it made the person who was undergoing the tribulation unable to move. This was the most basic attack. After the wood lightning struck Ling Yun couldn't move. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Countless green wooden vines grew out of his body. These green wooden vines wreaked havoc in Ling Yun's body. Then, they drilled out of his body and wrapped around him tightly. From the perspective of others, Ling Yun's body looked like a human-shaped green cocoon. It was a horrifying sight. These green wooden vines were naturally formed by the tribulation lightning energy of the wood element. However, they were actually 100 times tougher than real wooden vines. They wreaked havoc inside and outside of Ling Yun's body, trying to destroy it. Even though Ling Yun's body couldn't move, he still had divine sense and magic power. He burned his divine energy and released his magic power to protect his sea of knowledge from the wood element tribulation lightning. Then, Ling Yun calmly activated his divine will and immediately took out his family's inheritance. The ghost god willow, Shua, the divine ghost willow was summoned and suddenly enlarged. It actually ignored Ling Yun and rushed out of the sea directly above Ling Yun's head, standing between the black tribulation cloud and the sea surface to help Ling Yun resist the tribulation lightning. At this time, Ling Yun's body was in unbearable pain. His internal organs were all ravaged by the energy of the tribulation lightning. The pain was unimaginable. If he couldn't withstand it, just one bolt of lightning would completely turn his body into a real piece of wood. Naturally, he would die. However, Ling Yun could withstand it. Not only could he withstand it, but he was also grinning from ear to ear even though he was covered in a cocoon of green vines and sweating profusely from the pain. That was because Ling Yun was most looking forward to the wood element tribulation lightning. There was a reason for this. First, the divine ghost willow of the Ling family was obviously a divine tree. In order for it to grow, it naturally needed the purest wood spiritual energy. To the divine ghost willow, the energy of the wood element tribulation lightning was simply a great supplement. Perhaps after absorbing it, it could evolve again. Secondly, Ling Yun's Supreme Green Emperor technique also needed wood spiritual energy the most. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th major realm, this was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Of course, just like the water element tribulation lightning, Ling Yun could use it to nourish the dragon-shaped curve and strengthen the Yin Yang 5 elemental fire. it could be said that other than the pain, Ling Yun would only receive endless benefits from the second wave of tribulation lightning. However, pain was inevitable. He was in the middle stage of qi cultivation. It would be ridiculous and impossible if he didn't want to endure the pain when facing the five elements tribulation lightning. Ling Yin ignited his divine energy and released his dermic powers. He first protected his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, then his heart, organs, and other vital parts to resist the invasion of the green vines. Then, he activated the yin-yang 5 elemental fire and began to absorb the energy of the wood element tribulation lightning. At the same time, Ling Yin immediately began to cultivate the Supreme Green Emperor technique. With the help of the pure wood spiritual energy in his body, he almost broke through to the sixth major realm of the Supreme Green Emperor technique in the blink of an eye. After removing the wood element tribulation lightning, it was naturally pure lightning energy. The power of this lightning was naturally absorbed by the dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yun's energy center. With the combined efforts of many parties, the first wave of wood element tribulation lightning was absorbed by Ling Yun in a few breaths. The green vines that enveloped his body quickly disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The wood element tribulation lightning began to strike wildly, getting thicker and thicker. However, in order to hit Ling Yun, the wood element tribulation lightning had to pass through the ghost divine willow first. After passing through the ghost divine willow, the 1-meter-thick green lightning was immediately reduced to less than a third of its original size. When it struck Ling Yun's body again, Ling Yun could completely withstand it, and the pain was obviously reduced. The 4-9 minor tribulation usually only had 4 waves of lightning. Each wave was several times more terrifying than the previous one, and the duration was also longer. However, the second wave of lightning was a real bargain for Ling Yun. He made a huge profit. The yin-yang 5 elemental fire's wood element tribulation lightning had also reached the level of the water element tribulation lightning. His Supreme Green Emperor technique had also reached the pinnacle of the 6th major realm. In addition, the ghost divine willow had been fed by the wood element tribulation lightning this time. It had obviously undergone a qualitative change. It was no longer the same as before. At the same time, the golden dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yun's energy center had also absorbed more lightning energy, becoming more solid. As for the rest of the wood element tribulation lightning that he couldn't absorb, Ling Yun naturally stored them in the lightning pool. However, the second wave of lightning wasn't as simple as it seemed. 10 minutes later, there was a change in the lightning. The green wood element tribulation lightning continued to strike, getting thicker and thicker. At the same time, another type of lightning appeared. The crimson lightning tribulation lightning carried a crimson flame. It was the fire element. Boom. Just as Ling Yun was wantonly absorbing the wood element tribulation lightning, 2 thick bolts of lightning struck Ling Yun's body at the same time. They were split into 2 colors, green and red. When the 2 types of lightning struck Ling Yun, they instantly intertwined and took effect inside and outside of Ling Yun's body at the same time. According to the theory of the 5 elements, wood gave birth to fire. Countless green vines were burned by the crimson flames, and the intensity of the fire instantly multiplied. It completely enveloped Ling Yun's body, turning him into a flaming man. It was too terrifying. In just an instant, Ling Yun's battle dharma robe and golden black devilish silk robe were melted by the intense heat. They couldn't withstand this pure heavenly fire at all. The current scene was even more horrifying. With Ling Yun as the center, the sea around him had turned into a real sea of fire. The crimson flames burned fiercely in the seawater. It was as though it wasn't seawater but boiling lava. So unbearable, Ling Yun was burned by the heavenly fire. His skin and flesh were burning on the outside, and his internal organs were burning internally. He could only feel his skin and flesh sizzling. No one could help him. Ling Yun had no choice but to burn his divine energy again to protect his vital parts. He endured the intense pain and began to absorb the fire element tribulation lightning like crazy. Ling Yun was well aware that the more energy he absorbed, the less pain his body would suffer. Just like that, Ling Yun survived the second wave of lightning after enduring for another 10 minutes or so. After the second wave of tribulation lightning, Ling Yun not only absorbed the energy of the fire and wood element tribulation lightning, but also used the fire element tribulation lightning to further temper his body. After the tribulation lightning, even though Ling Yun was riddled with holes from the heavenly fire, his physical body was obviously a few times stronger. Every move he made had the power of wind and thunder. At the same time, Ling Yan's energy center, meridians, acupoints, and the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows were further refined. All the barriers were tempered to become incomparably tough, sparkling, and overflowing with color. He felt that the speed at which he condensed his divine energy had increased. "I've finally survived the second wave of lightning." After the second wave of lightning ended, Ling Yan had a chance to breathe. He didn't dare to stay in the seawater any longer. Instead, he rushed out of the sea and stood on the surface, ready to face the third wave of lightning. After rushing out of the sea, Ling Yan used a level 7 healing talisman on himself. Now, level 6 healing talismans weren't very effective on him. He had to use level 7 healing talismans. 1 element for the first wave, 2 elements for the second wave, then the third wave. Without a doubt, there had to be at least 3 elements. Ling Yan's expression was solemn because he felt an even more terrifying pressure from heaven and earth. Rumble, the loud sound of thunder came from within the black tribulation clouds. Very soon, the third wave of lightning descended. This time, it was 3 types of lightning that struck at the same time. They didn't separate but mixed together. Ling Yan could only distinguish them by their colors: gold, crimson red, green, metal, fire, and wood. Kacha! With a loud bang, the 3-colored lightning struck Ling Yan's body at the same time. Ling Yan's body was once again engulfed in flames. This time, it was even fiercer. Within the flames, there were countless golden swords slashing at Ling Yan's body. The third wave of tribulation lightning wasn't easy to deal with. The wood element tribulation lightning kept immobilizing Ling Yan, the fire element tribulation lightning kept burning him, and the metal element tribulation lightning kept transforming into swords, spears, axes, and other weapons, hacking at his body. But Ling Yan was still fearless. First, he endured the heavenly fire and the slashes of the swords and sabers, sending the weakest wood attribute energy into the lightning pool. Then, with a thought, he took out the blood-dissipating saber, as well as the golden dragon spear, the man-ruler seal, and the yin-yang astral energy sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next, Ling Yan waved the blood transformation blade impenetrably, slashing the swords, spears, and axes into pieces. Then, he started absorbing the metal element lightning like crazy. This time, Ling Yan had no fear or resentment. He was determined and used all his trump cards to face the 5 elements tribulation lightning. He only had one goal. As long as he didn't die, he would build the most perfect cultivation foundation for himself. As the saying went, put yourself in a dead end and you'll be reborn. Even though the 5 elements lightning was terrifying, it was also a great opportunity. The second wave was even better. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Boom, 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 above the boundless sea, under the black tribulation clouds, 3-colored 5 elements tribulation lightning struck Ling Yan's body one after another, carrying with it the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao. Ling Yan was struck into the deep sea by the tricolored tribulation lightning again and again, but he rose again and again. Even though his body was suffering from purgatory-like torment, his eyes became more and more determined, and his gaze became brighter and brighter. He pursed his lips tightly and proudly resisted the majestic power of the heavens. However, this third wave of tribulation lightning lasted for too long. It had already exceeded the combined duration of the previous 2 waves. This was draining Ling Yan's physical strength and divine energy. One had to be able to withstand the bombardment of the tribulation lightning, but another important point was that one had to have sufficient physical strength and divine energy. Otherwise, if the divine energy in the sea of consciousness between your eyebrows was gone after more than half of the tribulation, which meant that the cultivator couldn't use spiritual energy anymore, wouldn't that mean that the cultivator would be bombarded by the tribulation lightning, not to mention more than half of the tribulation? Even if there was only one more bolt of tribulation lightning without spiritual energy, it was very likely that he would be struck to death instantly. Unable to withstand the last bolt of tribulation lightning was no different from not being able to withstand the first bolt of tribulation lightning. The outcome was the same, death. However, what made Ling Yan gratified was that even though he faced the extremely terrifying 5 elements tribulation lightning, which was far stronger than the strongest tribulation lightning that ordinary cultivators had to endure, he was still able to withstand it. Of course, this was related to his current strength, because he was in the middle stage of the 5th stage of Qi Disciple. If he had broken through to the 4th stage of Qi Disciple, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the tribulation by himself. Therefore, Ling Yan was very glad that he returned to Qingshui City and chose the right place to break through. Relying on the Yin-Yang Qi of the Yin-Yang formation, he broke through to the mid-stage of Qi Cultivation Stage 5 in one go. Otherwise, his tribulation this time would have been 100 times more difficult. What was even more fortunate was that every time he survived a wave of lightning, his physical body and sea of consciousness would be strengthened after being tempered by the lightning. It was just enough for him to withstand the next wave of lightning. Even though it was very difficult and he had to endure a great deal of pain, he was still able to withstand it. Moreover, even though Ling Yan's divine energy consumption was huge, he could now condense 3,600 drops of divine energy in an hour. Even though the amount of divine energy consumed was far greater than the amount of divine energy condensed, it could still be replenished. This gave him a lot more confidence. Ling Yan soared through the sky. He sped towards the east, leaving this region of the sea for Xianxia to safely emerge from the surface of the sea. Fortunately, I was decisive enough to open up the lightning pool. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying my physique is, I would only be able to absorb a small portion of the tribulation lightning energy. The rest would be wasted, Ling Yan muttered to himself. At this moment, his hands didn't stop moving. He continued waving his blade, and the power of the blood transformation blade was finally on display. It was actually able to shatter the various weapons formed by the metal tribulation lightning energy. All of them were dispersed and absorbed by Ling Yan continuously. With the metal tribulation lightning energy entering his body, Ling Yan's golden dragon spear became even stronger. Especially on his back, the golden spine was simply too strong. The entire spine was filled with the purest golden tribulation lightning energy. It emitted a dazzling golden light that illuminated heaven and earth. At this moment, in Ling Yan's energy center, the golden dragon-shaped curve was practically swallowing it. It loved the golden tribulation lightning energy the most, and it was practically robbing it. Now, Ling Yan's yin-yang 5 elemental flames had 5 different attributes. The 4 attributes of water, fire, wood, and metal had all been strengthened to the same extent. The size of the 4 colors of the flames was more than 5 times larger than before. Just by looking at the color of the flames, one could tell that they were purer and stronger than the original 5 elemental flames. These were the benefits of the tribulation. They could help Ling Yan forge an unparalleled Tao foundation. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could successfully pass the tribulation. The third wave of tribulation lightning lasted for a whole hour. Just as Ling Yan was waving the blood transformation blade and his body was about to go numb, the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck him and sent him into the sea. Then, the third wave of tribulation lightning ended. The metal tribulation lightning is really too terrifying. I almost couldn't take it. Ling Yan rushed up from the sea. He was breathing heavily and grimacing in pain. One was because he was tired, and the other was because he was in pain. In the third wave of tribulation lightning, Ling Yan was bathed in blood. His skin and flesh were lacerated by the weapons formed by the golden tribulation lightning energy. Other than his spine, there was almost no part of his body that was unharmed. Among them, Ling Yan's arms, thighs, and even his chest had many penetrating wounds. They were all caused by swords and spears. This was because after each bolt of tribulation lightning, the greenwood lightning would first imprison his body. At that moment, Ling Yan couldn't use his blade to defend himself, so he was naturally injured by the golden tribulation lightning. Of course, Ling Yan used his spiritual energy to protect the vital parts of his body. As time passed, Ling Yan gradually adapted to the tricolored tribulation lightning. Only then did he feel much more at ease. Apart from being burned by the heavenly fire, he didn't suffer many injuries in the later stages. At this time, Xianxia had already rushed out of the sea. She stood in the air outside the black tribulation cloud and gazed at Ling Yan from afar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless worry because she had never seen Ling Yan so seriously injured. It was too terrifying. Xianxia had a rough idea of how powerful Ling Yan was after his breakthrough. How powerful must the tribulation lightning be to injure Ling Yan like this? Don't worry, Xianxia. I'm fine. Ling Yan grimaced in pain, seizing the opportunity to heal himself. His divine sense was now 7,000 meters away, so he could naturally see Xianxia's worry. He didn't forget to send a telepathic message to comfort her. After using dozens of level 7 healing talismans to heal all the wounds on his body, Ling Yun was no longer in pain. Only then did he prepare for the fourth wave of tribulation lightning. Under normal circumstances, the 4-9 minor tribulation would only have 4 waves of tribulation lightning. However, Ling Yun knew that his tribulation had never been normal. This time, he estimated that there would be 5 waves of tribulation lightning. Because the third wave of tribulation lightning had 3 elements, the fourth wave of tribulation lightning would definitely be a combination of 4 of the 5 elements. It would be strange if there wasn't a combination of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the end. Metal, fire, wood, Ling Yun guessed inwardly, trying to determine whether the fourth wave of tribulation lightning would be of the earth or water element. However, this was completely useless because tribulation lightning couldn't be predicted at all. I probably won't be able to withstand the fourth wave of tribulation lightning. I have to be extra careful. Ling Yun raised his eyes and felt the increasingly terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao. His heart trembled as he reminded himself. Buzz, in the next moment, Ling Yun took out the Xianxia cauldron and activated it with his powerful divine sense. The mouth of the cauldron hovered above his head. The eyes of the youth below the Xianxia cauldron were clear and resolute. He held the blood-dissipating divine saber, and his body emitted a blazing golden light. The golden dragon spear spun rapidly around him. He was fully prepared. Ling Yun had 100 times more confidence in the Xianxia cauldron. Moreover, there were still more than 70,000 drops of divine energy in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yun's eyebrows, enough for him to use. Rumble, thunder boomed from the black tribulation clouds in the sky. The fourth wave of tribulation lightning was about to begin. At the same time, as if responding to the black tribulation cloud, the originally calm sea suddenly swept up a gust of wind. The sea instantly became turbulent, and huge waves rushed up dozens of meters high. Crack, the first wave of tribulation lightning fell. It was indeed 4-colored tribulation lightning: gold, crimson red, green, and even blue. Metal, wood, water, and fire. Ling Yun's pupils shrank as he swung his saber. Buzz, the Xianxia cauldron buzzed and helped Ling Yun block the first wave of tribulation lightning. However, it only blocked 70% of the lightning. That was because the lightning pillar was only the surface. The real impact was the energy of the tribulation lightning, which would directly affect Ling Yun's body. Of course, it wasn't just the Xianxia cauldron. Ling Yun didn't withdraw his ghost divine willow after he took it out. The ghost divine willow was also helping him absorb the green energy of the wood element tribulation lightning. With these two assistants, the pressure on Ling Yun was naturally reduced. He swung his saber calmly and continued to use the same method he used in the third wave of tribulation lightning to destroy the metal element tribulation lightning while resisting the water element tribulation lightning around his body. The 4-colored tribulation lightning was too terrifying. There were too many variations, and it was in line with the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even though Ling Yun was high up in the sky, waves within 1,000 meters of the sea below him rose directly from the surface and enveloped Ling Yun. Boom. Then, the second wave of tribulation lightning fell. Ling Yun saw it clearly in his busy schedule. He was shocked because this time, it was still a 4-colored lightning tribulation, but the combination of colors was different. There was less blue, and more yellow. The earth element tribulation lightning had finally arrived. Metal, fire, wood, and earth. Gotcha! The 4-colored tribulation lightning struck Ling Yun once again, sending him flying through the layers of water walls. Ling Yun vomited blood, then, hard yellow soil suddenly appeared in the blue seawater. This was the transformation of the earth element tribulation lightning. It directly enveloped Ling Yun, completely immobilizing him. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. He was shocked. Even though the fourth wave of tribulation lightning was still a 4-colored tribulation lightning, it was no longer a fixed combination. Instead, it was a random combination of 4 types of tribulation lightning. 4 out of 5, a total of 5 combinations. This was the 5 elements tribulation lightning. The fourth wave was too terrifying. Of course, this made Ling Yun's next tribulation much more difficult. However, Ling Yun still gritted his teeth and endured. He didn't have time to think too much at this moment. He directly burned his divine energy to the limit and used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. Open for me. In an instant, the energy of the earth element tribulation lightning that confined Ling Yun's body was broken by him. He waved the blood transformation sword, first breaking the dual restraints of the earth and earth element tribulation lightning to restore his mobility. Then, he waved the sword to block the various energy weapons formed by the golden tribulation lightning. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't one to be trifled with. At the same time, he used his divine will to move the golden dragon spear rapidly, constantly breaking the restraints of the earth and earth element energy. Come on. Even though it was incomparably difficult, Ling Yun's confidence increased after blocking the first two waves of tribulation lightning. He began to face the four-colored tribulation lightning. Difficult and arduous, Jade and Jade were formed. Third update, thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The four-colored tribulation lightning wasn't as simple as adding one element to the tribulation lightning. It wasn't a random combination of the 5 elements either. Its true power was that it greatly enhanced the strength of each element of tribulation lightning. This was due to the interbreeding of the 5 elements. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. When the 4 elements of tribulation lightning were combined, the energy of the tribulation lightning would be multiplied. This was the most terrifying part. Ling Yun was an expert in tribulation transcendence. He naturally understood this, but he wasn't afraid. The first 2 bolts of tribulation lightning were withstood by his strengthened physical body and divine sense. Even though Ling Yun was severely injured, the triple imprisonment of water, wood, and earth couldn't completely imprison him. Moreover, the 2 elements of fire and metal couldn't kill him instantly. This was enough for Ling Yun. If he couldn't imprison or kill him instantly, it would be a battle of attrition. Of course, Ling Yun was able to withstand it not because the 4-colored tribulation lightning wasn't strong enough, but because the Xianxia cauldron and ghost divine willow above his head helped him withstand more than 70% of the tribulation lightning's energy. When the tribulation lightning's energy reached Ling Yun's body, even though he was severely injured, he already had the ability to dissolve it. Otherwise, even cultivators at the integration stage and above would perish in the face of this kind of 4-colored tribulation lightning, let alone Ling Yun. Even so, Ling Yun withstood the continuous bombardment of the 4-colored tribulation lightning. This was a heaven-defying feat. Although it was a 4-colored tribulation lightning, the speed at which it struck was too fast. One after another, it struck Ling Yun's body incessantly. This caused the 5 elemental tribulation lightning inside and outside of his body to be so dense that it was impossible to separate them. They overlapped one another, layer by layer. This was equivalent to the true 5 elemental tribulation lightning. The only difference was that when the lightning struck, it was only 4-colored tribulation lightning. However, when it struck Ling Yun, the effect was not much different from the 5-colored tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 Between the black tribulation cloud and the surface of the sea, green, gold, red, yellow, and blue lightning of all colors shone brilliantly. The 5 types of tribulation lightning intertwined and stacked together, completely enveloping Ling Yun. His body couldn't be seen, only the lightning snakes and lightning. Above Ling Yun's head, the Xianxia cauldron was struck by the 4-colored tribulation lightning, emitting a loud buzzing sound. However, the ghost divine willow was still glowing green, helping Ling Yun absorb most of the energy of the green tribulation lightning. The ghost divine willow clearly evolved, becoming more powerful. During this tribulation, it absorbed too much would attribute tribulation lightning energy. It was definitely a great supplement. Humph. Ling Yun was engulfed by the blazing lightning, but he didn't show any fear. He snorted coldly and said, "The 5 elements tribulation lightning is just SOSO." At this point, Ling Yun still hadn't used his trump card. Even though he was seriously injured, he didn't forget to absorb the energy of the tribulation lightning with all his might. He was nourishing the last element of the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire, the earth elemental fire. It was very fast. Within a few minutes, the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire and the 5 colors of the flames were all successfully tempered. The volume of the flames of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had all changed to the same size. Ling Yun had been waiting for this moment. His Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire had finally been tempered and baptized by the heavenly fire. You have the 5 elements tribulation lightning. I have the yin-yang 5 elemental fire. Boom! Ling Yan activated his spiritual will and summoned the yin-yang 5 elemental fire from his energy center. It was also green, gold, red, yellow, and blue. Together with the black and white of the yin-yang qi, it was a 7-colored flame. Once the 7-colored flame came out of Ling Yan's energy center, it immediately expanded to a radius of 3 meters, completely enveloping Ling Yan's body. The 5 elements tribulation lightning used the principle of the mutual generation of the 5 elements. At this moment, Ling Yan summoned the yin-yang 5 elemental fire to counter the 5 elements. Metal countered wood, wood countered earth, earth countered water, water countered fire, and fire countered metal. The effect was too good. After the yin-yang 5 elemental fire enveloped Ling Yan's body, the flames of the 5 elements immediately began to work, each finding the energy of the lightning that countered each other. Then, the overlapping effect of the 5 elements tribulation lightning was completely wiped out. In an instant, the pressure on Ling Yan was greatly reduced. After the energy of the 5 elements tribulation lightning was countered, Ling Yan's heart was completely at ease. He began to absorb the energy of the tribulation lightning without worry. He actually began to cultivate within the 4-colored lightning pillar. This time, Ling Yan cultivated the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon / Red Emperor Flaming Phoenix Transformation, Yellow Springs Earth Imperial Technique, Omnipotent Water Control Technique, Supreme Green Emperor Art, the ultimate killing technique of the cultivation world, the 5 elemental god slaying technique. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't miss it. With the help of the pure and rich energy of the 5 elements tribulation lightning, he cultivated these 5 techniques one by one, trying his best to bring them to roughly the same level. With the yin-yang 5 elemental fire and the 5 elemental god slaying technique that was gradually reaching the great completion stage, Ling Yan faced the continuous 4-colored lightning with greater ease. He was no longer injured. The energy of the 5 elements tribulation lightning was simply too rich. Ling Yan only used slightly more than half an hour to bring all 5 techniques of the 5 elemental god slaying technique to the same level, almost reaching the great completion stage. However, due to the limitations of the mid-stage of Qi cultivation stage 5, Ling Yan could only reach this step. He stopped cultivating and began to focus on absorbing the energy of the 5 elements. Tribulation lightning. He channeled the energy of the metal tribulation lightning into his spine, used the energy of the fire tribulation lightning to refine his energy center, meridians, and internal organs. As for the energy of the tribulation lightning that he couldn't contain or absorb anymore, he sent all of it into the golden dragon-shaped curve and the lightning pool, preparing to use it for future cultivation or battle. Before the 4th wave of tribulation lightning was over, Ling Yan's great completion treasure body had already been tempered by him to the point that it was overflowing with color. Every move he made emitted a blazing light, and there was even a flow of light that resembled colored glaze. After a few more minutes, the 4th wave of tribulation lightning finally ended. Not only was Ling Yan unharmed, but he also improved. His physical body and sea of consciousness were strengthened once again, and his defensive power increased exponentially. Too strong. After the 4th wave of tribulation lightning, Ling Yan continuously looked inside himself and felt his body. At this moment, his divine sense was like the sea, and its barriers were incomparably sturdy. His physical body was even more tyrannical, and every cell contained explosive power. It was incomparably perfect. Ling Yan wasn't boasting. He knew very well in his heart. Now, not to mention Long Tianfeng, even the 2 celestial masters from Kunlun, Ling Yan wouldn't need to use any magical treasures or trump cards. He could crush them with his bare hands. This was the benefit of going through the tribulation lightning. It was truly innumerable. The current Ling Yan couldn't be compared to others. Even if he were to face himself at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 8, he would still be able to completely crush him. Is there really a 5th wave of tribulation lightning? Ling Yan said with a smile as he raised his head and looked at the black tribulation lightning above his head. After releasing the 4th wave of tribulation lightning, the area of the black tribulation lightning was less than 1/10 of its original size. There was only a ball of a diameter of 100 meters left hanging above Ling Yan's head, and it didn't dissipate. It was still brewing new tribulation lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The real tribulation lightning of the 5 elements. Ling Yan didn't even need to think about it. He knew that it was 100% true. Now that he had mastered the 5-elemental god-slaying technique and had the protection of the yin-yang 5-elemental fire, he wasn't afraid of the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. Instead, he was looking forward to it. However, even though he was looking forward to it, Ling Yin still did the necessary preparations meticulously and seriously. He stood up and took out a brand new set of combat Dharma robes from his great void ring. He quickly put it on. Then, he took out the level 7 gold talismans and defense talismans and used them on himself. Now, the level 7 defense talismans weren't very effective against Ling Yun's strong body. However, it was still meat. He still had to use it. That was because Ling Yun knew that the real 5-elemental tribulation lightning was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't a combination of the 5 types of tribulation lightning, but a bolt of tribulation lightning formed from the energy of the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. The original 4-colored tribulation lightning was 4 different types of tribulation lightning striking Ling Yun's body at the same time. Then, the energy of the 4 types of tribulation lightning stacked on top of each other. However, the 5-elemental tribulation lightning was the exact opposite. The energy of the 5 types of tribulation lightning stacked on top of each other to form the real 5-elemental tribulation lightning. When it struck down, it instantly affected Ling Yun's body. The attack power of the 5-elemental tribulation lightning was more than 5 times that of the 4-colored tribulation lightning. If he could withstand it, he would succeed. If he couldn't, he would die. Ling Yun naturally had to be cautious when facing such a terrifying 5-elemental tribulation lightning. Rumble, suddenly, the clouds rolled, the black tribulation cloud in the sky began to shrink violently. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a black cloud ball with a diameter of 10 meters. It looked like the pool of lightning that Ling Yun had opened up in his energy center. It was like a black hole. Within the black cloud ball, the 5 colors of tribulation lightning, green, gold, red, yellow, and blue, shone and intertwined violently. The pressure of the heavenly Tao suddenly increased by dozens of times. Boom! Ling Yun didn't back down. He knew that this was the last attack of the 4-9 minor tribulation. It was also his real trump card. He burned 4,800 drops of divine energy. Then, he used the essence condensation technique to compress and condense the golden immortal spiritual energy in his body. In an instant, he condensed a drop of golden immortal energy. Boom! Ling Yun immediately ignited this drop of golden immortal energy. Then, he opened up the mixed elements single energy shield. Kacha! With a loud bang, that black cloud ball suddenly turned into a 5-colored lightning pillar with a diameter of 3 meters and struck down from the sky, penetrating heaven and earth. Boom! Ling Yun was instantly struck by the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. That 5-colored lightning pillar exploded on Ling Yun's body, turning into countless colorful electric snakes that bloomed like fireworks. His mixed elements single energy shield was directly smashed by the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. Then, the battle robe that he had just put on turned into ashes again and disappeared into thin air. Ling Yun's body was smashed into the sea by the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. He sank 500 meters into the seabed of the East Sea. Ling Yun fell into a huge hole in the seabed. In the sky, the black tribulation cloud completely disappeared. The pressure of the heavenly Tao was also gone. After the 5-colored lightning flashed, everything returned to normal. The sea was calm as if nothing had happened. It was close to 5 in the morning. The sky above the sea was faintly brightening. The eastern horizon was already turning white, and the morning glow was faintly visible on the surface of the sea. Ling Yun. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She held the water-repellent pearl in her hand and flew across the sky as fast as she could. The air behind her exploded, and she arrived above the spot where Ling Yun had fallen into the water in an instant. Xianxia scanned her surroundings and confirmed that this was the spot where Ling Yun had fallen into the water. Without hesitation, she flew into the sea. At the same time, in the northwest direction of the sea, far away, 30,000 meters away, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Each of them released a powerful aura as they flew through the air. All of them broke through the speed of sound. After Xianxia entered the sea, she immediately opened the water-repellent space to the maximum. In an instant, she arrived at the bottom of the sea. After seeing the deep hole with a diameter of 3 meters, she dove into it. Ah. Beauty, you're too proactive. Are you in a hurry to come down? Are you planning to bathe with me? At the bottom of the deep hole on the seabed, a naked guy sat cross-legged with his body overflowing with colors. He winked at Xianxia and spoke flirtatiously. How shameless, this shameless guy was naturally Ling Yun. He was unscathed and had successfully passed the tribulation. The fourth update of the night arrived. The two chapters, 1535 and 1536, were made up for the 8th and 9th updates. Old Bu was a man of his word. He had made up for all the missing chapters. It seemed like he even added one more chapter. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Pfft. Xianxia's face flushed red when she saw Ling Yun's appearance. She turned her head and spat lightly, unable to say another word. Xianxia, the peerless demoness who looked down on the world, felt her heart pounding. It was too embarrassing. She had seen the last strike of the tribulation with her own eyes and knew that the power of that lightning was too terrifying. She had been too worried about Ling Yun's life and death to care about anything else. She had rushed down too quickly. Only 10 breaths had passed before Ling Yun was blasted into the seabed. Moreover, she had the water-repellent pearl, which allowed her to dive straight into the seabed. There was no time to hide at all, and Ling Yun was enveloped in her water-repellent space. Furthermore, because the last lightning strike had blasted a hole in the seabed with a diameter of only 3 meters, the space was too narrow. Xianxia had almost crashed into Ling Yun. Even though Xianxia was an unparalleled demoness, she still couldn't withstand the shock and embarrassment she felt. Moreover, Ling Yun's words, his demeanor, his expression, and his tone made her even more bashful. It had to be said that the scene before her was a marvel. No one could have imagined that in the boundless East Sea, 500 meters below the surface, there was another 200-meter deep hole. At the bottom of the pitch-black, narrow hole was a blue water-repellent space. There were 2 people, a man and a woman. One was sitting cross-legged, and the other was standing shyly with her head turned. 50 meters above the hole was seawater blocked by the water-repellent pearl's water-repellent space. Further up was seawater about 700 meters deep, enveloping this place into an extremely secluded space. The blue shimmering space accentuated an endless sense of mystery. This was what it meant to be a man and a woman alone. Haha, Xianxia, so you can be shy too? Ling Yun raised his head and stared at the bashful Xianxia, admiring her to his heart's content. He didn't even blink as he grinned. And here I thought you'd never be shy. Of course, Ling Yun knew that Xianxia had rushed down in such a hurry because she was worried about his life. However, he had already successfully transcended the tribulation, and his strength had skyrocketed by at least 3 times. He was too strong, and he no longer feared any unexpected situations. That was why he had the time to flirt with Xianxia. TCH. Don't you have any shame? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Xianxia turned her head away. Even her neck was red. Knowing that Ling Yun was sitting still, she immediately stomped her feet and scolded him. Put on some clothes? I would love to, but this tribulation destroyed 2 sets of my battle dharma robes. Where would I find any clothes to wear now? Ling Yun spouted nonsense with a straight face. He first said that he had no clothes to wear, then sighed dejectedly. Besides, I was struck too hard by the last bolt of tribulation lightning just now. My body is now numb and I can't move at all. Even if I had clothes, I wouldn't be able to wear them. Of course, this was also a lie. Before the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Ling Yun had used the essence condensation technique to condense golden immortal core power and released it to form the mixed elements unity shield. Even though the last bolt of tribulation lightning had shattered his mixed elements unity shield, it was like an arrow at the end of its flight. The moment it struck Ling Yun's body, it only turned his battle dharma robes into ashes, but it couldn't cause any harm to him. Ling Yun had really gained a lot from this 4-9 minor tribulation. It could be said that with the help of this real tribulation, Ling Yun's gains in these 2.5 hours had already exceeded all of his previous gains. Ling Yun's only loss was 2 sets of battle dharma robes that he had painstakingly refined. Previously, Xianxia had given Ling Yun 3 sets of supreme-grade golden crow devilish silk robes, and Ling Yun had refined them into battle dharma robes. Now that he had lost 2 sets, he still had 1 left, which was currently in Ling Yan's universe ring. Then you rest here by yourself. I'll wait for you up there. Xianxia couldn't stand this awkward situation. She gritted her teeth and was about to rush out of the sea. Don't go out. There are enemies coming up there. Ling Yan immediately reminded Xianxia and stopped him. The range of his divine sense had already exceeded a distance of 8,000 meters. Moreover, Ling Yan's divine sense had been tempered by the tribulation lightning to become extremely condensed. Even in the sea, he could easily detect the situation within 1,000 meters around him. They were only 700 meters away from the sea, so Ling Yan was naturally able to know the situation on the sea surface like the back of his hand. Just now, during this short conversation between the two of them, 5 people suddenly appeared in the sky above their heads. These 5 people were the 5 figures that had appeared 30,000 meters away from the northwest after Ling Yan had been struck by the last bolt of tribulation lightning. These 5 people had powerful auras, and their flying speed exceeded 2 times the speed of sound. A distance of 30,000 meters was actually only 30 kilometers. From the moment they appeared, it only took them slightly more than half a minute to arrive. At this moment, they were hovering in the sky above the sea. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and they didn't say a word. They had released their divine sense to the extreme, trying to see through the situation of the entire sea below them. Are there enemies coming? Even though Xianxia had reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, she hadn't undergone tribulation yet. Her divine sense still couldn't detect the situation on the sea surface. However, she didn't quite believe Ling Yan's words. She was very suspicious and couldn't help but turn her head to observe Ling Yan's eyes. Shameless fellow, you're not lying to me on purpose, are you? Xianxia secretly made up her mind. If Ling Yan dared to lie to her, even if she had to put up with her embarrassment, she would give this shameless fellow a good 2 kicks. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to vent her anger. I'm not lying to you. There are 5 people coming from above, and their auras are very powerful. They should be a few notches stronger than Long Tianfeng, who's at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, according to their auras. 3 of them should be from the Long family. As for the other 2, I think they should be from Mount Longhu. Ling Yan spoke frankly with assurance. Of course, there was no need for him to lie about something like this, so he told Xianxia the truth. Long family and Mount Longhu, then what do we do? Xianxia saw that Ling Yan was serious and couldn't care less about her shyness anymore. She began to panic. 5 enemies, 3 from the Long family and 2 from Mount Longhu. If every one of them was stronger than Long Tianfeng, how were they going to deal with them? What else can we do? Let's do nothing. Ling Yan smiled brightly, revealing his red lips and white teeth. He was lazy and nonchalant as he said, if they were just alarmed by the lightning tribulation and came over to take a look, then they're lucky. But if they're here to cause trouble for me and take advantage of me, then they're really unlucky. Xianxia was flabbergasted. She asked in shock, Ling Yan, why you can beat them now? Ling Yan glared at her. What are you talking about? Not to mention the fact that I've already passed the tribulation. I could have beaten them up even before the tribulation. But you've just passed the tribulation, and you're at your weakest. Now you've been struck so hard that you can't move. I'll be able to move soon, Ling Yan grinned. But I'm indeed a little weak. So, if you're willing to come over and help me massage my shoulders and legs, I might be able to recover quickly. *T. Xianxia was smart. She knew that she'd been tricked the moment she saw Ling Yan's nonchalant expression. She couldn't help but glare and scold him harshly. She understood Ling Yan too well now. If Ling Yan had really met a strong enemy that he couldn't beat, he wouldn't be sitting here talking nonsense with her. He would have dragged Xianxia away a long time ago. Or perhaps, he would have let Xianxia drag him away. Since the enemy is here, why aren't you putting on your clothes and going out to fight? Xianxia had watched Ling Yan go through the heavenly tribulation. The entire process had been far too difficult, and it had been a narrow escape from death. She had been on tenterhooks for Ling Yan, and now that Ling Yan was safe and sound, she couldn't help but want to see him crush his enemies heroically. Why are you in such a hurry to put on your clothes? Ling Yan retorted directly. Then, he raised his head and straightened his chest. Don't you think I'm handsome like this? Moreover, when I was going through the tribulation, my clothes were already blown away by the lightning. It's not like you didn't see it. Xianxia stomped her feet in anger. Her pretty face was flushed as she gritted her teeth. Nonsense, you were completely drowned in lightning when you were going through the tribulation. I didn't see anything. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. TSK, there were a few waves of tribulation lightning. What about the period after each wave ended? It was too far away, I couldn't see it with my divine sense. Xianxia replied. What about the eyes? Ling Yan asked. Xianxia suppressed her laughter. They're too ugly, I can't be bothered to look at them. Ling Yan's heart was filled with pride, but his expression was incomparably solemn. Beauty, the tribulation has just passed. One must be honest, you're still not done with me, aren't you? Xianxia was enraged when she saw how Ling Yan was bullying her. She turned around and glared at Ling Yan. Let me tell you, I have a bunch of recording devices on me. If you really want people to see it, I'll record it for you and let all the girls around you see it. Xianxia was furious when she heard Ling Yan's words. An absolute trump card. I was wrong. Ling Yan hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. He knew that Xianxia would do what she said. He immediately got up, took out a set of clothes, and quickly put them on. Pfft! Xianxia finally managed to turn the tables. Seeing Ling Yan's flustered appearance, she couldn't help but snigger. Little guy, do you really think I can't handle you? In the sky above the sea, the 5 people carefully observed the area for a long time. They looked at each other, and then one of them shook his head. That last bolt of tribulation lightning blasted a deep hole in the seabed. I can't detect the situation inside. Before this person finished speaking, another person in a loose purple robe spoke up. It seems that the person who passed the tribulation here just now was undoubtedly Ling Yan. What do you plan to do, fellow Taoist Long? Long Ruoyu immediately looked at the person in the purple robe. His eyes revealed a murderous intent. Thunderbolt Sage, I think even the 2 of us would find it difficult to pass that last bolt of tribulation lightning. Therefore, even if Ling Yan is still alive, he must be at his weakest. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. At this point, Long Ruoyu paused for a moment. His resolute gaze swept across the other 4 before he said in a low voice, everyone, after the devil subduing convention on the 15th of August, especially after the battle between Long Tianfeng and Ling Yan, our Long family has fully grasped Ling Yan's true strength and trump cards. It's not that I, Long Ruoyu, want to boost the morale of others and belittle my own. To be honest, Ling Yan's strength is truly frightening. My grandson, Tianfeng, has already mastered the indestructible true dragon physique. Over the past year or so, he has suppressed his cultivation level to the peak of Qi refinement stage 5. His true cultivation level has already reached the peak of Qi refinement stage 6. However, Ling Yan dared to go head-to-head with my Tianfeng at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. He doesn't lose to Tianfeng in terms of physical strength or divine will. Even if Tianfeng broke through during the battle, Ling Yan still has the strength to fight. Moreover, according to Tianxing's description, Ling Yan has too many terrifying trump cards. His golden dragon spear was something that even Tianfeng couldn't defeat even after he broke through to the next realm and burned his dragon essence. Also, during the battle for the throne of the dragon, Ling Yan took out a golden sword and pierced my eldest son Long Haoqian's chest with just one strike. He's still in a coma. Long Ruoyu got angrier as he spoke. Ling Yan's sudden rise at such a young age is understandable. Our Huaxia has been flourishing for thousands of years, and it's normal for talented people to appear in every generation. That's why our Long family can allow him to lead our family to rise. But Ling Yan doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually injured 2 members of the Long family in succession and even wants to compete with us for luck. He wants to trample on us and abuse us. This is simply intolerable. Long Ruoyu suddenly lowered his head and looked at the sea below. Celestial Master Zhang, Thunderbolt Immortal, please think about it seriously. Ling Yan was already so terrifying before his tribulation. If he really succeeds this time, who in Huaxia will be able to stop him? The 5 people who suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea were Long Ruoyu, Long Zhaojiang, and Long Zhaohai of the Long family, as well as Taoist Thunderbolt of Mount Longhu's Shangqing Palace, and Celestial Master Zhang Ruyan of the Celestial Master Manor. Among them, the Long family's Long Ruoyu, the Shangqing Palace's Taoist Master Thunderclap, and Celestial Master Manor's Zhang Ruyan were all at the peak of the 8th level of Qi disciple. The other two from the Long family, Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai, were also at the middle stage of the 8th level of Qi disciple. These 5 people were here because of the battle at the Devil Subduing Conference. The Shangqing Palace of Mount Longhu had 20 perfected persons, including the 4 perfected persons, Lai Long, Lai Hu, Lai Lei, and Lai Yang, as well as 5 celestial masters from the Celestial Master residence. The Thunderbolt Immortal, who was wearing a loose purple robe, was the teacher of the 20 perfected persons who died at the Shangqing Palace. The other celestial master, who was wearing a bright yellow robe, was one of the 3 great celestial masters from the Celestial Master residence, Zhang Ruyan. Even though the Devil Subduing Conference had ended and Ling Yan's revenge was considered half complete, Mount Longhu had formed an even greater enmity with the Shangqing Palace and the Celestial Master residence, having suffered heavy losses. Of course, the Thunderbolt Immortal and Zhang Ruyan couldn't sit still. It was impossible for them not to stand up for their disciple. On the other hand, the Long family's losses were even greater. Not only did they lose 2 water dragons, but Long Haoqian was also seriously injured by Ling Yan and was still unconscious. Long Ruoyu's precious grandson, Long Tianfeng, was still missing. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Even though Long Ruoyu had absolute confidence in Long Tianfeng's life-saving methods, he was naturally anxious when he found out that his precious grandson had suddenly disappeared. Hence, he decided to personally come out and settle the score with Ling Yun. However, when Long Ruoyu led his 2 cousins to Poyang Lake and asked for the help of the Thunderbolt Immortal and Celestial Master Zhang Ruyan, the 5 experts searched for 2 whole nights but couldn't find even a shadow of Long Tianfeng. Even though Long Ruoyu was burning with anxiety, he could only give up on the search temporarily. He decided to head to Qingshui City first and retrieve the true dragon's corpse that Long Tianqing mentioned. However, who knew that they would be one step too late after delaying for 2 days? After Long Ruoyu entered the crater, he realized that the great blockage formation that Long Tianqing had set up had already been broken by someone. The true dragon's corpse had already been taken away. Furthermore, he searched the entire crater and even went to the Vampire Bat Cave and the Yin-Yang Formation. However, he still couldn't find anything. That was because at this time, Ling Yan had already completed his breakthrough. He brought Yi Xingchen into the underground river to undergo his tribulation in the East Sea. Long Ruoyu immediately knew that the Long family had lost the initiative in this battle between the Long family and Ling Yun. Hence, he made a prompt decision to leave the crater directly. Then, the 5 of them chased after the tribulation cloud in the sky and rushed to the East Sea. Frankly speaking, the 5 of them were extremely shocked when they were chasing the tribulation cloud. This was because they knew that the black tribulation cloud was always running above Ling Yan's head. Its speed was so fast that even the 5 of them couldn't catch up. They could only follow it from afar. That was why they didn't lose it. Other than Ling Yan's terrifying speed, the 5 of them were even more shocked that they couldn't find Ling Yan's silhouette after using all their methods. In the end, it was the Thunderbolt Immortal who deduced that Ling Yan should be hiding deep underground. Long Ruoyu also instantly thought of the underground river under the crater. After the 5 of them chased to the sky above the East Sea, they saw the heaven-piercing lightning pillar and knew that Ling Yan had already begun his tribulation. Of course, they didn't dare to go near. They could only wait from afar for Ling Yan's tribulation to end before rushing over. After Long Ruoyu finished his analysis, the other 2 from the Long family naturally didn't say much. The Thunderbolt Immortal from the Shangqing Palace and Zhang Ruyan from the Celestial Master Abode were also silent, but they were secretly communicating through telepathy. Celestial Master Zhang, it seems like Long Ruoyu is disregarding his status and seniority to take this opportunity to kill Ling Yan. That's right. Ling Yan's performance is too heaven-defying, and the Long family is starting to get restless. It's just that, even though we're on the same side this time, if the 5 of us take advantage of the other party's weakest moment to deal with a junior together, that's not very good, is it? Zhang Ruyan was inexplicably caught by the Long family, and he felt a little helpless. Even though the Celestial Master Abode had lost 5 Celestial Masters during the Devil Subduing Conference, this wasn't a big grudge. Zhang Ruyan actually wanted to try his best to resolve this with the Ling family. That was because on the night of the Devil Subduing Conference, Zhang Ruyan was actually at the Celestial Master abode on Mount Longhu. However, he didn't go to the Wind Thunder Valley from start to finish, nor did he let the other Celestial Masters rush over. It's not very good. The Thunderbolt Immortal was also a little troubled. He maintained his status and said thoughtfully, even though many people from the Xianxia Palace have fallen in the hands of Ling Yun, as cultivators, we have to abide by some rules even if we want to take revenge. This kind of method of taking advantage of someone when they're down will result in great trouble. The Thunderbolt Immortal could, of course, be called an otherworldly expert since he could groom a disciple like Fierce Dragon and Fierce Tiger. He already had a very deep understanding of cultivation and the heavenly Tao. He was no longer purely focused on killing and killing. Today, they could take advantage of Ling Yun when he was at his weakest. In the future, others could also take advantage of their weakest moments to retaliate. When would there be an end to revenge? The Thunderbolt Immortal and Zhang Ruyan were, after all, cultivators who had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 8. This was what they were considering. Zhao Jiang, Zhao Hai, the two of you quickly enter the sea and check out the deep hole on the seabed. See if Ling Yun is alive or dead. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. You must bring him out. Long Ruoyu was getting impatient when he saw that the Thunderbolt Immortal and Zhang Ruyan were still hesitating. He was afraid that Ling Yun would sneak away after he recovered. Therefore, he ordered his two cousins to go down and capture him. Yes, big brother. Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai had long since grown impatient. After hearing the order, they couldn't be bothered to even look at the two from Mount Longhu. They directly charged into the sea, using the hidden dragon escape technique at the same time, rushing towards the bottom of the sea. That's not very good, is it? Just as Heavenly Master Zhang Ruyan was saying this to the Thunderbolt Spiritual Master, Yi Xingchen was looking at the well-dressed Ling Yun inside the underwater cave. He didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. He couldn't help but say the same thing. Yi Xingchen was really speechless. There were so many clothes in Ling Yun's Taishu ring, but he chose this set of clothes, a snow-white shirt, black trousers, and shiny leather shoes. Moreover, that wasn't all. After putting on this set of clothes, Ling Yun actually took out a suit and gestured for Yi Xingchen to help him put it on. What's not good about it? Ling Yun pursed his lips and smiled. Looking at Yi Xingchen's helpless expression, he blinked and said, "Isn't this handsome?" "It is handsome, but the enemy is right above your head. Don't you think you're asking for a beating wearing this?" Yi Xingchen helped Ling Yun tidy up the suit meticulously, but he was reprimanding him. Hee, beating the five of them is just a matter of a few punches and kicks. We still have to rush back to Qingshui later, so we don't have to change again. Ling Yun finished speaking with a smile and suddenly stopped using the light assimilation technique. This way, their figures were instantly exposed to the divine senses of the five masters above. He no longer concealed himself because there was no longer a need. Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai had already reached the bottom of the sea. Hey, you two don't need to look for me. I'm here. The moment Ling Yun stopped using the light assimilation technique, he directly raised his head and used the mystical dragon hell to speak to the two figures above the deep hole. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. Although the range of a cultivator's divine sense in the water was about 1% of its range in the wilderness, that was only for early Qi condensation cultivators. This was because most cultivators at this stage had just gained their divine sense and hadn't gone through the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. Their use of their divine sense was still in the exploratory stage. In other words, they had just started and their divine sense wasn't condensed enough. The range of the divine sense of an expert at the peak of the 8th level of Qi disciple was generally around 8,000 meters. However, the range of their divine sense in the water was around 800 meters, which was 1/10 of the range in the wilderness. This was because late Qi condensation cultivators had already begun to emphasize the degree of condensation of their divine sense. The degree of condensation of their divine sense was 10 times that of early Qi condensation cultivators. Naturally, its penetrative power was also 10 times greater, which was why they were able to achieve this. The depth of the seabed where Ling Yun was at most 750 meters, which happened to be within the range of the divine sense of the 5 people above the sea. Just now, in order to spend a little more time with Xianxia, Ling Yun didn't want to be discovered by these 5 troublemakers, so he had used the light assimilation technique. Now that he had retracted this technique, he was naturally immediately exposed. Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai were at the entrance of the cave. They were the closest to Ling Yun, so they instantly discovered Ling Yun and Xianxia's figures and heard Ling Yun's voice. They both turned pale with fright as if they were facing a great enemy. At his weakest, Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai looked at each other after noticing Ling Yun's current state. They thought to themselves, look at this brat, he's so lively and full of energy. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look weak at all. They immediately stopped and didn't dare to immediately dive into the deep cave. Instead, they stood at the entrance of the cave, on guard. Whoosh! When Long Ruoyu saw Ling Yun, he flew into the sea without hesitation and used the hidden dragon escape technique, arriving at the entrance of the underwater cave almost instantly. Long Ruoyu was at the peak of Qi condensation level 8 and wouldn't be intimidated by a single sentence from Ling Yun. Afraid that Ling Yun would escape, he personally blocked the entrance of the cave and immediately sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, Long Ruoyu of the Long family is here. Do you dare to come up and fight? Of course, the 3 experts of the Long family were not afraid of fighting with Ling Yun in the water. However, the space in the deep cave was too narrow. It was only 3 meters in diameter from top to bottom. Ling Yun laughed coldly. He had already taken the water-repelling pearl from Xianxia's hands. At this moment, he gave Xianxia a look, and the 2 of them soared into the sky. Boom, under the control of Ling Yun's powerful divine will, the space instantly doubled in size, reaching a diameter of 3 meters and a height of over 100 meters. A powerful stream of water rushed out of the deep hole at the bottom of the sea. It was as if a powerful fountain had suddenly appeared on the seabed. With a terrifying momentum, it ruthlessly smashed into the 3 people from the Long family who were blocking the hole. Even though Long Ruoyu, Long Zhaojiang, and Long Zhaohai were able to move in the water as though it were flat ground, they were still knocked off their feet by the powerful current. They could only temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. To be able to create such a terrifying effect, it was only because Ling Yun's current speed was just too fast. A casual move was 3 times the speed of sound, more than 1,000 meters per second. Moreover, he had the water-repelling pearl, so there was no difference between being in the water and being in the air. That was why he was able to succeed in one fell swoop. Just think about it. The fastest bullet fired from the best sniper rifle in the world was only 1,000 meters per second. Even if the 3 people from the Long family were at the peak of Qi refinement level 8, they would not be able to withstand it if it were to rush out of the hole at such a speed. Boom, the next moment, the surface of the sea churned. Suddenly, a huge pillar of water rushed out of the sea, shooting straight into the sky. Ling Yun and Xianxia hid right under this huge pillar of water. The 2 of them actually did not care about the 3 people from the Long family in the sea at all. Instead, they directly rushed into the sky from the bottom of the sea. After rushing out of the sea, Ling Yun immediately put away the water-repelling pearl. He pulled Xianxia and moved horizontally, far away from the range of the water pillar. Then, he stopped in the air, facing the other 2 people in the sky from a distance. That huge pillar of water rushed all the way up to a few hundred meters in the sky before stopping. Then, the seawater at the top began to descend, colliding layer by layer with the water pillar that was still rushing high up into the sky. Then, there was a loud boom, and the water splashed everywhere. It was a rare and shocking sight. After seeing this scene, Shangqing Palace Venerable Lei Ting and Celestial Master Zhang Ruyan from the Celestial Master Abode couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Long Ruoyu, Long Zhaojiang, and Long Zhaohai also rushed out from the bottom of the sea. All 3 of them were drenched, like drowned chickens. They were all battered and exhausted, and their faces were full of anger. Looking at the sorry state of the 3 people from the Long family, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little amused. He waited for the 3 people to stabilize themselves in the air before directly saying, Ling Yun is here. Since he had already confirmed that the newcomers were enemies, Ling Yun naturally couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Humph, this old man is the previous head of the Long family, Long Ruoyu. Long family's Long Zhaojiang. Long family's Long Zhaohai. Boundless heavenly venerate, this humble Taoist is Mount Longhu's Xianxia Palace Venerable Lei Ting. Mount Longhu's celestial master abode, Zhang Ruyan. The 5 people each said their names, none of them hiding their identities. Not bad. Those who came are indeed the main characters. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied because, apart from Yi Qingxin from the Yi family, the 2 immortal masters from Kunlun, and Long Haoqian from the Long family, these were the 5 cultivators in the late stage of the Qi cultivation realm that he had met. He had just successfully transcended the tribulation, and there were already 5 great experts in the late stage of the Qi cultivation realm for him to practice with. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ling Yan didn't look for anyone else. He directly looked for Long Ruoyu and raised his hand to point at him. Since you're here, then say it. I'll accompany you however you want to fight. This, Long Ruoyu didn't expect Ling Yan to be so direct. For a moment, he was actually a little dumbfounded and stunned. In reality, the reason why Long Ruoyu was stunned was not so much because of Ling Yan's straightforwardness and the terrifying strength he had just displayed, but because of Ling Yan's current strange appearance, a snow-white shirt, green trousers, shiny leather shoes, and a fitting suit. If he were to add a tie and a briefcase, he would definitely be dressed like a professional manager, or in other words, he would be going to some big company for an interview, but Ling Yan was dressed like this. He had just rushed out from the bottom of the sea 500 meters and was now standing motionless 1,000 meters above the sea's surface. Every movement he made was as if he was pointing out the mountains and rivers. He was in high spirits, and the first thing he opened his mouth was to ask the 5 people on his side how to fight. This style and the tone of his words were both wrong. It caused the 5 great experts who were used to seeing all kinds of situations to be somewhat stunned and dazed. Moreover, not to mention the others, even Yi Qingchen, who was beside Ling Yan, couldn't help but want to laugh when she first looked at the clothes of the 5 people on the other side, including herself, and then looked at the strange clothes of Ling Yan beside her. There was no other reason than that they were completely incompatible. In the eyes of others, Ling Yan's current clothes, actions, and expressions could only be described with one word: asking for a beating. Tisk. Long Ruoyu was only stunned for a few seconds, but of course, he wouldn't forget the purpose of this trip. Since the other party was so straightforward, he couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. Instead, he went straight to the point. Ling Yan, since you said so, then this old man will be frank. I chased you from Poyang Lake all the way here for no other reason than to take your life to avenge my eldest son, Long Haoqian, and my grandson, Long Tianfeng. Ling Yan had already heard the purpose of the 3 people from the Long family when he was in the deep underwater cave just now. He smiled and nodded without defending himself. Then, he looked at the 2 people from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Then, it seems like the 2 of you also want to avenge those who died in the Xianxia Palace and the Celestial Master abode? Being asked directly by Ling Yan, the Thunder Immortal and Zhang Ruyan were in a difficult position. They looked slightly awkward, but in the end, both of them nodded at the same time, indicating their tacit agreement. After all, 20 perfected masters from the Xianxia Palace and 5 from the Celestial Master abode died at the hands of Ling Yan. Revenge was revenge, and they had to admit it. Very well, since that's the case, then we'll follow the rules of cultivators. Strength is everything, and the strong speak. Ling Yan smiled slightly and looked at the 5 people in front of him. Let's fight first. After we determine the winner and loser, those who are still standing will speak, and those who are down will shut up. How about that? Immeasurable heavenly venerate, fellow Taoist is straightforward and straightforward. That's how it should be. The Thunder Immortal spoke. At their level of cultivation, they all understood in their hearts that since both sides were facing each other, there was no point in saying anything. It was all nonsense. Xingchen, stay a little further away. Ling Yan turned his head and smiled gently at Yi Xingchen. Don't worry, this battle will end very soon. I promise it won't delay us from returning to Qingshui City for breakfast. Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yan a flirtatious look and secretly reminded him, then, you have to be careful too. Then, she flew far away and left the battlefield. Ling Yan turned his head and swept a quick glance at the 5 experts. He said directly, did the 5 of you hear that? I'm in a hurry. I'll give the 5 of you a suggestion. While I'm still at my weakest, the 5 of you should come at me together. The moment Ling Yun said this, even Zhang Ruyan from the Celestial Master residence, who had the best self-restraint and had the least enmity with Ling Yun, became a little angry. This youth was really too arrogant. One had to know that the 5 of them were all at Qi Cultivation Stage 8. 3 of them were at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 8, while the other 2 were in the middle of Qi Cultivation Stage 8. In the entire Huaxia, who would dare to say such words to them? Arrogant brat. Eat my move first. Long Ruoyu flew into a rage. His entire body emitted a green glow, and his figure moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ling Yun and punched out fiercely. Hee hee. Facing the terrifying fist force, Ling Yun only smiled faintly. Then, he also punched out. Boom, the fist force collided. With a cracking sound, the green glow around Long Ruoyu's body was shattered by Ling Yun's fist. The tendons in his right arm were fractured, and he was sent flying by Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, he flew 1,000 meters away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ling Yun used fulgurating shadows in the air and split into 4. He didn't use any Dharma treasures or weapons. He only used his fists and punched out at the other 4 people, 4 times the speed of sound. Ling Yun's speed was too fast. No one could dodge it. They could only take it head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The result was that the other 4 experts each had their tendons and bones broken after taking a punch from Ling Yun. Their bodies were all sent flying. Ling Yun had successfully passed the tribulation. He only used 5 punches to seriously injure 5 people at Qi Cultivation Stage 8. That. I forgot to tell you. I passed the tribulation. From now on, I'm invincible under the Foundation Establishment realm. Ling Yun swung his arm and said lightly. He was invincible below the Foundation Establishment realm. In other words, he was invincible in the Qi Cultivation realm. However, Ling Yun wasn't bragging this time. He was telling the truth. He was indeed in the middle of Qi Cultivation Stage 5. To be exact, after the tribulation, Ling Yun's physical body and divine sense were further refined. He was now at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 5. This could be confirmed by Ling Yun's terrifying speed of condensing his divine energy. Sea of Qi, Energy Center, Meridians, Sea of Consciousness. Yinyang True Qi was produced in Ling Yun's energy center, entering the meridians and meridians throughout his body. Finally, it reached the Sea of Consciousness between his eyebrows, where it was condensed into divine energy. After being tempered by the 5 elemental tribulation lightning, Ling Yun's Sea of Qi, Energy Center, Meridians, and Sea of Consciousness had all undergone a qualitative change. They were too powerful, especially the Yinyang True Qi in his Sea of Qi. He didn't need to deliberately control it. Under natural circumstances, it was already 9 times faster than before. If Ling Yun deliberately activated it, this speed would be 12 times faster than before the tribulation. The meridians were channels. After being tempered by the 5 elements tribulation lightning, they became rougher and tougher. They could easily withstand the terrifying flow of true Qi in the energy center without causing any blockages. The speed of the flow of true Qi was the foundation of the condensation of divine energy in the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness between the eyebrows was the end point, and it was even more powerful here. The spherical Sea of Consciousness was incomparably sturdy, and its capacity was even more terrifying. It was like the sea. Now that the Yinyang Qi had reached this point, from the moment it entered the Sea of Consciousness between the eyebrows to the moment it rushed out, almost half of it would instantly condense into divine energy. If such a scene were to be described, it would be as if it was raining constantly in the Sea of Consciousness between the eyebrows. Now, under normal circumstances, Ling Yun's Sea of Consciousness could condense 5,400 drops of divine energy in an hour. When Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, he could only condense 3 drops of divine energy in a minute. That was 180 drops of divine energy in an hour. After breaking through 6 levels and successfully passing the tribulation, Ling Yun's divine energy condensation speed was now 30 times faster than before. In other words, the amount of divine energy Ling Yun could condense in a day was equivalent to the total amount he could condense in a month, condensing 129,600 drops of divine essence in one day. Every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, every aspect of their body would experience a qualitative leap. Although the degree of improvement varied from person to person, the improvement was not uniform. Only the advancement of small realms would be uniform because it was only a quantitative change. When the quantitative change accumulated to a certain extent, it would naturally produce a qualitative change. This was why cultivators were divided into small realms and large realms. Breaking through a small realm would change the quantity, but crossing a large realm would change the quality. Crossing a great realm meant that all aspects of the body would increase exponentially. Otherwise, what could one use to fight against the heavens? How could he defy the heavens? Of course, if it wasn't a qualitative change, cultivators wouldn't need to go through tribulations again and again. When Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 3, he could already beat Long Tianfeng, who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6 and had activated the reverse scale dragon's fury. At that time, Long Tianfeng had 8 times his combat power. His true strength was actually equivalent to a Qi cultivation level 9 cultivator. Now that Ling Yun had passed the heavens tribulation and advanced by 2 whole realms, he definitely wasn't bluffing when he said that he was invincible in the Qi cultivation level. Moreover, Ling Yan's invincible under the foundation establishment realm wasn't just for ordinary cultivators. He included the freak of the Long family, Long Tianfeng. Even Long Tianfeng, who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 9, could only be beaten up by him now. Of course, this was under the condition that Long Tianfeng didn't use the reverse scale dragon's fury. However, even if Long Tianfeng used the reverse scale dragon's fury, Ling Yun still had a trump card, and it was even more than before, not to mention the Shenong Cauldron and the Ghost God Willow, just Ling Yun's Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire, the Golden Dragon Spear tempered by the metal-type Tribulation Lightning, and the 5 elemental god slaying technique were enough to give Long Tianfeng a hard time. Moreover, Ling Yun now had the lightning pool. The lightning pool contained more than half of the Tribulation Lightning's energy. This was Ling Yun's new powerful trump card. Whether it was refining weapons, pills, or fighting enemies, it was extremely useful. When he was at his weakest, Ling Yun still had more than 50,000 drops of divine energy in his sea of consciousness. As long as his divine energy didn't dry up, he wouldn't be at his weakest. Moreover, Ling Yun's physical body was equally strong. He didn't need to burn his divine energy to deal with the 5 people in front of him. He only needed to use his fists to maintain flight and lock onto his enemies. With his strong divine sense, Ling Yan's control of his true qi had reached the realm of microscopic refinement. He could change it to the smallest of details. For example, his mixed elements uniting energy shield no longer needed to be in the shape of an eggshell. Instead, it covered his entire body and every hair on his body, forming countless tiny shields. They were invisible to the naked eye, but the defensive effect was even better. Qi refinement allowed one to control their qi at will, therefore, Ling Yun didn't need any combat robes at all. It didn't matter what he wore. As long as his opponents couldn't break through his upgraded mixed elements uniting energy shield, they wouldn't be able to damage his clothes. As expected, none of the 5 people in front of him, who were at Qi cultivation stage 8, could break through his current defense. After all, not every cultivator was a freak like Long Tianfeng, much less a monster like Ling Yun. This was the capital of Ling Yun's arrogance. Of course, after reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 5, Ling Yun also possessed more terrifying abilities of a cultivator. However, he couldn't use them now. He only needed his fists to deal with the 5 people in front of him. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Long Ruoyu, Long Zhaojiang, Long Zhaohai, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and Zhang Ruyan, the 5 of them were severely injured by Ling Yun. After they were sent flying, they regained control of their bodies and immediately flew towards one direction. They gathered around Long Ruoyu, their faces filled with shock and fear. They had no choice. The strength that Ling Yun displayed was too strong and terrifying. It had exceeded the limits of their imagination. They couldn't even imagine how strong Ling Yun was. Ultimately, human fear stemmed from pain and the unknown. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the 5 of them were burning their dragon essence and god essence violently. They used their dermic powers to heal and repair their arms. Thunderbolt Immortal took out more than 10 healing talismans at once. He used a few first and distributed the rest to the other 4. Ling Yun didn't follow up with another attack. He quietly floated in place and let the 5 of them heal. He smiled and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Frankly speaking, the sudden appearance of these 5 people made Ling Yun their enemy. However, Ling Yun had no enmity with them. There was no need to kill them all. Ling Yun is right. He's invincible under the Foundation establishment realm. After he successfully passed the tribulation, no one below the Foundation establishment realm can deal with him. Long Ruoyu's expression became abnormally ugly after his injuries had been alleviated. He looked at the Thunderbolt Sage and Celestial Master Zhang Ruyan before speaking gloomily. How could he not be gloomy? 5 great cultivators in the Qi Refinement Stage 8. 3 of them were at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 8. If they burned their god essence, they would have the strength of the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 9. However, they were sent flying by one punch from Ling Yun. They couldn't fight at all. What was even more embarrassing was that even if the 5 of them wanted to leave now, they would need Ling Yun's permission. That was because Ling Yun's flying speed was too fast. He was already twice their speed. 5 great cultivators came with an aggressive aura. However, in the blink of an eye, they became fish on the chopping board. They were at his mercy. Whoosh! Ling Yun crossed the sky. His casual movement was 3 times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 5 of them. He stopped 3 meters away from them. Long Ruoyu and the other 4's expressions changed drastically. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Especially Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai, who were of a lower realm, they subconsciously took a few steps back under Ling Yun's powerful aura. Looking at this situation, the 5 of you probably don't want to fight anymore. Ling Yun smiled slightly. He wasn't afraid of the 5 of them joining forces. He looked at the embarrassed Long Ruoyu and said directly, when the young ones are beaten, the old ones come out. I understand the rules. Ling Yun was naturally referring to the matter of severely injuring Long Haogan and beating up Long Tianfeng. He glanced at the 3 members of the Long family. However, in the cultivation world, the strong are respected. You only have the right to speak if you are strong enough. Otherwise, it's meaningless to talk about hatred or reason. As far as I know, the Ling family and the Long family don't have any irreconcilable enmity. It was also because of this that I purposely held back on the night of the mid-autumn full moon. I didn't kill Long Haogan and Long Tianfeng, and I even allowed Long Tianqing to leave. The black water dragon in the Xianxia River near Xianxia was originally fated by me. It successfully transformed into a dragon, but I didn't have a place to take it in, so I let it grow on its own in the Yangtze River. I also spent money to buy the green dragon out at sea. Because I didn't have a place to store it, I left it in the sky cavern, waiting for it to be retrieved now. As for the evil dragon in the dragon pond of Poyang Lake, it was your grandson, Long Tianfeng, who deliberately sent me into the dragon pond. He wanted me to scout for him, but I subdued it in the end. The Long family keeps saying that I, Ling Yun, stole your fortune, but I don't think so. The world is so big. You can't say that whatever the Long family needs, it must be obtained by the Long family. That would be too unreasonable. Elder Long, I'm only willing to tell you these words because you were the previous family head of the Long family. I hope you can consider it for yourself. However, since I've won today, I have to make 3 requests to the Long family. First, Qin Shui is under my control. From today onwards, the Long family is not allowed to take even half a step in. Second, Xianxia is also under my control. Third, Emperor Qin's mausoleum has always been guarded by my mother's family, the Qin family. I'll be going there soon. I don't want the Long family to interfere with anything related to Emperor Qin's mausoleum. I only have one request. As for whether you agree or not, I don't care. However, I'll be frank. If the Long family dares to go against these 3 requests, don't blame me for being merciless. After Ling Yun was done, he frowned slightly and continued, one more thing. Long Kuan and Long Wu from Qingshui City are very important to me. If I'm not wrong, they should be guests in the Long family now. I hope to see them free when I return to Beijing. That's all I have to say. The 3 of you from the Long family can leave now. Midnight tonight. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Ling Yun was too domineering. From now on, the Long family would not be allowed to step into Qingshui City, touch Xianxia, or interfere with Emperor Qin's mausoleum. Moreover, Ling Yin wanted the Long family to hand over Long Kuan and Long Wu so that they could regain their freedom. Ling Yin made 3 requests to the previous head of the Long family, Long Ruoyu, in front of the 2 great cultivators from Mount Longhu. To be exact, it was 4. Without a doubt, this was a blatant threat, but without a doubt, the current Ling Yun definitely had the right to do so. In fact, he was already being very polite by not killing the 3 from the Long family. In the distance, when Xianxia saw Ling Yan's heroic posture in easily crushing his enemies and heard his domineering threat to the 3 members of the Long family, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a look of burning anticipation appeared in her eyes. Xianxia thought of Yin Qingxian. She felt that with Ling Yan's current strength, it wouldn't be long before he could go to the devil sect and rescue his biological mother, who was also her master, from the abyss of suffering and prison. Mount Longhu's Shangqing Palace Venerable Thunder and Celestial Master Zhang Ruyan could only smile bitterly after hearing Ling Yan's domineering request. They looked at each other but didn't dare to speak. After all, more than 100 people left the devil subduing conference alive. Those 100 people weren't mutes. Ling Yan's reputation as the god of slaughter had long spread. There was no room for negotiation as long as he said it. Ling Yan hadn't found them yet. They didn't want to take the initiative to stroke the tiger's whiskers and find trouble for themselves. Long Ruoyu finally felt the bitterness in the hearts of the martial artists at the devil subduing conference. It wasn't a good feeling, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Yan was too strong, so strong that even he felt hopeless. This was power. In the face of absolute power, the Long family was the same. It was the same for everyone. Ling Yan, I've heard everything you've said. When we return, the Long family will discuss and make a decision on our own. After all, Long Ruoyu was the previous head of the Long family. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. He could only fight for the Long family's reputation. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal and Zhang Ruyan. Then, he said to Ling Yun, however, these 2 spiritual masters from Mount Longhu were invited by the Long family. No matter what kind of hatred you have for each other, I hope that you won't make things difficult for them here. How about that? Long Ruoyu was rather kind. He didn't just walk away. He even wanted Ling Yin to let the 2 from Mount Longhu go. Old man Long, you're worrying too much. That's a matter between us. It has nothing to do with your Long family. Please leave quickly. Ling Yin said with a smile. At the same time, he thought to himself that if they were to talk about a life and death grudge, even though Mount Longhu and Ling Yin had a bigger grudge, it was Ling Yin who gained the upper hand. Mount Longhu was the one at a disadvantage. He had already shown enough strength. As long as Mount Longhu didn't dare to find trouble with him, he wouldn't be bothered to deal with them. Venerable Thunderbolt also said, Heavenly Lord of the Immeasurable. Mr. Long, thank you for your kind intentions. However, between Mount Longhu and Ling Yun, Celestial Master Zhang and I will handle it ourselves. You don't have to worry too much. As they spoke, Venerable Thunderbolt and Zhang Ruyan gave Long Ruoyu a look at the same time. They didn't avoid Ling Yun either. Long Ruoyu smiled bitterly. He gave them an apologetic look before looking deeply at Ling Yun. This Long has learned a lot. We'll meet again. Goodbye. With that, Long Ruoyu waved his hand and left with Long Zhaojiang and Long Zhaohai. Long Ruoyu didn't even dare to say anything harsh. He really didn't dare because he knew Ling Yan's temper. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to leave when the time came. Xingqian, come here. After the 3 from the Long family left, Ling Yan called Xingqian to his side and looked at Venerable Thunderbolt. Let me introduce to the 2 of you. This is the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xingqian. She is my wife. Our meeting this time can be considered a coincidence. I wonder if the 2 of you and the Celestial Master wish to exorcise the evil and defend the Tao. Ling Yan made his words clear. It was like stabbing a knife into the hearts of the 2 of them. One of them was the Devil Lord and the other was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Standing side by side, they actually took the initiative to ask each other if they wanted to exorcise the evil and defend the Tao. Hee, young benefactor, you must be joking. If you want to exorcise the evil and defend the Tao, you must first have the ability to do so. The 2 of us are now meat on the chopping block. Our lives are in the hands of young benefactor. How can we exorcise the evil and defend the Tao? The Venerable Thunderbolt was obviously a person who didn't fall for Ling Yan's tricks. He spoke frankly without a trace of shame on his face. Very well. Since Master Daoist has seen it so clearly, I can't be bothered to joke with you. Ling Yan put on a straight face and said, the Devil Subduing Conference was jointly organized by Mount Longhu, the Shaolin Temple, and the Kunlun Sword Sect. They kept saying that they wanted to deal with my Ling family, kill my parents, and kill me and Yi Xingchen. I went to the Devil Subduing Conference to fight to the death. I'll kill whoever makes a move against me. I don't think I need to explain this. Both of you should understand, right? The Venerable Thunderbolt and Zhang Ruyan nodded at the same time with solemn expressions. Of course. Then it's very simple. I know that on the night of the Devil Subduing Conference, I killed a total of 21 people from the Shangqing Palace and 5 from the Celestial Master Abode, including Venerable Lai. It should be around that number. The exact number doesn't matter. Ling Yan said whatever came to his mind. A fight to the death is bound to create enmity. I understand this logic. If Mount Longhu wants revenge in the future, I hope you will only look for me. Don't use those underhanded methods against the people around me. Otherwise, I'll flatten Mount Longhu and leave no one alive. This was naturally a threat. Through the two people in front of him, Ling Yan knew that there were even more terrifying old antiques in Mount Longhu. If he wasn't around, Mount Longhu definitely had the ability to kill all his family and friends. That was why Ling Yan said such a thing. Ahem. Young benefactor, you must be joking. Taoist Master Thunderbolt was very embarrassed when he heard this. He quickly said, no wonder young benefactor is able to reach such a realm of cultivation at such a young age. Only now do I know that young benefactor is actually so clear and straightforward when looking at things. Boundless Heavenly Lord, a monk doesn't lie. It is Huaxia's great fortune that the young benefactor has reached such a realm at such a young age. Those people who wanted to kill the young benefactor at the slightest provocation were too superficial, be it for their reasons or methods. Since young benefactor is willing to spare our lives today, then after the two of us return to Mount Longhu, we will naturally restrain our subordinates and make them not cause trouble for young benefactor in the future. How about we write off the enmity between young benefactor and my high purity palace? The Venerable Thunderbolt didn't mention anything about revenge. Instead, he took the initiative to resolve the enmity. Young friend Ling Yan, I, Zhang Ruyan, can promise that the Celestial Master residents will do the same. When Zhang Ruyan heard Thunderbolt Sage's words, he added. Written off once and for all? Since that's the case, I don't need to say anything more. Ling Yan was very satisfied with their attitude. He smiled and nodded. Then, he asked, what about Little White? Little White? Both the Thunderbolt Immortal and Zhang Ruyan were stunned at the same time. Ling Yan quickly explained, oh, it's the nine-tailed celestial fox that awakened its spiritual consciousness at Mount Longhu. As soon as the nine-tailed celestial fox was mentioned, Daoist Thunderbolt immediately understood. He immediately smiled and said, boundless deity, according to the words of the past patriarchs, since ancient times, the birth of world-shaking great demons has always been accompanied by sages. Since the nine-tailed celestial fox has chosen to follow young almsgiver, my Longhu mountain will naturally not covet her in the slightest. The Venerable Thunderbolt's words had a hidden meaning. A world-shocking demon accompanied a sage. After listening, Ling Yan only felt that every pore on his body was comfortable. He couldn't help it. The Venerable Thunderbolt's bootlicking was too comfortable. Frankly speaking, Ling Yan came from the cultivation world. He naturally understood the Venerable Thunderbolt's words better than anyone else. He knew that it was the truth, but he never took it to heart. Had he ever seen a sage that was randomly struck by lightning? Ling Yan smiled and gently raised his hand. Then, please go ahead. This was naturally an order for them to leave. Immeasurable Heavenly Venerable. The Venerable Thunderbolt and Zhang Ruyan chanted at the same time. The two of them looked at Ling Yan deeply, then looked at each other and nodded. Young benefactor, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We will meet again. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. Ling Yan smiled and agreed. Then, he watched the two of them fly away. Of course, they would meet again. Even though Ling Yun had used his powerful strength to completely intimidate the two cultivators from Mount Longhu and forced them to take the initiative to write off their previous hatred and seek justice for Little White, he was still very interested in Mount Longhu. Especially the place where Little White's spiritual sense was awakened. Ling Yun knew that there must be something strange there. Therefore, he had to explore it. Otherwise, his heart would be itching. Ling Yun, that venerable thunderbolt, said that the world-shocking demon will accompany a sage and grow with him. What does that mean? After the venerable thunderbolt and celestial master Zhang Ruyan disappeared, Yi Xingchen blinked her beautiful eyes and turned her head to ask Ling Yun. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun laughed heartily. You don't even understand this? The venerable thunderbolt is obviously saying that I'm a sage. Tisk. Yi Xingchen couldn't stand Ling Yun's smug look. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Sage? If all sages are like you, then I think the sun will rise from the west every day. Domineering, shameless, doing whatever he wanted, killing people at the slightest disagreement, and being struck by lightning every day, everything that Ling Yun had shown was completely different from that of a sage. I think you're more like a devil. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but giggle as she thought about Ling Yun's actions. Devil? Have you seen such a handsome devil? Ling Yun straightened his back and said arrogantly. After a slight pause, he suddenly murmured, but compared to a sage, a devil's voice is still louder. It suits my taste. At this moment, a red sun rose from the eastern sea. Blazing rays of light connected the sea and the sky. The dazzling red light shone on Ling Yun's body, causing his entire body to be dyed in gold. It was as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. Yi Xingchen looked at the blazing sun rising from the eastern sea. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart. She instantly broke through and reached Qi Cultivation Stage 5. At the same time, at the highest peak of Yunming Mountain in the capital of Huaxia, Ning Lingyu broke through and reached Qi Cultivation Stage 6. The second update was delivered. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Xingchen, you've broken through? Yi Xingchen had broken through to Qi Disciple level 5 in an instant. Ling Yun's current level was higher than Yi Xingchen's, so he naturally sensed it immediately. Yi Xingchen had just broken through to the next realm, and she was now in an extremely profound state. She could feel that there seemed to be something new in the sea of consciousness between her brows. It was the silhouette of a red sun, and within the vortex of stars, it was faintly glowing with a red light. It made her feel warm and comfortable. Void Star Attractor. In the past 2 days, Ling Yun had been breaking through, but Yi Xingchen hadn't been slacking off while she was guarding him. She had been cultivating day and night, making every second count. Moreover, the heavenly demon tactics that she was cultivating was actually compatible with the Void Star Attraction technique. Yi Xingchen had borrowed the Darking Qi from the Eye of the Yin formation to cultivate the heavenly demon mystic technique. She had long since stepped into the realm of Qi Cultivation Stage 5. It was only because she had been staying in the crater and underground river that she hadn't had the opportunity to break through. Void Star Attractor naturally required the power of the stars, but the sun was the closest star to Earth. It emitted endless light and heat, illuminating the growth of all things. When Yi Xingchen saw the sun rise in the East Sea, red light and flowing clouds, it was an extremely beautiful scene. With her talent, it would be difficult not to break through. Actually, another explanation made sense. The power of the sun, the power of the moon, the power of the moon, and the power of countless stars combined to form yin and yang. On the night of the mid-autumn full moon, Yi Xingchen had already absorbed enough lunar essence and the power of countless stars to break through to the middle stage of Qi Disciple. Moreover, he had reached the peak of Qi Disciple level 4 in one fell swoop. Now that he had absorbed the most essence of the solar true fire, his yin and yang were in harmony, so he naturally succeeded in breaking through. Yi Xingchen also had a mystical sea of consciousness, but it was different from Ling Yun's yin-yang harmony balance. After her breakthrough this time, it wasn't reflected in the speed at which her divine energy was condensed. Instead, the outline of a red sun appeared in the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, illuminating the entire whirlpool of stars. The countless stars in the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows shone even brighter, and the entire whirlpool's rotation speed increased by 5 to 6 times. This technique is too heaven-defying. Xianxia closed her eyes and enjoyed the boundless joy that came with her breakthrough. After she had adapted to her new realm, she abruptly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "Don't talk for now. Since you've just broken through, let's stay here and cultivate for a while longer." While Lingyan was happy for Xianxia, he immediately dismissed the idea of rushing back to Xianxia city. Just like that, the two of them floated in the air and began to cultivate. After the tribulation, there were only about 50,000 drops of divine energy left in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. The most urgent thing for him now was to fill the entire sea of consciousness between his eyebrows with divine energy. After the repeated tempering of the 5 elements tribulation lightning, the size of the sea of consciousness between Lingyan's eyebrows naturally increased slightly. Even though the change wasn't obvious, it could store 1,296,000 drops of divine energy, which was about 300,000 drops more than before the tribulation. Simply put, if Lingyan only accumulated and didn't use it, he would need a whole 10 days to completely fill the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows with divine energy, but if he didn't want to use it, it was impossible unless Lingyan chose to go into seclusion. This was because after a cultivator entered the mid-stage of qi cultivation, they would constantly be condensing their divine energy and expending it almost all the time. There was only a difference in how much was expended, but it was impossible to not use it at all. Otherwise, where did the spiritual energy that supported a cultivator's flight come from? Of course, it came from the conversion of divine energy, disregarding battles and other things like refining pills and refining weapons. Just flying in the air required the support of an endless supply of spiritual energy. It was just like how a plane would definitely consume fuel when flying in the air. The faster it flew, the more divine energy it would consume. Now that Lingyan could casually move at 4 times the speed of sound in battle, one could imagine the speed at which his divine energy was being consumed. Thus, Lingyan and Xianxia spent the next 2 hours cultivating. One of them comprehended the new realm, while the other was busy condensing his divine energy and cultivating the stellar condensation technique at the same time. 2.5 hours passed very quickly. At around 7:30 in the morning, Lingyan took the initiative to stop his cultivation. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his body suddenly soared into the sky. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Lingyan passed through the layers of clouds and arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The temperature here was extremely low, more than -40 degrees Celsius. Strong winds blew against his face, but Lingyan was unperturbed. After successfully passing the tribulation, Lingyan's great success treasure body, after repeated tempering by the 5 elements tribulation lightning, also began to transform into the stainless glass body. With such a physical body, whether it was -100 degrees Celsius or -2000 degrees Celsius, it could no longer affect him. Of course, it couldn't affect him. It didn't mean that Lingyan couldn't feel the changes in temperature and had become numb. On the contrary, his 5 senses and 6 senses had become more acute. It was just that he wouldn't be harmed in any way. 10,000 meters in the sky, above him was the azure blue sky. Below him was a sea of white clouds that looked like cotton candy. The clouds rolled and unfolded, changing into all kinds of strange shapes. It was like the terrain of the earth, but it was even more complicated than the terrain. There were mountains, valleys, waves, and a plain. Lingyan saw a plane. That plane was almost at the same altitude as him. It was coming from the southwest and flying towards the northeast. Invisibility, 10,000 meters in the sky, Lingyan's vision was limitless. He saw that plane from afar and immediately went invisible. Phew! After a whole 6 months, I can finally go invisible again. It wasn't easy. Lingyan, who had completely hidden himself, was filled with endless emotions. Back when he first arrived in Xianxia city, his first thought was to go invisible, but it failed. Now that he had reached the peak of qi cultivation stage 5, he could finally go invisible again with the help of his powerful magical powers. It really wasn't easy to come this far. Looking at the direction of this plane, it seems like it's heading to East Asia, Lingyan silently judged in his heart. He couldn't help but be tempted. Right now, he really wanted to fly directly to East Asia and snatch back the Xianxia cauldron's lid. That was because after reaching the peak of qi cultivation stage 5, Lingyan would be able to truly practice alchemy. The Xianxia cauldron only had the body, but not the lid. 4 times the speed of sound, my current speed is 1,400 meters per second. If I go to East Asia, using the knowledge he had learned in geography class, Ling Yan silently calculated the distance between here and East Asia. He felt that it was at most 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 seconds, less than 20 minutes. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't even need to take a plane to East Asia now. Even if he flew directly from Xianxia, it would only take him half an hour at most. Cultivation and technology. At the end of the day, cultivation is still more powerful. High up in the sky, Ling Yan, who was invisible, watched the plane fly away. He muttered to himself with a handsome smile on his face. It was extremely charming. If I want to cultivate the stellar condensation technique in the future, I won't need to do it on the ground anymore. I can directly cultivate 10,000 meters up in the sky. It'll definitely be twice the result with half the effort. After Ling Yan could fly, there were simply too many things that could be changed. Everything had undergone a qualitative change, and there were many fewer restrictions in the future. Seeking immortality in time, breaking through layers of barriers in space, and being able to go to heaven and earth. There was nothing that a cultivator couldn't do. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't directly go to East Asia now. That was because he only had 60,000 drops of divine energy in his body, which was pitifully little. Moreover, he still had many things to do in Xianxia. The first thing was, of course, to go to Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect and save Qin Qiuyue. Whoosh! 10 minutes later, Xianxia also stopped cultivating. She also rushed 10,000 meters up in the sky, looking around for Ling Yan. Hee, I'm here. Ling Yan immediately broke out of his invisible state and appeared beside Xianxia, smiling at her. That was scary. Xianxia could feel that. Ling Yan was nearby, but she couldn't see him. She was secretly anxious, and when Ling Yan suddenly appeared in front of her, she was instantly stunned and couldn't help but rebuke him. This is the invisibility technique. It's a technique that must be mastered by cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement. I'll teach you the technique later. Ling Yan didn't hide anything and directly told Xianxia. Xianxia asked with a smile, since it's a technique that can only be mastered in the late stages of qi refinement, why do you know how to use it now? Genius. Ling Yan directly explained everything with 2 words. The proud look on his face made Xianxia want to directly smack him with a brick. The middle stage of qi refinement, stage level 5. Not bad. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he instantly determined Xianxia's current realm with his divine sense. Tisk, you're not the only genius in this world. Xianxia was secretly pleased with herself. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said charmingly. Xianxia, after a cultivator enters the mid-stages of qi refinement, the most important thing is the speed at which one condenses and releases their divine energy, as well as the efficiency at which they use their divine energy after it is converted into magical energy. The mid-stages of qi refinement can be said to be a link between the past and the future. It's not difficult to break through a small realm. The difficult part is the 2 points I mentioned just now. They are of the utmost importance. Otherwise, it's completely meaningless to have a realm without corresponding combat strength. At this time, Ling Yan finally had the time to seriously explain some of the key points of the mid-stages of qi refinement to Xianxia. Got it. Due to the miraculous and nature-defying changes in her sea of consciousness, Xianxia had long since felt that it was extraordinary. She listened very seriously and nodded repeatedly. Come on, let's go back to Xingshui City. When it was close to 8 in the morning, Ling Yan suggested returning to Xingshui City. He asked with a smile, Xianxia, do you think we should fly back directly from the sky or enter the sea and fly back from there? Up to you. Xianxia smiled sweetly and let Ling Yan do as he pleased. However, she still made her own suggestion. I think we should fly in the sky for a while and enter the sea when we're close to the coast. Then, we'll find a place where there's no one around to go ashore. That would be best. I'll listen to you. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Shoulder to shoulder with Xianxia, they flew back to land. The 3rd update was delivered. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website address. Mobile version. 10,000 meters in the air, Ling Yan and Xianxia didn't fly directly west. Instead, they flew slightly northwest to Xianxia Wharf. After all, Ling Yan's Xianxia Wharf mansion was on the southern shore of Xianxia Wharf, facing the sea. As long as they reached Xianxia Wharf, they would be home. That would save them a lot of trouble. After Yi Xingchen reached the middle stage of the fifth layer of Qi Disciple, he could fly at a speed that was twice the speed of sound under normal circumstances. If he used the meteor moon stride, he could reach exactly 3 times the speed of sound, which was about 1 kilometer per second. The two of them flew at this speed. It was too fast. They only needed 7 or 8 minutes to reach the airspace above Xianxia Wharf. I think we should go into the sea. There are too many planes. However, they only flew for 2 minutes before Ling Yun decisively decided to land in the sea. There were indeed too many planes. In just 2 minutes, they had already encountered 5 planes flying 10,000 meters in the air. Ling Yun had no choice but to use the invisibility technique continuously. It was too troublesome and exhausting. Swoosh swoosh. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen landed like lightning and rushed directly into the sea. The water-repellent pearl once again opened up a blue space, enveloping the two of them. Who would have thought that humans would use such a method to take over the sky in this age of doom? Ling Yun frowned, shook his head, and sighed. He thought of the original cultivation world. Those who flew in the sky were all great cultivators. There were humans and demons. Of course, most of them were birds that could blot out the sky with a flap of their wings. They would form groups of 3 to 5, and if there was a disagreement, they would fight to the death. How carefree was that? However, on Earth, the space of cultivators was obviously squeezed by the high-tech products developed by humans. There were planes in the sky, all kinds of ships on the sea, and cameras and electronic eyes everywhere on land. This made Ling Yun, who had reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 5 and could fly again, very unhappy. He felt like he couldn't let loose and was restricted in every way. In the short span of 3 days after the demon subduing conference, Ling Yun had broken through 2 major realms. Now, he didn't need to use the sword kinesis flight and could fly directly. He was in high spirits and really wanted to throw caution to the wind and roam the world to enjoy the feeling of freedom. However, his rationality repeatedly reminded him that he couldn't do that. Because if that was the case, it would truly be too shocking. It's probably because we're flying at the wrong altitude. Yi Xingchen could feel Ling Yun's depression. As far as I know, most commercial flights are between 7 to 12,000 meters. We were flying at 10,000 meters just now, which happens to be the optimal altitude for most commercial flights. That's why we encountered more planes. If we fly at an altitude of 6,000 meters or above, we can completely avoid those planes. Bullshit. Ling Yun rolled his eyes and retorted, Xingchen, what kind of logic is that? Since we can fly, it's up to us to decide how high and how fast we can fly. Why should we hide from those planes? This was Ling Yun's logic. In his opinion, Yi Xingchen's reasoning was akin to someone punching him. Instead of thinking about how to retaliate, he stood there thinking about why the other party punched him, what he did wrong, and how he should correct himself next time. Yi Xingchen's good intentions turned out to be malicious intent. She was also displeased with Ling Yun's rebuke. She immediately glared at him and exploded, fine, fine, fine. You're good. Then go out and fly. Don't go invisible, just fly close to the plane. That way, you can even chat directly with the beauties inside. Ling Yun's temper was instantly extinguished. He scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed sheepishly. Hee, Xingchen, don't be angry. I'm just complaining, pfft. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but giggle at Ling Yun's teasing. Of course, she wasn't really angry. Really, if you really want to fly to your heart's content, I'll accompany you to fly 20,000 meters high next time. I guarantee no planes will disturb us. 20,000 meters high. No way. It was Ling Yun's turn to shake his head. He was very serious. Every 1,000 meters from the ground, the air temperature will drop by 0.6 degrees. The temperature at 20,000 meters is about -100 degrees, or even lower. Coupled with the strong winds, cultivators in the middle stage of Qi cultivation won't be able to withstand it at all. After explaining, Ling Yun's depression was more or less dispelled. It was just a small annoyance. It wasn't a big deal. Take it. Ling Yan suddenly handed the water-repellent pearl to Xianxia. Then, in a flash, he rushed out of the water-repellent pearl's space and directly into the deep sea. Where are you going? Xianxia didn't know what Ling Yan was going to do suddenly, but she quickly understood. Ling Yan was in the deep sea, using the omnipotent water control technique, shuttling back and forth like lightning. He was actually catching fish, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yan's speed was really too fast. In the water, he used the dragonfish phantom ability. Sometimes, he directly used the water gate to traverse hundreds of meters in a breath. He shuttled between all kinds of fish, and in the blink of an eye, he caught dozens of fish. Each fish was more than half a meter long and lively when he caught them. However, in the blink of an eye, he used the Arctic ice technique to freeze them and put them in the Taishi ring. Xianxia grabbed the water-repellent pearl and chased after Ling Yan's figure in the sea. She was dumbfounded. Swoosh! Ling Yan returned to the water-repellent space, finally satisfied. He winked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "It wasn't easy to come to the East Sea. How could I not bring some seafood back?" Xianxia was completely speechless. Ling Yan's train of thought was really unparalleled. This guy was just complaining about the living space of cultivators, but in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the sea to catch seafood. Was this another way of venting? Come, let's go to the bottom of the sea and see if we can catch a big lobster or something. Xianxia was stunned, but Ling Yan was in high spirits. He dragged Xianxia directly to the bottom of the sea. The two of them expanded the water-repellent pearl to the limit, but they purposely didn't push away the water that was more than a meter deep from the seabed. Ling Yan swam around in the water-repellent space. As long as he saw a big lobster, he would raise his hand to freeze it and put it in the Taishi ring. The two of them were having a lot of fun. I can reach up to the 9 heavens and catch the turtle in the 5 oceans. Ling Yan was very pleased. He was even muttering to himself. The joy in his heart was indescribable. These were all real seafood. They were definitely fresh and delicious. Ling Yan, you've really played with this water-repellent pearl to perfection. Xianxia was naturally very happy. She only caught a few lobsters and was too lazy to catch more because there were simply too many of them. At the same time, Xianxia was secretly shocked. She only realized at this moment that the water-repellent pearl in her hand was an incredible treasure. Hee, this is nothing. In the future, when we go deep into the ocean to find the eye of the sea, we'll have to rely on this treasure. Ling Yan didn't stop catching lobsters. He even caught a big turtle, but he wasn't interested in it. He weighed it in his hand a few times before throwing it back into the sea. Let's go, haha, we'll finally have seafood to eat in the future. There's no need to buy it. After a while, Ling Yan finally stopped. He stopped tormenting the fishes and prawns in the sea and focused on hurrying along. Seeing that Ling Yan was finally focused on hurrying along, Xianxia said coquettishly, "Look at how happy you are. Those who don't know would think that you've gotten some great benefits." Ling Yan straightened his face. "You don't understand. Xianxia, we cultivators cultivate so hard and go against the heavens. What is it for? We seek immortality, but what do we seek for? What we seek is definitely not a boring and tasteless immortality. It's what I said just now. You can reach up to the 9 heavens to pluck the moon, and dive down to the 5 oceans to catch turtles. First, there must be fun. Happiness is the most important. Everything else is secondary." Xianxia listened seriously. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if she had understood something. Just like that, the two chatted and played as they slowly hurried along the sea. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Xingshui Wharf. "We've arrived at Xingshui Wharf. Let's go take a look near the water surface." Ling Yan and Xianxia found a secluded and quiet water area and gradually approached the surface. Then, Ling Yan released his divine sense to the limit, a full 8,000-meter radius of his divine sense. "Xianxia, do you see that? My Qingshui Wharf villa is on that mountain on the southern shore of Qingshui Wharf." In the blue water-repellent space, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed. Their gazes passed through the shallow seawater and landed on the mountain peak on the southern shore of Qingshui Wharf. "Yes, I see it." Xianxia nodded. Then, she turned her head and said to Ling Yun, I won't be accompanying you back to Qingshui. Let's part ways here temporarily. Ling Yun was stunned. Part ways temporarily? Why? Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. She raised her hand and pointed at the northern shore of Qingshui Wharf. Anyway, I have nothing else to do when I return to Qingshui with you. Do you see that? Once we reach the northern shore, we'll reach Hudong. Our Hudong branch of the Assassins organization is there. I'm going there to incorporate them. With that, Yi Xingchen looked deeply at Ling Yun and said faintly, when you're done with your matters in Qingshui City, contact me again. I'll accompany you to the Heavenly Mountain Heavenly Sword sect then. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes clearly revealed her reluctance to part, but the meaning she expressed was very firm. Sigh, Ling Yun sighed in his heart. Xingchen was really too sensible. Yi Xingchen obviously didn't want to be a third wheel and didn't want to make things difficult for him. That was why he chose to part ways with him here and let him return to Qingshui. Actually, the reason I'm going back to Qingshui City is to make arrangements for the 2 WYRMS, treat Auntie's injuries, and settle down the disciples of the Tranquil sect. Shoo, Yi Xingchen suddenly placed his index finger on Ling Yun's lips. Stop. You don't have to explain anything to me. After returning to Qingshui City, you can do whatever you want, but you have to be quick. As she spoke, Yi Xingchen waved the water avoidance pearl in her hand and said with a sweet smile, but I'm taking this water avoidance pearl with me. If you dare to do anything bad, I will never return it to you. I'm leaving. After saying that, Yi Xingchen twisted her body and rushed into the deep waters of Qingshui Bay. She wanted to cross Qingshui Bay, which was more than 100 kilometers wide from north to south, and go directly to Hudong. Boom, the moment Yi Xingchen left, Ling Yun activated the mixed elements uniting Law Shield. He stood in the water and touched his lips. The lingering fragrance was still there, but the fragrance was faintly discernible. Sigh, where else can I find such a good woman? Ling Yun was very touched and smiled knowingly. Then, he opened the water gate and quickly arrived at a remote cliff on the shore of the East Sea. Then, he flew ashore. Sorry for the late update. Forgive me, I've become a dog today. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The cliff where Ling Yun came ashore was where Ning Lingyu cultivated the omnipotent water control technique at night when she was in Qingshui City. At this point, Ling Yun could cover the entire Qingshui Wharf Villa district with just a casual release of his divine sense. Oh, I was right. Auntie chose to stay in Qingshui Wharf this time. Xianxia is here too. Ling Yun could see the entire Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9 clearly. There were only 2 people in there, Qin Dongxue and Bai Xian'er. After Qin Dongxue crippled her own martial arts, she was no different from an ordinary person. Bai Xian'er was here to protect her, of course. At the same time, Ling Yun's divine sense enveloped Zhuang Tianda's mansion. There was no one else except for a few servants and nannies. Zhuang Tianda's family of 4 wasn't here at the moment. Ling Yun smiled. It seems like Mei Feng has already met her parents after returning to Qingshui City. All of this was within Ling Yun's expectations. After all, Qin Dongxue, Zhuang Mei Feng, Qin Miao, Miao Xiaomiao, and the rest had returned to Qingshui City on the 21st. It was already the morning of the 23rd. Zhuang Mei Feng had stayed in the Tranquil sect for almost half a year. Now that she had regained her memory, she naturally had to return home. Forget it, let's go home first. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan the situation. He decided to go home first and see Qin Dongxue first. Whoosh! Since there was no one around, Ling Yun used his fulgurating shadows and entered the dense forest. His figure flashed as he rushed towards his mansion number 9. Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9. After waking up at 4 in the morning, Qin Dongxue cultivated the stellar condensation technique for more than 3 hours as usual. She had already had her breakfast and was sitting on the sofa in the living room in comfortable home clothes. She was bored out of her mind. During the devil-subduing meet, Qin Dongxue had completely severed ties with the deity Sword Mountain Villa in front of all the heroes of the world. She had taken the initiative to cripple her own martial arts. Although Qin Dongxue did not regret it at all, she was extremely depressed. At that time, Qin Dongxue was only thinking about leaving Deity Sword Mountain Villa. She was firm and decisive. However, after she left Wind Thunder Valley, she remembered that her mobile phone and communication device were still in her space ring. She didn't have time to take them out. Now that Qin Dongshua's divine sense was gone, she was like an ordinary person. She couldn't communicate with her interspatial ring and couldn't retrieve anything from it. How could she not be depressed? Bai Xian'er had returned to the villa at 3 in the morning. Therefore, Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yan had gone to the East Sea to undergo his tribulation. However, she wasn't worried at all. She firmly believed that the demonic fellow would definitely succeed. Since Qin Dongxue wasn't worried, Bai Xian'er was even less so. When Ling Yan brought her to Turtle Island for his tribulation, even the 9-colored tribulation cloud couldn't hurt Ling Yan. What was there for Bai Xian'er to worry about? Xian'er, you said that Ling Yan went to the East Sea for his tribulation at 2:30. It's almost 9 now, more than 6 hours. It should be over by now, right? Qin Dongxue hadn't seen Ling Yan since the devil subduing meet ended and they left Wind Thunder Valley. Although she wasn't worried, she was still a little anxious. Therefore, she couldn't sit still and walked around the living room. Bai Xian'er was about to answer when her eyes widened. "Ah, Big Brother Yun is back," she exclaimed joyfully. Before she finished her sentence, Bai Xian'er's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. She rushed out of the villa. Of course, she rushed out from the main entrance. Sigh, I actually became blind and deaf after losing my divine sense. I can't even sense that fellow's return. How annoying. Qin Dongshua's eyes blurred, and she lost sight of Bai Xian'er. She was envious and annoyed. However, Qin Dongxue was elated to know that Ling Yun was back. She rushed out of the living room and saw a slender and handsome figure landing in the courtyard of the villa. It was Ling Yun. "Auntie, I've made you worry. I'm back." Ling Yan appeared in front of Qin Dongxue in a flash. He sized Qin Dongxue up with interest, a charming smile on his face. "Rascal, you still know to come back?" Qin Dongxue felt uncomfortable being stared at by Ling Yun. She couldn't help but reprimand Ling Yun before asking with concern, "Did you get hurt during the tribulation?" "Auntie, it's inevitable to get hurt during the tribulation. 2 sets of clothes were destroyed, but I'm fine." Ling Yan replied seriously. "Well, it's good that you succeeded. What realm are you in now?" Qin Dongxue looked at him carefully for a long time and found that he was indeed full of vigor and vitality. She was finally relieved and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "The pinnacle of Qi Cultivation level 5. Ling Yan chuckled and said proudly. "What? The pinnacle of Qi Cultivation level 5? Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yan in shock. "You. It's only been 3 days, and you've already advanced by 2 major realms? That's considered slow." Ling Yan thought to himself. If it weren't for the lack of yin and yang qi, he would have rushed to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation level 6 in one go. "Let's talk in the house." Ling Yan wrapped his arm around Bai Xian'er's waist and walked back to the living room with Qin Dongxue. "Brat, hurry up and tell me everything that has happened to you since the end of the devil subduing assembly. Tell me everything in detail." Qin Dongxue asked eagerly after the 3 of them sat down in the house. "All right, listen to me slowly." Ling Yun naturally agreed. Therefore, Ling Yun spent about half an hour explaining the entire process from the moment Long Tianfeng appeared, from the moment he fought with Long Tianfeng, to the successful tribulation in the East Sea, to the moment he stepped on the 5 Qi Cultivation Stage 8 cultivators from the Long family and Mount Longhu. He told them the whole story. This process could only be described with one word: thrilling and brilliant. "Oh my god, rascal, you're invincible in the Qi Cultivation realm?" Qin Dongshue's eyes lit up when she heard Ling Yun say that he was invincible in the Qi Cultivation realm. She was even more excited than when she said that she was invincible in the Qi Cultivation realm. "Yes, don't worry, Auntie. From now on, no matter if it's the Ling family or the Qin family, as long as I'm here, we won't have to fear any enemies." Ling Yunjuan's eyes shone brightly, showing his great confidence. Even though Ling Yun hadn't established his foundation yet and didn't dare to say that his great Dao foundation was complete, he already had the combat strength of a foundation establishment realm cultivator. That was why he said those words to reassure Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue was smiling. After taking the beauty pill, she looked like she was only 18 years old, maybe even younger. Her smile was incomparably elegant, but the corners of her eyes and brows carried a kind of mature beauty. It could be said that she was peerless and charming. She obviously agreed with Ling Yun and nodded. Yes, there's no doubt about your strength now that you can defeat those 5 people easily. It's just that, Qin Dongxue suddenly looked up at Ling Yun. You're invincible now, but Auntie has become immortal. What should I do? There was a hint of a woman's bitterness in her tone, mixed with a tinge of a young girl's innocence. Hee, Auntie, don't worry about your problem. Leave it to me. Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard that. Ling Yun directly took care of it. Qin Dongshue's heart leaped with joy. She couldn't hide her joy at all as it spread across her beautiful face. Her eyes were filled with smiles. Auntie, in order to not become a laughingstock, you were willing to cripple your own martial arts when we had completely crushed our opponents. To be honest, I was heartbroken at that time. Ling Yan was both impressed and heartbroken at the memory of Qin Dongshue's determined look on the night of the mid-autumn full moon. He praised Qin Dongxue before continuing, however, there's a saying for us cultivators. Without destruction, there can be no construction. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to enter the Xiantian realm after crippling their own cultivation. But with me around, these problems aren't a problem. Ling Yan wasn't bragging. If he was still at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3, he might still need the immortal spiritual energy in his body to treat Qin Dongxue. But now that he was at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 5 and possessed the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire, treating Qin Dongxue was as easy as eating a meal. At least you have a conscience. Qin Dongshue's heart was completely at ease after hearing that. Her beautiful eyes were smiling as she said in a pleasant tone, "Rascal, to tell you the truth, I did that mainly so that our Qin family would no longer be controlled by others in the future. At the same time, I also completely got rid of the trouble of deity Sword Mountain Villa's teaching. But if I didn't believe in your heaven-defying abilities, I wouldn't have been so heartless." Qin Dongxue didn't hide anything from Ling Yun and spoke her mind. Ling Yun winked at Qin Dongxue. Hee, thank you for trusting me, Auntie. Qin Dongxue was an impatient person. She couldn't wait any longer. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and heal me so that I can recover my power. Of course, Qin Dongxue knew about Ling Yun's plan. She knew that after the Devil Subduing Conference, Ling Yun would go to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect to rescue Qin Qiuyue. This was a mission to rescue her biological sister, and it was a huge matter for the Qin family. Auntie, it's not difficult to help you recover, but, at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly took a deep breath. His face revealed a difficult expression, and he began to stutter. But what? Tell me. Qin Dongxue panicked. She grabbed Ling Yun's arm and shook it violently. This chapter is to make up for what happened yesterday. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. It's just a little troublesome to talk about. Ling Yun could only force himself to say it. Then, he shifted his body away from Qin Dongxue and whispered, "I'm afraid you'll beat me up if I say it, rascal. Why would I beat you up for no reason?" Qin Dongxue was anxious. She frowned and said, "No matter what trouble it is, just tell me directly. If it's pain, you don't have to tell me. I can even endure the pain of losing my cultivation, what pain can I not endure?" Qin Dongxue instinctively thought that Ling Yun was worried that she wouldn't be able to endure the pain. That was why he was hesitating. Ling Yun scratched his head. It's not about the pain. Then what is it? Qin Dongxue said angrily. Rascal, tell me now. I'm telling you, I'll really beat you up if you dilly-dally again. Qin Dongxue clenched her fists as she spoke. Ling Yun glanced at Qin Dongshue's fists and couldn't help but be shocked. Even though Qin Dongxue had lost all her cultivation, her stellar condensation technique was still there. That pair of elegant fists contained an explosive force that could easily shatter a boulder with a casual swing. Frankly speaking, Qin Dongxue could still defeat a Xiantian Realm Level 1 ancient martial arts cultivator even if she were to stand still after losing her cultivation. Alright, I'll tell you. Ling Yun nodded. He leaned over and whispered something into Qin Dongshua's ear. Ah. Qin Dongshua's beautiful face instantly turned red. In the blink of an eye, even her snow-white skin became hot. She swung her fists in extreme embarrassment. Rascal, you're courting death. Qin Dongxue didn't hold back and punched Ling Yun with all her might. Bam! Ling Yun, along with the sofa, was sent flying out of the room, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. Ugh! I knew it would be like this. Even if Qin Dongshua's punch was 20 times stronger, it wouldn't have been able to hurt Ling Yun. Therefore, Ling Yun lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with helplessness as he muttered. Stinking brat, I'll kick you to death. Qin Dongxue didn't stop there. She pounced on Ling Yun like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She punched and kicked Ling Yun until she was panting from exhaustion before she finally stopped. Throughout the entire process, Bai Xian'er was curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow in her arms. Her posture was extremely graceful as she enjoyed the sight of Ling Yun getting beaten up by Qin Dongxue. Xian'er, are you so heartless? Big brother Yun is being beaten up like this, and you're not going to do anything? Ling Yun's tears flowed from his heart. Who did he offend? When he was in the East Sea just now, 5 great cultivators of Qi Cultivation Stage 8 were crushed by him so badly that they didn't even dare to let out a fart. Unfortunately, everything had its vanquisher. In front of Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun could only be beaten up obediently even if he was in the tribulation stage. Qin Dongxue couldn't be bothered with Ling Yun anymore. She turned around and returned to her seat. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She couldn't help but want to escape. Rascal, tell me the truth. Is there any other way to avoid the situation you're talking about? Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth and asked hatefully. No. Ling Yan's answer was straightforward. He had already been beaten up, so he wouldn't mind getting beaten up again. Then I won't treat you. Qin Dongxue said angrily. She couldn't possibly agree. It's fine if you don't treat me. Actually, I don't think it's a good idea either. I'm strong enough to protect Auntie now. Ling Yan followed Qin Dongshue's words and said it in a righteous tone. There wasn't a hint of regret in his tone. Bullsh***t. Qin Dongxue flew into a rage and threw a pillow at him. Not recovering his cultivation? Becoming immortal from then on, that was absolutely impossible. Then I have no other choice. Auntie, what do you say? I'll listen to you. Ling Yun finally got up from the ground. He was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. You, tell me the reason in detail first. Qin Dongxue asked the key question. She was going to be bullied by Ling Yun. She had to know how she died, right? After pausing for a while, Qin Dongxue still felt indignant. Your father crippled his own elixir field for 19 years. You were able to heal him completely and even let him enter the divine power realm. Why is it that when it comes to me, I have to do this? Qin Dongxue couldn't say what it was exactly. Her face was as red as blood after she said the last few words. Her face was boiling hot, like burning charcoal. You've finally gotten to the point. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. Auntie, I'm not simply healing you this time to restore your cultivation. If it's just to repair your dantian and broken meridians, it's indeed a piece of cake for me. But if you want to take the opportunity to go to the next level and enter the real Qi refining stage, you have to pass the test I mentioned. There can be no construction without destruction. It's true that there can be construction after destruction, but it depends on what we're constructing. After repairing your dantian and meridians, even if you cultivate again, your Qi circulation method will still be the rubbish cultivation method of Deity Sword Villa. What you cultivate will still be the rubbish genuine Qi of Deity Sword Villa. Then tell me, what else did you get by destroying your own martial arts this time, other than suffering in vain? Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth and said angrily, I understand this logic. Get to the point. The point is your physique, Ling Yan said with a smile. Auntie, your physique is one of the rarest in the world with the metal and fire attributes. The 2 5 elemental attributes coexist and are equally matched. Therefore, I've decided to let you cultivate only 2 skills from now on, the Gold Emperor Raging Dragon Slash and the Crimson Emperor Fiery Phoenix Transformation. In order to cultivate these two techniques, the first step is to completely expel the remnant true qi in your body. Moreover, you have to further cleanse your muscles and marrow. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort when you cultivate these two techniques in the future. Your advancement speed will also far surpass that of an ordinary person. This step isn't much, but the troublesome second step. The second step is to start cultivating these two new techniques after your energy center and meridians are repaired. Then, you'll be able to break through the sea of consciousness between your eyebrows and enter the real qi cultivation realm. However, during this process, I need to do a few things at the same time. One is to protect your energy center and meridians, help you break through the hidden latch between your eyebrows, and open the sea of consciousness between your eyebrows. The other is more important. I need to transfer a huge amount of metal and fire lightning energy into your body at the same time. Nothing will happen to the metal lightning energy, but the fire lightning energy, cough cough, once it enters your body, the terrifying temperature will definitely burn your clothes. Auntie, I might be strong now, but I'm not a god. I can't multitask and still have the energy to protect your clothes. Ling Yan's eyes were very clear as he looked at Qin Dongxue with a serious expression. After that, Ling Yan spread out his hands. I'm done. Qin Dongxue finally understood. Her face was red and white, and she was extremely shy. At this moment, there was a battle going on in her mind, as if there were two people arguing fiercely. Is that really the case? Qin Dongxue couldn't make up her mind. She felt very helpless and aggrieved. She couldn't help but sneak glances at Ling Yan. That must be it. Ling Yan nodded heavily and added, moreover, when that time comes, you have to be completely focused on breaking through. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll go berserk if you're in the state you're in right now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xianxia. Ling Yan pulled Xianxia into his camp and swore that he wasn't lying. Xianxia, Qin Dongshua's voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she looked at Xianxia with a red face. Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She was the fire fox, and her cultivation technique was of the fire element. Using her to prove Ling Yan's words was the most suitable. Then, during the demon subduing conference, I saw you use your techniques during the battle. The fire was raging, but your clothes were fine? Qin Dongxue raised her doubts again. Sigh. Ling Yan sighed helplessly. Ling Yan was helpless. He sighed deeply. Auntie, Xianxia's fire attribute skills will only hurt the enemy. She won't hurt herself. This is the same logic as my fire talisman. Qin Dongxue was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yan thought that it was about time. He asked carefully, Auntie, why don't you consider it for a few more days? We have a lot of time anyway, there's no rush. The room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Qin Dongshua's beautiful face was filled with hesitation, struggle, shyness, and helplessness. However, these expressions gradually disappeared, leaving only determination and determination. Finally, she calmed down completely and smiled at Ling Yan. Rascal, are you bluffing? There's no need to think for so long, let's begin. This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to blush. He knew that Qin Dongxue would agree sooner or later, but he didn't expect her to agree so directly. Xianxia, why don't you go out first and enjoy the scenery and the sea breeze by yourself? Once Qin Dongxue decided to do something, she wouldn't hesitate anymore. However, she didn't want a third party to be present when she thought of the embarrassing scenes during cultivation. Qin Dongxue and Xianxia had become familiar with each other after a few months, but it depended on what it was. Qin Dongxue knew that Xianxia's divine sense was strong. She would be able to see it even if she left the mansion. However, it was still a form of psychological comfort, wasn't it? Okay. Xianxia was very obedient. She stood up and was about to leave. No. Xianxia can't go too far. She has to protect us. Otherwise, what if someone barges in at a critical moment in our cultivation? Ling Yan said decisively. Qin Dongxue was dumbfounded once again. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't say a word. Ling Yan, you rascal, do you believe that the first thing I'll do after I recover my cultivation is to kill you? In the end, Qin Dongxue had no choice but to accept this horrible reality. At the same time, she left some harsh words for Ling Yun. "Auntie, do whatever you want to me." Ling Yun laughed heartily as he agreed. First update on the 23rd. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. With a thought, the sofa that was knocked down by him flew into the air and floated back to its original position. It landed silently on the floor as if it hadn't been touched at all. Ling Yan returned to the sofa and smiled at Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, do you remember the night of the Demon Subduing Conference? Do you remember when we broke through at Mushroom Peak before we went to the Wind Thunder Valley?" At this point, Ling Yan finally brought up the matter that Qin Dongxue had been brooding over. "Of course I remember. You brat, you're really something." Qin Dongxue was enraged at the thought of that incident. She was jealous and scolded. "That night, you did your best to take care of everyone else, but you didn't care about me at all. I'm going to die from anger." Ling Yan laughed and explained, "That's what I was worried about. In the past 6 months, I've only taught you 3 techniques, the stellar condensation technique, the ninth killing technique, and the dragon fish phantom ability. I didn't teach you any other techniques. It's not because of anything else, it's because I've long seen that your body possesses the 5 elements of metal and fire. If I were to bring you to the Deity Sword Mountain Manor to cultivate the Golden the Arch Berserk Dragon Slash and the Crimson the Arch Fire Phoenix transformation directly, it would cause the true chi in your body to be impure. Thus, I could only wait until now." Qin Dongxue was taken aback and felt touched in her heart. No wonder Ling Yun had been so diligent in teaching Tai Xiaohu, Ning Lingyu, and the others martial arts for the past 6 months. However, Ling Yun had never imparted any cultivation techniques to him. It turned out that this was his plan all along. The stellar condensation technique was a pure body refining technique, the ninth killing technique focused on killing intent and moves, and the dragon fish phantom ability was a lightweight combat technique. These 3 things had nothing to do with cultivation. That was why Ling Yun taught them to her as soon as they met. However, Ling Yun wasn't willing to teach Qin Dongxue the cultivation techniques that were useful for cultivation. It was as if he had forgotten about it and didn't even mention it. So that's why Qin Dongxue was touched. She glared at Ling Yun and pouted. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? You wasted a few months of my time." Ling Yun smiled bitterly. "Auntie, you are a member of the Deity Sword Villa. The Deity Sword Villa has treated you so well, yet you still cannot forget their kindness. How could I dare to take the initiative to ask you to give up their cultivation method? Moreover, my cultivation level was not high enough at that time, so I couldn't do what I do now. So, I could only endure and wait for the best opportunity. At the night of the demon subduing meet, you were already at the peak of the 6th level. If you used the techniques of the Deity Sword Villa to break through to the next level, it would be much more troublesome for me to deal with it later." That was the reason why Qin Dongxue was the only one Ling Yun left behind at Mushroom Peak. He was worried about her. "I didn't expect that now that you have dispersed your power, it is the best time to practice these 2 cultivation methods. My realm has also reached the required level, so I brought up this matter." At this moment, Qin Dongxue finally understood how much effort Ling Yun had put in for her. "I didn't dote on you for nothing." Qin Dongxue's eyes reddened inexplicably. These words had been bottled up in her heart. Hee hee. Ling Yun dismissed it with a laugh. He had indeed put in a lot of effort for Qin Dongxue. She was definitely worthy of this compliment. Ling Yun spent the next 3 hours imparting the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash and the Red Emperor Flaming Phoenix transformation to Qin Dongxue. He even explained the key points of cultivating these 2 cultivation methods in detail so that Qin Dongxue could remember them thoroughly. At noon, while Qin Dongxue was focused on digesting the 2 cultivation methods, Ling Yun personally cooked the salmon, tuna, grouper, and 7 or 8 lobsters that he caught from the East Sea. The 3 of them enjoyed a delicious seafood feast. After the 3 of them had lunch and cleaned up the dining table, Ling Yun went to the courtyard of the villa and set up a small spirit warding formation to eliminate all possible factors that could affect them. "Xianxia, set up another illusory array and guard this courtyard. Before Auntie and I are done, no matter who comes, you have to block them outside the door. You can even chase them away." Ling Yun instructed Xianxia carefully. Frankly speaking, with Ling Yun and by Xianxia's current realm, he wasn't worried about any enemies coming to seek death in Xianxia City. He was more worried about Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao. He was afraid that their sudden appearance would affect Qin Dongshua's mood. Don't worry, big brother Ling Yun, Xian'er understands. Bai Xian'er smiled shyly and nodded obediently before setting up the illusory formation. Rascal, what do you mean by after we're done? Can't you say nice things? Qin Dongxue was already prepared. She was embarrassed and angry when she heard Ling Yun's ambiguous words. After the cultivation, after. Ling Yun realized that he had said the wrong thing. He smiled and hurriedly corrected himself. Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yun without blinking. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face suddenly turned red. Where do we start? She asked in a low voice. There are 2 places for you to choose. One is the gym in our villa, and the other is your bedroom? Ling Yun said carefully. Qin Dongxue turned her head and looked at the gym. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Let's go to the bedroom. Thus, Ling Yun followed the reluctant Qin Dongxue to her bedroom. A delicate fragrance filled the room. After Ling Yun entered, Qin Dongxue turned back and closed the door carefully before locking it. Her face was as red as blood, and her heart was beating like a drum. However, Qin Dongxue had already thrown caution to the wind. She made up her mind and stopped thinking about those messy things. She asked Ling Yun, what's next? Auntie, you just have to sit cross-legged on the bed. I'll tell you the rest step by step. Ling Yun was very calm. He didn't have any messy thoughts at all. He only wanted to help Qin Dongxue recover as soon as possible and break through again. Rascal, you still dare to say that you're not lying to me? Qin Dongxue was furious. She pointed at the bedding. You said that my clothes will be burned by the high temperature, but this bedding will be fine. Ling Yan's heart was filled with helplessness. It was simply indescribable. He thought to himself, my Meifeng is so straightforward when it comes to recovering her powers and imparting her skills. Why is it so difficult for Auntie? However, he could only patiently explain, Auntie, don't be anxious. I still need to set up a fire resistance array in this house so that this house can withstand at least 2000 degrees of heat. However, I can't possibly place one on you, can I? Pfft. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yun. You're always in the right. In fact, Qin Dongxue was a strong-willed person. She had already made up her mind about her relationship with Ling Yun half a year ago, and this wouldn't change because of anyone or anything. Therefore, after listening to Ling Yun's explanation of how troublesome it was, even though she felt embarrassed, she still agreed in the end. Otherwise, Qin Dongxue wouldn't be able to enter the bedroom. Qin Dongxue wouldn't be able to coexist with him the moment he mentioned the trouble. Try someone else if you don't believe me. Qin Dongxue would kill him even if it meant her death. She watched as Ling Yun took out a large pile of spirit stones and set up the fire defense formation in the room. Qin Dongxue shyly sat cross-legged on the bed. Let's begin. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be careless. He flew onto the bed and sat behind Qin Dongxue. Then, he sat down cross-legged and said calmly, Auntie, this is the best chance for you to recover. From now on, don't think about those messy things. You have to focus on your cultivation. Silly boy, don't worry. Qin Dongxue suddenly changed the way she addressed Ling Yun from a brat to a silly brat. Ling Yun nodded. Boom. Ling Yun summoned the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire immediately. The 7 colored flames expanded to a radius of 2 meters and enveloped both of them. It looked like a raging fire, but the temperature wasn't high. Qin Dongxue felt warm and comfortable in the midst of it. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire was extremely useful. One of its most basic uses was to refine one's physical body, energy center, meridians, and true qi. Ling Yun did this to purge the remaining true qi in Qin Dongshue's body so that she wouldn't be affected in the future. The first step was to cleanse Qin Dongshue's meridians. Ling Yun used the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire to complete these 2 steps in half an hour. Auntie, I'll repair your energy center and meridians now. Next, Ling Yun activated the Yin-Yang Qi in his body and continued to use the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire to repair Qin Dongshue's energy center and meridians. The speed of the 7 colored flame enveloping both of them was too fast. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Dongshua's damaged energy center and meridians were as good as new. Boom, the crucial moment had arrived. Ling Yan burned 1,800 drops of divine energy to open up his lightning pool. At the same time, he continuously transferred the energy of the tribulation lightning into Qin Dongshua's body. This was the purest energy of the 5-elemental tribulation lightning. Its effect was no different from immortal spiritual energy. That was why Ling Yan didn't use any immortal spiritual energy this time. Auntie, you'll need to use the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash with all your might now. Qin Dongxue began to practice the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash according to Ling Yan's instructions. She felt that her energy center and meridians were filled with pure metal energy. It was effortless for her to mobilize it. With Ling Yan's help, Qin Dongxue was able to direct the energy in her energy center and meridians to circulate normally after one great circulation. This meant that the huge amount of metal energy belonged to Qin Dongxue. However, Ling Yan was still worried. He asked Qin Dongxue to circulate it another 12 times until she could use the Gold Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash and was able to control the metallic energy freely. Only then did he let her stop temporarily. Now, practice the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation. Boom, Ling Yan stopped the infusion of metal energy and immediately burned his divine energy to transfer the tribulation lightning energy into Qin Dongshua's body. As soon as the fire-type energy was released, the temperature in the room rose sharply. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a temperature of nearly 1,000 degrees. Qin Dongxue wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying temperature without Ling Yan. However, what was Ling Yan burning his divine energy for? It was to protect her body. However, just as Ling Yan said, all of Qin Dongshua's clothes turned into nothingness. A perfect goddess's body suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yan. One look, just one look, Ling Yan almost lost control of his mind. Qin Dongshua's body was sparkling and white. Her curves were exquisite and beautiful. Moreover, his hands were tightly pressed against Qin Dongshua's back. It was hard not to be tempted. You can look all you want in the future. However, you have to be responsible for me from now on. Qin Dongxue was unusually calm at this moment. She had an inexplicable smile on her face. She said this even in the midst of her intense cultivation. Understood. Ling Yan wasn't a fool. However, this wasn't the time to let his imagination run wild. It was a critical juncture, so neither of them dared to be careless. Qin Dongxue circulated her energy with all her might. Time passed slowly, and another 12 great circulations were completed. Just like before, Qin Dongxue used the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation to completely control the fire energy in her body. Qin Dongxue had already reached the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 8. She was far stronger than before. Use 2 techniques at the same time to break through the Xian gate between your eyebrows. Ling Yan felt that the time was right. He let Qin Dongxue do her best. Boom. The Xian gate between Qin Dongshua's eyebrows was instantly opened. She had a real divine sense. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Cultivation Level 1, Qi Cultivation Level 2, Qi Cultivation Level 3, the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3. Stop. Ling Yan shouted for Qin Dongxue to stop after she reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3. Otherwise, the heavens' tribulation would descend. Auntie, if you break through again, you'll have to go through the heavens' tribulation. I think you should use some time to completely stabilize and adapt to your new realm before that. To Qin Dongxue, the most critical juncture was over. The two of them could communicate calmly now. Whoosh! Qin Dongxue was still sitting cross-legged, but she suddenly turned around and took the initiative to meet his eyes. Ugh, Ling Yan almost had a nosebleed. Even though Qin Dongxue had been under Ling Yan's divine sense for the past few hours, facing Ling Yan with her back facing him was a completely different concept. You're still calling me auntie? Qin Dongxue was sitting cross-legged in the 7-colored flame. She was beautiful to the extreme, like a goddess of fire. She didn't avoid Ling Yan's gaze at all. Her beautiful eyes didn't blink as she smiled. From now on, I'll break all 3 of your legs if you dare to call me auntie again when there's no one else around. Qin Dongxue was too domineering. Second update on the 23rd. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Qin Dongshua's sudden domineering performance made Ling Yun dizzy even though he wasn't afraid of anything. He only felt his brain buzzing as his eyes stared blankly at Qin Dongshua's chest. What else should I call her if I don't call her auntie? Qin Dongxue didn't avoid Ling Yun's gaze. Instead, she straightened her back and smiled sweetly. That depends on you. You can call me by my name or big sister. Anyway, you're not allowed to call me auntie. Qin Dongxue blinked at Ling Yun and asked, Ling Yun, are you afraid of us like this? Qin Dongxue was obviously goading him. Afraid? That word didn't exist in Ling Yun's dictionary. He laughed and looked up, asking, do you think I'll be afraid? Then, Ling Yun flew up with his hands on his waist and released a terrifying aura. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up, he said domineeringly. That's more like it. Qin Dongxue nodded in satisfaction and finally smiled shyly. Then you can get out now. I still need to cultivate and stabilize my realm. A goddess was indeed a goddess. Her thoughts were unpredictable. She was so domineering just a moment ago, but now she was asking him to leave. Auntie. No. How could Ling Yun bear to leave now? He shamelessly tried to stall for time. Beautiful sister, look, you're currently cultivating the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash and the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation. With the help of my Yin Yang 5 Elemental Fire, you'll get twice the results with half the effort. Even though Ling Yun found an excuse for himself because he couldn't bear to leave, what he said was the truth. Forget it, since I've already let you see, I'll let you see all you want. Qin Dongxue had been cultivating in the Yin Yang 5 elemental flames and had long experienced the wonders of this type of flame. She agreed to Ling Yun's request after some consideration. Therefore, Qin Dongxue continued to cultivate in the Yin Yang 5 elemental flames. She was completely immersed in it and forgot about the passage of time. She was trying her best to adapt to the new realm. Ling Yun was truly a feast for the eyes. With Qin Dongshue's approval, he wasn't courteous at all. He was admiring Qin Dongshue's peerless beauty, but he didn't dare to touch her. Another 2 hours had passed. Qin Dongxue had circulated the 2 techniques 72 times and was finally satisfied. She stopped and opened her eyes slowly. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but blush when she saw Ling Yun still staring at her. Little pervert, haven't you seen enough? Hee, beautiful sister, your body is too perfect. The more I look, the more I want to look. I really can't get enough of it. Ling Yun said honestly. Alright, I'm done cultivating. Hurry up and collect your Yin Yang 5 elemental fire. As Qin Dongxue spoke, she floated up and stood up without any hesitation. That graceful scenery was simply too beautiful to behold. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. Aren't you ashamed? And he's a great cultivator at the peak of Qi disciple level 5. I think he's just a pervert. Qin Dongxue was pleased with Ling Yun's reaction, but she didn't let him off. Everyone loves beauty. If he's a pervert, then so be it. It's not embarrassing at all. Ling Yun accepted Qin Dongshue's disdain. He didn't feel the slightest bit offended. A feast for the eyes was the most important thing at a time like this. Whoever wanted to be a gentleman would be allowed to be one. What time is it? Qin Dongxue floated down from the bed and opened the closet in the bedroom. She randomly picked a white dress and started putting it on. 8 o'clock at night. Ling Yun could only retract his gaze regretfully when he saw Qin Dongxue starting to put on her clothes. You actually cultivated for more than 6 hours in one go? Qin Dongxue was stunned. Ling Yun smiled. There's no time limit to cultivation. This is just the beginning. As our realms get higher and higher, we'll need more time to cultivate. A simple seclusion would take at least a month or 2. After saying that, Ling Yun opened his mouth and swallowed the Yin Yang 5 elemental fire into his stomach. Now, that ball of Yin Yang 5 elemental fire was no longer in Ling Yun's energy center. Instead, it had been deliberately shaped into a human shape and was burning continuously in his body. Not only was it tempering his physical body, but it was also calcining his sea of qi, energy center, meridians, and sea of consciousness. Ling Yun seemed to have become a human-shaped cauldron that was constantly being tempered by the Yin Yang 5 elemental fire. In addition to his Yin Yang harmony balance, his magical energy center was constantly rotating. 1 day of cultivation for him was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. In other words, with the help of the Yin 5 elemental fire, Ling Yun's cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, to Ling Yun, he didn't need to go into seclusion unless it was a major realm after the Foundation establishment realm. That was because he was cultivating, regardless of whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down. Moreover, the effects were far better than others who deliberately went into seclusion. While Qin Dongxue was putting on her clothes, Ling Yun also put away the fire defense formation and the spirit stones into the Taishu ring. "Hey, fairy sister, how far is your divine sense now?" Qin Dongxue released her divine sense and estimated. "Less than 5,000 meters, but at least 4,500 meters. How many drops of divine energy can you condense in a minute?" Qin Dongxue smiled. 3 or 4 drops per minute. Mission accomplished. Perfect. Ling Yun felt that Qin Dongshue's current state couldn't be any more perfect. He was very satisfied because everything was his masterpiece. "What time is it now? Aren't you going to go and cook? What are you doing here?" Qin Dongxue was no longer nice to Ling Yun after putting on her clothes. She didn't know what he would think of her after today's feast. "Oh, I'm leaving now." Ling Yun knew that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her anymore. He opened the door and flew out immediately. "This brat must be my nemesis in my previous life." Qin Dongxue closed the door with a wave of her hand after Ling Yun disappeared. She could no longer maintain her composure and fell to the side of the bed. Her face was as red as blood, and her heart was pounding like a deer as she thought to herself. Qin Dongxue and Ling Yun had broken through the barrier between a man and a woman during this crucial cultivation session. At the same time, they had also broken through the thin layer of window paper between the two of them. Qin Dongxue naturally couldn't be as calm as she appeared to be. Even though Ling Yun was her sister's adopted son and the two of them had nothing to do with each other, Qin Dongxue still had other things to consider. "It's difficult." Qin Dongxue suddenly opened her mouth and sighed after a long silence. Qin Dongxue had a lot to consider, but these things weren't important to Ling Yun at all. He threw these things to the back of his mind the moment he rushed out of Qin Dongshue's room. He couldn't even be bothered to think about it for a second longer. To Ling Yun, there was no need at all. It was purely a waste of time to think about these things. How broad was Ling Yun's vision? He was on a completely different level compared to the ordinary people in this world, not to mention the difference of 10 years. Qin Dongxue looked only 18 years old after taking the youth-retaining pill. She was only the same age as him. There was no time limit to cultivation. In another 100 years, even those who were born today would be dead. Who cared who was who? Where would Ling Yun be at that time? According to his cultivation speed, he would have already ascended to the celestial realm by then. He would be able to traverse the sea of stars and roam the universe. What was this to him? If this was the case for 100 years, what about 500 years? What about 1,000 years? Only those who had lived for a short period of time, had low horizons, and had little knowledge would regard the affairs between men and women as the most inflexible teachings. They would turn into the most stubborn defenders of Taoism, chattering endlessly. They would be even more heartbroken than if their own parents had died. Ling Yun had the ability to crush everything. Naturally, he had the qualifications to obtain everything. It was up to him whether he wanted it or not. He would never change his mind because of others' opinions. "Xianxia, you don't have to keep watch. Let's go in." Ling Yun flew into the courtyard and put away the little divine defense formation. He then called by Xianxia and the two of them returned to the living room. "Big brother Ling Yun, what realm is Aunt Qin at?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm currently at the peak of Qi cultivation level 3. I still have some energy left. As long as I stabilize my realm, I can break through to the middle stages of Qi cultivation level 4. Ling Yun hugged Xianxia's soft waist and lied lazily on the back of the sofa. Then he asked again, "Xianxia, tell me quickly, who else came over during this period of time?" Xianxia shook her head. "No one came." "What?" Ling Yun was stunned. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. He repeated, "No one is coming? Not even one?" Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yes, not a single one. This bunch of heartless people, Ling Yun was disappointed and inexplicably annoyed. This shouldn't be the case. Even if Tai Xiaohu and the others didn't know that he was back, Qin Dongxue was still here. Were they so relaxed that they didn't even come to visit? Ling Yan took out his phone and communicator at the same time and threw them directly on the coffee table in front of him. Sure enough, as soon as the phone and communicator were taken out, there were all kinds of notifications. It was simply a bombardment of messages. Ling Yun was already used to this. 3 minutes later, when there were no more incoming messages, he took the communicator back. Turning on his communicator, Ling Yun immediately saw a message. There were 2 consecutive messages, and they were actually sent by Xianxia at 9 in the morning. I'm already in Shanghai, don't worry. You went directly to the Qingshui Wharf mansion. I thought you were going to help big sister Qin recover. I was afraid that someone would disturb you, so I asked Xiao Mimi to inform everyone that no one is allowed to disturb you today. Just focus on healing big sister Qin. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to read the other messages after reading these 2 messages. He silently threw the communicator back on the coffee table, feeling a surge of emotions. Sigh, my Xianxia, let's fill it from the back to the front. This chapter is the bottom line for the 20th. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the morning, Xianxia took the initiative to say goodbye to Ling Yan at Qingshui Wharf. She found a random reason and went to Shanghai alone. She was no longer by Ling Yan's side, but she was still thinking of Ling Yan at all times. She quietly took care of everything for him, saving him a lot of trouble. Where else could he find such a considerate and dedicated woman? It was hard for Ling Yan not to be touched when he thought of everything Xianxia had done for him. At this time, Ling Yan inexplicably recalled the times when they were in the East Sea. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile, feeling warm in his heart. Hey, rascal, didn't I ask you to cook? Why are you sitting there in a daze? At this time, Qin Dongxue had completely sorted out her emotions and walked out of the bedroom. She was surprised to see Ling Yan sitting on the sofa with one arm around Xianxia. Ah? Nothing. Ling Yan's thoughts were interrupted. What do you guys want to eat? I'll cook now. There were only 3 people in mansion number 9. Qin Dongxue and Xianxia, the 2 beauties, couldn't cook, so Ling Yan had to do it himself. Didn't you catch a lot of fish and prawns in the East Sea? We didn't have enough for lunch, let's continue the seafood feast tonight. Qin Dongxue made the final decision. During lunch, Qin Dongxue was preoccupied with her thoughts. She didn't eat much despite facing the sumptuous seafood feast. Now that she had made a breakthrough, and her realm was much higher than before. Moreover, she had broken through the barrier between her and Ling Yun. No matter what, she was in a good mood. Therefore, she finally felt hungry. Alright, then let's continue the seafood feast. Thus, more than half an hour later, bright salmon sashimi, tuna sashimi, steamed grouper, stewed pomfret, steamed lobster, and other delicacies were served on the table. The 3 of them ate heartily again. After they were full, they cleared the table and chatted for a while. Soon, it was 9:30 at night. Ling Yun, Xianxia, you 2 go settle down the 2 dragons. I'll go take a walk by the sea. Qin Dongxue suddenly got up and suggested taking a walk by the beach. Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue had something on her mind, but he didn't expose her. It's okay to go to the beach, but if you want to practice sword kinesis flight, don't go to the sea. Otherwise, no one will save you if you fall into the sea. You jinx. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Dongxue glared at Ling Yun, and her face turned red instantly. Ling Yan's words reminded her of the day they first met, when she accidentally fell into the sea. With that, Qin Dongxue dashed out of the villa in a flash. Her slender figure instantly disappeared into the dense forest, heading straight for the seaside. Hee, his powerful divine sense locked onto Qin Dongxue. He realized that she took out the Dragon Vein sword, which should be called the White Dragon Divine Sword now. Of course, he knew that she wanted to try sword kinesis flight, so he shook his head and ignored her. Qin Dongxue was a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3 with the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash and the Red Emperor Flaming Phoenix transformation. Ling Yun naturally didn't have to worry about her safety. Ling Yan picked up the communicator again and contacted Wang Chongxiao directly. Old Wang, where are you? Tell me your location, I'll go look for you now. Wang Chongxiao finally heard Ling Yan's voice from the other end of the communicator. He was very excited. Young master, I'm at the estuary of Xingshui River, above the East Sea outside Xingshui Bay. I'm with your 2 dragons. Okay, then send me your location now. I'll go over immediately. Ling Yan hung up immediately and hugged Xian'er. Xian'er, do you still remember Little Black? Of course. Xian'er nodded naturally. Back then, she went into the crater with Ling Yan and saw Little Black at the heart of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Then, they were sent to Xianxia by the Qiankuan teleportation spell. It was also in Xianxia that Little Black successfully transformed into a Jiao and grew 3 tails. Little Black is in the East Sea now. It's not far from us. Let's go, I'll bring you to see it now. He hugged Xian'er and flew out of the living room. Then, he used the invisibility technique to hide himself. Then, he soared into the sky and flew towards the sea in the northeast direction. Subordinate Wang Chongxiao greets young master. A minute later, Ling Yan found Wang Chongxiao. When he appeared, Wang Chongxiao immediately knelt on one knee and greeted Ling Yan. In fact, Ling Yan really wanted to tell him to save as much time as possible in the future. However, he recalled the previous lesson and gave up on the idea. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. As long as it wasn't a relative or a sect, there was no hierarchy based on age or seniority. Therefore, Wang Chongxiao's actions were completely in line with the rules of the cultivation world. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to correct him. Get up. Ling Yan raised his hand slightly to let Wang Chongxiao get up. Then, he looked at the 2 dragons playing on the sea and smiled. Have you been with them these 2 days? Yes. Wang Chongxiao replied with a smile. Indeed, he and the 2 Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan, Pierce and Els, escorted the 2 dragons along the Yangtze River into the East Sea. It could be said that the journey was very smooth. They arrived at Qingshui Wharf on the night of the 21st. In the following 2 days, Wang Chongxiao found a dense forest by the shore of Qingshui Wharf to meditate and rest. At night, he flew out to the sea to watch the 2 dragons. What about Pierce and Els? Ling Yan asked casually. Oh, young master, after escorting the 2 dragons here, I let them return to Qingshui City to meet up with the other 3 Blood Clan Grand Dukes. After all, they still have to watch over Di Yutong. There can't be any mistakes over there. Wang Chongxiao said. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He nodded repeatedly. Not bad, you've done a good job this time. I'll settle down these 2 dragons tonight. After I'm done with them, I'll find some time to teach you a few sets of techniques. Wang Chongxiao was overjoyed. He bowed to the ground and said, Thank you, young master. Straightening up, Wang Chongxiao asked again, Where does young master plan to place these 2 dragons? You'll find out later. With that, Ling Yan pulled Xian'er and flew directly to the 2 flood dragons in the distance. After entering the sea, Little Black had already returned to its original form. Its body was more than a meter in diameter and tens of meters long. Even though it was still 2 times smaller than the underworld blood demonic dragon, it was still very shocking. Seeing Ling Yan's arrival, the 2 flood dragons were obviously very excited. They darted in and out of the waves from time to time, stirring up huge waves and stirring up the waters. Master. The underworld blood demonic dragon, Big Red, could communicate with Ling Yan through telepathy. This realm was far superior to the telepathy of a Xiantian realm master. Big Red, Little Black, do you still remember her? This is the 9-tailed celestial fox, Xian'er. She belongs to the demon clan like you. Ling Yan introduced them directly. He didn't have to think to know that these 2 dragons definitely knew Little White. Needless to say, the underworld blood demonic dragon's dragon soul had been on the blood transformation blade for the past few months. Naturally, it could sense Little White's aura. The 2 flood dragons' heads emerged from the sea and looked at Xian'er in the air. After a long while, they nodded silently. I hope you can get along and become friends in the future. Ling Yan pointed out. This was actually an order. Because the demon race was different from humans, they didn't have as many rules and restrictions. They would simply start fighting at the slightest disagreement. If they didn't like each other, they would directly kill each other. Ling Yun didn't want to see that happen. Big Red, nice to meet you. I'm Xianxia, also known as Little White. Xianxia had been with Ling Yun for a long time, so she was naturally very obedient. She took the initiative to greet the underworld blood demonic dragon first. As for Little Black, there was no need at all. That fellow was already at Xianxia's feet, shaking its head and tail intimately. However, the underworld blood demonic dragon rushed out of the sea and raised its head. Its scarlet eyes stared at Xianxia coldly. There was a murderous aura fluctuating in its eyes. No one knew what it was thinking. The underworld blood demonic dragon was also known as the underworld hell demonic dragon. Legend had it that it came from the underworld and was born from absorbing the blood of the underworld. It had a cold and aggressive nature. The underworld blood demonic dragon was said to be only slightly weaker than the legendary torch dragon. What's wrong, Big Red? Are you not going to listen to me anymore? Ling Yun was a little annoyed by the underworld blood demonic dragon's behavior. His tone started to become unfriendly. If the underworld blood demonic dragon really dared to disobey him, Ling Yun wouldn't hesitate to draw the blood transformation blade and kill it on the spot. I won't, Master. The underworld blood demonic dragon hurriedly lowered its head and sent a clear message to Ling Yun. Master, my original body comes from the underworld that humans speak of. Our race is the natural enemy of the fire-type demon clan. Now that my inherited memories are awakening, I was trying to suppress my instincts just now. I see. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Big Red, Little Black, Little White, 2 dragons, 1 fox, and the golden-striped crow, Big Gold from the Ling family in Beijing. If these 4 monsters were to come together in the future, it would be difficult for him to suppress them if he was not strong enough. That's good. Seeing that the 2 dragons and the fox were temporarily at peace, Ling Yun didn't insist on anything else. Instead, he changed the topic. Big Red, Little Black, I found a good place for the 2 of you to stay. I'll bring you there tonight. The 2 Jiaolong nodded vigorously, like chickens pecking at rice. Come, let's go play in the deep sea first. However, because it wasn't even 10 at night, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry to bring the 2 Jiaolong into the Xianxia River. Instead, he brought the 2 Jiaolong into the deep sea with Xianxia and Wang Chongxiao. When they reached the depths of the sea, more than 200 kilometers away from the shore, Ling Yun stopped advancing. He allowed the 2 Jiao dragons to play in the water while he cultivated and imparted Wang Chongxiao martial arts to him. The stellar condensation technique, Ling Yun finally began to teach Wang Chongxiao the true techniques of cultivation. Wang Chongxiao was so excited that he almost burst into tears. 2 hours later, at midnight, Ling Yun brought the 2 Jiaolong back to Xianxia Wharf and went against the river. He continued to write. This chapter was about the bottom line on the 19th. No matter what, Old Boo had written 16,000 words today. He was so tired that he cried. He was begging for monthly votes. Ling Yun didn't let Xianxia and Wang Chongxiao follow him because he didn't have the water prevention pearl with him. Xianxia had already returned to Xianxia Wharf Mansion No. 9. Wang Chongxiao, on the other hand, had just learned the stellar condensation technique and was cultivating crazily on the East Sea. Ling Yun had the myriad water control technique, so it didn't make much of a difference to him whether he had the water-repelling pearl or not. He stood on the underworld blood demonic dragon's body and used the Watergate wide-opening technique in the Xianxia River. His speed was also extremely fast. Although it was said that they were going against the river, this was actually the beginning of the Xianxia River's high tide. The waves of the Xianxia River were rolling like thunder. They were also going against the current. Therefore, Ling Yun and the 2 dragons didn't attract anyone's attention when they passed through the river at an extremely fast speed. In less than half an hour, Ling Yun had traveled nearly 200 kilometers along the Xianxia River. From the northeast of Xianxia City, he had arrived at the northwest of Xianxia City. This was a mountainous area, and the Xianxia River was in this area. The river looked very calm and gentle, but there were mountains on both sides of the river. There were even many mountain peaks that seemed to grow out of the river. The foot of the mountain directly entered the river, blocking the flow and changing the direction of the Xianxia River. The surface of the Xianxia River became narrower and narrower, but the water became deeper and deeper. Under the calm surface, the undercurrent was turbulent. Looks like the exit of the underground river doesn't come from the riverbed at the bottom of the Xianxia River. Along the way, Ling Yin had been expanding his divine sense to the maximum, searching for the exit of the underground river. However, he didn't find anything. When he arrived here and saw the mountain peaks on both sides of the Xianxia River, he couldn't help but laugh. I see. Since the exit of the underground river wasn't on the riverbed at the bottom of the river, it was naturally in one of the mountain peaks on the riverbank. It had to be a relatively large cave. Now, Ling Yin was very far away from the northwestern suburbs of Xianxia City. He was at least dozens of kilometers away, surrounded by mountains. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Instead, he came to the surface of the river and used his divine sense to observe the mountains by the riverbank in search of the cave. Found it. With a range of 8,000 meters, it was easy to find a cave in a roughly correct area. Ling Yin flew upward for a short while and soon found an irregular cave with a diameter of nearly 4 meters on an inconspicuous mountain peak on the south bank of the river. Wow, this is really well hidden. Ling Yin flew over and floated above the river. He carefully observed the hole and was instantly delighted. He thought that it was too well hidden. If he didn't have divine sense, he wouldn't have been discovered at all. The entrance of the cave was facing the Xianxia River, facing the north. The entrance was only about half a meter above the river, but it was tightly covered by the dense vines hanging down from the top of the cave. Even if an ordinary person stood in front of the entrance, they wouldn't be able to see anything unusual. Not only was the mountain that the cave was on very inconspicuous, but it was also retracted relative to the entire river surface. This caused the Xianxia River to appear very wide and calm. Ling Yin used his divine sense to explore and found that the cave was extremely deep. From the entrance of the cave, the first 100 meters were relatively flat. Then, it began to slope. After the river entered the cave, it flowed slowly for a distance before it began to rush straight down. In other words, it was the acceleration of the water flow that formed the underground river. Interesting, this is really the work of the gods. Ling Yin was extremely satisfied with this place. Xianxia City had an abundance of rain, and all the rivers had sufficient water. Even in winter, when there was less rain, the level of the Xianxia River wouldn't drop by much. Furthermore, the Xianxia River would flow backwards twice a day, so it was impossible for the cave to be exposed. This meant that no matter how the two fled dragons entered and exited the cave, as long as they didn't want to be discovered, no one would be able to find them. After entering the cave from here, they would enter the underground river. They could even follow the underground river and directly enter the depths of the East Sea. That place was about 400 kilometers away from the coast. The water was 500 meters deep. Whether the two fled dragons wanted to return to the underground river from the sea or follow the Xianxia River upstream to enter the underground river from here, they could do as they pleased. Come, 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 Big Red, Little Black, come and take a look at the new home I found for you. The underworld blood dragon, Big Red, and the black water dragon, Little Black, had already arrived. They were lying in the river with their heads out of the water. They were also looking at the dark cave with excitement in their eyes. There's an underground river inside. After you enter, you can follow the underground river directly into the depths of the sea, Ling Yin explained with a smile. I won't be going in because Little Black is more familiar with the place than I am. After you guys go in, you can walk around the underground river tonight and familiarize yourselves with your new home. I'll be waiting for you guys here. Ling Yin smiled as he explained. Little Black couldn't wait any longer. With a twist of its body, it dove directly into the cave. Master, then we'll go in first. The underworld blood dragon, Big Red, sent a message to Ling Yin. With a twist of its huge body, it dove into the cave as well. Hey, you two, don't just play around. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Ling Yin waited for the two dragons to enter the underground river before using the mystical dragon howl. Then, he rushed to the peak of a mountain and started cultivating. According to his estimation, it would take at least 2 hours for the two fled dragons to swim around in the underground river. Naturally, Ling Yin wouldn't block the cave entrance and wait foolishly. Therefore, he went to cultivate directly. Indeed, after cultivating for about 3 hours, Ling Yin sensed movement in the Xianxia River again. Scanning with his divine sense, Ling Yin realized that the two flood dragons had returned. He immediately flew down and went to the hidden cave entrance on the surface of the river. Ling Yin was right. The hole in front of them was the other exit of the underground river. It was also the source of the underground river. After the two flood dragons entered the underground river, they followed the flow and quickly reached the location of the giant crater. They played there for a while, then continued forward until they reached the exit of the East Sea. They entered the East Sea from the underground river and played in the deep sea for a while before turning around and returning. However, they came back in two different ways. Little Black entered the underground river and went against the flow. On the other hand, the underworld blood dragon, Big Red, went straight from the East Sea to Xianxia Wharf. Then, they followed the path that Ling Yin had brought them to return here. At this moment, the underworld blood dragon was in the Xianxia River. Its huge scarlet body lay horizontally in the river, its head raised and tail wagging. On the other hand, the black flood dragon, Little Black, stretched out from the cave entrance and played there while spraying water. The two flood dragons obviously liked the new home that Ling Yin found for them. They were obviously very excited. Ling Yin smiled and asked, "Do you like your new home?" Both the underworld blood dragon and Little Black nodded vigorously. Big Red directly sent a telepathic message to Ling Yin. "Thank you, Master. We all like it here, especially that cold place. It's very suitable for us to cultivate." Ling Yin knew that the cold place that the underworld blood dragon was talking about was definitely the Ina Eye in the belly of Nangqi Peak. That place constantly emitted dark yin qi. Of course, it was suitable for the underworld blood dragon to cultivate. Ling Yin nodded and continued, "Then, you'll be staying here for a long time from now on." However, Ling Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. He changed the topic and said, "Since I'm letting you stay here, I have to make a few things clear to you. You have to abide by them. Please instruct us, Master." The underworld blood dragon didn't hesitate this time. As for Little Black, it had been living alone near Xianxia for half a year. Ling Yin was naturally at ease. His main task was to restrain this underworld blood dragon. First, no matter what reason you have, you are not to harm humans. Second, unless it's absolutely necessary and you can't avoid it, you are not to show yourselves and be seen by ordinary people. Third, whether it's in the East Sea, Xianxia Wharf, or the Xianxia River, you have to stay away from those boats. You are not to cause any trouble. If you want to play, go to the depths of the East Sea and find a place where there are no people. Ling Yin was teaching the two dragons a lesson. He was very strict with them, afraid that they would cause trouble for him. After he finished speaking, Ling Yin stared at Big Red. "Can you guarantee that you will abide by these 3 rules?" "Please rest assured, Master. We will definitely abide by these 3 rules." The underworld blood dragon knew that Ling Yin was mainly asking about it, so it quickly agreed. "That's good." Ling Yin was very satisfied with the underworld blood dragon's attitude. In fact, he knew that the dragon clan was an extremely noble and cold race. Their bloodline made them view ordinary humans as ants. Their instincts would make them stay away from humans and not show themselves easily. However, it was also because of this that they wouldn't take ordinary humans seriously once they showed themselves. That kind of feeling was like they were out to play. Why would they care about the views and opinions of humans? Even more so, they wouldn't care about the lives of humans. This was like humans to ants. There were billions of people walking on the ground. How many of them would care about how many ants they would trample to death? With so many people breaking ground every day, how many of them would care about a small ant nest? With a bulldozer, how many ant nests would be destroyed in an instant? Therefore, it could be said that ants to humans and humans to dragons were the same. There was no essential difference at all. What Ling Yin was worried about was this kind of disregard or unintentional harm. He had to avoid this. Actually, these 3 rules that I mentioned are also to protect the 2 of you. As Ling Yin spoke, he suddenly released his powerful aura. His body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. That was the powerful dragon energy. In an instant, the 2 dragons couldn't even lift their heads. In this world, there are many existences that are stronger than me. There are countless people who can hurt you. If you show yourselves easily and act recklessly, there will definitely be people who will come and destroy you without me having to do anything. Master, we understand. Thank you for your teachings. The underworld blood dragon's huge eyes flashed with fear. It completely prostrated itself and said obediently. Very well, then I'll be leaving. You can cultivate here in peace from now on. The dragon energy on Ling Yan's body retracted. The dazzling golden light around his body disappeared, and his figure disappeared. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Little brat, do you really think I can't deal with you now that you've obtained the body of that red water dragon? Ling Yan left immediately after completely suppressing the underworld blood demonic dragon. He flew more than 10 kilometers in the night sky and landed on a random mountain. He smiled as he spoke. Of course, Ling Yan had done that on purpose. That was because he realized that as the underworld essence demonic dragon's bloodline memory was gradually awakening, the underworld essence demonic dragon's natural instincts were returning. It actually started to show signs of disobedience, which was absolutely unacceptable to Ling Yan. If the underworld blood demonic dragon was disobedient, what use would it be to Ling Yan? The stronger it became, the more trouble it would cause for Ling Yan. Sooner or later, it would cause a huge disaster. That was why Ling Yan displayed his strength before he left. He released a strong dragon aura to completely intimidate the underworld blood demonic dragon so that it wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. Ling Yan had absolute confidence in his own dragon aura. Not to mention the fact that he had absorbed 600 years of Dragon Emperor energy from the Forbidden Palace and triggered the 9-dragon wall to trigger the 10,000 dragon pilgrimage. The dragon-shaped curve in his energy center had the aura of a real dragon. Moreover, Ling Yan was invincible in the Qi cultivation realm now. He could definitely suppress the underworld blood demonic dragon with his own strength alone. The difference between the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 5 and the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Moreover, Ling Yan had passed the 4-9 minor tribulations and had the blood transformation blade. Now that the 3 important matters have been settled, there are only some trivial matters left in Xianxia City, Ling Yan muttered. Collecting the green dragon out at sea, treating Qin Dongshua's injuries and helping her regain her strength, and arranging a new home for the 2 water dragons. Ling Yan had completed the 3 most important matters after returning to Xianxia City. The remaining trivial matters were nothing more than making arrangements for the female disciples of the Tranquil sect and meeting with the people of Xianxia City to reminisce about the past. Ling Yan had brought so many people back to Xianxia City. Even though he hadn't shown himself, Tai Xiaohu, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhuang Meifeng, and the rest had already stayed in Xianxia City for 3 days. By now, many people must have known that Ling Yan had returned to Xianxia City. He couldn't just leave without a word. It was already 3:30 a.m. on the 24th. At this awkward time, Ling Yan had a headache about where to go next. Forget it, let's just wait and see. I can fly now anyway. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to continue thinking about it. He rose into the air and flew to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Then, he used the invisibility technique and flew towards Xianxia City in the southeast direction. 3 times the speed of sound, 1 kilometer per second. At this speed, Xianxia City, which was less than 40 kilometers from east to west, south to north, was really a small place in Ling Yan's eyes. Ling Yan took at most 2 to 3 minutes to circle around the bustling downtown area of Xianxia City. After a cultivator became stronger, the most vivid feeling they had was that the world had become smaller. Such a feeling was much more intense than that of the airmen who had gained financial freedom and could fly around every day. This came from their powerful abilities. Not only can they fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, but they also have a powerful divine sense. When their divine sense is released, it can instantly cover a radius of 8,000 meters. The world in the eyes of cultivators is completely different from what mortals see. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow it, so it sends down tribulation lightning to test the cultivators. However, there is no doubt that after successfully passing the tribulation and passing the test of the heavenly Tao, this kind of strength that is far beyond ordinary people is very satisfying. Ling Yan was feeling very good now. He wasn't flying very fast. He was enjoying the feeling of roaming in the sky and looking down on everything. Soon, Ling Yan arrived at the western suburbs of Xianxia City, where his Lingyan group was located, Lingyan Tower. Wow! This atmosphere is really amazing. Lingyan knew how to look at Qi. He watched as a huge green Qi emerged from the roof of Lingyan Tower and rose straight into the night sky. Hidden wind gathers water. Jade belt encircles the green mountain. Lingyan could see that this green Qi was dozens of times stronger than when he left Xianxia city more than a month ago. Feng Shui can affect a person's essence, Qi, and spirit. Similarly, a person's essence, Qi, and spirit can also affect Feng Shui. Lingyan knew that for his Lingyan Tower to have such an atmosphere meant that the Lingyan group was becoming more and more prosperous and flourishing. This inevitably led to the people working in the Lingyan building to be full of energy and spirit. Moreover, they were all working in the same direction. They were all working hard and striving for the top. It seems that Tang Meng is really doing well. Lingyan nodded in satisfaction. He stayed for a while and continued to fly southeast after observing for a while. In the next moment, Lingyan arrived above the ordinary people's clinic. This was a place that he had to come to. It was even more important than Lingyan Tower because this was the place where he started his path of defying the heavens. Too many stories had happened here. At this moment, there was no one in the ordinary people's clinic, but it was clean and tidy. Everything was neat and tidy. There was almost no change from when Lingyan left. Ro air. Lingyan naturally thought of Yao Ro. He couldn't help but smile. He thought that Yao Ro must have been very happy to know that he was back in Xianxia city. Let's go take a look at Mansion Number 1. Qingxi Villa District Mansion Number 1 was only a few kilometers away from the ordinary people's clinic. Lingyan naturally couldn't go around it. It was too close. Lingyan could reach it with a single thought. Haha, I knew it. They must be here. At this moment, Lingyan was floating 4,000 meters above Mansion Number 1. He looked down and released his divine sense, overlooking the entire Mansion Number 1. Unlike the deserted Mansion Number 9, there were too many people living in Mansion Number 1. Most of the people that Lingyan brought back this time were here. Tai Xiaohu was cultivating crazily, Mo Wudao was sleeping soundly, and Qing Miao, Miao Xiao Miao, Shui mining, and the rest were all resting. Hee, Ning Er must be angry at me again. Shui mining had obviously fallen asleep not long ago. She didn't sleep well. She tossed and turned a few times and pouted her lips. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. Other than these people, there were also Lingyan's 5 blood clan slaves. They were all gathered in the warehouse in the backyard of Mansion Number 1, in charge of watching over Di Yutong from the Heavenly Sword sect. Di Yutong's cultivation had long fallen below the Xiantian realm. However, no one tortured him. Therefore, other than looking a little dispirited, his complexion was still alright. Di Yutong, cherish these few days. You only have a few days left. Lingyan smiled coldly and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu, who was on the ground in the courtyard of Mansion Number 1, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the night sky. F***ck, I was actually discovered by Tai Xiaohu. Lingyan was 4,000 meters in the air, and he was in invisible mode. Naturally, Tai Xiaohu couldn't sense him. However, when Lingyan saw Di Yutong just now, he unintentionally released a trace of murderous aura. It was this trace of murderous aura that was actually detected by Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu is improving way too fast. Lingyan was extremely satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's performance. Since he was discovered, Lingyan didn't want to make Tai Xiaohu suspicious. He directly sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, it's me. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded and had a strange look in his eyes. He clearly knew that Lingyan was above him, but he couldn't find him at all. Don't alarm anyone. I'll come back in the day. Lingyan directly revealed himself and sent another telepathic message. He knew that even if Tai Xiaohu used telepathy, he wouldn't be able to reach this far unless he shouted at the top of his lungs. I just came back. I'm just wandering around. You don't have to worry about me. Continue your cultivation. Lingyan smiled as he informed Tai Xiaohu. Then, he instantly left Mansion Number 1 and disappeared. Sigh, Big Brother Yun can already fly now. He's so strong. Tai Xiaohu looked up and saw that Lingyan was no longer riding on his sword. Instead, he was flying in the air. He was envious and in awe. After a moment of absent-mindedness, his eyes became incomparably determined. Continue cultivating. Next, Ling Yun didn't deliberately look for a target. He began to wander around the sky of Xianxia City as he pleased. He even flew one round above Xianxia High. Finally, Ling Yun came to a complete stop above the small courtyard that he had rented in the past. Unsurprisingly, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were there. Moreover, the small courtyard was brightly lit. Both of them weren't asleep or cultivating. Instead, they were in their pajamas and sitting on the sofa in the living room. Each of them hugged a pillow in their arms as they chatted. This conversation had obviously gone on for a long time. The topic of their conversation revolved around Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng asked, "Big sister, after Ling Yun settles down the two water dragons, where do you think he will go first?" Xiao Mimi giggled and rolled her eyes at Zhuang Meifeng. She said helplessly, "Aren't you annoying? You've already asked this question 100 times tonight." She glanced at Zhuang Meifeng and smiled. "Why? Are you in a hurry to consummate your marriage with him? You have to know that I'm here too. Even if he really comes, would you dare?" "Che." Zhuang Meifeng puffed up her chest and ignored Xiao Mimi's provocation. She said directly, "Why wouldn't I dare? When you were living here in the past, the two of us did the same every day. I didn't expect you to eavesdrop on us." Pfft. Xiao Mimi giggled and suddenly said seriously, "Thinking back to half a year ago, even though you were still an ordinary person, my realm was still low, and he had just started to rise. Those days were really warm compared to now." Xiao Mimi sighed. She felt this deeply because the drastic changes in the past 6 months were too great for her. Xiao Mimi lowered her head and said softly, "It's a pity that those warm times were too short." It was only a week. Zhuang Meifeng was touched as well. She sighed as well. "Yeah, thinking back to those days, it feels like a lifetime has passed. How good would it be if all of that never happened?" "Nonsense. If all of that never happened, how would we be where we are now?" Just as Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were lamenting, a familiar domineering voice came from outside the courtyard. "Ling Yun." Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi looked at each other when they heard that voice. Their beautiful eyes shone with joy at the same time. The second update was delivered, and the plot of Xianxia City quickly came to an end. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Whoosh. After Ling Yun landed, he floated into the house because the door to the main house was open. Perhaps it was because Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were too excited about Ling Yun's arrival, or because they were too high in their realms to be afraid of the cold, they forgot to close the door. "You two are really something," chatting with the door open in the middle of the night. "What if a pervert comes in?" Ling Yun lectured them as soon as he entered the house. "The door is closed." Xiao Mimi giggled when she saw that Ling Yun had really come in. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes were filled with lust. She did not get up but turned around on the sofa and rested her delicate chin on the back of the sofa. She said lazily, "We left the door open to chat, waiting for a pervert to come in. I didn't expect one to really come in." Sigh, Ling Yun rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Meifeng, can't we talk properly?" he asked with a bitter smile. "Talk about what? Go take a shower first." Zhuang Meifeng glared at him and flew to his side. Without giving him a chance to speak, she pulled him into the bathroom. Hey, 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 Ling Yun was pushed forward by Zhuang Meifeng. He said helplessly, "I'm so clean, why would I need a shower? Go in." Zhuang Meifeng giggled as she pushed him to the bathroom door. With a forceful push, she pushed him in. After pushing Ling Yun in, Zhuang Meifeng did not follow immediately. Instead, she turned around and said to Xiao Mimi, "Sister, I'm going to give this guy a shower, do you want to join me?" Xiao Mimi shook her head violently and said, "Forget it, I can't take it. You guys go ahead, I'm going to cultivate." With that, Xiao Mimi's body floated back to her bedroom and closed the door. A door completely separated the bedroom from the living room, and the room became a world of its own. The charming smile on Xiao Mimi's face instantly disappeared. It was replaced by a desolate gaze. Give Ling Yun a shower? Of course, she was more than willing to do so. However, now was not the time. She knew that this was Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng's time. Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng had been separated for half a year. Today, they could finally meet again in Xianxia City. Even if the two of them didn't consummate their marriage directly, they definitely had a lot to talk about. At this time, no matter how muddle-headed Xiao Mimi was, she wouldn't take the initiative to get closer. Xiao Mimi floated onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. She was about to start cultivating, but the sound of running water from the bathroom lingered in her ears. It made her restless and frustrated, and she couldn't calm down at all. In the bathroom, the water was very hot. It was obvious that it had been boiled for a long time. Steam filled the air. I knew you would come here tonight. Zhuang Meifeng filled the bathtub with hot water and gently helped Ling Yin take off his clothes. Satisfied, she said softly. Oh? Are you that confident? Ling Yin didn't reject her anymore. He allowed Zhuang Meifeng to serve him. Over the past few days, from the start of the devil subduing meat until now, Ling Yin had not only experienced a series of battles, but also made breakthroughs. He had even undergone a tribulation in the East Sea. Even though he was in peak condition at the moment, he still felt mentally and physically exhausted. He really needed a warm bath and some rest. Of course. Zhuang Meifeng's hands didn't stop moving. She smiled sweetly. That's why I didn't even go home when I arrived at Xianxia City on the 21st. I tidied up this place and waited for you to come. Meifeng, that's very thoughtful of you. It's not that I'm thoughtful, but this place has always been our home. If not for those infuriating things that happened back then, we would have had children a long time ago. Now, Zhuang Meifeng spoke in front of Ling Yin as a wife. She didn't hold back or hide anything. She wasn't afraid that Xiao Mimi would hear her. She said whatever was on her mind. Cough cough, Ling Yin was sweating profusely. He almost couldn't stand. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yin and couldn't help but laugh. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't worry, even though you don't practice the virgin technique anymore, I won't force you to do anything with me. I'm very satisfied that you were able to save me and help me recover my memory. Now that you're back in Xianxia City, you're able to rush here immediately after you're done. As she spoke, Zhuang Meifeng had already stripped Ling Yin clean. She also took off her pajamas, revealing her perfect figure. Quick, take a bath to relieve your fatigue. Then, go rest. You're not allowed to practice today. Zhuang Meifeng pushed Ling Yin into the bathtub. For the next hour or so, Ling Yin enjoyed himself like an emperor. His body was clean, and all his fatigue was swept away. He felt refreshed. At 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yin and Zhuang Meifeng walked out of the bathroom. The two of them went straight to the bedroom that they used to stay in. They hugged each other tightly and talked about the past and future plans. Finally, Ling Yin fell asleep. After all, Ling Yin wasn't made of steel. Ever since the Demon Annihilation Conference started, he had been working non-stop for a few consecutive days. Of course, he needed a good rest. It was beneficial for his cultivation. This time, Ling Yin deliberately shut off his 5 senses and entered a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already close to noon. There was no one beside his pillow. Phew, Ling Yin sat up and stretched lazily. He muttered to himself, work and relax, the way of the civil and military. It seems like taking a good rest once in a while is still very beneficial. A brand new set of casual clothes was placed neatly at the head of Ling Yin's bed. Such leisurely and comfortable days, I really want to spend a few more days. Ling Yin quickly put on his clothes. After getting off the bed, he felt refreshed and in high spirits. He couldn't help but smile and sigh. The current. Ling Yin was invincible in the Qi cultivation realm. Even though he couldn't say that he could do whatever he wanted in this world, at least his life wasn't in danger anymore. Moreover, he had the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire. Relying on it to temper his physical body and sea of consciousness, his cultivation speed would be several times faster than Long Tianfeng from the Long family. Therefore, other than the few important matters that had to be resolved, Ling Yin could completely focus on cultivation from now on. He could explore this mysterious world to his heart's content and enjoy the life of a cultivator. I have more than 200,000 drops of divine energy in my sea of consciousness. That's enough. Ling Yin observed his sea of consciousness and found that there were more than 200,000 drops of divine energy. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. 30 hours had passed since Ling Yun successfully passed the tribulation. He could condense 5,400 drops of divine energy in an hour. After 30 hours, he naturally condensed more than 160,000 drops of divine energy. In addition to the original 50,000 drops, he had close to 220,000 drops of divine energy. Of course, after Ling Yun successfully passed the tribulation, he crushed the 5 great cultivators, helped Qin Dongxue recover, and used the flight stance to fly. That was about 10,000 drops of divine energy. Therefore, there was a total of 200,000 drops of divine energy in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness. This number was close to 1/6 of the total amount of divine energy in a sea of consciousness. Even though this amount of divine energy was far from completely filling up his sea of consciousness, it was definitely enough. At least, it was more than enough for a big battle. "You're awake?" Zhuang Meifeng greeted Ling Yun the moment he walked out of the bedroom. She couldn't help but look at Ling Yun and the clothes she prepared for him. The more she looked, the more she liked him. I'm awake." Ling Yun nodded and asked directly, "Where's Xiaomimi?" Zhuang Meifeng answered, "Oh, she received a message from little sister Xianxia this morning. She said that she had something important to do in Hudong, so she left." "Did she say anything before she left?" Ling Yun asked as he sat down on the sofa in the living room. Zhuang Meifeng smiled. "She said that she wanted me to tell you that the situation in Hudong has been settled. She is rushing over now to help little sister Xianxia with some trivial matters. Don't worry. Xianxia sure works fast." Ling Yun was relieved. He knew that Xianxia must have subdued the leader of the assassins' organization after arriving in Hudong. That way, the entire Hudong branch of the assassins' organization would naturally be under his command. "Ling Yun, I heard that little sister Xianxia is your biological mother's disciple," Zhuang Meifeng suddenly said. She started to stutter as her beautiful eyes twinkled. Over the past few days, Zhuang Meifeng had spent almost all of her time with Xiaomimi. She had long since understood Xianxia's true identity. "That's right." Ling Yun smiled. "But you don't have to worry about this. Xianxia thinks very well of you. The two of you will definitely become very good sisters. You don't have to worry about the matters between us women. I'm not the jealous type you think I am. What I wanted to say was that Auntie." Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said coquettishly. "Oh. So that's what you're worried about." Ling Yun laughed. "Don't worry. You're so beautiful, generous, gentle, and virtuous. No matter which mother-in-law it is, they will definitely like you." At this moment, Ling Yun suddenly realized that no matter which woman it was, they would have to face 3 mothers-in-law in the future, Yin Qingxian, Qin Qiuyue, and Dong Rulan. F***CKU. Zhuang Meifeng stomped her feet anxiously. She glared at Ling Yun and said angrily, "I mean, when do you plan to save Auntie? You must bring me along. It won't take long." Ling Yun's expression turned cold. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "In 3 months at most, I will fight my way to the devil sect and save my mother." The 3rd chapter was the guarantee for the 18th. There were still 2 chapters to go. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. 3 months, this was the deadline Ling Yun had set for himself to ensure that no accidents would occur while he was rescuing Yin Qingxian. Even though Yi Xingqian had been tight-lipped every time Ling Yun mentioned rescuing Yin Qingxian, Ling Yun still understood the strength of the devil sect from the fragmented descriptions Yi Xingqian, Green Bird, and the others had given him. Ling Yun knew that the devil sect's foundations were unfathomably deep and could only be described as terrifying. He was certain that there were definitely great cultivators at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 9, or even those who had completed the foundation establishment stage, and there would be quite a number of them. This didn't need to be understood from the front. One only had to look at the pinnacle of the pugilistic world's figures at the Devil Subduing Conference to deduce it. The reason was simple. Those who were willing to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference were undoubtedly the most active in fighting against the Devil sect. Master Jining of the Shaolin Temple's Arhat Hall, the 4 perfected masters of Mount Longhu's Shangqing Palace, the leaders of the Kunlun Sword sect, and other major sects, all of these people had basically reached divine power level 6. There were more than a dozen of them. Moreover, these experts had the support of their respective sex pills, talismans, secret techniques, and so on. They could temporarily raise their cultivation level. However, such a powerful force hadn't dared to gather for so many years to charge into the Devil Sect's headquarters and fight the core figures of the Devil Sect head-on. What did this mean? This could only mean one thing. Even if all those who appeared at the Devil Subduing Conference gathered together, their strength would be far from enough to attack the Devil Sect. Otherwise, given their attitude and style, they would have fought to be the first to trample the Devil Sect, just like how they had slaughtered the Ling family in the capital back then. Moreover, things weren't that simple. Ling Yan had already fought 5 Qi Cultivation Level 8 cultivators from the Long family and Mount Longhu in the East Sea. He knew that there were indeed experts at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 8 in both the Long family and Mount Longhu. Moreover, these were only the first few to show themselves. This meant one more thing. That is, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Long family, and other top forces in China. They are definitely not as weak as they seem on the surface. Among these top forces, there are real experts who have not come out for many years. This was just like the current Ling family. If the Lu family or the Han family in Beijing were to clash with the Ling family in the future, Ling Yun wouldn't even bother to intervene. Someone like Cui Lao from the Ling family could easily crush the entire family. Ling Yun didn't even need to show his face. It was too degrading. However, even though Mount Longhu and the Shaolin Temple had such great cultivators in their sects, they still did not dare to unite and destroy the Devil Sect. This explained a lot. The fact that the Devil Sect was able to fight against all the righteous sects in China for 1,000 years showed how terrifying they were, especially in the past 1,000 years. The Devil Sect's sect master, Yin Jiuyo, had disappeared along with the Devil Sect's #1 holy artifact, the Devil's Blade. The Devil Sect could be said to have lost its greatest support, but it was still able to stand tall. Even the Devil Sect's sect leader, Yin Jiuyo, had disappeared along with the Devil Sect's holy artifact, the Devil Sect. Ling Yan had his reasons for being able to see through all this. It wasn't because he was smart, but mainly because of his knowledge. For cultivators who had passed the heavenly tribulation, the world became smaller, and their lifespan became longer. The most fundamental point was that as long as they could pass the 4-9 minor tribulations and reach the mid-stage of Qi cultivation level, their lifespan would be more than 150 years, as long as they didn't die in an accident. That was the heavenly tribulation. How could it be passed for free? Once a cultivator broke through to the late stage of Qi cultivation level, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live up to 200 years. Moreover, they could ensure that their peak strength could be maintained until they were about 150 years old. When a cultivator in the late stage of Qi cultivation level reached 150 years old, it was equivalent to 60 years old for an ordinary person. If they couldn't break through to the next realm and successfully build their foundation, they would be like an ordinary person in their 70s or 80s for the next 50 years. It would be good if they could maintain their realm, and their combat power would drop drastically. However, it didn't matter if they were 200 years old or 150 years old. As long as a top force had such an old antique alive, this top force would be able to maintain its foundation for at least 100 years. In other words, if one generation was 20 years old, this top force could be maintained for at least 5 to 7 generations. If, in the next 5 to 7 generations, a peerless genius emerged, then the top forces would continue to rise. For example, didn't the Long clan produce Long Tianfang in this generation? However, the top forces produced many new people while the old antiques were still alive. How strong would a top force be after 100 years of accumulation? This was the case for the Long family, Mount Longhu, and the Devil Sect. This was what Ling Yun was afraid of. Even though Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 5 and was invincible in the Qi cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to deal with an antique above the foundation establishment realm in a short period of time. If Ling Yun was arrogant and rashly attacked the Devil Sect's main altar, he wouldn't be able to protect himself, let alone save his mother. Saving someone wasn't like fighting a battle. If he couldn't win, he could fight. If he couldn't win, he could turn around and run. If he couldn't win, it would be easy for him to escape, but wouldn't his mother suffer? If that happened, Ling Yun wouldn't be saving Xianxia anymore. He would be harming her. Therefore, this situation was a real problem for Ling Yun. However, this problem was only a matter of time. That was because Ling Yan's cultivation speed was simply too fast. Even though he didn't know what realm he could reach in 3 months, he was confident that he could break through to Qi cultivation stage 7 within 3 months. In other words, he would reach the late stages of Qi cultivation stage without any problems. Ling Yan was confident that he could take on a foundation establishment realm cultivator. If he broke through another realm, he was confident that he could fight with cultivators 3 realms above the foundation establishment realm. He might not win for sure, but he wouldn't lose either. Only then would Ling Yan be confident in rescuing Xianxia with the help of the top experts around him. Of course, Ling Yan's confidence mainly came from his trust in Xianxia. Xianxia had said that Xianxia had personally ordered that Ling Yan wasn't allowed to save his mother before he reached Qi cultivation level 6. Xianxia was naturally aware of the devil sect's background. Since she had given such an order, it meant that she believed that Ling Yan would have the ability to fight against the devil sect after he reached Qi cultivation level 6. Based on this, Ling Yan decided to wait until he broke through to the late stages of Qi cultivation level before rescuing Xianxia. Moreover, it was obvious that Xianxia had destroyed the Assassins organization's Beijing branch before conquering the Hudong branch. At this moment, she was also gathering her strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. Xianxia had been doing these things silently. It was just that she didn't say anything. Without a doubt, these were all secretly arranged by Xianxia. She was directing everything behind the scenes to clear the obstacles for Ling Yan and strengthen his forces. 3 months? Zhuang Meifeng frowned and asked worriedly, "Isn't that too little time? I heard from Big Sister Xiao that Sister Xingqian's plan is at least half a year." Ling Yan laughed and casually explained, "That was the previous plan. She should have arranged it according to my cultivation speed. However, the cultivation speed of you men has far exceeded her expectations." Then, Ling Yan's smile disappeared as he lowered his head and said in a low voice, "It will be New Year's Day in 3 months. Before New Year's Day, I must rescue both my mothers so that Ling Yu can reunite with her parents and my biological parents. Our family, no, both of our families must have a real reunion." Ling Yan's gaze and tone were firm and decisive when he said these few words. "Yes." Zhuang Meifeng nodded immediately. Her beautiful eyes also shone with determination. "Then I will also double my cultivation and strive to break through to Qi cultivation level 4 as soon as possible." Ling Yan stood up and looked at Zhuang Meifeng. After staring at her for a while, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Actually, you don't have to be too deliberate. As long as you completely stabilize your current realm and adapt to it for a period of time, Qi cultivation level 4 will be like a thin layer of paper to you. One poke and you will be able to break through it." "Really?" Zhuang Meifeng asked happily. "More than real gold and silver." Ling Yan laughed. "When you break through to Qi cultivation level 4 and pass the heavenly tribulation, reaching the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 4 won't be a problem. When that time comes, we can carry out dual cultivation. When that time comes, I guarantee that you will reach the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6. "Ah." Zhuang Meifeng's face turned bright red when she heard these 2 words. She lowered her head and said coquettishly, "I was wondering why you were so determined last night and didn't want to do it with me. So you had it all planned?" "Hee hee." Ling Yan laughed proudly. "Of course, we have to choose a good time for our wedding night. How can we mess around?" Alright. Those things are still far away. Let's not talk about these things." Ling Yan suddenly changed the topic. "Last night, you only cared about bathing me. You haven't had the time to tell me what happened after you returned to Qingshui City. Quick, tell me, what is the situation between you and your parents, as well as the disciples from the Tranquil sect that you brought back?" This chapter was not easy to write. Please forgive me for updating it late. There will be another chapter tonight. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. From the moment Ling Yan appeared in the courtyard at around 4 in the morning until now, it had been Zhuang Meifeng who had been taking care of Ling Yan. Whether it was her actions or words, they were all about Ling Yan. She had not mentioned a single word about her own matters. Zhuang Meifeng cared about Ling Yan, and Ling Yan cared about her as well. He wouldn't ignore her family matters just because he was in a higher realm. Love was mutual. Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng had been in love with each other since they first met. Zhuang Meifeng was taken away from Xianxia City by Priestess Heartless. Now that Ling Yun had successfully rescued her, they had been through a lot of life and death situations. However, it was because of this that their love for each other was stronger than gold. It could be said that their love was deep in their bones. There was no need to use words to describe or express their deep love for each other because words couldn't express it. That was why Ling Yun didn't visit anyone in Xianxia City after he was done with the important matters at hand. Instead, he came here directly. It was also because of this that Zhuang Meifeng was willing to do all of this for him as his wife, although the two of them were not talking about marriage, nor did they have any ceremony to prove this. To the two of them, those things were purely superfluous. They were not needed at all. As for the disciples of the Tranquil sect, Ling Yun had made 3 promises during the demon subduing conference in order to disband the sect. He promised to ensure their safety in the future, take care of their livelihood, and help them cultivate again if they were still willing to cultivate. These were trivial matters to Ling Yun, but a man's promise was more important than 1,000 caddies. Ling Yun naturally couldn't lie to them. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. However, Zhuang Meifeng gently pushed Ling Yun back to the sofa and smiled. These are trivial matters. It's already noon, let's eat first. We'll talk as we eat. Zhuang Meifeng was now a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3. She was no longer an ordinary person who couldn't even truss a chicken. She was happy to hear Ling Yun mention these trivial matters, but she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Zhuang Meifeng was happy because the 2 things that Ling Yun mentioned were related to her. It was obvious that he was concerned about her. As for the blame, it was because Ling Yun thought too much and was afraid that he would be too tired. Ling Yun, you're different from before. You have a big family and a lot of important things to do. It's tiring enough for you to handle those things. Small things like this, as long as I can do it, I will take care of it for you. You really don't need to worry. Lying back on the sofa, Ling Yun smiled without saying a word, allowing Zhuang Meifeng to scold him. At this moment, Zhuang Meifeng could not be any more virtuous. It made his heart warm and warm. Whatever you say. Let's talk while we eat. Ling Yun agreed immediately. He rubbed his deflated belly and felt hungry for a moment. He asked hurriedly, "Where's the food? Where's lunch? I've already prepared it for you. I'll go get it now." Zhuang Meifeng woke up early in the morning. She had been busy the whole morning preparing food for Ling Yun. Of course, everything was ready. Let's go together. Ling Yun stood up. Sit there and don't move. Zhuang Meifeng glared at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, "Let me serve you today." Helpless, Ling Yun could only smile bitterly and sit down again. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. However, the feeling of not having to do anything himself and having food served at his beck and call was really satisfying. This lunch was carefully prepared by Zhuang Meifeng. It was absolutely sumptuous. There were chicken, duck, fish and more than 10 plates. Soon, the entire dining table was filled with steaming hot food. This allowed Ling Yun, who had eaten 2 seafood feasts in a row, to finally have a change of taste. Ling Yun gobbled down the food heartily, not caring about his image at all. Zhuang Meifeng giggled as she wiped the food off his face. During the meal, Zhuang Meifeng naturally told Ling Yun about the series of events that happened after she returned to Xianxia City. They directly chartered a plane back and arrived at Xianxia City at 2 in the afternoon on the 21st. After the plane landed, Zhuang Meifeng did not immediately contact her parents. Instead, she took charge of everything and arranged for everyone's lodgings. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon after she had sent everyone to their accommodations. Zhuang Meifeng still hadn't contacted her family. She went to this small courtyard and cleaned it up by herself before contacting Xiaomimi and asking her to come over as well. The 2 of them had their first meal since they returned to Xianxia City in this small courtyard. After dinner, Zhuang Meifeng went home to greet her parents, Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen. She did not inform them beforehand and directly appeared in front of him. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen had just finished dinner when they suddenly saw their eldest daughter appear in front of them. They were extremely shocked. It was as if they were in a dream and could not believe it at all. The husband and wife repeatedly rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs. After confirming that it was not a dream, they finally confirmed that their eldest daughter was really back. Not only was she back, but she was also a few years younger and more beautiful. She was like a fairy from heaven. Zhuang Tianda's tears flowed down his face. Zhao Baomen and Zhuang Meifeng hugged each other and cried. From now on, I am Ling Yan's woman. Whether we get married or not, I will always be his woman. This was the first sentence that Zhuang Meifeng said to her parents after crying. Her tone was firm and unquestionable. Naturally, Zhuang Tianda was more than willing to agree to this. He immediately said that Zhuang Meifeng would be in charge of everything from now on. Then, Zhuang Tianda personally gave his youngest daughter, Zhuang Meina, a call to inform her that her sister was back. He also arranged for a chauffeur from Qingshui City to Jiangnan Medical University to bring Zhuang Meina to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. Thus, the family of four was finally reunited. That night, the Zhuang family's mansion was brightly lit. The family of four did not sleep at all as they talked about everything that had happened in the past year. Out of regret, Zhuang Tianda did something shocking that night. In front of his two daughters, he divided all of the Zhuang family's assets, shares, and bank deposits equally to his two daughters. He only kept 1 billion yuan as his and his wife's retirement fund. Because Zhuang Meina had just entered university and still had at least 5 years to go, Zhuang Tianda announced that all of the Zhuang family's assets, including the half that was given to Zhuang Meina, would be handed over to Zhuang Meifeng. As for Zhuang Meifeng's own portion, she would do as she pleased. Zhuang Tianda's words were like lice on a monk's head. It was obvious that the half that he gave to Zhuang Meifeng was actually her dowry. However, Zhuang Meifeng's mindset had completely changed after this trip back. She was no longer interested in such a huge amount of wealth. Thus, Zhuang Tianda's actions did not affect Zhuang Meifeng much. However, she did not reject it. Instead, she accepted it calmly because it was what she deserved. Moreover, she could tell that after her father's life had changed, not only did his personality change, but he was also visibly exhausted. He was no longer able to take care of the family's assets. To be more precise, he was not focused. One had to know that Zhuang Meifeng studied business and was an internationally certified accountant and financial actuary. Back then, Zhuang Tianda deliberately trained her so that she could take care of the Zhuang family's business in the future. I can take over the family's business, but my own wealth will be my dowry. Not a single cent less will be given to Ling Yan and all of it will be invested into Ling Yan Group. Zhuang Meifeng did not hide her decision and directly stated her decision. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen did not hesitate and actually agreed with a smile. Zhuang Tianda especially emphasized that since he had already handed everything over to Zhuang Meifeng, he would naturally let her do whatever she wanted. He had no objections. Only Zhuang Meina's expression was complicated. She wanted to say something a few times, but she ultimately held it in. Meina, from now on, Ling Yan is your brother-in-law, and he can only be your brother-in-law. Do you understand? Zhuang Meifeng was very forceful and decisive. Zhuang Meina gritted her teeth and remained silent. She did not express her stance. You still have 5 years of university to study. Study hard during these 5 years. When you graduate, I will hand over all the Zhuang family's assets to you. Big sister can guarantee that when that time comes, even your own portion of the assets will be many times the total assets of the Zhuang family. After saying that, Zhuang Meifeng did not give Zhuang Meina a chance to speak. She only said, I have to go home. Ling Yan might come back at any time. I have to go home and wait for him. She was talking about going home. Her and Ling Yan's home was this small courtyard. Everything here had been personally chosen by her and arranged by her. Then, Zhuang Meifeng's figure disappeared under the shocked gazes of the other three. She then rushed back to this small courtyard as fast as she could. After that, other than going to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9 a few times to take care of Qin Dongxue, Zhuang Meifeng never left this small courtyard again. Meifeng, actually, your father has already repented after you were taken away by that old nun from the Tranquil sect. You don't have to be like this. Ling Yan was almost full by the time Zhuang Meifeng finished her story. Although he was touched, he could not help but smile bitterly. Moreover, there are so many people fighting to give money to Ling Yan Group. Even Tang Meng is starting to get a headache. Why are you still here to add to the chaos? Nonsense. Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. My dowry also needs to be appreciated. Tell me, will your Ling Yun group develop faster in the future, or will our Zhuang medical group develop faster? Ling Yun was dumbfounded. He could not help but give Zhuang Meifeng a thumbs up. My dear wifey, you are indeed a certified public accountant and financial actuary. Your calculations are much clearer than mine. It was a series of characters and stories. Only when the characters were brought to life would the story be interesting. At this point, Old Bu felt that he had brought Zhuang Meifeng's character to life. It was tiring to write, but it was worth it as long as everyone enjoyed it. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Now, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng were talking about business, and money. Both of them were having a very high IQ conversation. Those who didn't have enough IQ wouldn't be able to understand. Ling Yun Group or the Zhuang Family Medical Group, which was developing faster, both of these groups were headquartered in Xianxia City. Currently, their main business was the development, manufacturing, and sales of various medical products. From this point of view, there was a high degree of overlap between these two groups. This would definitely lead to a high degree of competition in the industry. Before the opening ceremony of Ling Yun Group, Ling Yun had purchased a large number of businesses in Xianxia City that were closely related to the lives of the people. For example, private hospitals, Jishir Pharmacy, supermarket chains, department stores, cinemas, car 4S shops, restaurants, hotels, and so on. However, Ling Yun had only spent about 5 billion yuan in total, even though he had bought so many companies of all sizes and could be said to be spending money like water. What was the market value of the Zhuang Family Medical Group at that time? It had already reached more than 60 billion yuan. In other words, the total assets of Ling Yun Group didn't even amount to 1/12 of the total assets of the Zhuang Family Medical Group. Of course, it was also at that time that Zhuang Tianda understood everything. With his decades of experience in the business world, he decisively gave Ling Yun 51% of his shares in the Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical Group, allowing him to swallow an elephant and achieve a win-win situation for both parties. So, how did Ling Yun's Ling Yun Group come about? It was a long story, but to put it simply, there were 4 main reasons why he bought those dozens of small and medium-sized businesses. First, the predecessor of Ling Yun Group was Lianqing Real Estate. This was the most important core asset of the richest man in Xianxia City, Go Lianqing. Even though Go Lianqing had been beaten down by Ling Yun and the capital chain of Lianqing Real Estate had been broken, its foundation was still there. This included the talents, projects, and land that they had obtained long ago. Go Lianqing had no money and could no longer run the business. On the other hand, Ling Yun had money and power. Lianqing Real Estate was instantly revitalized by him. Secondly, Ling Yun Group's other core project was a piece of land that Li Yifeng had approved for Ling Yun a long time ago. It was located in Linjiang New City and was used to build a large-scale medical drug research center. When Ling Yun got the piece of land, he displayed his business acumen. He decisively asked Tang Meng to spend money and buy the 1,500 mu of tidal flats around the 100 mu of land. The facts proved that Ling Yun's foresight was definitely ahead of the curve. Now, this core project had received the full support of Beijing's Li family. The overall planning and comprehensive construction of the 1,600 acres of land was in full swing. It could be said that the value of this 1,600 mu of land had increased by more than 100 times. It was too valuable. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, not to mention the value of more than 1,600 mu of land. Even the surrounding land, as well as the mudflats and forests further away, had already been targeted by Huaxia's more sensitive investors. In order to buy an extra square meter, they were practically fighting over it. Thirdly, Ling Yun Group's other larger business came from the Xue family. Miracle Dr. Xue's grandfather, Xue Jingqi, was old and experienced, so he was the clearest. He had been enlightened much earlier than Zhuang Tianda. When Ling Yun's Ordinary People's Clinic opened, Elder Xue gave him a huge gift. He gave Ling Yun 6 companies south of the Yangtze River to Xue Family Pharmaceutical. Unlike Zhuang Tianda, who mainly dealt in Western medicine, Miracle Dr. Xue dealt in traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, Zhuang Tianda didn't understand that even though Ling Yun had obtained 6 traditional Chinese medicine companies, it didn't affect Zhuang Tianda's business much. Miracle Dr. Xue had given the 6 Chinese medicine companies to Ling Yun. Even though Ling Yan had asked Tang Meng to integrate them, he didn't have the time to personally operate them. Therefore, they were still developing steadily and hadn't shown any obvious changes. However, even though Ling Yan couldn't manage everything in such a short period of time, there would always come a day when he would be free. As long as he was free, with his skills as an immortal doctor, it was easy to imagine how strong these 6 pharmaceutical companies would become in the future. Lastly, the reason why Ling Yan was able to attract so much attention when he established the Ling Yan Group was mainly because he had obtained 51% of the shares of the Zhuang Family Medical Group. Being able to control the Zhuang Family Medical Group was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was these 4 main aspects that allowed Ling Yan Group to have assets worth hundreds of billions of yuan when it was first established. As for the rest, Ling Yan's ordinary people's clinic, clothing store, his 2 mansions, and the Triumph Grand Hotel, they weren't even worth mentioning when compared to these 4 aspects. However, among these 4 major aspects, the assets that originally belonged to Go Lianqing had only just been revitalized because of Ling Yan's terrible losses. There were still many things to be done, and they hadn't turned into profits yet. As for the 1,600 acres of land, even though its value was immeasurable, it was still under construction. It was still in the stage of spending money. Even though it wasn't Ling Yan's money that was being spent, as long as it wasn't sold, it wouldn't generate any profits within 3 years. Even if there were profits, it would only be due to the appreciation of the land. Even though the 6 traditional Chinese medicine companies were operating steadily, their profits were still limited. The net profit was only a few hundred million yuan a year. Compared to Ling Yan's current net worth, the contribution was too small. Therefore, the only thing that could really bring Ling Yan profit was the 51% of the shares of the Zhuang Family Medical Group. The Zhuang Family Medical Group's contribution to Ling Yan Group was mainly reflected in 2 aspects. First, of course, it came from its own profitability. However, this contribution was still very small because the company was only that big, and the annual profits were limited. The real contribution of the Zhuang Family Medical Group to Ling Yan came from its current shocking stock price. When Ling Yan obtained the 51% of the shares from Zhuang Tianda, 1 share of the Zhuang Family Medical Group was worth 36 yuan. Then, 1.5 months had passed since the 8th of August. What was its current stock price? 488 yuan per share. It had increased by more than 12 times. It could be said that the trading limit of the Zhuang Family Medical Group had never been opened since its reopening. This was after 3 trading suspensions. Otherwise, its stock price would have doubled, and it would have become the only 1,000 yuan stock in the market. The total market value of the Zhuang Family Medical Group had already reached more than 60 billion yuan. Now that it had increased by 12 times, what was the total market value? 800 billion yuan. When Zhuang Tianda gave Ling Yan the 51% of the shares, he asked Ling Yan if he would accept such a big gift. He said that it would definitely be a win-win situation. Now, the effect was reflected. Without a doubt, the market was chasing after the shares of the Zhuang Family Medical Group not because of its profitability, but because of the true controller of the Zhuang Family Medical Group, Ling Yan. The Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical shares had skyrocketed. The individual investors did not know what was going on, but all the top forces in China knew. The Li family, the Yi family, and even the companies controlled by the Long family were fighting over it. The reason was simple. All the top forces knew that the Zhuang Family Medical Group was the only listed company controlled by Ling Yan. Moreover, it was in the pharmaceutical industry, which was too rare. Other than these top forces, there were countless business giants and investment bigwigs who were also fighting over it. Buying 1 more share was good enough. The stock market was an open market. Hot money was surging in, and everyone was fighting for a single share. It would be a miracle if the Zhuang Family Medical Group's trading limit could be opened. Ling Yan was either crazily cultivating or fighting for his life. He had no time to pay attention to this. But who was Zhuang Meifeng? Zhuang Meifeng was the eldest daughter of Zhuang Tianda, one of the legal heirs of the Zhuang Family Medical Group, and an internationally certified accountant and financial actuary. Other than that, she was also Ling Yan's woman. Therefore, the first thing she did after returning to the city from the secluded tranquil sect was to understand the operating conditions of her family's company and the company's stock price. Even though the courtyard was small, it was connected to the internet and didn't lack computers. The financial situation of a listed company was open to the public. Zhuang Meifeng didn't need to ask anyone. She only needed to look at the company's stock price online and see who the top 10 shareholders were. The biggest shareholder of the Zhuang family medical group was Ling Yun. Moreover, he didn't only own 51% of the company's shares, but 56%. This was because when the Ordinary People's Clinic opened, Zhuang Tianda gave Ling Yun 5% of the company's shares. It was also because of that generosity that the Zhuang family medical group's stock price increased fivefold from 6 yuan to 36 yuan. Other than the free-floating shares that were sought after by the individual investors, Zhuang Tianda still held 40% of the company's shares. Now, he had divided those shares into 5 and divided them among his 2 daughters. In other words, Zhuang Meifeng also held 20% of the company's shares. Even though she didn't have the time to transfer the shares, she was only lacking a share transfer certificate. Even if it was only 20% of the company's shares, Zhuang Meifeng would still have a net worth of 160 billion yuan. With such a huge amount of wealth, she naturally had to maintain and increase its value. Zhuang Meifeng had already stated clearly that this 20% of the company's shares was her dowry. Who was this dowry for? Of course, it was for Ling Yun, since this 20% of the company's shares would belong to Ling Yun sooner or later, and Ling Yun was now the controlling shareholder of the Zhuang family medical group. Why would she hold on to this wealth and compete with the Ling Yun group? Of course, she would join forces and give this 20% of the company's shares to Ling Yun so that the Zhuang family medical group's stock price would continue to rise. That was why Zhuang Meifeng said that her dowry would increase in value as well. Old Bu wanted to skim over the plot of the city, but who knew that once he started writing, he wouldn't be able to stop. Alright, I'll write a few more chapters. It's just as exciting anyway. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. There are 2 more chapters tonight. Bookmark for easier reading. Zhuang Tianda was also amazing. He gave Ling Yun 5% of the company's shares, and the company's share price increased fivefold from 6 yuan to 36 yuan. Then, he gave Ling Yun 51% of the company's shares, and the company's share price shot up from 36 yuan to 488, based on the Zhuang Medical Group's current market value of 800 billion yuan. Even though he only had 40% of the company's shares left, it was still worth 320 billion yuan. His net worth had increased by more than 30 times. The more he gave to Ling Yun, the higher his status would be. Therefore, Zhuang Tianda was very grateful to his 2 daughters. His eldest daughter, Zhuang Meifeng, vowed to marry Ling Yun, and his youngest daughter, Zhuang Meina, forced him to give Ling Yun 5% of his shares. This was the reason why his net worth skyrocketed. Of course, Zhuang Tianda already knew the reason why. His company's share price had skyrocketed. It was because of Ling Yun's heaven-defying ability, his strong rise, and his undefeated legend. He had worked hard for decades and only had a net worth of 20 billion. In order to expand the scope of the Zhuang Medical Group's operations, he did not hesitate to use his most beloved eldest daughter, Zhuang Meifeng, as a wager and 49% of the company's shares to seek support from the Sun family. Why, in the end, wasn't it all to earn more money? However, Zhuang Tianda's hard work wasn't as good as Zhuang Tianda's. In just a few short months, Zhuang Tianda's net worth had increased tenfold. It was precisely because he understood all of this that he suddenly realized that his hard work over the past few decades was completely meaningless in front of a true peerless expert. Only then did he feel his interest waning, and he no longer had any interest in running his business in the future. Now that his eldest daughter, Zhuang Meifeng, had finally returned and had become extremely powerful, what was the point of holding on to those shares? Look at the company's stock price rise every day and smile foolishly. At his current status, the sudden increase in wealth was nothing more than a numbers game. Therefore, when he let Ling Yun swallow the elephant, he had already made up his mind. When Ling Yun rescued Zhuang Meifeng, he would divide everything in the Zhuang family to his 2 daughters. At the same time, he would hand over the Zhuang family's business to Zhuang Meifeng. This was a father's repentance. It was his way of redeeming his family. Zhuang Tianda had lived to the age of 50 and understood his destiny. Kinship was the most important. His wealth would belong to his 2 daughters sooner or later. By the same logic, wouldn't his daughter's wealth also belong to him? Would Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina not give him money if he really needed it? Absolutely impossible. Even if he gave 20% of his shares to Zhuang Meifeng as a dowry, Zhuang Meina still had 20% left. That was worth 160 billion. This figure still far exceeded his total assets from a few months ago. He was very satisfied. Of course, Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yan refused because he did not want her family's assets. Even though they were worth a lot of money, Ling Yan did not need them now. In other words, Ling Yan wanted her to keep this fortune for herself. Unfortunately, the current Zhuang Meifeng was no longer the weak and helpless daughter of the richest man in Xianxia city. She was now a cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. She already knew the true nature of this world. To Zhuang Meifeng, she would have to focus on cultivation from now on. Hence, she would have to hand over the Zhuang family's huge assets to someone else to manage. In other words, she would have to liquidate them before investing them. In that case, who would she feel the most at ease handing it over to? Which company would increase in value the fastest? Was there even a need to think about it? Of course it was Ling Yan Corporation. She was Ling Yan's woman. Since Ling Yan was willing to put in so much effort to save her, how could he let her be short of money? Ling Yan instantly understood what Zhuang Meifeng was thinking. That was why he was so surprised and impressed by Zhuang Meifeng's plan. At the same time, Ling Yan suddenly realized that he was far from truly understanding Zhuang Meifeng. He had to get to know her again. Actually, this was inevitable, since the first time they met in Xianxia city, the time they spent together, including the time they spent saving Zhuang Meifeng at the Demon Subduing Conference, was less than 15 days. It was only half a month. If they only counted the day Ling Yan entered the crater, it was even less. It was only a week. How much could a person understand another person in a week? Moreover, Ling Yan was busy with his cultivation. There were so many things that he had to deal with. There was almost no time for him and Zhuang Meifeng to interact alone. The two of them truly fell in love with each other during the rare rainstorm in Xianxia city. The crater appeared and Xianxia city was shaken. Zhuang Meifeng's body was exposed to Ling Yan in a panic. The two of them climbed into bed first before falling in love. Only then did they begin to understand each other. However, their relationship grew by leaps and bounds on the night of the Qingming festival. Zhuang Meifeng was taken away by the Sun family when she went to visit her grandfather's grave. Then, Ling Yan charged into the Zhuang family and fought 4 experts alone to rescue Zhuang Meifeng. From that night onwards, Zhuang Meifeng announced that she was Ling Yan's wife and that she would follow him through life and death. Sharing life and death in times of crisis was the cornerstone of their undying relationship. It had nothing to do with how long they had been together. Relationships were like this. Some people fell in love at first sight and lived together forever. Some people grew up together and were childhood friends. Even if they stuck to each other every day, they might not fall in love. When they grew up, they got married and had nothing to do with each other. However, Ling Yan had saved Zhuang Meifeng 3 times. The first time was when he beat up Sun Xing at the crossroads. The second time was when he charged into the Zhuang family's mansion in the western suburbs. The third time was when he helped her recover her memory at the Demon Subduing Conference. To be honest, ever since Ling Yan's rise to power, no woman had ever received such treatment. Of course, none of them had had such a rough experience like Zhuang Meifeng. This kind of relationship made their relationship stronger than gold. However, no matter how deep their relationship was, it didn't mean that they understood each other completely. Ling Yan treated Zhuang Meifeng the same way Zhuang Meifeng treated Ling Yan. Even today, it was still the same. Between a man and a woman, feelings didn't need time. An instant was enough. Understanding required time. It might take a lifetime to understand each other. The current Ling Yan was rich and powerful. He didn't even care about hundreds of billions of assets. That was why he didn't want Zhuang Meifeng's 20% shares. No matter what, he had already received enough from the Zhuang family. In fact, it could even be said to be too much. It was so much that Ling Yan felt a little embarrassed. However, he and Zhuang Meifeng were already inseparable. Since Zhuang Meifeng had her own plans, Ling Yan had no choice but to let her be. That was why Ling Yan didn't care about Zhuang Meifeng's generous dowry. What surprised him was Zhuang Meifeng's talent and business acumen. Even though Zhuang Tianda sacrificed his eldest daughter's happiness in order to develop the Zhuang family medical group and almost made a huge mistake, the flaw couldn't obscure the beauty of the jade. Zhuang Tianda had raised a good daughter. After all, of course, Ling Yan already had a basic understanding of Zhuang Meifeng's business ability when they first met. It was also with Zhuang Meifeng's help that Ling Yan opened a bank account and an account at a securities company. The two of them were full of ambition and wanted to start with finance to build a business empire. However, everything came to an end when Ling Yan fell into the crater and Zhuang Meifeng was taken away by the Tranquil sect. That was why Ling Yan had no choice but to choose Tang Meng to manage his huge assets. It was still alright at the start. However, even though Tang Meng was improving quickly, he still couldn't keep up with the rapid development of the Ling Yan group. After all, Tang Meng was only a high school graduate. He didn't attend classes and didn't learn much. He was relying on his own talent to survive. Tang Meng's biggest weakness was his lack of professional knowledge, but now, Zhuang Meifeng was back. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. He stared at Zhuang Meifeng as if a flower had suddenly bloomed on her face. Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng had been separated for half a year. He indeed couldn't build a business empire with Zhuang Meifeng. But now, Ling Yan could give Zhuang Meifeng a business empire. TSK. Even my people are yours. What else is there to plan? Zhuang Meifeng seemed to have read Ling Yan's mind. She smiled sweetly and said, I don't need you to tell me. These 2 days, Tang Meng has been calling me a few times ever since he found out that I'm back. Oh? Really? Ling Yan was stunned. He thought to himself, love your job. Tang Meng is much faster than me in this aspect. Without a doubt, Tang Meng was now treating Zhuang Meifeng as his life-saving straw. Ling Yan smiled and asked, what did that guy say to you? Zhuang Meifeng replied angrily, what else could he say? He's been complaining to me every day. He said that he was cheated by you. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat. He's regretting it so much that he begged me to come out and give me the position of the CEO of the Ling Yan Group. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan could not help but laugh out loud. He teased, doesn't that guy love money? He wanted me to set up a group. Are you dumbfounded now? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, you're really something. You actually dared to hand over such a huge business empire to Tang Meng. Do you know how much your Ling Yan group is worth now? Ling Yan really did not know. He asked curiously, how much? In these 2 days, Zhuang Meifeng had obviously learned a lot of top-secret information about the Ling Yan group from Tang Meng. She was an actuary and could easily come up with a conclusion. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 1,600 mu of land in Linjiang New City would be worth at least 1 trillion. Zhuang Meifeng said seriously, if we include the current market value of the Zhuang family's medicine, your Ling Yan group would be worth at least 2 trillion. Ling Yan was speechless. Even though Ling Yan was indifferent to worldly wealth, the astronomical figure that Zhuang Meifeng mentioned still left him dumbfounded. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly laughed again. Hubby, the assets that you have on the surface is just the Ling Yan group. It's almost the same as the industrial and commercial bank. The second chapter was delivered. He continued with the third chapter. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China was known as the first bank in the universe. According to the closing price of the day, the total market value of the bank was around 2 trillion. Moreover, this was under the current circumstances of the stock market. Ling Yan Corporation is worth more than the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China? That's not much, and that's just the valuation. Ling Yan had never paid attention to the stock market, so this concept did not bother him at all. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng was only talking about the valuation of the Ling Yan Corporation. 2 trillion was nothing to Ling Yan. Each of his spatial rings was worth 100 billion, which was equivalent to 20 ordinary spatial rings. Moreover, they were the kind with very small space. Don't underestimate the valuation. Sometimes, the valuation is even more valuable than the actual market value. This is because it will attract a huge amount of hot money, allowing the company to grow in the shortest amount of time possible. There is no limit to how much it can grow in the future. The reason why the Ling Yan Corporation is worth so much is because of you alone. It's not the Ling Yan Corporation that's worth this much, it's you. As long as you can stand strong, the future of the Ling Yan Corporation will not be comparable to 100 Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Zhuang Meifeng was serious and did not exaggerate. This was because she knew Ling Yan's value. Ling Yan could bring the dead back to life, so how much was a level 7 healing talisman worth? How much were the youth-retaining pills and beauty pills worth? How much was one of Ling Yan's spatial rings worth? Of course, it would be meaningless to compare them like that. The treasures, elixirs, and materials in Ling Yan's cosmic ring would be worth 100 industrial and commercial Bank of China. That was why Zhuang Meifeng said that Ling Yan's assets were on the surface. You want Tang Meng to manage such a huge business empire all by himself? What a joke. Of course, I'm not saying that Tang Meng isn't capable enough. Ling Yan Corporation has been developing so rapidly, but it's already a miracle that he's able to hold on until now without any major problems. This also proves Tang Meng's talent. Zhuang Meifeng got to the point. However, he's only 18 years old and has only graduated from high school. Without any professional knowledge, he can only rely on his brain and talent to survive. It's indeed a little difficult. Oh? Ling Yan's interest was piqued. He looked at Zhuang Meifeng with a smile and said, "From what my dear wife has said, it seems like you want to leave the mountain?" Zhuang Meifeng smiled sweetly. "If you don't worry, I can help you manage the Ling Yun group for a few years while I'm cultivating. After all, I have divine sense now. Whether it's in terms of memory or calculation, I'm much stronger than before. This way, I'll be able to handle the matters of the group much faster." Zhuang Meifeng was just stating the facts. It could be said that what she said was already very modest. To manage a business empire, whether it was studying the company's financial statements or analyzing investment decisions, for a cultivator who had obtained the internationally certified public accountant and financial actuary qualifications, as well as a powerful divine sense, it was only a matter of a glance before she could come to a conclusion and give orders. This was what it meant to specialize in one's field. Without a doubt, Zhuang Meifeng was the best candidate to manage Ling Yun Group, therefore, Zhuang Meifeng did not even need Ling Yun to say anything. She was Ling Yan's woman, of course, she had to solve his problems and take charge of things for him. Now, Zhuang Meifeng had confirmed that in terms of cultivation and accompanying Ling Yun, she was far behind Yi Xingchen. After all, Yi Xingchen was the holy virgin of the devil sect and Yin Qingshuan's direct disciple. However, as Ling Yan's woman, Zhuang Meifeng had to show her worth in front of Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng was exceptionally intelligent. She had found her greatest advantage and fully utilized it. She had absolute confidence in this and knew that no one could replace her. However, Ling Yun glared at her angrily. "What do you mean by if I'm assured? Why would I be worried about you?" After lecturing Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun smiled and asked, "What did you say to Tang Meng when he asked you to leave the mountain?" Zhuang Meifeng smiled. "Of course I didn't agree to it. I told him that everything was up to you." "Approved." Ling Yun did not delay for even a second. He was afraid that Zhuang Meifeng would suddenly change her mind. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. After settling this matter, Ling Yun stood up and carried Zhuang Meifeng's slender body. He flew to the sofa and sat down. As he took advantage of her, he smiled and asked, "Wifey, tell me, do you want to be the chairman of Ling Yun Group or the CEO? Don't touch me." Zhuang Meifeng was suddenly pulled into Ling Yan's embrace. She almost lost her mind and quickly held onto Ling Yan's hand. She said coquettishly, "The chairman of Ling Yun Group will always be yours." "Oh. Tang Meng told me that he wants to give up his position as the CEO of Ling Yun Group and let me take it." Ling Yun was furious. F***ck, this brat has only been in the position for a little more than a month and he wants to quit already? Of course you can be the CEO, but what about him? Ling Yun's anger was, of course, an act. He was not the kind of person who would abandon his brothers just because he had a woman. After all, Ling Yun Group was built by him and Tang Meng. Ling Yun knew how much effort Tang Meng had put into it. Seeing that Ling Yun was pretending to be angry, Zhuang Meifeng understood very well. However, she did not expose him. Instead, she smiled and said, "Tang Meng did not quit because of you. He said that he wants to be the CEO of Ling Yun Group. He wants to be in charge of the management of Ling Yun Group as well as the communication with the outside world. This is what he is best at. What do you think?" Heh. Ling Yun was shocked. He muttered, F***ck, this brat really knows how to find work for himself. The CEO of Lingyun Group is a domineering official within the group. When he goes out, he will eat, drink, and discuss business with the brains of the outside world. There is no one more suitable than him. Although that was what he said, Lingyun knew very well that Tang Meng was able to accurately pinpoint his position because he had received guidance from an expert. That expert was of course his uncle, Lingyu. You will be the CEO and Tang Meng will be the CEO. Very good, very perfect. Then, this matter is decided. Lingyun lowered his head and placed his large hand on Zhuang Meifeng's perky chest. He smiled and said, then I will have to trouble you from now on, my beautiful CEO wife? F***CKU. Zhuang Meifeng could not take it anymore. She moved Lingyun's evil claws away and said seriously, it's not hard at all. In the next 2 years, I will try to reorganize the small and medium-sized enterprises that you have acquired. I will try to get them listed independently. Then, I will make use of Lingyun Group's financial advantage to expand their business scope to the whole country and even overseas. As for Tang Meng, he will only get busier. In the next few years, he will bring his team to travel all over the country and even the world. There is no need for funds, but he will definitely talk to the big companies that are in the world's top 500. After getting Lingyun's approval, Zhuang Meifeng immediately explained her future strategic plan. Although the description was simple, it was clear and clear. Moreover, it was all about the key points and was very professional. Indeed, she was much more professional than Tang Meng. As for Tang Meng, you don't have to worry about him. In a few years, as long as Lingyun Group's business is on the right track and all the professional teams are established, Tang Meng will definitely be mature by then. By then, I will return the position of CEO to him. Lingyun listened and nodded his head. Even he could not find any fault with Zhuang Meifeng's strategic plan. However, it was a little overkill for Zhuang Meifeng to be the CEO of Lingyun Group only to deal with these matters. Wifey, your strategy is perfect. However, it is not enough. It is far from enough. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng was stunned. If this was not enough, then what else did Lingyun want? Lingyun laughed and said, Wifey, have you forgotten your husband's other identity? I am not only the chairman of Lingyun Group, I am also the head of the Ling family. That's right, the Ling family. Compared to the Lingyun Group in Qingshui City, the assets that the Ling family controlled were truly huge. If the Lingyun Group was a small boat, then the assets of the Ling family would be an aircraft carrier. Head of the Ling family, Zhuang Meifeng was shocked and confused. She could not guess what Lingyun was thinking. Do you still remember the Sun family? The Sun family that bullied your family in the past. I have already destroyed them. The Chen family from Beijing was also destroyed. All the assets that these two families used to control now belong to the Ling family. The current Lingyun Group is not even worth mentioning compared to the size of those assets. Lingyun's eyes lit up. He had already guessed the reason why his uncle, Lingyu, gave up the position of the CEO of Lingyun Group. He smiled and said, our Ling family has just risen. Those assets cannot be swallowed by us alone. Therefore, after you become the CEO of Lingyun Group, you must not only focus on the current business of Lingyun Group. Instead, you must use Lingyun Group to help my uncle take over those assets as soon as possible. To tell you the truth, among the assets of those two families, there are at least dozens of listed companies. Lingyun was the head of the Ling family. Even if he did not pay attention to such an important matter, Lingyu would have specially mentioned it to him. After Lingyun destroyed the Sun and Chen families, the Ling family was like a rocket that shot into the sky. Or rather, it was like a star that exploded. Lingyu did not have to worry about anything now. One had to know that Lingyun destroyed the Sun-Chen alliance on the night of August 31st. Only 24 days had passed since then. It was easy for a snake to swallow an elephant, but it was difficult to digest it. Ah! Zhuang Meifeng was completely dumbfounded. She could only feel her brain buzzing. She did not expect the pie in Lingyun's hand to be so much bigger than she had imagined. Zhuang Meifeng sat up straight and said angrily, F***ck, that brat Tang Meng dared to trick me. Hee, as the saying goes, those who are capable will do the best. Lingyun was overjoyed. He said confidently, I believe that it won't be long before my uncle comes to see you personally. My beautiful CEO wife, please do your best. I will definitely cheer for you. This chapter was the guarantee for the 17th. There was still one more chapter to go. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. What? Did you say that your uncle will come to see me personally? Zhuang Meifeng's heart raced when she heard Ling Yan's words. She started to feel nervous. It was impossible for her not to be nervous because the significance of this matter was too great. Watch your tongue. It's not my uncle, it's our uncle. Ling Yan corrected him with a smile. Right now, there are many things waiting to be done in the Ling family. As the patriarch of the Ling family, I'm just a big boss who doesn't care about anything. Thus, all the worldly affairs of the Ling family, big or small, have fallen onto my uncle's shoulders. Right now, he's overseeing the Ling family and is extremely busy every day. Based on my guess, even though my uncle hasn't personally contacted you, Tang Meng is still by his side. Tang Meng has been contacting you repeatedly and even voluntarily handing over the position of Ling Yan Group's president. This should all be arranged by my uncle. Therefore, once you take over the position of president of Ling Yan Group, my uncle will definitely come to see you personally to discuss important matters with you. Ling Yan did not need to call Tang Meng or Ling Yu to confirm that this was definitely the case. Ling Yu was the brains of the Ling family. He was in charge of all the internal and external affairs of the Ling family. Of course, he would always pay attention to Ling Yan's situation. As long as Tang Meng was around, no one that Ling Yan had interacted with in Xianxia City would be able to escape Ling Yu's discerning eyes. It had been 4 days since the devil subduing conference ended. Naturally, Ling Yu already knew everything that had happened. He definitely knew that Ling Yan had rescued Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng was one of the focal points of the devil subduing conference. Of course, Ling Yu would pay more attention to her. It was too easy for him to fully understand Zhuang Meifeng. After knowing her educational background, how could he not be excited? Letting Zhuang Meifeng oversee Xianxia City's Ling Yan Group would also free Tang Meng from his duties. From now on, he would be able to dominate the country with Beijing as his center. He would become a wild horse that was free to do what he liked and was most suitable to do. It was definitely the best of both worlds. Ling Yan understood Ling Yu too well now. He knew that Ling Yu's plans were flawless, so he guessed that Ling Yu was the mastermind behind all of this. And that was indeed the case. The reason why Ling Yu hadn't appeared personally was because he was a senior in the Ling family and was the one in charge of the Ling family. It would be too much for him to reveal his identity. Secondly, it was because of Zhuang Meifeng's bizarre experience. She had just been rescued by Ling Yan and needed some time to recover. Therefore, Ling Yu made use of Tang Meng and Zhuang Meifeng's relationship to get him to come forward. As for Ling Yan, Ling Yu no longer had any hopes for this hands-off boss of the Ling family. He did not expect Ling Yan to participate in this matter at all. Moreover, Ling Yan's phone and communication device were always kept in the Great Void Ring, so he could not be contacted even if he wanted to. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng became nervous at the thought of meeting Ling Yan's parents soon. Then what should I do? Calm down, calm down. Ling Yan chuckled. You don't have to be nervous. My uncle will definitely arrange everything. No matter who it is, they will be like a spring breeze when they interact with him. Don't worry. My uncle should have a good understanding of you by now. At the same time, he should have an accurate assessment of your background and abilities. That's why he arranged everything. Trust me, he will definitely look up to you. I'm not talking about that. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned red. She said shyly, what I meant was, after meeting your uncle, will your father and grandfather, oh, Ling Yan purposely dragged out his words. He smiled and said, you mean them? They might not have the time to meet you personally. However, after meeting you, my uncle might be happy and bring you back to the Ling family to meet my grandfather and father. This is all logical. Ah. Zhuang Meifeng was completely dumbfounded. This was because it was different from meeting Qin Qiuyue. This time, she was going to the Ling family. It was like a real daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Just thinking about it made her nervous. What ah? Ling Yan could not help but put on a straight face when he saw Zhuang Meifeng's nervousness. Wifey, don't forget my current status. I am the head of the Ling family. You are the wife of the head of the Ling family. When the time comes, you must bring out the aura of the wife of the head of the Ling family and not embarrass me like this. Bullsh *T. Zhuang Meifeng almost died of anger when she heard that. That's your grandfather, father, and uncle. If I bring out the aura of the wife of the Ling family, they will be scared to death. At this point, Zhuang Meifeng shook her head violently. No, I won't go to your house alone. You have to accompany me. When the time comes, you have to call Sister Xianxia. Anyway, the more the merrier. Alright. Ling Yan found it funny that Zhuang Meifeng was so nervous. He stopped teasing her and got back to business. He first placed Zhuang Meifeng back on the sofa. Then, he used his divine will to take out the 2 bottles containing the beauty pill and beauty pill. Then, he took out an emerald green bottle and filled it with 2 beauty pills and 3 beauty pills. After sealing the bottle, he passed it to Zhuang Meifeng. What are you doing? Zhuang Meifeng could vaguely guess Ling Yan's intentions. However, she could not help but ask. I don't have much time back in Xianxia, so I might not have the time to visit your parents. Take these 5 elixirs. Give 2 pairs to your parents as a token of our filial piety. As for the last one, give it to your sister. Ling Yan smiled as he explained. It was impolite not to reciprocate. To be honest, no matter how big of a mistake Xianxia had made in the past, it was not easy for him to repent and correct his mistakes. From Xianxia's point of view, he could marry his daughter off to a big family in Beijing. Not only would he be able to climb up the social ladder and develop his career, but his daughter would also become a phoenix. This was the best of both worlds, and it wasn't an unforgivable mistake. A person who was willing to sacrifice his precious daughter's happiness for the sake of developing his career. How much did he cherish his family's assets? However, after repenting, he was willing to give his most important assets to Ling Yan 3 times in a row. Even though there were business considerations involved, this was still something that ordinary people could not do. This required foresight, wisdom, and great enlightenment. This was especially so after Zhuang Meifeng was rescued by Ling Yan. After returning to Xianxia City, Xianxia took out half of his shares and gave it to Zhuang Meifeng as a dowry. Between smart people, there were some things that did not need to be said out loud. Since Xianxia had done so well, Ling Yan would definitely do even better. Since you can give up on money, I can give you youth and life. Meifeng, your parents will be at least 20 years younger after taking the youth-retaining pill, Ling Yan said seriously. Ling Yan said seriously, tell your parents that I am very grateful to them for raising such an excellent daughter to be my wife. Don't forget this sentence. Also, after uncle takes the pill, it will be impossible for him to retire. I hope that he can continue to manage the Zhuang Medical Group. After all, he is the most suitable candidate. In that case, you will naturally have extra time and energy to focus on managing the Ling Yan Group. The Ling Yan Group has just been established, and it will be convenient for you to manage it after you take over. This way, you can help uncle connect with the Ling family's business as soon as possible. Zhuang Meifeng was touched and speechless. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, What? You said that my calculations are smart, but I think yours is the real smart one. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't be blamed for saying that. After Ling Yan obtained 20% of Zhuang Meifeng's shares, he would have 76% of the shares of the Zhuang Medical Group. That was absolute control. The 50-year-old Xianxia would have the body and energy of a 30-year-old after taking the youth-retaining pill. However, he would have the wisdom and business acumen of a 50-year-old. With the support of the Ling Yan Group, the Zhuang family would be like a tiger that had grown wings. It would be impossible for the Zhuang Medical Group not to grow rapidly. However, in that case, the 4 members of the Zhuang family, Xianxia and Zhuang Meifeng, would really be working for Ling Yan. Xianxia gave his shares to Ling Yan, gave his daughter to Ling Yan, and in the end, he still had to work for Ling Yan. If Ling Yan's calculations weren't smart, then everyone in this world would be fools. Hee, this is a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift, do you understand? Ling Yan quickly found an excuse. Uncle gave you such a huge dowry, I have to give you something decent. It's worth hundreds of billions. Ling Yan exaggerated a little. He calculated based on the pair of pills that were auctioned at the Demon Subduing Conference. That pair of pills cost the Heavenly Sword sect 6 million merit points, which was equivalent to 180 billion merit points. Based on this calculation, Ling Yun's 2 pairs of pills would be worth 360 billion merit points, which was more than 40% of Xianxia's shares. Of course, the Heavenly Sword sect was a special case. Ling Yun couldn't sell every pair of pills at such a high price, but the value of the youth-retaining pill and the youth-retaining pill couldn't be calculated that way. 20 years of youth couldn't be measured by money, especially for someone like Xianxia who didn't lack money. Of course, if your father insists on not helping out and wants to be a wild crane, that's fine too. You'll just have to work harder. Ling Yun, thank you. Zhuang Meifeng interrupted Ling Yun's words. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sweetness as she said sincerely, "Don't worry, Ling Yun, I'm not going to let you down." Her dowry was just the icing on the cake for Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun's betrothal gift was something that no one else could buy, youth and beauty. Then, Zhuang Meifeng smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. It's not up to him. If my father accepts your betrothal gift but only wants to indulge in debauchery, just wait and see how I'll deal with him. Zhuang Meifeng made the final decision. In the 4th chapter, this chapter was supplemented with another chapter from number 17. Even though the 17th showed that there were 3 chapters, that was actually the 16th. Therefore, the 17th had to make up for 2 more updates. Now, all the updates for the month had been made up. Thank you, everyone, for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. Well said, well said. Hee, I'm relieved that my dear wifey dares to say this. Ling Yun was overjoyed as he chuckled. At the same time, he thought to himself that Zhuang Meifeng was no longer flustered after going through so much. Now, no matter what she said or did, she was filled with dominance and decisiveness. Disasters, hardships, and tribulations would indeed cause one to be in agony to the point of wishing for death. But so long as one was able to overcome it successfully, it would only be a type of tempering in one's life, and it would allow one to be tempered into steel and blossom with a blazing and dazzling brilliance. Zhuang Meifeng had been through a lot in the past 6 months. Now that she was rescued by Ling Yun, a strong trait in her was finally showing. Of course, this was related to Zhuang Meifeng's current realm. However, it was more related to her physique. It was a pure metal elemental physique. That was why Ling Yun let Zhuang Meifeng cultivate the Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. Metal represented sharpness and was an invincible killing technique. Cultivating such a technique would also affect one's personality, allowing one to show off their abilities and press forward. Tai Xiaohu had a metal elemental physique. That was why he was so crazy when he cultivated. It allowed him to advance rapidly. Qin Dongxue had it as well. That was why she was so aggressive and domineering. To a certain extent, she was similar to Zhuang Meifeng. She would rather break than bend. Ling Yun took out 5 elixirs as a betrothal gift for Zhuang Meifeng's family. He wanted to use these 5 elixirs to help Zhuang Meifeng mend the estrangement between her, Zhuang Tianda, and Zhuang Meina. Even though he didn't say it out loud, it was clear that he had put in a lot of effort. No matter who Ling Yun asked to give such precious elixirs to, the other party would definitely be grateful to the person who gave them the elixirs for the rest of their lives. How fast was Ling Yun now? No matter how tight his time was, he would be able to deliver the elixirs to Zhuang Tianda in an instant. However, he purposely left this opportunity for Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng understood this. That was why she expressed her gratitude to Ling Yun. She wasn't thanking him for the betrothal gift, but for his good intentions. Alright, I was too busy talking about ourselves just now. Dear, shouldn't you tell me about the disciples from the Tranquil sect? How did you arrange for them? To prevent her from getting too emotional, he changed the topic and asked about the disciples from the Tranquil sect. After we landed, I was also worried at first. I was mainly thinking about how to get them to stay. Zhuang Meifeng smiled and said, but Mo Wu Dao told me that you have plenty of hotels now, so I arranged for them to stay at the Grand Triumph Hotel. Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself that Zhuang Meifeng must have done this on purpose. Oh my god, the Triumph Hotel, a super 5-star hotel. They were a group of nuns isolated from the rest of the world. If it weren't for the devil subduing assembly, many of them wouldn't have left the mountain for more than 10 years. Now, they were asked to stay in a super 5-star hotel. It was hard to imagine how strong the impact of such a huge drop would be. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Wow, honey, you're trying to provoke them on purpose, right? If you arrange for them to stay in the Triumph Hotel, isn't that equivalent to letting them stay in heaven?" Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but laugh when Ling Yan saw through her intentions. That's right. Otherwise, how would they be able to experience the joy of a new life? After a pause, Zhuang Meifeng said seriously, "Back then, in order to dissolve the Tranquil sect, you promised them 3 things. Now, there's definitely no problem with their safety. I can also arrange things like clothing, food, housing, and transportation for them." No matter what, Zhuang Meifeng had lived in the Tranquil sect for almost half a year. She was familiar with the people there, so it was easy for her to communicate with them. Furthermore, she was a woman, so it was most suitable for her to arrange the lives of the disciples. However, I feel that they have basically been living in the Tranquil sect all these years. They are completely out of touch with the secular world now. Now that they have suddenly entered a bustling city, they will definitely need some time to adapt to their new life before they can integrate into society. So, I don't think you should be too anxious about restoring their powers. You should give them some time to completely adapt to their new life and let them make a new choice for their lives. Then, you should act. Zhuang Meifeng had clearly communicated with the disciples of the Tranquil sect. Her suggestion was very pertinent. If the 21 disciples of the Tranquil sect were to be divided according to their age, it could be said that there were old, middle-aged, and young people. On the contrary, there were fewer youths below the age of 30. Most of them were nuns above the age of 40. Most of them had complicated backgrounds. Some were ancient martial arts practitioners like Miao Lin and Li Qing. Some were adopted by the Tranquil sect since young, like Li Xiao. There were also some like Zhuang Meifeng, who was brought to the Tranquil sect after being chosen by an old nun who went down the mountain to handle some affairs. There were all kinds of them with different life experiences. Initially, they lived and cultivated in the Tranquil sect. Because of the influence of the Tranquil pill, they didn't have too many thoughts about the prosperous world. However, now that the Tranquil sect only existed in name, and they had already lost their cultivation, the influence of the Tranquil technique and the Tranquil pill on them would naturally diminish with time until it completely disappeared. Now that this group of people had come to the flourishing city of Xianxia City, they would definitely be impacted by all sorts of things. Everyone's mentality, ideas, and how they would live their lives in the future would undergo huge changes. Perhaps some would be used to peace and would still choose to live the rest of their lives in a nunnery. Perhaps some would be attracted by the flourishing city and would be willing to integrate into society, learn skills, find jobs, marry, and start a new life. Of course, there would definitely be many who wouldn't be satisfied with peace and would still want to restore their cultivation and cultivate martial arts again. This was what Ling Yan had said before. They all had the freedom to choose their own lives, but making a new life wasn't something that could be decided in a day or two. All of this required time. That was why Zhuang Meifeng said that there was no need to rush the matter of restoring the cultivation of these female disciples. That's right. Ling Yan felt that what Zhuang Meifeng said made sense. He nodded and said, "Then we'll do as you say. Give them some time and let them make a new life choice before I take action. If that's the case, I won't specially meet them this time. However, you have to make it clear to them that I, Ling Yan, will definitely do what I say. After a period of time, no matter who wants to cultivate again, I can help them repair their energy center and meridians. I can even impart to them some cultivation techniques that are guaranteed to be much stronger than the rubbish Tranquil technique from the Tranquil sect." Ling Yan said this naturally because he didn't want the disciples of the Tranquil sect to think that he had disbanded the Tranquil sect. He didn't want them to think that he didn't care about them anymore after achieving his goal. Got it. Zhuang Meifeng smiled sweetly and gave Ling Yan a reassuring look. Don't worry, I'm here. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Yan smiled. Of course, he was assured. With Zhuang Meifeng's current realm and status, it would only take a few orders for her to solve the problem of the Tranquil sect's disciples. Ling Yan was well rested and had eaten his fill. He didn't want to delay any longer and was prepared to find an excuse to leave. However, at this moment, Zhuang Meifeng suddenly grabbed Ling Yan's hand and stared at him. Hey, let me ask you a question. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. Oh, Meifeng, Ling Yan laughed dryly. You know, my trip back to Xianxia City is actually very tight. I haven't even returned to mansion number 1 yet. Furthermore, I have to pay a visit to Miracle Dr. Xue today no matter what. Zhuang Meifeng glared at him. Don't worry, it's just one question. It won't take you more than a few minutes. Ling Yan knew that he definitely couldn't leave. He could only harden his heart and say, ask away. Tell me the truth. After I was brought out of Xianxia City, you and that woman. At this point, Zhuang Meifeng turned her head and deliberately glanced at their bedroom before turning back to ask, what happened to the two of you? Ling Yan was speechless. What he was afraid of really happened. Which woman? Ling Yan had to pretend to be ignorant. Don't give me that. Zhuang Meifeng said angrily. Don't you know who I'm talking about? How could Ling Yan not know? Of course, he knew who Zhuang Meifeng was talking about. Lin Menghan. In this small courtyard, there weren't many women who interacted with Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng. It could be said that there were only 2 women, Xiao Mimi and Lin Menghan. However, after Zhuang Meifeng regained her memory, she spent almost every day with Xiao Mimi. Of course, she wouldn't be jealous of Xiao Mimi. However, Lin Menghan was different. When Ling Yan rescued Lin Menghan and brought her back to this small courtyard for treatment, it was Zhuang Meifeng who personally helped Ling Yan take off her clothes. As for the other women who appeared around Ling Yan, those were things that happened after Zhuang Meifeng left Xianxia City. Even if she was jealous, she wouldn't say anything. However, she had to get to the bottom of it with Lin Menghan. Otherwise, Zhuang Meifeng wouldn't have turned her head to look at the bedroom. Oh, you mean her? Ling Yan put on a look of sudden realization. His mind raced, and he finally decided to be honest. Cough cough, that. What should have happened has happened. Ling Yan was ready to go all out. Humph. I knew that vixen would definitely come back to seduce you. Zhuang Meifeng gritted her teeth and asked, then how many is she? There's a total of 3. She is the first. Ling Yan made up his mind. Since he was going to die, he might as well die completely. So that's how it is. I won't let her off. Zhuang Meifeng didn't hide the jealousy in her heart. She didn't feel much towards other women, but Lin Menghan was different. Lin Menghan had taken away what was supposed to be hers. That was why she hated her the most. Today is the 4th update, the first update. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Actually, I'm mainly responsible for what happened between us. I couldn't control myself. Ling Yan was sweating profusely. He hurriedly took the blame and tried his best to clear up the misunderstanding. After all, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Ling Yan had long known that the women around him were starting to split into different camps. Gradually, it was becoming more and more intense. Using an old saying, where there are people, there will be society. It was inevitable. This problem gave Ling Yan a headache. He didn't dare to think about it. It was simply too much. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other way other than to level the playing field. Actually, when I came out of the crater and found out that you were brought back to the Tranquil sect by Priestess Desireless, I was very lonely. I missed you so much that I went crazy, so don't take the blame for yourself. Zhuang Meifeng didn't buy it. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and continued asking, who are the other 2? Yao Rou, Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng would be staying in Xianxia City for a long time to help him manage the Ling Yan group. Zhuang Meifeng and Yao Rou would meet sooner or later, so he couldn't be bothered to hide it. Of course, there was no way to hide it. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng's confident look, she probably already knew about it. Asking Ling Yan about it now was just a show of force. You pass. Indeed, after Ling Yan confessed, Zhuang Meifeng blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Yan for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly and said, as long as you don't lie to me. Zhuang Meifeng let go of Ling Yan's hand and said softly, I'm not jealous of them. You treat me so well, so I don't have to be jealous of others. However, Lin Menghan, that vixen, I have to settle the score with her. Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng's hatred for Lin Menghan was very deep. It wouldn't be resolved in a short period of time. However, it was fortunate that Lin Menghan was in the far north of Canada. Even if the two of them wanted to fight, it would be a long time before they could do so. Ling Yan nodded and took out the huge spirit cultivation cosmos stone and the blood transformation blade. He used the blood transformation blade to cut out a fist-sized spirit cultivation cosmos stone from the gray boulder. Mei Feng, take this. It's very useful for cultivating your divine sense and recovering your mental energy. Hold it when you're meditating, and it will make your cultivation speed surpass that of an ordinary person. The spirit cultivation cosmos stone that was auctioned off at the Yi clan's auction was simply too big. It weighed more than 250 kilograms and was half a meter square. If one were to cut out a fist-sized piece, it would be impossible to tell. Ling Yan couldn't use so much of it, so he decided to split it up and let the people around him use it for cultivation. When he really needed it in the future, he could gather it and use it. In Ling Yan's eyes, all treasures were meant to be used. No matter how good something was, it would be meaningless if it wasn't used. He had already given out 2 pieces of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, including the one he gave to Zhuang Meifeng. He had given the other one to Yi Xingchen. Ling Yan had his own plans for doing so. After all, the spirit cultivation cosmos stone played a huge role in Zhuang Meifeng's recovery of her memory. The one that Ling Yan gave to Zhuang Meifeng was a gift from the Lin family. If Zhuang Meifeng really wanted to settle the score with Lin Menghan in the future, that spirit cultivation cosmos stone would become Ling Yan's trump card. Zhuang Meifeng naturally knew the use of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. She was desperate for cultivation now, so she naturally wouldn't reject it. Then hurry up and get back to work. I don't dare to take over you anymore. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Ling Yan's return to Xianxia city was actually very tight. It could be said that if it wasn't for the green dragon out at sea and the 2 water dragons, Ling Yan would have specially come back to send her back. She understood that it was fine if Ling Yan didn't come back, but as long as he was back, he had to meet everyone he needed to meet. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get over it. After all, Ling Yan rose up from Xianxia city. Xianxia city was his base and also his foundation. There were too many entanglements. Now that Ling Yan had returned with such fanfare, there was no telling how many people would be disappointed if he left quietly without even showing his face. I have to start doing my homework too. I don't know how much work I'll have to do next. Come, let hubby give you some encouragement. Ling Yan smiled as he hugged Zhuang Meifeng and kissed her passionately. After a minute, Ling Yan let go of her and said unwillingly, then I'll go back to mansion number 1 to meet up with everyone. Then, I'll pay Miracle Dr. Shui a visit. Hurry up. Zhuang Meifeng was satisfied. Her face was blushing as she smiled. At around 2:30 p.m., Ling Yan drove back to mansion number 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. I'm back. Ling Yan didn't wait to enter the courtyard of the mansion. He immediately used the mystical dragon howl and shouted. Even though this sentence wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone in the mansion. This was no different from a bolt from the blue, swoosh 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 swoosh, dang 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 dang. At that moment, there were too many people gathered in mansion number 1. When they heard Ling Yan's voice, they all rushed out at the same time. Some used their movement techniques to fly out, while others ran out. In an instant, the courtyard of the mansion was filled with people. Qi Xiaohong said, Big brother Ling Yan. You're finally back. Tai Xiaohu said, Big brother Yun. Mo Wu said, Wow, Ling Yan you rascal, I finally see you again. Miao Xiao Miao said, so someone still knows to come back. Qing Miao smiled but didn't say anything. She looked at Ling Yan tenderly, her eyes filled with love. Everyone in mansion number 1 greeted Ling Yan in their own way. Ling Yan got out of the car after driving into the courtyard. When he realized that everyone was there, he smiled and greeted them one by one. However, the focus wasn't on those who participated in the devil subduing conference with him. Instead, it was on those who stayed in Xianxia city for a long time. The most important one was, of course, Shui Mining. After Miao Xiao Miao returned to mansion number 1 on the night of the 21st and told Shui Mining that Ling Yan had arrived in Xianxia city, she didn't go to class anymore. She knew that Ling Yan entered the crater. The next day, she found out that Ling Yun was cultivating in the crater and could come out at any time. She was afraid that she would miss meeting Ling Yun, so she stayed in mansion number 1 and waited for Ling Yun to return. In the end, this wait lasted until the afternoon of the 24th. Shui Mining's anxiety was needless to say. In these 3 days, she secretly cried a few times. Even Miao Xiao Miao and Qing Miao couldn't do anything to calm her down. Therefore, when she saw Ling Yun, she was so excited that she forgot to greet Ling Yun even though she rushed out as fast as she could. She just stood there in a daze, her eyes red. Looking at this little demon girl, Ling Yun felt extremely apologetic. He took a deep breath and came to Shui Mining. Ning did you miss me? Wah, this was equivalent to igniting a bomb. Shui Mining burst into tears. She threw herself into Ling Yun's arms and cried loudly. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, drenching Ling Yun's shoulders. Wait for me. Seeing that Shui Mining couldn't stop crying, Ling Yun had no choice but to use the invisibility technique. At the same time, he conjured an invisible mixed element spirit shield to protect her. Then, he carried her into the air and quickly reached an altitude of 1,000 meters. Ah! Woo! Shui Mining first felt her feet leave the ground. Then, her vision expanded. First, she saw mansion number 1, then the entire Qingxi Mansion district, then the entire Qingxi district, and finally, the entire Qingshui city. Shui Mining couldn't cry anymore. Instead, she screamed in fear. However, her scream was very short because Ling Yun covered her mouth with his. After a long while, their lips parted. Big brother Yun, without a doubt, Ling Yun's trick was too earth-shattering for Shui Mining. It was definitely effective. Shui Mining went from fear, to shock, to peace of mind, and finally to satisfaction. The entire process took less than a minute before she stopped crying. At the same time, Shui Mining's worldview was also destroyed, not in the plane, but in the sky. The feeling of being able to see the entire Qingshui city was definitely enough to destroy one's worldview. Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Do you want to go even higher?" "Yes." Shui Mining didn't hesitate at all. She immediately agreed excitedly. In the next moment, the two of them rushed to an altitude of 2,000 meters. The temperature here was 10 degrees lower than the ground, but Shui Mining didn't feel it under Ling Yun's protection. Ling Yun released the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire to envelop the two of them. Not only was it very warm, but it also further tempered Shui Mining's body. Ning it's not that Big Brother Yun doesn't miss you, and it's not that I don't want to contact you. It's just that I have too many things to do. I have to cultivate occasionally, so I don't look at my phone much. Ling Yun finally gave an explanation. Yes, Shui Mining nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked greedily at the Qingshui city below her. She couldn't get enough of the places she was most familiar with. Apart from attending classes and studying, the current Shui Mining was also cultivating. She had a strand of immortal spiritual energy in her body, and there were many people guiding her. She was able to cultivate and study at the same time, and she had already reached the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9. Big brother Yun, my sister has told me about all these things. It's just that I can't help but miss you. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. I know. Big brother Yun, can I stop going to school and focus on cultivation from now on? Shui Mining had obviously been mulling over this idea for a long time. Now that she was high up in the sky, looking down at the entire Qingshui city, it was too emotional. Absolutely not. Ling Yun frowned as he raised his hand and scratched Shui Mining's elegant nose. The second update will end the plot in Qingshui city today, and Big brother Yun will head to his next stop. It's the end of the month, and everyone's monthly tickets will be invalid if you don't cast them now. Please check your warehouse and cast your monthly tickets. Why? Shui Mining pouted. You don't want to go to school. My sister doesn't want to go to school, and that's why you have to go to school. Ling Yun interrupted her. Not only do you have to go to school, but you also have to study hard. You can't let your grandfather and your parents down. Only through learning will you be able to understand more about this world and have a deeper view of it. Whether it's your vision or your way of thinking, you will be much stronger than others. All of these will be helpful to your cultivation. Ling Yun knew that miracle Dr. Shui had his own reasons for not teaching his son and granddaughter martial arts despite being in the Xiantian realm. Now, even though Ling Yun had changed his mind, he didn't want Shui Mining to give up on her studies just like that. It was not that she couldn't, but it would be too much of a waste. Furthermore, Shui Mining was only 17 years old, and she was already at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. She was much older than the others, so there was no need for her to be in a hurry. Shui Mining blinked her big eyes and asked doubtfully, "Is learning really helpful for cultivation?" "Trust me, it definitely is." Ling Yan gave her a determined look. "For example, mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and so on. These are all useful to cultivation, and the higher the realm, the more useful it is. Otherwise, even if you succeed in your cultivation, you'll just be a fighting machine. If we were to go out and fight, we wouldn't even need your help." In order to completely dispel Shui Mining's thoughts, Ling Yun used all his strength. "Also, Ning Er, don't think that you can be with me every day if you don't go to school and focus on cultivation. That's impossible." "Why?" Shui Mining asked in confusion. "It's very simple. Look at Tai Xiaohu, then think about your sister, Miao Xiao Miao, and your grandfather. Let's not even talk about seclusion. Once they start cultivating, just one session of meditation would take a long time. How would they have the time to think about anything else?" Of course, Ling Yun knew that Shui Mining didn't want to go to school because she wanted to be with him every day. Therefore, he had to solve this problem from the root. "Ah, I got it." When Shui Mining heard Ling Yun's words, she didn't consider anyone else at all. She immediately thought of Tai Xiaohu's state of cultivation and instantly understood, heavens, if I really want to cultivate like that, I might as well stay in school and attend classes. "Anne, it's good that you understand." Ling Yun snickered in his heart and didn't say anything else. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Shui Mining's soft waist and began to fly in the air. He flew very slowly and took 7 to 8 minutes to circle the sky above Qingshui City. During this process, the two of them naturally exchanged many intimate words and fully satisfied Shui Mining's yearning. Throughout the entire process, Ling Yun used the invisibility technique, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Finally, the two of them came to the sky above Villa Number 1. He directly descended from the sky and landed in the villa's courtyard. As soon as they landed, Ling Yun immediately came out of his invisible state and flew into the house with a satisfied Shui Mining. Only then did he officially meet everyone. Miao Xiao Miao sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. "Amazing, coaxing Ning Er doesn't even take 10 minutes now. I thought it would take at least a day. Tisk, it's just a small matter." Ling Yun replied proudly. In the end, Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes at him. "Big brother Ling Yun, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Was it the invisibility technique?" The most excited person in mansion number 1 was none other than the little demon girl, Qi Xiaohong. She ran back and forth excitedly, her imagination running wild. She did not hold back at all and said whatever came to her mind. "Smart. It's the invisibility technique," Ling Yan said as he sat on the sofa and used the invisibility technique. His figure instantly disappeared from everyone's eyes. However, he continued to ask, "Hee, can you still see me now?" Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground, this time, not to mention the ordinary people, even Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Miao Xiao Miao, and even Qing Miao were completely stunned. Right now, Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 5. Among the people around him, other than Ning Lingyu, he was in the highest realm. The various new techniques that he had displayed had shocked even Green Bird, who was knowledgeable in the devil's doctrine. Other than shock, Qing Yao was extremely excited. Her thoughts were the same as Yi Xingchen's. She knew that her sister, Yin Qingxian, would soon be freed from the abyss of suffering. "Wow! Ling Yun, when did you learn this? This is really the legendary invisibility technique. F*CK, hurry up and book the plane tickets. We'll go and empty all the vaults of the banks overseas." Mo Wudao's eyes shone brightly. His imagination went wild. He actually wanted to kill his way to overseas and plunder the vaults of others, the invisibility technique and the Great Void Ring. To be honest, if Ling Yun really wanted to do something bad, Mo Wudao's suggestion would definitely work. Ling Yin could casually empty a large treasury. However, whether there was a grudge or not, using such methods to deal with ordinary people would cause chaos in the human world. It would not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It was like using a spatial ring to store a living person. The heavenly Tao would definitely send down terrifying lightning to suppress it. Moreover, Ling Yin did not care about it at all. Whether it was in the cultivation world or on Earth, Ling Yin had never thought of such a thing. T. Ling Yin appeared directly. He frowned and glared at Mo Wudao. I say, you're a Mao Mountain Taoist. Can't you have some normal thoughts? The heavens have the heavenly Tao, and a country has the fate of a country. Don't you understand this logic? A country can only be established with the protection of the country's fate. If we, cultivators, disrupt this order, it's no different from going against the laws of the heavenly Tao. That's courting death, do you understand? Ling Yin was really angry. He did not use telepathy to say these words. He said them for everyone to hear. In the future, everyone in this room would become a real cultivator. He already had the strength of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. It was better to say these principles as soon as possible. He was afraid that everyone would do stupid things when they became stronger in the future. Also, other than the protection of the country's fate, there are too many mysterious forces in this world. Ling Yin raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the backyard. Do you see those people from the blood clan? Mo Wudao, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with those few people, any one of them would be able to crush you like an ant. Do you think that only China has cultivators, and other countries don't have powerful mysterious forces? To tell you the truth, every country has its own guardian god. It's the god that gathers the fate of the country. It's formed by the mental strength of all the citizens. It's not obvious to ordinary people, but to those who have reached a certain level, no matter how strong they are, they will definitely be able to feel it. Guardian God, this was the first time Ling Yin mentioned this concept in front of everyone. It was absolutely shocking. China had the dragon god, Japan had the Yamata no Orochi and the Fusang divine tree, the Christian church in the West, the Dark Parliament, and so on and so forth. They had different names, but they existed in different ways in the world. Ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them, but they were all passed down by word of mouth. Cough. Cough. I forgot. I was too excited just now. Why are you so angry? Mo Wudao was so embarrassed by Ling Yin that his face turned red, and he almost wanted to run away. He had read so many secret Taoist scriptures, so he naturally had some understanding of this. Thus, Ling Yin's words made him feel so ashamed that he could not show his face. Alright, Yun Wudao was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Qing Niao quickly stood up to smooth things over. Because Ling Yin was obviously really angry, the others in the room did not even dare to breathe. No one dared to speak. Of course, they were more shocked by Ling Yin's words. Oh, I'm just reminding everyone not to think that you can do whatever you want just because you have powerful abilities. The truth is not what you see. When Ling Yin saw that Qing Niao had stood up to speak, he immediately took the opportunity to back down and did not say anything more. Everyone in the room was smart. Some things were better left unsaid. There was no need to repeat them over and over again. Miao Xiao sat lazily on the sofa, a faint smile hanging on her beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yin unintentionally, a strange light flashing in her eyes. This was because she could understand and experience what Ling Yin had just said. This had something to do with her background. The Gu tribe learned Gu, cultivated Gu, and used Gu. They had their own totems and their own beliefs. They were the guardian deities that Ling Yin had mentioned. This guy really seems to know everything, Miao Xiao sighed in her heart. Yun you should have settled most of the important matters in Xianxia City, right? When do you plan to leave? Qing Niao suddenly asked. She knew that Ling Yin was going to Heaven Mountain to save Xianxia. Oh, Aunt Qing, the important matters have indeed been settled. Ling Yin replied with a smile. However, I still have some trivial matters to settle. If I'm quick, I'll leave tomorrow. I'll leave Xianxia City by the day after tomorrow. Qing Niao nodded. Are you going to Heaven Mountain directly? Ling Yan thought for a moment. It depends. I might have to make a trip to the Qin family first. Ling Yan didn't need to hide anything from Qin Yao. He told her his plan honestly. Ling Yan was going to Heaven Mountain Heavenly Sword Sect to save Qin Qiuyue. Since he was going to save Qin Qiuyue, he would have to make a trip to the Qin family first. The third chapter was delivered. This chapter was to make up for yesterday's. Continue to write the fourth chapter. Seeking monthly votes at the end of the month. It's the last 48 hours. The monthly votes will be invalid if you don't cast them. Seeking monthly votes. End of chapter 1551. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.